I was lying in class with my head resting on my best friend's lap, my best friend who happened to be a girl. Completely out, face down, dead asleep. I'd even drooled all over her legs. When the other guys in class caught sight of this, their jaws dropped in collective disbelief. This guy Levi, does he have an actual death wish? It was getting pretty late too, but what nobody expected was that the class beauty didn't get angry, not even a little. Instead, she looked down at me with the softest expression, letting me sleep undisturbed. All the noise and chaos around us didn't faze me one bit. If anything, it only pulled me deeper under. And somewhere in that stillness, a strange dream found me. In the dream, I was reborn. I'd become one of the wealthiest men in the world, with assets spanning every continent. But when I fell gravely ill, beyond saving, I lay there, barely breathing, on a cold hospital bed, in a vast, sterile room with not a single soul in sight. In all that empty time, only one girl came to see me, consistently, faithfully. And that girl was Sky, the same one whose lap I was sleeping on right now. Sky and I had been high school classmates. Her easygoing nature, free of pretense or fuss, had made us fast friends, close as siblings, better than most. But when I went off to college and got a girlfriend, she couldn't stand having another girl that close to me. So I slowly pulled away from Sky. The memory was hazy now. But I still remembered the day Sky cried, like her heart was shattering. Those bright, sparkling eyes of hers had been flooded with devastation. It wasn't until the very end of my life that I finally understood. This foolish, wonderful girl had been quietly in love with me for years. Tears of regret slid down the corners of my eyes. If I could do it all over again, I swore I would never let her slip away. Suddenly, a voice, laced with mild irritation, exploded right next to my ear. Levi, wake up already. Sure, we're best friends, I get that. But I'm still a girl, you know. Look at your drool. It's everywhere, all over my leg. My eyes snapped open. I took in the lively, buzzing scene around me, and my brain slowly caught up. Today was the day after graduation exams, the last class reunion in this very classroom. My mind went completely blank. Could it be? Had I actually come back? Sky's voice pulled me back to the present. Levi, why are you just standing there like a statue? She pointed to the wet spot on her skirt. Look at my leg, covered in your drool. You're the culprit. Shouldn't you at least offer to clean it? I snapped out of it, my gaze landing slowly on the familiar, wonderfully oblivious face of Sky. A wicked grin tugged at the corner of my mouth. Clean your thigh, you mean? Sky shot me a withering look. I said the skirt. Besides, we've known each other forever. It's like you've never once thought of me as a girl, have you? I propped my chin in one hand, squinting through a grin. Yep, pretty much. Problem with that? But you were just staring at my legs. She leaned in slowly, her eyes sharp and probing. Why do I get the feeling that you're suddenly seeing me as a girl right now? No way, Levi. Levi, don't tell me you actually like me. And then she launched into full self-promotion mode. Honestly, she wasn't entirely wrong. I mean, I'm pretty cute, and my grades are solid. You basically live in my pocket every single day. It makes total sense that you'd fall for me. I watched Sky perform her little one-woman show, and inside, I was beaming. A bold, reckless thought rose up in my chest like a tide. Sky was still this adorably naive girl, right here, right in front of me. Maybe I should just sweep her off her feet before she even knows what's happening. Right at that moment, our homeroom teacher's voice cut through the noise. Students, first of all, congratulations on making it through high school. I'll spare you the long speech. I'm sure every word I could possibly say has already been burned into your brains over the past 3 years. You're free to go home. Just remember to check in with your class rep. Enjoy your summer, everyone. The moment the teacher finished, Sky poked my arm with one finger. Levi, stay in touch when you get home, okay? If summer gets too boring, I might just show up at your door. Or if you miss me too much, you're always welcome to come over. I'll have my parents make all your favorite food. I laughed and shook my head. Relax, it's still early. We've got plenty of time. Come on, let's grab some boba at the place by the school gate. My treat. Inside, I was quietly laughing at myself. A second chance at life doesn't come easy. One shot. There's no way I'm letting her walk out of my story again. Sky froze, blinking like she couldn't trust her own ears. Oh my God. Levi, since when are you this generous? This is so not like you. You're up to something, aren't you? You want me to help you move your stuff. Box everything up and haul it all to the bus station. You want free labor, am I right? Let me tell you something. See, With this tiny body of mine, I can barely carry my own bags, let alone yours. Of course not, I said. Sky, I'm buying you a $10 boba. But before we drink, we need a proper best friend send-off ritual. A best friend send-off ritual? What on earth is that? Sky's face was written in pure suspicion. I kept a completely straight face and made it up on the spot. A hug. Me and my roommate do it all the time. The moment I said it, Sky's expression curdled instantly. She absolutely could not bring herself to picture what two guys hugging each other would actually look like. That image is genuinely disturbing. You guys aren't girls. What are you hugging each other for? That's just weird. So weird. Levi, are you seriously telling me you and your guy friends have deep, emotional heart-to-hearts? I made a show of sighing with exaggerated disappointment, waving a hand. Forget it. Pretend I never said anything. I was going to give you a chance to show me a little goodwill. Wait, Levi, I was wrong. Sky panicked immediately, grabbing my arm. I shouldn't have said that. Don't be mad, okay? How about this? Boba's on me, $20, both cups, I've got it. And so, I walked Sky to the boba shop just outside the school gate. Just as I was about to pay, Sky beat me to it and swiped her card. $20. Gone. Oh, almost forgot. She pressed a cup of boba into my hands. Wasn't it just supposed to be one hug? Then she took a slow, deep breath. Like she was summoning every last bit of courage. She stepped forward and pulled me into a gentle hug. There, done. All happy now. She let go quickly, grabbed her own cup, and took a long, satisfied sip. Her cheeks had gone just the faintest, prettiest shade of pink. Sky cradled her bubble cup in both hands, so pleased with herself that her eyes curved into little crescents. Not bad, Levi. 3 whole years as best friends. And on graduation day, I finally get a cup of boba out of you. Normally, I'm always the one paying. She gave her cup a triumphant little shake. Karma's real, baby. It was only a matter of time before you picked up the tab. But the moment the words left her mouth, the smile on her face stiffened. Wait! Something's off. Sky suddenly connected the dots and smacked herself on the forehead. She spun around and glared at me, absolutely furious. Didn't you say you were treating? How did I end up being the one who paid? You are so unbelievably cheap, Levi. If you ever get a girlfriend, the poor girl is going to go broke just trying to survive you. Unlike me, I'm genuinely generous with the people I care about. My future boyfriend is going to be one lucky, lucky man, obviously. After all, you're the type who falls head over heels and just completely loses it. I've seen it coming for a long time, Levi. What exactly do you mean by losing it? She batted those wide, innocent eyes at me. Are you complimenting me right now? Yeah. I gave a lazy, unbothered nod. Sure, I'm complimenting you. You're genuinely sharp. You know that? 19-year-old Sky was endearingly, hopelessly oblivious. She seemed constitutionally incapable of feeling sad. Her whole world was filled with nothing but light and easy, happy things. The kind of girl who makes $1,800 a month and still wakes up every single morning glowing with joy. In the blink of an eye, we'd walked all the way to the fork in the path between the men's and women's dorms. Time to split, Levi. See you this summer. Sky waved at me. When you're free, come find me, okay? And with that, she spun on her heel and ran toward the women's dorm. I turned and headed back to my own, quickly packing up my things to head home. Before long, I was in the car I'd arranged in advance. We hadn't driven far. When the sky outside cracked open, a downpour, sudden and merciless, I breathed a quiet sigh of relief, grateful I'd moved fast. But on Sky's end, luck had completely abandoned her. Not only was she soaked through to the bone, it was worse than that. She had just discovered that the train ticket clutched in her hand was from yesterday. The school had already locked its gates. She couldn't go back. Sure, she could check into a hotel, but a girl like her would never dare, not alone, not in the rain. What if she ran into someone dangerous? With a frame as small as hers, she'd barely register as a threat to anyone with bad intentions. After turning it over and over in her head, Sky finally decided to call me. She asked if she could crash at my place for the night. I picked up on the first ring. What's going on, Sky? Levi, I bought the wrong ticket. I can't get home. It's absolutely pouring out here. I'm completely soaked. Can you come to the station and save your best friend? The moment I heard her voice, something in my chest pulled tight. Worry hit me fast and hard. Find somewhere to get out of the rain first, Sky. Just wait. I'm telling the driver to turn around right now. Oh, A soft, goofy laugh drifted through the line. I knew you wouldn't leave me hanging. You're literally the best, Levi. About 15 minutes later, I spotted her through the car window. A small figure in the distance, arms wrapped tight around herself, shivering against the cold. Her wet hair clung to her face like dark ribbons. And she looked so small, so heartbreakingly fragile. The moment Sky saw the car, she yanked the door open and scrambled inside. Levi, you're finally here. I handed her a dry towel, and couldn't resist. Well, how does it feel, princess, knowing that when it really counts, a friend like me is always the most reliable one you've got? Sky took the towel, and gave her hair a quick, careless pat down, nodding rapidly. Yes, yes, yes. You really are the best, Levi. You even came out in the rain just for me. I'm genuinely touched. If we weren't, a guy and a girl, I would absolutely kiss you right now. All right, enough of that. When we get to my place, you're jumping in a hot shower first. Get into something dry and clean. Your clothes in that bag. Are they okay? Sky shook her head. It started raining halfway there, she said with a small sigh of defeat. Sitting like that for so long, I doubt anything inside survived. But it's fine. Levi, you have clean clothes, right? I can just borrow something of yours. Don't worry, I'm not picky. I turned and stared out the window, quietly turning it over in my head. I should stop by the store and pick her up something new on the way. The moment we got to my place, Sky transformed into a curious little cat. Everything in my room fascinated her. She touched and examined every single thing. Levi, I think this is my first time at your place, isn't it? It's really cozy in here. I pointed casually toward the bathroom. Go shower, now. I'll bring you clean clothes in a few minutes. Sky nodded. Okay, going in. And absolutely no peeking. She'd barely taken 2 steps when she spun around and fixed me with pure suspicion. Levi, you didn't put any cameras in the bathroom, did you? What kind of thoughts are running through that head of yours, Sky? We've been best friends for 3 years. Is there really zero basic trust between us? What I actually wanted to say was, Sky. Oh, Sky. Even with your own best friend, you're this guarded? My eyes drifted on their own, from her face. Slowly, inevitably downward. Those legs of hers were genuinely something. Pale, slender, perfectly shaped. Shame about the chest, though. Sky followed my gaze downward, and understood immediately. Her little face flushed a furious, blazing red. Levi! Just you wait. Girls change a lot at 18. We only get better with age. Once I get home, I'm having my mom make me papaya smoothies every single day, 2 straight months. And then you'll be sorry. And with that, she bolted into the bathroom and slammed the door. Looking at her soaking wet clothes piled on the floor, I decided to head out to the mall anyway. I'd get her something new. I hadn't even made it halfway there when my mom called. Mason, honey, the whole family's getting together tonight at the Meridian. We're throwing a little celebration for you. Be there at 8 sharp, don't be late. Of course, Mom. Right then, it suddenly hit me. Sky was still back at my place. A mischievous idea formed instantly. If I brought her along, my mom's reaction would be absolutely priceless. Oh, actually, Mom, there's this classmate of mine I'm really close with. She bought the wrong train ticket, so she might have to stay at our place tonight. I was thinking of bringing her along. Is that okay with you? A dorm friend? Of course, no problem at all. But we only have 2 bedrooms, so when it comes to sleeping arrangements, she'll just have to share a room with you. Give her a heads up beforehand. Ask if she's comfortable with that. I've got a customer walking into the shop. I'll talk to you later. See you tonight, sweetheart. See you tonight, Mason. I finished the shopping and headed back to the living room. Sky had just finished her shower. She came padding out wearing one of my oversized t-shirts, completely swimming in it. The next second, her eyes landed and stopped on the shopping bag in my hand. Levi, what's in the bag? Her eyes lit up instantly, like a hungry little kitten zeroing in on its target. Is it snacks? Give me a taste, right now. My stomach is completely empty. But when she bounced over eagerly and saw that the bag was full of clothes, she froze mid-step. Levi, too. Why is everything in here? Girls' clothes? Did you buy these for me? I nodded. Your clothes are all soaked, aren't they? Try them on, see if they fit. Levi, you are literally the best friend I have ever had. You treat me so ridiculously well. This must have cost a pretty penny, though. I'll Venmo you later. I quickly waved her off. Don't even worry about it. It wasn't that much at all. Just grab something quick. A few bucks, seriously. The reason I said that was because I knew Sky far too well. If she ever found out that I'd actually spent a couple $100s on it, she would stop at nothing to pay me back every single cent. Even a few bucks, I'm not complaining. I'm going to change right now. It didn't take long. Sky came out of the room looking fresh, the new outfit fitting her perfectly. She gave a playful little spin right in front of me. Levi, do I look good? I looked her over slowly, top to bottom, then delivered my verdict with complete seriousness. Nice outfit. Nice outfit? Sky's expression dropped instantly. Both hands flew to her hips. There is a drop-dead gorgeous girl standing right here in front of you, and all you can focus on is the clothes? Is it really that hard to just admit I look beautiful, Levi? She pouted, shooting me a thoroughly offended glare. Looking at her adorably pouty expression, I laughed out loud. Sky, what I meant was, the outfit is great, sure, but at the end of the day, it's all about who's wearing it. Now that's what I'm talking about. You really do have taste, Levi. Stop. Don't flatter me like that. I'll actually start believing my own hype. Oh, by the way, Sky, my mom is throwing a little dinner party for me tonight. Come with me. I already mentioned you to her. Sure. Sky's face lit up with immediate, unfiltered excitement. Perfect timing. I'm starving anyway. When do we leave? Exactly the answer I'd predicted. This was what I loved most about her, that completely carefree, uncomplicated spirit. It made the whole winning her over part almost effortlessly easy. 8 o'clock. Just wait for me to shower and we're out the door. 2.5 minutes later, the two of us headed straight to the Meridian. But when we were actually standing outside the private dining room door, every last trace of Sky's earlier boldness evaporated on the spot. She went rigid with nerves, tugging at the hem of my shirt, whispering, Levi, what am I even supposed to say when I meet your parents? I'm kind of freaking out here. What is there to be nervous about? Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet the in-laws sooner or later. Sky responded on pure instinct. I mean, that's technically not wrong. But the moment the words fully registered in her own brain, her face turned a blazing, mortified red. Wait, you're the ugly one, not me. I'm adorable. Like, objectively stunning, obviously. And who said anything about being your wife? Levi, I think of you as a friend. And you're out here already thinking of me as your wife. I knew there was a reason you'd been so nice to me lately. You had an agenda this whole time. Confess, right now. I couldn't be bothered with her flustered little outburst. I pushed the private dining room door open. Around the large round table inside sat a full house of family members, all there to celebrate the end of my college entrance exams and my smooth graduation. Mason. My mom, Linda, jumped to her feet immediately. You're here. Come in, come in. You were the only one we were waiting on. But when everyone caught sight of the small figure peeking out from behind me, that shy, curious little head, the entire room went dead silent. A girl? Word was, the school beauty at this age was exactly this adorably oblivious and effortlessly charming. So that very evening, I wasted no time bringing her in front of my parents, already calculating in the back of my mind exactly how to coax this wonderful, clueless girl into becoming my wife. Linda was staring hard at the doorway, where Sky was peeking in, wide-eyed and curious. She looked like her brain was about to short-circuit. She genuinely could not believe that her son, barely finished with high school, had already brought a girl home. My boy. The very next second, Linda strode forward with full, unstoppable maternal energy, taking Sky's hands in both of hers. Welcome, welcome. What's your name, sweetheart? Linda was practically vibrating with excitement, glancing left and right, tossing me a very proud, very approving look over her shoulder. Kid's got taste. That's my son, all right. At the same time, my dad quietly sidled up beside me and gave me a very discreet thumbs up. Not bad, son. You really pulled this off. Way smoother than I ever was at your age. Come on, tell me. What's her name? I cleared my throat. Her name is Sky. Just call her Sky, Mom. Right, Sky? Linda broke into the biggest, warmest smile, ear to ear, absolutely radiant. What a beautiful name. And she's even more adorable than the name itself. By this point, Sky was so tense, she was on the verge of a cold sweat. Linda's warm, overwhelming enthusiasm was almost more than she could take. Her brain had essentially stopped functioning altogether. I glanced over at Sky, practically steaming with anxiety right beside me, and quickly stepped in to rescue her. Sky, let me make a quick introduction. This is my mom. But she was so completely frazzled. That Sky instinctively turned toward Linda. And just said it. Linda froze too. That's my mom she's calling. You can't quite call her that just yet. Sky caught herself a half-second too late, her face going scarlet in an instant. No, I mean, ma'am. Hi, ma'am. It's so wonderful to meet you, ma'am. Linda pressed her lips together, barely holding back a laugh. This girl, she thought, is absolutely delightful. I pressed on with the introductions. And one more. This is my dad. I deliberately poked at Sky while I said it. You're not going to call him Dad this time too, are you? Sky elbowed me firmly in the ribs, hissing under her breath. Levi, stop trying to get me killed. You're enjoying every second of this, aren't you? To cut through the awkwardness, Sky took a steadying breath and struck up a conversation with my dad herself. Unfortunately, the moment she opened her mouth, it became another magnificent disaster. Excuse me, sir. What's your last name? My dad nearly choked on his own words, but gamely played along with a perfectly straight face. I should be honored you even asked. Wow, what a coincidence, Levi. Your dad has the same last name as you? Sky was genuinely so flustered that her words had stopped making any sense at all. Thankfully, Linda read the room immediately and swept in to save the moment. All right, enough standing around. Everyone's here, so let's eat. Sit down, everyone. And once they were all seated, Sky wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the floor and disappear into it. What on earth did I just say out there? That was genuinely the most embarrassing moment of my entire life. Sky, honey, eat up. Eat up. Don't be shy. Just make yourself completely at home. Linda settled herself warmly right beside Sky, chopsticks barely pausing for a breath, piling food into her bowl, one generous, heaping scoop after another. Sky felt so thoroughly spoiled and doted on that she was almost overwhelmed. She rushed to say thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Linda waved a hand with a playful little eye roll, already teasing again. Honestly, that mom from earlier sounded a whole lot better to me. Sky's face turned the color of a ripe tomato instantly. She shook her head rapidly. Ma'am, I really can't. That would be so inappropriate. I've already embarrassed myself enough tonight. I turned and caught her flustered expression, deliberately pushing further. What's inappropriate about it? Aren't we best friends? Doesn't that basically make my mom your mom too? Sky, listen to me say all of this with such a completely straight face, and somehow actually started to fall for it. Her brow furrowed thoughtfully. That's actually kind of hard to argue with. After dinner, on the drive home, Linda settled into the passenger seat and said casually, Sky, honey, our place is a little tight. Only 2 bedrooms. So tonight, it looks like you'll just have to share a room with Mason. Even though I had already explained to Linda that Sky and I were just classmates, there was no way Linda was buying that. What kind of normal classmate? Run straight to a guy's house the second graduation is over? Clearly they were more than friends. So she'd said it on purpose, just to see how Sky would react. Sky went completely still. Sure, she and I were as close as siblings, but at the end of the day, she was still a girl. There was no way she could just casually share a room with a boy. In the span of about 15 seconds, Sky's brain ran through approximately 800 different disaster scenarios. What if Levi had been planning something all along, and in the middle of the night, he suddenly turned into a whole different person? Wouldn't that be walking straight into the wolf's den? But almost as quickly, she talked herself back down. No. 3 whole years. Levi's character had always been solid. He's not that kind of guy. But the part about him secretly having feelings for her, that part felt entirely possible. And so, Sky gave a slow, dazed little nod, which left Linda genuinely stunned. She had not expected Sky to actually agree. Had these two already gotten that far along? The moment we got back to the room, Sky crept over to me with a giggling, conspiratorial grin. Okay, Levi, look, I know I'm adorable and all that, but don't forget, we are best friends. You need to keep yourself in check. Don't you dare pull anything while I'm asleep. And then she deliberately stepped closer, watching my face to see how I'd react. I immediately held up a hand to stop her. I fixed her with the most serious expression I could manage. Sky, testing a man's self-control like that is a direct assault on the sacred foundation of our friendship. What I was really thinking was, if I let even the tiniest bit of what I actually feel slip through, this girl would bolt out the door before I could blink. Sky looked at me, playing the perfect gentleman, and finally let out a long, relieved breath. Okay, tonight is going to be just fine. No need to sleep with one eye open. She broke into a soft little giggle, winking at me. Levi Phi 2 doesn't matters and the bolt chains. Why are you looking at me like that? You're scaring me, you know. I was caught somewhere between annoyed and amused. This sneaky little troublemaker. Sky tilted her head, blinking with exaggerated innocence. Is that a compliment? Yes it is, I said flatly. Absolutely a compliment. I threw my hands up helplessly. Now go to sleep. When Sky first lay down, she was surprisingly well behaved, perfectly still, looking genuinely kind of adorable. But somewhere around midnight, she transformed into a full-blown octopus, arms and legs tangling and wrapping around me non-stop. And while I was deep in the middle of a perfectly good dream, she suddenly launched a kick with full force. I went flying off the bed like a sandbag. The crash of me hitting the floor jolted Sky awake. She rubbed her hazy, half-open eyes and saw me sprawled out flat on the ground. Her brain snapped into focus immediately. Levi? Oh my God, I'm so sorry. This is literally all my fault. Sky had always slept like this. Even in a big bed all to herself, she regularly managed to roll straight off the edge. She looked at me with the most pitiful expression. I'm really sorry, Levi. I know, I sleep terribly. My mom used to sleep with me sometimes. I've kicked her off the bed more than once. I let out a helpless laugh. All right. Get back up here and go back to sleep. Looked at me with those suddenly glistening eyes. Genuinely moved. Levi, you are so incredibly good to me. I honestly thought you were going to be mad. A second later, she was grinning again. If we weren't, a guy and a girl, I would genuinely kiss you right now. After that, Sky climbed back into bed like a good little kid, and for the rest of the night, she was mercifully still. When early morning finally came, the first thin rays of sunlight slipped through the curtain gap and fell across her face. Sky stirred slowly and dragged herself out of bed. She padded into the kitchen, yawning every other step, stumbling slightly as she went, and found me already busy at the stove. Levi, where are your parents? Haven't seen them. I smiled and turned around. They run a shop in the commercial district. Have to open early, so they left before sunrise. Ah, that makes sense. Sky rubbed her stomach. So, what are we having this morning? Do we need to go out and grab something? I pulled a few things from the fridge and started working the cutting board with easy, practiced movements. I'll just throw something together. Save us the trip. Sky stared at me with wide, genuinely shocked eyes, studying me from head to toe for a long moment. No way, Levi, don't tell me you can actually cook? Like, for real? If I eat your cooking, will I make it out alive? I gave her a long-suffering look, then tilted my head toward the counter. There's cash on the table. If you'd rather, you can go downstairs and buy breakfast yourself. No, Levi, I was joking, I swear. Sky immediately started backpedaling, clasping her hands together. She pulled out every silly, over-the-top expression she had. I can't believe you actually know how to cook. I absolutely have to try it. I need to see exactly what Levi's bringing to the table. Not long after, I set down a plate of piping hot tomato and egg scramble, the kind of dish everyone knows how to make. Nearly impossible to mess up. Sky picked up a bite with half-hearted skepticism, put it in her mouth, and the next second, her eyes absolutely lit up. The flavor was better than she'd ever expected. Oh my God, Levi, she gasped dramatically. How did you even make this? This is insanely good. Whoever ends up with you is going to be the luckiest person alive. Compared to this, Jockey as Enrex, Pot Cello, 40 Rs, my mom's cooking is honestly criminal. Sky kept piling on the compliments, but her chopsticks never once slowed down. By the time she came up for air, the entire plate was spotless. I stared at the empty dish, completely dumbfounded. Sky, that is genuinely rude. You didn't leave me a single bite. Sky laughed, a little sheepish. I'm sorry. It was just so good I couldn't stop myself. I didn't mean to finish the whole thing, I swear. But Levi, you can't be mad at me, because I'm going home today. You won't get to see me for a while, so you should be soaking up every last second with me. But if you really can't bear to let me go, I suppose I could stay one more night. She said it while already pulling out her phone to book a ticket, but just as she was about to tap confirm, her mom's number flashed across the screen. Sky, baby. Mom needs to tell you something. Your dad and I are heading out of the country. The voice on the other end was practically buzzing with excitement. We've been waiting so long for summer break. Your dad and I have decided to take a 2-month second honeymoon abroad. Your dad promised me a long time ago. Once you finished your entrance exams, he'd take me away for 2 months. Well, you're done now. So this time, he's making good on that promise. Come home soon, okay? Under the pillow in the bedroom. There's $10,000 in cash I left for you. More than enough to cover everything for 2 months. Alright, they're boarding the plane now. Gotta go. Love you. Click. The line went dead. Sky stood there in total bewilderment, completely frozen in place. She hadn't managed to get out a single word. She was starting to seriously suspect she was an afterthought in her own family. Okay, so now what? Both parents gone. Going back to an empty house alone didn't exactly sound appealing. As that thought settled in, Sky slowly turned her eyes toward me. What if I just stayed here for the whole summer? Sky had barely finished processing that her parents had left the country, leaving her completely on her own, when that wounded puppy dog look swung my way. Levi, can I just stay at your place for the summer? You're planning to go to college in the city anyway, right? I applied to the same school as you. When the time comes, we can move in together. I looked at the hopeful, expectant look on her face, and quietly did the math in my head. I'd just been handed a second chance at life after all. Of course I wanted to be near her as much as possible. So I nodded. Fine, let me think about it. But the words had barely left my mouth when Sky jumped up on the spot with pure, unfiltered joy. Oh, yes, Levi. You said yes. I knew you were the best. I stood there staring at her, speechless. Sky, I said I was still thinking about it. She grinned back at me. Take all the time you need, Levi. I'll wait as long as it takes. Barely 5 minutes after breakfast was done, Sky had already rolled up her sleeves and gotten to work, washing dishes, mopping the floor, the whole thing. She hummed to herself while scrubbing away at the sink, doing quiet calculations in the back of her mind. If I'm this hard-working and helpful, Levi would feel pretty bad saying no. Watching Sky tackle all the dishes without being asked, I was more than happy to kick back and let her. That was when my phone buzzed on the couch. I reached over and picked it up. A woman's voice, smooth and professional, came through the line, introducing herself as the general manager of Enchant Internet Cafe. It turned out that the moment I came back to life, I had awakened the ability to collect emotional energy. This Enchant Internet Cafe was the system's reward for harvesting. Sky's shock and awe from the night before. Am I speaking with Mr. Mason? After more than 10 minutes of back and forth on the phone, I hung up and started getting ready to head out. Just then, Sky came out of the kitchen, every dish gleaming, the floor swept and spotless without a trace of dust. Honestly, nothing to complain about. She planted both hands on her hips, looking unbearably proud. Levi, say something nice. I did all the dishes and cleaned the whole place. Given this stellar performance, what's the verdict? Before I could even open my mouth, she was already asking again. Oh, right. Levi, who just called you? Was that your mom? Not really, just an acquaintance. We're meeting at the Starbucks across from the square to talk business. I need to head out for a bit. Sky. While you're at it, swing by the grocery store downstairs and grab some essentials. You're staying 2 months after all. You should at least have your own stuff around. Yeah, fair enough. Sky nodded first, then suddenly caught herself. Wait, hold on, Levi. Does that mean you're officially letting me stay? Levi, you really are my absolute best friend. I love you to death. I knew you couldn't say no to me. Relax. Sky, I can't promise much. But my character? 100% trustworthy. The housework, I've got it all covered. As she said it, she gave her chest a proud little pat. All right, stop patting. There's nothing there to pat anyway. Sky froze for a beat, then put the pieces together. She turned on me with righteous indignation. Levi, what is that supposed to mean? You do not get to comment on my figure. Just you wait. I'm going to that grocery store and buying a mountain of papaya to eat every single day. 2 months from now, you won't even recognize me. You'll be absolutely speechless. After that, the two of us headed downstairs together. Sky made a beeline for the nearby grocery store to stock up, while I caught a ride to meet the manager of Enchant Internet Cafe. We talked for nearly a full hour before wrapping up. I was barely on my way home. When my phone rang, it was Sky. Levi, didn't you say you'd be back quickly? It's been over an hour. What is taking you so long? You still have the house keys, you know? She had been standing outside the door this whole time, clutching a giant bag of papaya, muttering to herself the entire time. I've got 2 full months of summer break. I am eating papaya every single day without fail. Just wait and see what a difference that makes. Hearing Sky grumble through the phone, I quickly cut in. Okay. Stay right there. I'm almost there. Not long after, my car pulled up to the entrance of the complex. One glance and I spotted Sky waiting right there. Levi, finally, you're back. I've been standing here for a whole hour. The plastic bag is basically cutting off the circulation in my hand. It hurts so much. I couldn't help but laugh, exasperated. It's just a bag. Why didn't you just set it down and rest? Was that really so hard? Sky grinned, completely unbothered. Just you wait, Levi. 2 months from now, I guarantee you'll be shocked. I laughed and played along. Fine, if that actually happens. I'll take you to Disneyland for 3 days straight. Sky's eyes went wide. Levi, yeah? You said that? That's a promise. No taking it back. Oh, speaking of which, who did you go see just now? Do I know them? Guy or girl? Please don't tell me it was actually a girl. Before I could even get a word in, that little mind of hers had already taken off in a million directions. Levi, you didn't go meet a secret girlfriend behind my back, did you? Come on, spill it. Who talks to someone for over an hour like that? I kept it vague. Didn't I already tell you? Just a friend. She immediately pressed harder. Guy friend or girlfriend? I gave up completely. Guy friend. Guy. What is going on inside that head of yours every single day? Well, I can't be sure about that. All I know is, you spend every day next to a girl as gorgeous as me, and you don't seem even the slightest bit tempted. So honestly, I'm starting to wonder if you like guys. Guy friend or girlfriend. At this point, honestly, who even knows? Listen to yourself. What kind of logic is that? Sky, you question my preferences every single day. What exactly are you implying? Nothing. Just reminding you that a girl as beautiful as me is standing right here beside you. Don't let your mind wander somewhere it shouldn't. Levi, if you ever really did end up with a guy, if that ever got out, do you think Sky's reputation could survive that? I was so thoroughly turned around by her nonsense, I didn't know where to start. What does any of that have to do with you? She launched into a completely straight-faced breakdown. Obviously, it has everything to do with me. Levi, think about it. We've been inseparable, 3 whole years, side by side. And then it turns out you're into guys? Wouldn't that basically prove I have, absolutely, zero feminine appeal whatsoever? I'd never live it down. The look on Sky's face, dead serious, completely committed to the bit, made me burst out laughing. How are you saying all of this with a straight face? Relax. First, there is 0 chance I'm going to end up with a guy. Oh, good. That's a relief. Sky walked beside me, grinning that goofy grin of hers. I walked ahead, and Sky fell into step right behind me like a little tail. Arms completely full of groceries, chin carefully balanced on top of a carton of milk. I was about to reach out and take some of it from her, when she quickly waved me off. No need. I've got it, Levi. You don't think I can manage? And just like that, she followed me into the living room. Sky dropped everything onto the floor with a thud, then immediately poured herself a glass of water and drank it in one long, desperate gulp. I'm absolutely wiped out. All that stuff was so heavy, and I carried it home by myself, dragged it all the way up the stairs in one go. Levi, aren't I impressive? Say something nice. I calmly gave her a thumbs up, then dropped onto the couch and started scrolling through my phone. Sky glanced at my phone and said, "Oh right, Levi. It's almost 10 o'clock. Still an hour or 2 before lunch. Let's go downtown this afternoon. That hot pot place across from the square. Or we could do BBQ, either works. Come on, Levi, decide. What are you feeling? Lunch is on me today. I'm not exactly broke, you know." Sky patted her chest generously. "Just say the word. I'm honestly good with anything. BBQ then. The smell alone is enough to sell me." Sky's eyes lit up. She was just about to say something when my phone suddenly rang. The caller was Dylan. He was one of my closest guys from the past 3 years. "Levi, where are you? Get over here and play games with us. Me and Zach are at Enchant Internet Cafe, 4th floor, downtown. Room 401, hurry up, man, we just survived exams. We finally get to breathe. Sitting at home is killing me. Come on, let's hit some ranked matches later. I'll show you just how good I've gotten." Dylan was the undisputed king of trash talk. When it came to gaming, the commentary never stopped. But his actual skills were consistently the worst in the group. Combine that with his over-the-top personality, and you never quite knew how the game would go. But the energy? Absolutely explosive. Guaranteed. Either way, exams were done and I had nothing but free time. I agreed without hesitation. Room 401, got it. I'm on my way. That's what I'm talking about, Levi. Don't take forever. Just show up. Don't worry about food. Me and Zach have everything covered. Sprite, Coke, spicy chips, instant noodles were fully stocked. I'd barely hung up when Sky drifted over, curious. What's going on? Who called, Levi? Are you going out again? It's barely been one morning. You've got quite the social calendar. And you say you don't have a girlfriend. It's Dylan and Zach. They want me to come play games at the internet cafe. Oh, those two. Which internet cafe? Sky looked at me with wide, genuinely hopeful eyes, asking in her most pitiful voice, can I come? Levi, please let me come with you. I'm this old, and I've never once been to an internet cafe. Please, Levi, I'm begging you. Just let me experience the thrill of it once. Sky was genuinely, spectacularly oblivious sometimes. Not just in normal conversation. Even that last sentence nearly made me choke. Sky, what exactly is going through your head? It's just an internet cafe. You really didn't need to put it that way. Could you maybe choose your words a little more carefully? But Sky just looked back at me with total innocence, genuinely not understanding what she'd said wrong. She was still at that blissfully unaware age. After all, not quite on my level of reading between the lines. Sky stared at me with a thoroughly confused expression. What's wrong, Levi? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? I just want you to take me with you. Is that really such a big deal? Besides, we're best friends. Is it really normal to go out and not bring your best friend along? Fine, if it helps. I'll cover the computer time and all the snacks. But there's only one condition. You absolutely have to take me. Sky held up one finger, pointing directly at herself with complete conviction. She had me somewhere between laughing and crying. Did I say I wasn't taking you? The moment she heard that, Sky's whole face just completely opened up. Pure, uncontainable joy. Ha, Levi, you are genuinely the most loyal person I know. You take me everywhere. Truly the best friend a girl could ask for. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Sky was buzzing with excitement, like a kid sneaking out to do something they definitely shouldn't. Levi, you know what? This is literally my first time ever going to an internet cafe. If I don't understand something later, you are not allowed to laugh at me. No promises. Once we get there, I'm absolutely going to laugh at you. Levi, you're the worst. Sky was still smiling that goofy smile, and the words slipped out before she could stop them. But she caught herself immediately. Levi, what is your problem? Do you always have to go against everything I say? Can't you just play along for once? After that, Sky pressed her lips into a pout and let out a small, offended huff, but she snapped right back into excited mode. All right, Levi, we shouldn't keep Dylan and Zach waiting. Let's get moving. I want to see what an internet cafe actually looks like. So Sky and I flagged down a cab and headed straight toward the city center square. Sky turned to me from the back seat. Hey, actually, Levi, which internet cafe did they say? Is it the Enchant one across from the square? Sky wasn't originally from this side of town, but 3 years of high school here had made her plenty familiar with the area. The whole way to downtown, Sky's mouth didn't stop for a second. Levi, do you think running an internet cafe actually makes good money? Especially in a prime location like downtown. Before long, the cab pulled up and we arrived. The moment we stepped out, Sky immediately dove for her wallet to pay the fare. 3 years of being close friends with me, and she had always been shamelessly generous when it came to spending on me. Every single time we went out, she was the one who paid. I have to say, Sky spent money on me with an absolute ease and cheerfulness. That was frankly stunning. Not even a blink. Not a single ounce of hesitation. Take that mobile game that had been huge for 2 years. We'll run together. Every character that could be unlocked with real money had already been bought and fully loaded on my account. Every single one of them, topped up by Sky. When you got down to it, Sky was just that kind of person, a pure, unconditional giver. Being good to the people she cared about was genuinely enough to make her happy. She suddenly remembered and turned to me. Oh right, Levi, you used to be absolutely obsessed with Run Together. I put so much money into that game for you. Did you just quit? Moved on to League of Legends. Sky had never played it herself, but she'd heard the name before. That game, supposedly the biggest online PC game out there right now. Her eyes lit up as she looked at me. Levi, can you spend money on League of Legends too? I've never played it, but I can definitely top it up for you. When we get to the cafe, I'll sit right next to you and watch. Pick it up as I go. With my level of intelligence, I'll have it figured out in a few minutes flat. Sky said all of this with absolute, unshakable confidence. Hearing her make these bold declarations, I was somewhere between amused and genuinely helpless. Most teenagers are a little childish, that's normal. But Sky's particular brand of teenage obliviousness was something else entirely, a living, breathing comedy in real time. This level of endearing cluelessness was genuinely rare. She was out here fighting to top up my video games. In that moment, I made a quiet, private vow. Since I'd been given a second shot at life, I would never let this wonderfully oblivious girl down again. I would pay back every single thing I owed her from the life before. And how exactly would I make it up to her? Simple, by giving her a summer she'd never forget. 98 days, all hers. Not long after, the two of us crossed the square and arrived at the front entrance of Enchant Internet Cafe. Sky pointed at the sign and looked at me. Levi, this is the one, right? We made it. I knew the place, so I led the way in. Sky fell into step right behind me like a little shadow. The two of us headed up to the 4th floor, pushed open the door to the private room, and were immediately greeted by Dylan and Zach. Deep in a ranked match, cursing out their teammates at full volume, keyboards getting slammed every few minutes. The whole scene was pure, glorious chaos. The second they spotted me, they both swarmed over. Levi, finally, we've been waiting on you. Just you, man. That last ranked match was an absolute disaster. Our teammates were so bad, I almost put my fist through the keyboard. But almost immediately, both of their gazes drifted past me and landed on Sky standing behind me. They both froze completely. Sky, why is she here and with you? Inside room 401 at Enchant Internet Cafe, Dylan and Zach stared at me, buzzing with curiosity. Levi, don't tell me Sky actually slept at your place last night. The two of them weren't letting it go, pressing from every angle. Levi, she seriously spent the night at your place? You two have already gotten that far? That's wild. Since when have you two been secretly dating? And you had us convinced you were just friends. Levi, something this huge and you didn't say a word? Keeping it from us too, that's seriously not cool. Zach piled on immediately. For real, Levi. 3 years of high school, the three of us were iron brothers. Closer than close. Didn't we swear to each other? Lifelong bachelors. Grow old together, move into the same retirement home, flirt with the old ladies, do group square dancing, play chess, drink tea. That's the dream retirement right there. And now you're betraying the brotherhood? So now, it's just the two of us left out here alone? Zach wore his most dramatically devastated expression. And the worst part is, of all the people you could have gone for, it had to be your own best friend of 3 years. Isn't there some rule about not going after someone that close to home? Levi, how could you? Looking at the two of them pulling off their most scandalized faces, I shook my head helplessly. You guys have it all wrong. It's nothing like that. Sky just didn't want to go home. And she absolutely insisted on staying at my place, so I said fine. She basically refused to let go. The words had barely left my mouth when Sky jabbed me hard in the ribs with her elbow. She pressed her lips together with clear displeasure. Levi, stop making things up. What do you mean I didn't want to go home and insisted on staying? And refused to let go? Really? Levi, the way you put it makes it sound like I was chasing after you. It was pouring rain. I bought the wrong ticket, and I'd never stayed in a hotel alone before. You've been my best friend all 3 years of high school. Of course, you were the first person I called. I laughed. Well, it's basically the same thing. How is it the same? It is nothing like that. Saying, I refuse to let go. Someone who didn't know better would think I had feelings for you. Begged you is the correct version, thank you. Dylan and Zach slowly started to piece it together. Oh, so we had it completely backwards. We thought you two had been sneaking around this whole time. I dropped into the empty seat next to Dylan, and Sky settled right in beside me. She gave a cheerful little nod and a goofy grin, swinging her legs playfully in the chair. In that moment, Sky was unbearably cute, especially the way her personality just made her the natural-born comedian of any room. Meanwhile, Dylan and Zach, sitting nearby, watched the easy, familiar way the two of us interacted, then quietly exchanged a look. Nothing was said, but everything was understood. This was not how regular friends acted. Besides, everyone knew there was no such thing as purely platonic feelings between a guy and a girl, unless one of them was genuinely unattractive. They had already made up their minds. Once the summer job wrapped up at Enchant Internet Cafe, they were going to pull me aside and take me out for a proper meal. And then they were going to get the truth out of me. Exactly what I actually felt about Sky. Levi, come on. Log in already. Let's run a ranked match. That last game, our teammates were genuinely hopeless. Watching their mechanics actually made my brain hurt. My computer could have played better. I quickly logged into my League account. After all, I was carrying decades of memories from a full lifetime. I'd played this game more than a little in my previous life. When it came to skill level, I wouldn't claim I could beat professional players. But against regular players, it wasn't even a contest. Taking them down was practically effortless. Right after, I queued up for a ranked match with Dylan and Zach. Sky sat obediently by my side, watching my every move with sharp, focused eyes, quietly trying to pick up a few tricks so I'd take her along eventually. Levi, I'm hungry. I want some chips. I kept my hands moving on the keyboard, not even looking up. Go ahead. I'll open the bag for you. Or should I just feed you? Sky, being the little shadow that she was, tore open the bag herself and broke off a piece, holding it up right next to my mouth. There you go, Levi. Is it good? You should be grateful to have a friend like me. You focus on the game. I'll handle the feeding. Sky grinned, already breaking off another piece. One more? Come on, open up. She held out the next piece. The whole scene left Dylan and Zach staring beside me, absolutely speechless. Sky's personality was genuinely something else. And the way she'd treated me for all 3 years of high school, everyone had seen it with their own eyes, especially every guy in class. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't envy me. Having Sky as your best friend, not only was she a fantastic person, but she was absolutely stunning on top of it. And on top of everything else, she was always slipping me money. Having a best friend like that, honestly, a guy could die single and still count himself lucky. Dylan and Zach were lost in exactly these thoughts, when a panicked shriek blasted through their headsets. I'm dead. Levi, save me right now. My fingers flew across the keyboard, executing a clean, seamless combo, fluid as water, smooth as smoke. 2 enemy champions went down instantly. Double kill. Dylan and Zach erupted immediately. Levi, your mechanics are insane. Since when have you been grinding in secret? You're way stronger than before. It's not even close. Not long after, kill notifications kept lighting up the screen. Triple kill, quadra kill, pentakill. Dylan and Zach stood watching beside me, completely mesmerized. Dude, Levi, you're actually a god. Watching their dramatically over-the-top reactions, Sky kept gasping in genuine awe. Wow! Levi, since when did you get this good? Sky sat right beside me, looking at me with pure admiration. Levi, I don't really understand what's happening, but I can tell you're playing really, really well. That's so you. She gave her chip bag a little shake. Want more? No thanks. Can you open that Coke for me? I want a sip. Sure. Sky nodded cooperatively, picked up the Coke bottle, and started twisting the cap. But her hands were too weak. It just wouldn't budge. Finally, out of pure frustration, she went straight for it, and tried to bite the cap off with her teeth. Sky, what are you doing? It's fine. I'm opening it for you. She threw every last bit of strength she had into it, convinced her teeth were about to snap clean off, and finally twisted that stubborn cap loose. Got it. When strength fails, teeth prevail. Here, Levi, drink up. Dylan and Zach beside us stared in complete, dumbstruck silence. Forget my insane game mechanics. Right now, the two of them were even more envious of me for having a best friend like Sky. Gorgeous, and on top of that, genuinely devoted. If either of them had a girl like this, they'd have made a move a long time ago. Sky looked at me with hopeful, expectant eyes. Levi, I basically just sacrificed my teeth to open that for you. They're practically shattered. Let me play in the next round, okay? Teach me. Sure, go ahead and log in. You can use your Google account to sign in, right? So under my guidance, Sky got through the registration and login without a hitch. In no time, we were queued up as a team. Sky gripped the mouse with her right hand, her left hand sitting stiffly on the keyboard, looking like she was about to defuse a bomb. Levi, what do I do? I walked her through every step of the entire game patiently. By the time the match was over, I had been covering and protecting her the whole way through, carrying her all the way to a smooth, easy win. I glanced at the clock. Somehow, it was already almost 11 in the morning. Sky rubbed her stomach. and looked up at me with the most pitiful expression. Levi, it's lunchtime. I'm starving. Let's go find somewhere to eat. My treat. Whatever you want. ABQ, right? Let's go. Right at that moment, two system options appeared in front of me. Option 1, go to lunch with Sky. Suggest to Sky that before the school year starts, the two of us go to a rooftop revolving restaurant downtown for a proper meal. Catch Sky completely off guard. Trigger her genuine shock and surprise. Mission reward. 1 guaranteed draw. Guaranteed high-value prize. No consolation prizes. No thanks for playing. Option 2, skip lunch, keep gaming. Reward. 1 breakfast shop. Faced with these two options, there was absolutely no contest. I was choosing the first one. I didn't even hesitate for a second. Either option, choosing neither would be disrespecting what the system had put on the table, especially when the first option came with a guaranteed draw. No consolation prize, no thanks for playing. As for the breakfast shop, a reward that small barely registered on Mason's radar. Just a few more days, and the investment project he'd bought into would return 200 times its original value. The payout would be somewhere close to 20 million. One little breakfast shop was nothing in comparison. Option 1, obviously. Decision made. I gave a simple, easy answer. Sure, let's go. I'm actually a little hungry myself. Let's head downstairs and grab food first. Dylan, Zach, what about you two? Dylan and Zach shook their heads. We're staying put. We've got plenty of snacks already. That's lunch for us. Besides, starting tomorrow, we officially begin our part-time management shifts here, running cigarettes, food, and drinks up and down for customers. Today's the last day we get to sit here as actual customers. Might as well enjoy it. I nodded. Fair enough. Then Sky and I will head out first. Yeah, go on, you two go. After Sky and I made our way downstairs and left the cafe, Dylan and Zach stayed behind in room 401, loading up another match. When something came up mid-game, Dylan said, "Oh right, Zach. This morning, when we came in to handle the paperwork and sign up for our management shifts, did you catch what the cleaning lady next to us was saying? Apparently, Enchant Internet Cafe was bought out today by some major investor." Zach kept his hands moving on the mouse and keyboard. Yeah, I heard that too. Rich people everywhere these days. Wonder when the two of us will ever get anywhere close to that level. And not just regular rich, either. Enchant Internet Cafe. The monthly net profit on this place has to be serious money. Whoever could afford to just buy it outright is absolutely loaded. A genuine big shot. Look at some people. Just rolls in and buys out the whole cafe like it's nothing. That kind of money is on another level. And then there's us, sitting here in part-time jobs. Depressing comparison. Alright, take what you can get. At least the pay is decent, once we get that first paycheck. Let's take Levi out for a proper meal, go all out. But what neither of them had any idea about was that the person they'd just been talking about, the big shot who'd bought out the entire cafe, was actually the same guy who'd been sitting right next to them all along, grinding ranked matches with them for the past 2 rounds. That guy was me. I couldn't help but wonder what their faces would look like when they finally put it together. Guy and I left Enchant Internet Cafe and walked straight across the square to the BBQ spot on the other side. It wasn't a big place, but the food was genuinely good. It did a solid, steady crowd. Evenings, especially, you'd sometimes have to wait in line just to get a table. The two of us found a spot and sat down. Sky gave my shoulder a cheerful pat, grinning that goofy grin of hers. Levi, order whatever you want. Your girl is picking up the tab today. Excuse me, can we order? Sky called out to the owner, then turned back to me. You were clearly staring at me just now, and you still won't admit it. After getting that in, Sky flashed that same easy smile and continued. Levi seriously, order anything you want, as much as you like. Sky patted her chest with an air of grand generosity. Every bit the big spender. And honestly, that part was genuinely true. Had grown up in a comfortable, well-off household, and had never once worried about money. Spending came naturally and easily to her, especially when it came to me. Even with her own roommates, Sky had never been anywhere near this generous. Because of this, all throughout their college years, her roommates had made more than a few comments about it. All in good fun, of course, not genuinely complaining. It was more that everyone just couldn't wrap their heads around why Sky was so endlessly free with her money when it came to me, yet comparatively stingy with them. Talk about ditching your girls for a guy, they'd tease. And every single time, Sky would fire back. Ditching my girls for a guy? Seriously? Can you please use your words correctly? Levi and I are best friends. Don't you dare take your grubby little imaginations and drag our perfectly wholesome friendship through the mud. Levi and I are going to be best friends for life. It will never become whatever twisted thing you're picturing. And stop coming at me every single day with, guys and girls can't be just friends. I will prove every last one of you wrong. No matter what anyone said, that a guy and a girl couldn't stay purely platonic. Sky refused to believe it. She was absolutely certain they could. Don't believe me? Just wait and see. Once, a roommate had even lobbed back a joke, throwing out the line. So even after you two have kids someday, you're still going to call it a purely platonic friendship? Absolutely. 100% platonic. Obviously. Before long, the owner of the BBQ place came over. He was a middle-aged man, somewhere in his mid-40s, a little stocky, but radiating warmth and genuine friendliness. What can I get for you two? Menus right here. He said it with a big, easy smile, and handed the menu over to Sky. Oh, thank you. Sky took it and immediately turned to me. Levi, quick, look. What do you want? Personally, I'm obsessed with the grilled chives. They're insanely good. You should eat a lot too, Levi. Apparently, eating a ton of these is especially good for guys. If you start now while you're young, and listen to me on this, make a habit of eating plenty of chives. I can pretty much guarantee that when you get a girlfriend someday, she is going to be one very, very happy girl. Ha! Sky hadn't exactly heard this from any real person. Mostly she'd picked it up from the shoujo manga she was always reading. That's where she'd seen it written. Of course, the kind of shoujo manga Sky was into was absolutely not something she'd ever show me, because the covers alone were mortifying. They all basically looked the same, the male lead pulling the girl into an intense, passionate kiss. She could not let Levi find out she'd been quietly devouring this stuff on the side. The actual content was pretty innocent, really. It was just the covers that gave entirely the wrong impression. Sky, I genuinely never knew you were so well-informed about these things. I cleared my throat, suddenly very aware of how awkward this had gotten. But that was Sky for you. Words out of her mouth before her brain had a say in the matter. The owner was still standing right there. I wanted to disappear into the floor. Sky, however, felt absolutely zero embarrassment. She was even more shamelessly uninhibited than Dylan. Sky was truly the kind of person who had no filter whatsoever. The kind of person whose complete lack of social awareness made everyone around her slightly terrified. You'd think people would want to keep their distance, especially at this blissfully oblivious age of 19. Sky shook her head. There's nothing weird about it. I read it in a comic. Try some, Levi DA. You'll love it. What exactly are you reading? That's out here telling you that eating chives will make a girlfriend lose her mind? You're consuming content like that, and you're calling it wholesome? I genuinely had never seen this side of Sky before. What a sneaky little reader. Of course it's wholesome. What exactly are you implying, Levi? Do I look like the type to read something like that? I saw it on the news. That's right. Sky stumbled noticeably over the word news, and immediately pivoted. Anyway, Levi TS. Are you going to order or not? The owner is literally standing right here waiting. Fine. I started placing the order. Beef skewers, grilled tendons, grilled steak, a bit of everything. And of course, the grilled chives Sky had just made her passionate case for. Yes, exactly right. Levi, I promise I'm not messing with you. Those are genuinely delicious. Personally, I just really love the taste. But for you, it's a whole different story. If you eat them regularly, your future girlfriend is going to be one seriously happy girl. Sky had always been like this, mouth moving faster than her brain, completely unaware of what she'd just said, or what it actually implied. And years later, Sky would swear on everything she had that if she could go back, she would never have let Levi lay a hand on a single chive. Not even chive dumplings. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. That should be everything. Once I'd finished ordering, I added 2 beers. A cold beer on a hot summer day. There was genuinely nothing better. Sky waved her hand. Levi T-half. I don't drink. You grew up in the Midwest and you can't handle a beer? Aren't you even a little embarrassed, Sky? I raised an eyebrow. Sky turned directly to the owner. Excuse me, do you have yogurt? Strawberry flavor? The owner nodded. We do. I'll grab one for you. I was genuinely at a complete loss with this girl. BBQ and yogurt. Who orders that combination? Strawberry flavor, no less. Sky continued, completely unbothered by any of this. And it makes total sense, honestly. What's wrong with yogurt? It's delicious. Want a sip? It's a shame we're out right now, actually, because I was going to look up online how to make papaya stew. I'm absolutely doing this for 2 full months. Apparently, it does incredible things for the body. And when it works, I am going to shut you up permanently, Levi. The only words you'll be allowed to say are compliments about how amazing my figure looks. Watching Sky talk like this, so completely open and unguarded, Mason genuinely loved every second of it. Years spent in the business world in his past life had exposed him to more scheming and backstabbing than he cared to remember. Everyone clawing over everyone else. Every single word out of someone's mouth carefully calculated. You spent every conversation trying to figure out what was real and what was performance. After enough years of that, it had ground him down to nothing. Finding a girl as genuinely, unguardedly sincere as Sky made Mason understand something he'd let slip away for far too long. People spent so much of their lives, so much time, so much energy, chasing after things they would only come to regret years down the road. While the things already right there in their hands, they never knew to hold on. Not until years had passed and it was already too late did the regret come. The kind that settles in and never fully heals, like time itself, like air, like life. Everyone is born with these things. They seem like nothing at first glance. But no amount of money could ever buy them back once they're gone. In my last life, I had built more wealth than most people could ever dream of. And it was only when life reached its very last page that I finally understood what it had all been worth. Catching the look in my eyes, Sky paused. Levi, why are you looking at me like that? Did you just now realize your best friend is actually pretty gorgeous? I pulled my gaze away. Nobody's looking at you. Levi, I literally saw you, and you still won't own up to it. Let me break this down for you. Sky pressed on. You, Levi? Everything about you is great, except you absolutely refuse to admit anything. Just now, I clearly watched you, staring at me for a noticeably long time, and you still won't admit it. Honestly, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, Sky continued, singing her own praises without a single trace of shame. Your best friend just happens to be this stunning. Getting a little caught up in how beautiful I am every now and then is a completely natural and understandable reaction. Am I right, Levi? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sky, your imagination really does run wild, doesn't it? A little while later, the owner brought out the grilled skewers, along with an ice-cold beer and Sky's strawberry yogurt. Take your time, you two. Just holler if you need more. We'll throw more on the grill right away. Thank you so much. Sky smiled warmly at him. Don't let us keep you. Go take care of your other customers. We'll call you if we need anything. Sounds good. The owner went back to the other tables. It was lunchtime, but the place was already doing solid business. On top of that, this spot was run by just the owner and his wife, the two of them handling everything themselves. So they were pretty slammed. Come on, Levi, try some. Last time, I came here with my roommates, and the owner really knows what he's doing. The lamb skewers especially. He doesn't hold back on the seasoning. Smells incredible. Back home during the holidays, my dad grills at the house sometimes. But honestly, it doesn't even come close. This place runs circles around him. Sky bit into a piece of meat, then chased it with a sip of yogurt. Not bad at all. Out here in the middle of the day, sharing a lunch like this, with your one and only best friend, eating properly, actually enjoying it. There's a really good feeling to this. And honestly, sitting outside like that, me and Sky, at a sidewalk table, the casual, open-air kind of spot, felt more alive than any indoor restaurant could. And it was summer on top of everything. It had rained hard the day before, so today had a rare coolness to it. A soft breeze was drifting through. Eating outside felt genuinely perfect. Right in the middle of the meal, my phone buzzed on the table. It was my mom calling. Levi, your phone. Looks like she's calling. Pick up. She might need something. Sky pointed it out. I answered. My mom's voice came through on the other end. Sweetheart, it's past 11 now. Mom's still tied up at the shop. I'll have your dad bring lunch over to you two later. Hang on just a little longer, okay? If you and Sky are hungry now, there's some light stuff in the fridge. Just grab a bite to hold you over. I answered, It's really okay, Mom. You and Dad just make sure you eat. Don't worry about me and Sky. We're already out eating BBQ. Sky chimed in on her end too. That's right, ma'am. Levi and I are already eating. Linda's voice came back through the line. Oh, you two are already eating? I was going to bring you both lunch once things slowed down. But that works. You two go ahead and enjoy. Sky added warmly. Ma'am, I know you're busy, but please make sure you and your husband take care of yourselves. Don't forget to eat, okay? And rest when you can. Actually, should I ask the owner to grill some extra for us to bring over? We can drop it off at the shop for you two. Let you try it. The BBQ here is honestly really good. Linda laughed. No, don't go to all that trouble. You two eat up. The shop's packed right now. With exams just wrapping up, there are more students than usual. We can barely keep up inside. We'll just grab something quick. Aw, okay. Take care, ma'am. Bye. Sky exchanged a few more words with Linda. I said a quick goodbye to my mom and hung up. After the call, I looked over at Sky. You know, my mom genuinely seems to love you. Honestly, she was more enthusiastic talking to you just now than she ever is with me. Sky immediately looked insufferably smug. Ha, obviously. I mean, look at me. Everyone I meet just lights up around me. I walk in and the whole room blooms. You're the only one, Levi, who just doesn't appreciate it. I laughed helplessly. 2 compliments, and you're already floating up to the clouds. She grinned that goofy grin of hers, and left it at that, going quiet and working her way through the skewers in her hand. Her yogurt was gone, so she wanted to grab another one. The owner had given her a small, single-serve carton earlier, which was never going to be enough. A few sips, and it was done. But the place had gotten noticeably busier. The owner completely swamped, so she decided to go inside and grab one herself. She told me casually, Levi, keep eating. I'm going in to get another yogurt. While she was inside getting it, her phone sitting on the table lit up briefly. Something that looked like a notification had popped up. I reached over and picked it up to check. That's when I noticed her phone had no password on it at all. Once the screen came on, it opened right to the bookshelf of some comic app, and sitting there on the shelf, a series with an absolutely wild cover. A brooding, sharp-jawed CEO pinning the heroine against a wall, looking extremely intense. I stared at it, completely frozen. Levi, I'm back. Grabbed you a Coke too while I was in there. She was holding 2 drinks, bouncing back out with a light, carefree little skip, and sat down across from me. She noticed I was looking at her phone, but at first she didn't think much of it. It's just Levi. He can look at my phone, it's fine. But something was nagging at the back of her mind. Some detail she couldn't quite land on. Just this creeping feeling she'd forgotten something important. What is it? What did I forget? Her brain was practically overheating trying to figure it out. Sky, I didn't realize you were into this kind of thing. And right, Ben? I held up her phone and looked her dead in the eye as I said it. She was still confused, not quite there yet, until that moment, when I turned the screen toward her and let her get a good look at the cover on full display. She wanted to sink straight through the floor. The embarrassment was unbearable. That morning, after she'd come back from the grocery store, hadn't she been standing outside the complex entrance, waiting for me for over an hour, with nothing to do? She'd opened the comic app to kill time, but she'd forgotten to close it. And on top of that, her phone had no password. She had literally been thinking earlier. Under absolutely no circumstances can Levi find out that I've been quietly reading this shoujo series, because any girl her age had probably read a few romance comics. That was completely normal. But the cover on this particular one was a little much. Way too easy for someone to get the wrong idea. Levi, please don't get the wrong impression, okay? Don't go thinking I'm some kind of boy-crazy girl, like a wolf in sheep's clothing or something. Just hear me out, Levi. I haven't even read this one. My roommate used my phone to look at it, not me. I haven't seen a single page of it. She was stumbling over herself trying to save face, and in the very next breath, she completely contradicted herself. I mean, the actual story is genuinely really good, okay? It's not what you think. The cover is just a little extra. It's just the internet, you know. If you don't make the thumbnail dramatic enough, nobody clicks on it. That's just how it works these days. There are so many accounts online putting out those crazy clickbait titles, like, Jai's 70-year-old woman does this in broad daylights. You click it, and it's just a video of her sweeping the sidewalk. She fumbled through the whole explanation, visibly flustered. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say you hadn't read it? Okay, I read a little, just a tiny bit. She let out an embarrassed laugh, looking like she genuinely wanted to disappear. All she wanted was for me, not to picture her as some over-the-top boy-obsessed girl. She swore up and down that this comic was completely normal, just a standard, run-of-the-mill romance series, hugely popular among girls, something practically every girl had read at some point. I had just been messing with her, of course. I knew perfectly well that what she was reading was completely harmless, because years down the line, this very series would actually be adapted into a web drama sometime around 2021, and it would be a pretty solid hit. I was only teasing her. All right, calm down. Sky, why are you so rattled? Guilty conscience? I set her phone back down on the table and picked up the Coke she'd grabbed for me, cracked it open, and took a long sip. I am not rattled. I just didn't want you jumping to conclusions. She picked up her phone, went straight to the comic shelf, and deleted the series. I am never reading that again after this. Way too embarrassing. But what she had absolutely no idea about was that at this age, the kind of material guys were quietly storing away on their computers made her romance comic look like a children's picture book. And furthermore, on plenty of guys' laptops, there existed a folder with some completely innocent-sounding name, opened only in the deep quiet of late nights, for some very dedicated studying. So hard-working, so committed, up all night, grinding away. It wasn't long before half an hour had passed, and just as quickly, she'd completely moved on from the embarrassment, slipping right back into her usual easy, laughing self. Levi, we've got 2 whole months of summer break. What are you planning to do with all that time? Do you have anything figured out yet? Let me go first, actually. Over these 2 months, whenever I have free time, I'm planning to go to the library and read up on some finance material. My mom is absolutely set on me declaring a finance major. She says finance is where the future is, and my dad agrees. Personally, I'm not all that interested in finance. I feel like I'm more of a literature person, but my parents say English lit is a tough field to find work in. Finance has better long-term prospects. She kept going. And you know me, I've never been great at making up my own mind. So after going back and forth, I figured I'd just listen to them. Finance it is. In the previous life, it had also started around this very summer break. She had thrown herself into stacks of finance textbooks. After graduating, she stepped straight into the industry. And years later, she had built a genuinely remarkable career in finance. When I'd first heard about just how far she'd gone, I had been completely floored. I had always assumed that the wonderfully clueless girl I knew would grow up to become the warm, domestic type, get married, have kids, stay home and take care of her family, or settle into the comfortable life of a wealthy wife. After all, her family already had more than enough money, and whoever she married would inevitably come from a solid background too. I never imagined she'd go out and build her own company and grow it into something that big, let alone carry feelings for me for so many years, quietly, without ever saying a word, and then spend her entire life without marrying anyone. It was nothing like the picture I'd had of her. The gap between what I'd imagined and what had actually happened, it couldn't have been wider. I had no idea what this life would bring for her, whether things would unfold differently, but I knew I wanted to support her in studying finance. Since I'd been given another chance, I wanted to grow alongside her, build something together, side by side, and quietly give her everything she deserved. She finished talking and looked over at me. Levi W., I told you my summer plan. So what about you? What are you doing with your break? She asked, genuinely curious. I answered, these 2 months, I'm thinking about starting something of my own. Starting something? Like a business? She stared at me, genuinely surprised. Levi, you want to start a business? Like, actually? She couldn't quite wrap her head around it. He was only 19, fresh out of high school, and already thinking about entrepreneurship. That was a whole different level compared to most guys his age. Most guys his age were just gaming all day, or out at bars trying to meet girls, blowing through the summer on nothing but fun. She never expected Levi to be thinking about starting a business. That's actually really impressive, Levi. The fact that you're thinking about entrepreneurship this early, that's something else. Whatever you do, I'm backing you 100%. What kind of business? How much capital do you need? What do you have right now, and how much are you short? If you're not there yet, I'll help you pull it together. She asked completely seriously. I answered, AI and big data. What's that? She shook her head. Never heard of it, no idea. It was 2016. You couldn't expect 18 or 19-year-olds to know. Even a lot of older, more experienced people online had basically no frame of reference for big data or anything related. So it made perfect sense that she didn't get it. But I only have one question. Levi, this big data thing you want to build, is there actually a future in it? Is it going to grow into something real? Absolutely. In the years ahead, big data technology is going to touch almost every industry out there. Short-form video, healthcare, education, even finance. Blockchain will need it too. The most obvious case is short-form video. That alone is going to generate hundreds of billions in value. Okay, Levi WAs. Most of that went completely over my head. But look, if you ever need startup money, just tell me. You know my family has it. And we're as close as it gets. What's mine is yours. No separation between us. She patted her chest firmly, looking every bit the loyal stand-up friend. I smiled. All right, Sky. Didn't expect you to come through like that. Obviously, you know exactly what kind of friendship this is. Besides, when has Sky ever not been ride or die? She made a point of emphasizing it. She leaned into it deliberately. Sensing that the moment had ripened perfectly, I decided to make my move. Following the exact terms of the system's choice prompt from earlier, I made her the offer. Sky, since you're being this loyal about it, I'm going to return the favor. Before summer's over, I'm taking you out to dinner. The fanciest revolving restaurant in the whole city. Actually, scratch that. The best one in the entire metro area. A dinner worth well over $1,000. Don't worry, I can absolutely cover it. The moment I finished, she was sitting right across from me, staring at me like I'd just grown a second head. Levi, are you serious right now? You're not messing with me? You're taking me to the best revolving restaurant in the city for a dinner that costs over $1,000? Oh my God, Levi, are you feeling okay? Did you find a pile of cash somewhere? How are you spending that kind of money on me? Her reaction was completely genuine. 3 years as his opposite, gender best friend, and she had never once seen him this generous. In that instant, she felt simultaneously spoiled, slightly alarmed, and absolutely buzzing with excitement. Levi, we've been best friends for 3 years, and I feel like you've been getting more and more generous lately. And you've just been treating me better and better overall. Like last night, I showed up soaking wet at your place, and you went out and bought me a whole new outfit. That outfit had to cost at least a couple $100. She grinned at me. Come on, Levi, be honest. That outfit you bought me, how much did it actually cost? Let me put it this way. If that outfit genuinely only cost a few bucks, you see this beer glass sitting right in front of me? I will eat the whole thing. I replied, Sky, stop making bets you can't back up. Just tell me one thing. Are you in for this dinner or not? She answered without a single moment's hesitation. Obviously I'm in. 100%. She was already looking forward to it. The 2 months stretching ahead, and then at the end of it, me taking her downtown, to that gorgeous revolving restaurant at the top of the city. In her head, she'd already painted the whole picture. Right at that moment, a chime rang through my mind, the system's voice. Ding ding, host has completed the choice mission. Sky has been successfully triggered into a state of genuine shock and surprise. Reward, 1 guaranteed draw. Proceed with the draw now. I gave the command. Draw. Ding ding, draw complete. Host has received permanent ownership of 1 commercial office building in the city center. Ownership, perpetual. Permanent, full ownership of a commercial office building, and in the city center no less. This was not a small thing. If you were to price this out, based on downtown commercial real estate rates, the annual rent alone would be well over $200,000, and that number only went up every year. Let alone the value of owning the entire building outright, not just a single floor. Moving forward, as I built out my business, incorporating a company was going to be essential. As the company scaled, headcount would grow along with it. 1 floor of office space would clearly never be enough, but an entire building? More than sufficient. I looked at the system reward and smiled, quietly satisfied. Meanwhile, Sky was still sitting there with that goofy, dreamy smile on her face. Already lost in anticipation, imagining exactly what the food at that revolving restaurant would taste like, hoping the day would come sooner rather than later. The reason she was this excited was simple. 3 years of best friendship with me, and I had never once splurged like this. Of course she was over the moon. About half an hour later, Every last skewer in front of her had been demolished. And over the course of this lunch, she had also put away 2 cartons of yogurt. She let out a deeply satisfied little burp. Levi, I'm stuffed. What about you? She looked at me and asked. If you're still hungry, order more. I already told you. Lunch today is on me, no limits. Order whatever you want. Your girl is not short on cash. She waved at the owner, ready to flag down more food for me. I'm good, Sky. I'm full. You're full already? Off that little amount? Levi, you barely ate anything. Even less than me. She glanced over at the pile of skewer sticks in front of me, clearly fewer than what had accumulated on her side. But if I said I was full, then that was that. She picked up her phone and went to pay. Even though it was 2006, mobile payments weren't yet as universal as they'd become by 2023. But in a city like this, coverage was already pretty solid. From large shops to small ones, BBQ joints to breakfast stands. Most places had a scan-to-pay option. The owner smiled and said, All right, you two. Your total today comes to about $85. I'll round it down. Call it 83 even. Of course, thank you. She nodded and was about to scan for $83. When, ping, my side had already gone through. I showed the owner the payment confirmation, then settled back into my seat. Levi, what was that? I said, let me pay for it. Why did you go and grab it? I just shrugged. Come on, Sky. You know how we are. Can't I treat my best friend to one meal? Of course you can, obviously. She grinned. All right then, Levi T. Boba's on me afterward, and this time, no grabbing the check. Oh right, Levi, do you have anything going on this afternoon? She looked at me and asked, Yeah, I've got something to take care of. I just received that commercial building, as a system reward, so this afternoon I needed to go take a look, make sure everything was in order, and then, over the next couple of days, start filing the paperwork to officially incorporate the company. After that, begin recruiting, get the company up and running for real. I was confident that once the company found its footing, it would explode, eventually becoming a household name, especially with the system on my side. There was no way this wouldn't work. As the two of us stepped out of the BBQ restaurant, 2 girls were walking toward us from ahead, carrying bubble tea, laughing and chatting. Those 2 girls were Sky's college dorm mates. The tall one was named Jade. The one with glasses was named Ren. When they got closer and saw that Sky was with me again, both of them did a double take. Sky, why are you still in town? You're out with Mason again? Didn't you go back home yesterday? Or, you want to come to the library with us? Sky looked at Jade and Ren. The 3 of them looked at one another, a bead of silence hanging between them. Then they burst out with that can't help laughing look. Sky, we know how close you and Mason are, but it's summer break, you're not going home? Sky explained quickly. It's not like that, mainly because yesterday I bought the wrong ticket back, and then I got completely caught in the rain. If Levi hadn't come to the station to pick me up, I probably would have come down with a cold right then and there. At that, she glanced over at me briefly. Even now, there was still a small, warm flutter of gratitude in her chest. Sure, he teased her constantly, but when it actually mattered, he always showed up. He was, without question, her one and only best friend, and the best one she'd ever have. Anyway, Jade, where are you 2 headed? Sky looked at her dorm mates and asked. Jade answered, We were heading to the library. Sky, come with us. Sure. I was actually about to ask Levi if he wanted to come too. She turned to me. Levi, we're all going to the library. You in? I shook my head. I'll sit this one out. You 3 go ahead. I've got something to handle this afternoon, but I'll be back early. Just moments ago I had gotten a call from a property management rep, Mr. Chen. I'm the property manager with Greenfield Realty. Would you have time to meet? It won't take up much of your time, so I had to swing by there later, but it would only take a few hours, nothing drawn out. Honestly, what I wanted most in that moment was just to stay by Sky's side. This girl was too ridiculous, too endlessly, effortlessly adorable. She had another appointment now, and she couldn't figure out why I seemed so unlike myself. Something is definitely off. His whole day has been packed like this, she thought to herself. How does he have this many plans? Could he actually be seeing someone? Probably not. She stayed in her skeptical headspace. Given how close the 2 of them were, if Levi actually had a girlfriend, There was no way he wouldn't have told her. Oh, okay, that's fine. If you've got something going on, Levi missions. Go handle it. I'll head to the library with Jade and the others. But I need to ask first, what time will you be back? If it's going to be really late, you better give me your house key. I am not standing out at that gate again for over an hour. Morning was one thing, but evening, cold wind blowing from every direction. You'd be making me stand out there for over an hour. Even you couldn't live with yourself for that. She said it with a grin. I nodded, reached into my pocket, and pulled out my keys, and tossed them to her. There you go, your key. Then I pointed out, which one was the house key? Got it, this one, right? All right then, Levi, go take care of business. Come home early, okay? Otherwise, it's just me in the apartment. And if your parents get back before you do, I'm going to be kind of nervous sitting there by myself. I won't even know what to say to your parents. You know how I am. Last night at your family dinner, when you were introducing me to your parents, I just completely short-circuited and said all the wrong things. Even thinking about it now makes me cringe. So embarrassing. She was cringing at herself out loud. Just picturing that moment again, she couldn't help the flush creeping back up her face. Come on, it wasn't that bad. It really wasn't as bad as you think. I said goodbye to the three of them. All right, you all head to the library. And then I left, heading out to go take a look at the commercial office building I'd just received. By the time I arrived at the building, I saw she had sent me a message on Instagram. Levi, I almost forgot. Didn't I say I was buying you bubble tea? Right now, I'm in line with Jade getting some. I'll grab you a cup too. You can drink it when you get home tonight. After sending the message to me, the cashier at the tea shop called out, 2 cups. That's $7 total. Sure. She pulled out her phone and paid. Once she'd paid, she turned to Jade and Ren. All right, let's go. Weren't we heading to the library? I've got my boba. I'll drink mine on the way. The other cup I'm saving for Levi. Jade and Ren both shot each other a very loaded look. The two of them exchanged a glance, then turned to Sky. Sky, what you just said to Mason back there? Was that for real? What do you mean? What did I say while Levi was still there? You literally asked him for his house key. Sky, please don't tell me you're spending summer break. Staying overnight at Mason's place instead of going home. Both Jade and Ren already knew how close she and I were. 3 years as seatmates. Sure, there had been some rearranging along the way, but Sky was an academic standout, and the teachers adored her. She'd specifically requested to sit next to me, helping me keep my grades from completely tanking, and the teachers had no reason to object. So over all 3 years, the two of us had been practically inseparable. Honestly speaking, the amount of time she spent by my side rivaled the time she spent with her own dorm mates. Almost exactly. Jade had even had her suspicions that Sky was using the whole opposite gender best friend label as cover, while quietly developing something more with me, a real romantic relationship. It had started as just a hunch, but now, hearing that last night she hadn't gone home, and had actually spent the night at my place, the two of them couldn't help themselves. Sky, this is seriously not cool. Something this huge and you didn't breathe a word to us? 3 years of sharing a dorm room, for nothing? Sky looked at them with a genuinely baffled expression, completely lost on what they were even implying. Tell you what exactly? Stop playing dumb. You and Mason have gotten to this point, sharing a place, and still calling yourselves just friends? She was truly at a loss. What are you two even thinking? Levi and I are just friends. That's it, period. Best friends for life. That's all this is. Jade and Ren looked at each other, then looked back at her. Best friends for life. Does that mean sharing a bed, or just sharing a life? She nearly lost it completely over that one. Oh my God, Jade, what are you even saying? I'm actually going to get mad. Levi and I have the most wholesome friendship, and you two are out here making it weird. Okay. Just messing with you, Sky. Jade laughed it off. But seriously, Sky, did you catch the way Mason was looking at you just now? Based on my extensive experience in the field of romance, that was not the look of someone who sees you as just a friend. Sky blinked. Wait, what? When? Just now, while Levi was still there? I didn't notice. He was looking at me? What kind of look? She asked, genuinely curious. What does Levi's look even look like when he looks at me? She truly hadn't noticed a thing. Jade asked with complete seriousness. Let me put it this way, Sky. Are you honestly telling me you don't feel like Mason has feelings for you? What? Mason has feelings for me? No way. Normally, whenever she was around me, she'd tease me and joke. Levi, you don't actually like me, do you? You're not secretly crushing on me? But deep down, she was crystal clear on it. I only saw her as a friend. Having feelings for her. That was absolutely not possible. She liked to act lovable and self-admiring sometimes. But it was only ever joking, just keeping the mood light. She didn't actually believe it herself, because, honestly, 3 years as opposite gender best friends. If I had genuinely had feelings for her, I would have made a move long before now. It would never have stretched on. This long without a single sign. Jade, stop making things up. Levi used to roast me constantly. How is that someone who likes me? Stop joking around. If he's going to like anyone, it's definitely not me. Honestly, your chances are higher than mine. Jade said with full, unshakable seriousness. Sky, you don't trust me? I have years of experience in the world of love. How many people have I fallen for compared to you? You haven't even been in love once, have you? Can your read on this match mine? Though in reality, Jade had never actually dated anyone. There's always that one person. Someone who has never once been in a relationship themselves, but in front of everyone else, acts like an absolute authority on love and feelings. Analyzing this, breaking down that, whenever someone had a relationship problem, they'd come to her first, and she'd hold court like a seasoned expert. But in reality, she had zero actual experience. A textbook theorist through and through. That was Jade in a nutshell. She pressed on with complete conviction. Sky, I'm telling you this completely seriously. I'm prepared to stake my reputation on it. Or, at minimum, 90% confidence. Mason absolutely has feelings for you. At the very least, he's interested. There is no way he only sees you as a friend. Sky asked back, for real? Jade let out a long sigh. Sky Strass, you genuinely don't understand how guys think. A guy cannot maintain a purely platonic friendship with a girl, Ash, unless she's not attractive. Then maybe it stays clean. But Sky, do you not know what you actually look like? Sky was genuinely pretty. She just had that completely carefree, breezy personality. On top of that, she'd slip out of standard English mid-sentence and into a thick regional accent, which was honestly kind of hilarious. She wasn't the demure, composed, quietly elegant type. Soft-spoken and graceful. Definitely not. If she were, she'd have guys lining up to chase after her. But it was beyond arguable. Her looks genuinely stood out. Jade kept going. Mason has been your best friend for 3 years. You don't actually believe he sees you as just a buddy, do you? There's a saying for this, you know. Guys have a classic move when they like someone. They either play the older brother or the little brother. And over time, the little sister becomes something more. Best friend is the same deal. It's just a label. Sky listened, looking genuinely thrown off. Jade's logic is actually kind of hard to argue with. Could Levi actually like me? But how are you so sure? She'd never once thought about it from that angle before. But now that someone had planted the seed, she couldn't deny that it kind of made sense. Something was stirring quietly in her chest. Could it actually be like Jade says? That Levi has a little something for me. I'm just saying. Sky, your pull is not a small thing. Mason has been your best friend for 3 whole years. 0 interest the entire time? That doesn't track at all. There were even times when she'd wondered, could Levi actually prefer guys? She'd entertained the thought once or twice. But looking at things now, Levi clearly has taste. Sky complimented herself quietly. Jade, can I ask you something? How exactly are you so sure Levi likes me? She asked with all the innocence in the world. Do you even need to ask? Isn't it obvious? Jade continued laying it out. Sky, think about it. If a guy doesn't like you, why would he keep insisting he doesn't like you? The louder someone says they're not interested, the more they're hiding the fact that they are. It's called protesting too much. It's like back in elementary school. There was always that one boy in class who would tease and bug the girl he liked, just to get her attention. That's the whole point. Otherwise, why wouldn't he go bother the girls he didn't care about? He'd just avoid them entirely. Sky's eyes went wide at that. Jade, you think that too? Back when she used to hang around me, she had actually used this exact reasoning to tease me once. At the time, it was just to get a laugh. She never expected Jade to come to the same conclusion. Great minds think alike, apparently. Could it actually be? Right at that moment, Ren, who had been standing quietly to the side this whole time, had genuinely heard enough. She finally spoke up. Okay, to be fair, Skystamara, you're not actually taking Jade's word for this, are you? You know what Jade is like. You have to take everything she says with a massive grain of salt. Out of every 10 things she says, at least 9 are unreliable. Has she ever actually dated anyone? Don't listen to Jade and her big talk. She is not some seasoned love guru. At best, she's got the theory down. Personally, I actually think Mason genuinely sees you as a friend. If it was true, like Jade says, and he liked you, there would have been some kind of sign over 3 years. You know that guy in the class next door? Didn't he just today, on graduation day, go and confess to that girl he'd been calling his little sisters all along? Now the two of them are hand in hand, heading into summer break on a romantic trip together, going into college as an official couple. But your situation with Mason clearly doesn't look like that at all. After hearing Ren out, Sky had to admit she had a point too. She honestly didn't know which one to believe. But wait, why am I even thinking about any of this? Don't I see Levi as a friend? She shook her head and pushed all those entirely unnecessary thoughts right out of her mind. Feelings or no feelings, that stuff never lasted. Say you like someone, you like them. Then one day you break up, and suddenly you're strangers for the rest of your lives. If that's how it was going to go, she'd rather be best friends forever. But Jade had said what she said. And now, whether she liked it or not, Sky was genuinely curious whether I actually had feelings for her. Okay, Jade, both of you, enough analyzing. She pushed forward. Don't forget what we came out here to do this afternoon. We're just standing here on the sidewalk, listening to you two go back and forth. At this rate, we won't make it to the library by nightfall. Jade laughed, and just like that, the 3 girls dropped the subject entirely and headed straight toward the library. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the front entrance. Up on the 2nd floor, Jade and Ren each pulled an economics book from the shelf. Meanwhile, Sky browsed the shelves and selected a dense academic text on finance. Bubble tea in one hand, book in the other. Sky had always been a top student. Her ability to absorb and retain material was genuinely impressive. Even though finance content was notoriously dry, she found herself reading with real, engaged curiosity. Oh, right. Almost forgot to tell Levi. I made it to the library. Don't want him to worry. She typed quickly and sent me a message on Instagram. Today, after graduation, everyone had started switching over to Instagram. After years of using the old platforms, those accounts would probably only be used for logging into games from now on. Levi, I made it to the library. Reading right now. Juana, see? She even snapped 2 photos and sent them to me. After that, not another word. She just quietly read her book. It was rare to see her this still, this genuinely well-behaved. Honestly speaking, when she wasn't talking, she really was incredibly cute. At that moment, I was in a corner of the Greenfield Commercial Plaza, just finishing up my conversation with the property manager. He had said I was one of their most valued clients, and would be entitled to a range of exclusive perks going forward. I didn't pay much attention to any of that. For me, none of the business stuff mattered as much as Sky. I looked at the messages and photos she'd sent me, then typed back a few lines. I also jokingly asked what we were supposed to have talked about this afternoon. I laughed despite myself, then quickly sent a few more messages. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I made my way to the business registration office to file the incorporation paperwork. I had decided on the name Tidal Wave Tech as the company name. Documents submitted. Nothing left to worry about for the next few days. Just wait for the results. Once the registration was complete, the next step would be bringing people on board. After that, the day-to-day details, big and small, could be delegated to staff. I wouldn't need to micromanage, just give direction and hold the vision. Almost without realizing it, by the time I walked out of the registration office, it was already 5 or 6 in the evening. She sent me a message. Levi, it's like 5 or 6 already. You're still not home? I'm back at your place. Your parents are here too. I'm kind of awkward on my own. Come home soon. Oh, this afternoon when I went to the library, I bought you a bubble tea. It's here waiting for you. Reading her messages, I typed back quickly. Got it? Heading out to grab a cab now. I flagged one down and sat in the back on the way home. Back at the apartment, she had just finished explaining the situation to my parents. So basically, uncle, auntie, my parents have gone abroad. It's just me at home. And I don't really know how to cook. And even if I did, being alone all summer would be so boring. Lonely, honestly. So I was thinking, would it be okay if I stayed here for the summer? I already mentioned it to Levi. Now I wanted to ask you both too. She was a little nervous about it. Sure, having a friend stay for the summer wasn't unusual. But her situation with me was a little different from the average. She genuinely didn't know whether my parents would agree. My mom heard her out and immediately broke into a warm smile. Of course. That works out perfectly. As it happens, these 2 months, with students on break, the shop has been absolutely packed. Some evenings, it gets so busy with customers coming in late. Your dad and I have actually been thinking about staying at the shop for these 2 months. Easier to keep an eye on things, but leaving Mason home alone, we've been a little worried about that. So if you're willing to stay here for the summer, that's honestly the best possible news. Having you here to keep Mason company, your uncle and I can rest easy. My mom looked at her and said, Sky, honey, here's what I'm thinking. These 2 months, you take the guest room. Or if you'd prefer, you can take Mason's room and he can have ours. Either way, you two shouldn't be sharing a room. It wouldn't look right. I'm not worried about Mason. I'm saying this for your sake. Last night was a special situation. I understand. She nodded. Of course. Auntie, let me add you on Instagram. I'll send you the room and board every month. I can't just stay here for free. She said it very genuinely. Auntie, person, would $400 a month work? Or you and uncle tell me a number. I won't negotiate at all. She genuinely wasn't short on money. Oh, she was. By any measure, a girl with serious means. She'd barely reached for her phone when my mom said, What is this child talking about? I could never take money from you. Don't say another word. I'll actually get upset. Even though she and I had always insisted. We were just friends. Inside, my mom had already completely decided that Sky was her future daughter-in-law. Having Sky stay for the summer, my mom couldn't have been more thrilled. There was absolutely no way she was taking money from her. The only thing was, if her parents ever found out that their daughter was spending an entire summer at a boy's house, they'd probably fly back immediately. But perhaps that was simply the difference between the parents of a son and the parents of a daughter. And after that, Sky helped my mom and my dad carry their things down to the trunk of the car. Before they drove off to the shop, my mom rolled down the window. Sky, there's money on the table for you two. When Mason gets back, figure out what you two want to eat and go grab dinner somewhere, okay? We won't be home tonight. Having you here to keep Mason company, your uncle and I feel so much better. Take care, Auntie. Bye. Uncle, drive safe. Watch the road. She stood there, waving them off, until they were out of sight. She had just turned to head back upstairs. When I pulled up right at that moment, Levi, terrible timing on your part. Your parents just left. She gave me a quick rundown of what had just happened. I nodded. Okay, got it. She followed me inside. The moment we got back, she opened her mouth. Levi, do you want to know what Jade and I were talking about on the way to the library this afternoon? She looked at me, then asked. I answered. Go ahead, tell me. She went straight to the point. Jade said, and listen carefully. This is Jade's words, not mine. Jade said, Levi, you like me. I had just sat down on the couch and taken a sip of water, nearly choked on the spot. Sky, you're really just going to say it like that? Straight out like that? That is genuinely not like you. She laid it all out, completely undiluted. Exactly what she talked about with Jade that afternoon. It left me momentarily speechless. I almost didn't know how to respond. She truly was a straight line, that girl. Never beating around the bush for even a second. You could have worked up to it a little. I laughed helplessly. She looked at me. Levi! Let me just say up front, this isn't me saying it. This is Jade. But I am curious. What do you actually think about what she said? She was genuinely, completely curious. Could it possibly be? Was I actually going to say next? Sky, can you stop making things up? Whatever Jade said, that was clearly all you. You're just way too in love with yourself. Yeah, that's probably exactly what I'd say. She knew me far too well. And sure enough, I said it plainly. Or the dots. I see you as a friend. And yet every single day, you suspect I like you. What exactly is going on in that head of yours? I didn't say it, Seven Tor, and everyone. I already told you, it was Jade, not me. She scrambled to explain herself. I've never once thought that. Levi, don't get the wrong idea. I see you as a friend too, you know. This is all Jade's fault for running her mouth. When I see her next, she is going to hear about it. She thought that to herself for a moment, then broke back into that easy grin of hers. Okay, Levi, forget that whole thing. More important matters. More important matters. Like what? I'm starving. Can you cook dinner for me tonight? Please, Levi? I'm begging you. She launched into full begging mode. Mainly because the food I'd made was just that good. She'd been thinking about breakfast all day. The flavors were still sitting with her. The food Levi makes, it genuinely beats restaurant cooking. It kinda sounded like flattery, but her eyes and expression never lied. Especially the look in her eyes when she said it. Clear and guileless, completely incapable of faking anything. Nothing about it read as calculated. It was probably just the honest truth. And really, it was. After all, I was carrying decades of life experience. The things I had seen and learned were in a completely different league from 19-year-old Sky. A little effort in the kitchen, throwing together a few good dishes, and she was already this hooked. Already down here begging me to absolutely please cook her dinner tonight. Just as I was about to answer, the system's notification appeared before my eyes. Ding ding. Host is required to immediately agree to Sky's request and personally cook a full dinner for her, upon significantly elevating her mood and triggering a genuine reaction of awe and delight. Upon completion of this mission, Host will receive 1 physical enhancement. This will powerfully elevate Host's overall physical condition. My current body was only 19 years old, barely past growing up. In terms of physical potential, there was enormous room to develop. This system reward was a good one. A direct physical upgrade. The kind of thing money simply couldn't buy. Even months of gym sessions, or half a year, couldn't guarantee results this noticeable. Looking at the notification in front of me, and the reward waiting at the end of the mission, I smiled with quiet satisfaction, then accepted the mission without hesitation. So when she spoke her next words, I answered with complete and immediate willingness, not a beat of hesitation. She was saying, Levi, my Ebo is, will you, please? If you just cook for me tonight, I'll agree to any condition. Just please cook. She looked at me with complete, earnest sincerity, hoping I wouldn't say no. But what she didn't expect was that I agreed instantly. Sure, no problem. You want me to cook, right? Done. I answered almost before she finished. Just like that, leaving her slightly stunned. She almost didn't catch up in time. Levi, what's going on with you? You agreed that fast? That is so unlike you. You don't have some trick waiting for me, do you? My unusually fast answer threw her off just enough that she asked again, Levi the mess. You're not setting a trap, are you? You're being genuinely nice? Just like that? Sky, what is wrong with you? I'm cooking my best friend a meal. Is that not the most normal thing in the world? Why are you making that face? She immediately backpedaled. No, that's on me. Levi, you're the most loyal person I know. Truly the best friend I've ever had. She lit up instantly, face absolutely glowing. I said simply, well then, let's go. Go where? She asked. You want me to cook for you, don't you? The kitchen's completely out of ingredients. Obviously, we're going downstairs to the grocery store. Tell me what you want to eat. She asked. Wait, you mean I get to choose? You're actually cooking whatever I want? That's what I said, I confirmed. After all, Sky, 3 years of friendship. Over those 3 years, you've always had my back. Every so often, I should get to return the favor, show a little appreciation. Wow, Levi, you keep getting more and more generous. She was genuinely delighted. Because before, whenever she made a request, I had never agreed this quickly. So seeing me respond this decisively, she was genuinely a little overwhelmed by it. She even instinctively wanted to reach over and feel my forehead, to check if I had a fever, or if my brain had somehow short-circuited. Why else would you suddenly be this nice to me? Could Jade actually be right? Levi, do you actually have feelings for me? You used to pick on me constantly. What happened? Now you're out here spoiling me? Wow, Levi, you've changed so much. I'm honestly not used to it. Are you going to keep feeding me? Looking at the way she was carrying on, I held back a laugh and said, all right. She could set anything else aside, but dinner. Especially dinner I'd cooked with my own hands. She absolutely had to eat, because it was that good. Miles better than any restaurant. She wasn't exaggerating one bit. I laughed helplessly, then led her downstairs to the grocery store near the complex. We walked in and started picking out ingredients for dinner. 2 or 3 dishes ought to do it. Not sure if it meant anything deeper. But if I only made 2 or 3 dishes, knowing her the way I did, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Inside the store, she tugged at my arm. Levi, do you know how to make crawfish? I love them so much. Can you make them? If you can, let's do crawfish tonight. Okay? Sure, Levi. Whatever you want, I'll make it. Given a second shot at life, I was determined to make it up to her. Sure, crawfish were a bit of a production, deveining them and all of that, and in the end, there wasn't all that much meat. The yield was never great. But she wanted them. Levi, I feel like you've genuinely changed. She looked at me with complete seriousness. I honestly thought when I said I wanted crawfish, you'd be like, crawfish? Really? Just throw something simple together. That's more than enough. Stop being so picky. I did not expect you to just agree like that. But honestly, you being this good to me, I really might get the wrong idea. I already knew the answer but asked anyway. Wrong idea about what? Obviously, the wrong idea that you like me, Levi. She grinned as she said it. But she was the kind of person whose mouth ran before her brain caught up. The words just slipped out. And by the time they landed, she'd already moved on. She flagged down a store employee and asked for some crawfish, which they bagged up in a plastic sack. After that, she moved on to the other ingredients. Things like tofu, mushrooms, potatoes, and various sides. With this many ingredients piled up, tonight was clearly going to be a proper spread. Levi, and I mean this, 3 years of best friends, and I never once noticed. You could cook this well. I didn't even know you could cook at all. Whoever ends up dating you someday is going to be one incredibly well-fed person. Even I get to benefit just being your best friend. She grinned as she said it. But honestly, prime. Even Levi can cook. And cook this well on top of it. While my own kitchen skills are genuinely tragic, how can the gap between people be this wide? She mused to herself quietly. Once we'd paid and checked out, we left the grocery store and started walking home. She walked alongside me. Okay, be honest. We've got 2 whole months of summer and plenty of free time. When you have a chance, teach me how to cook. I genuinely want to learn. Watching you cook this well, when it comes to the kitchen, I can't believe I actually lost to you. Ugh. Absolute failure. I didn't learn properly when I had the chance. I feel like a girl like me is going to end up alone forever. Nobody's going to want me. I was genuinely at a loss. Not knowing how to cook is just not knowing how to cook. Who decided girls absolutely have to cook? Like you can't get married if you can't make a meal? Stop being so dramatic. Besides, your future guy will know you can't cook. I said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Yeah. She turned that over quietly. What exactly does Levi mean by that? Is he hinting at something? The whole walk back from the store, her mouth ran non-stop. A steady, unbroken stream of words. Like she had an endless supply she needed to use up. Calling her an extreme extrovert would not be an overstatement at all. But a girl this lively and spirited, being around her was genuinely a good time. Every so often she'd say something that caught me completely off guard, and I'd laugh before I could stop myself. On top of that, she was from out of state, and her accent carried this naturally funny quality to it. The more I watched her, the more I liked her. No wonder my mom was so taken with her. A girl like this. There wasn't an elder alive who wouldn't love her on the spot. And it wasn't just my parents. Even I felt it. The more time I spent with her, the more I liked her. In my last life, how had I never seen how wonderful she was? What a waste of all those years. If I'd never been given a second chance, I'd have regretted it for the rest of my life. I thought quietly to myself. A few minutes later, the two of us made it back home. We hauled a whole pile of groceries through the door. I was fine. She looked like she was about to collapse. She had the smallest bag of the lot, and it was still wiping her out. There was really nothing to be done about it. She was naturally small-framed, and only 17 or 18 on top of that. In terms of sheer physical strength, she obviously couldn't match a guy like me. Sky, when we left the store, I told you to let me carry it. But you insisted. You absolutely had to help. At the time, I'd been ready to take all 3 bags myself. It was nothing to me. But she wanted to do her part, saying things like, Levi, You're about to go through all that trouble cooking a big dinner for me. The least I can do is carry one bag. And then the embarrassing part? She'd picked the smallest one, and it was still heavy. The plastic handle had left a red line pressed into her hand. Unclear whether it was the bag's fault, or just how little strength she had. But honestly, where did I even get this kind of strength? 2 large bags all the way home? Not even slightly out of breath. No, I absolutely had to carry one bag. She insisted, then looked at me with a hint of genuine admiration. Levi, you know what? Sometimes I'm actually envious of you. You're just so physically strong. I can't even open a bottle cap. Sometimes I have to bite it open with my teeth. Every time I do it, I feel like my teeth are about to fall out. I wonder if other girls can open them. Because I definitely cannot. Am I just completely useless? Going forward, I really need to exercise more. It's 2 whole months of summer break. Not like I'm busy. In the afternoons, I'll go to the library and read. Mornings I'm free. I could ask Levi to take me hiking. Or we could do morning workouts together. Build up my stamina. Once we'd put all the groceries in the kitchen, she was completely done. She collapsed onto the couch, utterly spent. Levi, I'm dead. The rest is all on you. You sit and rest. I'll go into the kitchen and get started. I'll call you when it's ready. With that, I headed into the kitchen and got to work. Knocking out a few dishes was nothing for me. When 3 dishes were done, one being the crawfish and the other 2 being stir-fried green chili pork and spicy braised tofu, just those 3 plates, and she had already caught the smell from the other room. She was practically drooling. This smells absolutely incredible. She gasped out loud. Wow! Levi, you are on another level. These dishes, just the smell alone, even better than this morning's. Way, way better. Being your best friend is genuinely one of life's great privileges. This is actually amazing. So good. She picked up her chopsticks and dug in. In no time, all 3 plates on the table were completely wiped out. But she still felt unsatisfied. Levi, only 3 dishes? That wasn't enough. Please, Levi, make one more. It's so good. I'm about to pass out from how amazing this smells. Levi, I love you so much. Where did you learn to cook like this? Your mom. You're genuinely incredible. Ding ding. Sky has been triggered into a state of genuine awe and delight. Host has received the physical enhancement reward. Host's physical condition has been significantly elevated. Due to exceptionally high mission completion level, Host is awarded a bonus reward, doubled cash flow for Host's company. This bonus reward genuinely caught me off guard. On top of the physical upgrade, there was an additional reward on top, an unexpected windfall. Doubled company cash flow. The mechanics were as follows. After receiving this reward, the host could designate one company under his name to receive double the amount on any outgoing payment. Simply put, I could designate my company so that any time money went out from the company account, whether for business investment or paying employee salaries and bonuses, as long as the transfer originated from the company account, the system would reward me with double the amount on my side. For example, if the company paid an employee $2,000 in salary, that transfer leaving the company account would trigger the system to reward me with double, another $2,000 on top. Once the system finished explaining the details, my eyes lit up. It was like finding the cheat code to wealth. This reward was extraordinary. I could hire more people, or even pay them exceptionally well. Either way, I wouldn't be losing anything. I'd be doubling on every outflow. Scaling the company would be almost effortless. But building the company wasn't the most important thing. That was secondary. I'd already lived a full life of wealth and success. Being here with her this time around, that was the whole point. Please, Levi E., can you make a few more dishes? I'm still not full. She was still making her case. Faced with her pleading, I laughed. Fine, a few more dishes. She wasn't full. And honestly, I wasn't either. Those first 3 dishes, I'd barely gotten a bite in. She had swept the whole table clean on her own. I went back into the kitchen and made 1 or 2 more. Then the 2 of us sat back down and kept eating. Finally, she let out a deeply satisfied burp, rubbing her stomach, and praising me. Levi, I'm full. You made my stomach so big. Sky, what are you saying? What do you mean I made your stomach big? Thank goodness it was just the 2 of us in the house. If my mom had heard that, the misunderstanding would have been catastrophic. She explained quickly. I mean, you cooked so well. I ate so much tonight. My stomach is stuffed to the brim. Sky, be clearer next time. If someone else heard that. So what? Nobody else is here. It's just the two of us. What's there to worry about? Besides, in front of your own best friend. Why do I need to watch every word? She made her case with complete conviction. I laughed helplessly, then glanced at the time. It wasn't early anymore. Time to wind down. The night passed quickly. 2 or 3 days later, it just past noon, Sky and I were out having lunch, when I received a notification about the company registration from the other day. The company name had been officially approved. Next steps, business license, official company seal, and all related paperwork, along with recruiting for the new company. So this afternoon I was planning to head to the office. Meanwhile, she had already made plans with Jade and Ren. The three of them were going window shopping that afternoon. Waited at the Greenfield shopping plaza, and before long Jade and Ren came walking over. The two of them greeted her. Jade looked at her and said, "Sky, haven't seen you in a couple of days. So, you and Mason at his place. What's the situation? Any new developments? How far have things gone? Have you two gotten close yet? Do you even know how to read a room?" Jade had barely arrived, before she was already at Sky with a grin. That nosy, gossip-hungry expression plastered all over her face. She wasn't 100% sure, but she just had this feeling that something about the just friends dynamic between these two was off. At first, Sky looked completely blank. Too innocent, genuinely not catching Jade's meaning. Jade leaned in and whispered an explanation. Sky's face went scarlet. No. Jade, you are terrible. I think I need to stay away from you before you corrupt me completely. Jade said, "Sky, I am not terrible at all. I've just seen stuff like this in comics. Personally, I am very pure and innocent." But, Sky, you still haven't answered my question. What's going on with you and Mason? Oh, you awful Jade, you have some nerve. Last time you went around saying, "Levi likes me." You were just making things up. He purely sees me as a friend. I honestly feel like he doesn't even see me as a girl. Last time I asked him straight to his face. Guess what he said? This is what he said to me that day. She did an impression, mimicking my exact tone from that moment. Jade, listen closely. This is what he said, word for word. She cleared her throat and launched into the impression. He looked right at me and said, "Sky, I see you as a friend, and yet every single day you suspect I like you. What exactly is going on in that head of yours? You terrible Jade. Do you have any idea how embarrassed I was? I wanted to dig a hole and disappear, like I was the one making a move on Levi." She said it to Jade with complete seriousness. "From now on, stop making things up. Levi and I are purely best friends, that's all." Hearing her say that, even Jade was a little surprised. That doesn't quite add up. Could her instincts actually be wrong? Ren couldn't help chiming in from the side. "Give it a rest, Jade. Your gut feelings being wrong. Isn't that just your default? If you ever actually called something right, that would be the real surprise." "Excuse me." Jade pursed her lips. "I was just trying to help Sky figure things out. Either way, on this particular topic, I understand it a little better than she does." "Sure you do. All theory, zero experience. You talk like you've actually been in love before." Ren told Sky firmly. "Don't listen to Jade. What does she actually know? Self-declared love expert who's never left her imagination. You're really going to take her word for it? You know exactly what she's like. She reads a few romance comics, and suddenly she's an authority on relationships. Speaking of comics and romance novels," Sky couldn't resist turning that around on Jade. "Jade, this is actually all your fault." Jade felt completely blindsided. "How is any of this my fault? How is this on me? What did I do now? Tell me. Are you serious, you awful Jade? That comic you recommended to me last time. The story was actually good, but that cover was way too much. The day I was having lunch with Levi, he saw the cover on my phone and almost completely got the wrong idea. He thought I was reading something inappropriate. I mean, that cover was basically screaming obsessive husband every night. Anyone who saw it without reading it would think the worst." "Now you're blaming me?" Jade pushed her glasses up. "I seem to recall back at school, every single night, after lights out in the dorm, I'd tell you all the plot while everyone listened. Sky, you were absolutely hooked. You were the one who begged me for the title. And now you're pointing fingers at me?" Sky felt a flicker of embarrassment. Thinking back, she really had begged Jade to give her the name of the series. She smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. "Oh right, Jade, weren't we going shopping? Come on, let's go, into the mall." They stepped inside and got into the elevator. She said, "Let's hit the men's section first. I want to get Levi a jacket. Last time he bought me a whole outfit. I figured since we're out today, I'd get him something too. Reciprocate a little. That's how you keep a friendship going. Give and take, you know?" She grinned. Jade and Ren followed along, heading with her to the men's section to pick out something for me. The price was anything but cheap, somewhere over $200. Jade and Ren stood beside her, genuinely stunned. Over $200. And you're calling that not expensive? Sky, you are absolutely ditching your girls for a guy. Every time we've gone shopping together, you've never once bought us anything. But for Mason, suddenly you're this generous? She huffed. Ditching my girls? Really? Can you please choose better words? Levi and I are best friends. I've said it 100 times. We are best friends. Jade stood beside her, wearing that knowing look that said everything without saying a word. Whether I had feelings for Sky, she wasn't entirely certain. But between Sky and me, it seemed like Sky might be the one with something going on. Sky, come on, be honest. Do you like Mason? She pressed her lips together. Jade, I think you should forget about economics. Drop the major entirely. You should go into entertainment, become a paparazzi, or write for a gossip column. With an imagination this rich, it would be a genuine waste not to make up stories for a living. This Jade is genuinely something else. First, she says Levi likes me. Now she's saying, I like Levi? What kind of joke is this? By the logic of their 3-year friendship, if things really ever developed in that direction, it would be so awkward. Just picturing it felt strange to her. How could I possibly like Levi? At most I just feel a little bothered. When he spends time with other people, especially other girls. That's just me being a little possessive. That doesn't prove I like him. Jade is absolutely out of her mind. She issued a very firm warning to Jade. Say something like that again, and I'll actually hit you. She balled up one little fist, doing her best impression of intimidating, softest voice delivering the fiercest threat. But the result was completely, helplessly adorable. Jade burst out laughing. This kind of threat had absolutely zero effect on her. Warning completely ineffective. Whatever, I'm done talking to you. Sky pulled out her phone and snapped a few photos, sending them to me. Levi, I'm out shopping with Jade right now, picking out some stuff for you. Do any of these look good? Sending you pictures now. By that point, I was already at the company office building, in the middle of interviewing candidates. Because I'd offered a fairly competitive salary, even as a brand new company, there were already a decent number of applications coming in. Among them was a woman around 30, named Amy Yang, originally from the same state as Sky, as it turned out. She had just left a major internet conglomerate and was applying for the HR director position. She was scheduled to come in for an interview a little later. In the meantime, I happened to glance at my phone and saw Sky had sent me some pictures. A few men's jackets, all looking pretty stylish, and all branded. Every single one well over $200. I had to say, when Sky spent money, she had absolutely no hesitation. She was even more generous than generous when it came to me. Her message came through with that signature grin in every word. It's fine. We're best friends, Levi. Just pick one. Which do you like? Second photo? The second one? Got it, Levi. Then that one it is. After finishing our back and forth, and confirming which one I wanted, asked the sales associate to wrap it up, and scanned to pay on the spot. Even though it was over $200, she didn't even blink. Spending on a best friend, no hesitation. Besides, she came for money to begin with. Her family situation was more than comfortable. $200 or $300, barely registered. She barely felt it at all. But of course, generous as she was, it still depended on who it was for. With other people outside our circle, she wasn't anywhere near this open-handed. Though to be fair, nobody else could compare to Levi in her books. All right, Jade, let's head upstairs. Weren't we supposed to go shopping for ourselves? Just finished picking up something for Levi. The rest of the time is ours, completely free. We can browse till evening if we want. Tonight, if you two aren't busy, dinner's on me. With that, she headed off with Jade, and ran toward the women's section upstairs. Once they got there, she spotted a dress that caught her eye, genuinely pretty. When she went into the fitting room, Jade and Ren sat outside and chatted quietly. This girl won't admit she's completely ditching us for a guy, and she still won't own up to having feelings for Mason. Best friends? Sure. But the second Mason gets close to someone else, she's fuming. Tell me that's a best friend. Ren nodded along beside her. You know, Jade, for once in your life, you actually said something that hit the mark. I can't speak to everything else, but our Sky and Mason, there is definitely something there. The only question is she standing right here in front of us, pretending not to know, or does she genuinely have no idea that she has feelings for him? But thinking it through, Jomber, given how completely oblivious she is by nature, she's probably not faking it. She's fundamentally incapable of keeping secrets. After finishing the conversation about Sky, Ren shifted topics. Oh right, Jade. This mall. Do you know which company owns it? Yeah, I actually do. It's the biggest real estate group in the city. The Greenfield Group. The entire Greenfield Commercial Plaza. The whole thing belongs to them. Why are you suddenly asking? No particular reason. Just pressing. I was looking at the local news on my phone a minute ago and saw an article. Apparently, a 19-year-old guy just bought out the entire Building 7 of the Greenfield Plaza. That's wild. Apparently, he's the same age as us. I'm dying to know who it is. Whoops, sorry, sent that to the wrong chat. Wait, bought out the whole thing? The Greenfield Group's Building 7, completely? Jade's eyes went wide, mainly because of the age. 19 years old, same age as all of them. And he'd already bought an entire commercial office building outright. Oh my God, who is this person? Is it someone from our school? Never heard of anyone like that. That's absolutely insane. You had to understand. To buy an entire Greenfield Group commercial building outright, the price tag would be in the tens of millions, possibly hundreds of millions. Normally, small and mid-sized companies would only lease 1 or 2 floors for office space. Only a large corporation, or even a publicly listed company, would drop hundreds of millions to buy an entire building. This was truly a different kind of life. The gap between people is genuinely staggering. We just graduated, still figuring out which college to go to, what we want to do with our lives. And then there's this guy. I bet he's the son of some major conglomerate CEO. One of those ultra-wealthy second-generation kids. I have to say, having the right parents saves you decades of struggle. So jealous. While Jade and Ren were deep in conversation, Sky had finished changing into the dress and stepped out of the fitting room. She tapped Jade on the shoulder from behind. What are you two talking about? You both looked so animated. Quick, tell me what you think. Does this dress look good on me? She stood in front of Jade and Ren, doing a little turn for them. She was naturally small and slim, but her legs were genuinely stunning, pale and slender. The dress looked incredible on her. Jade, even as a fellow girl, had the sudden urge to reach out and touch them. The envy was real. Sky, your legs are insane. When you eventually get a boyfriend, he is going to be one very lucky guy. Sky shook her head helplessly. Jade, a dog's mouth can't produce ivory. Just kidding. Jade burst out laughing. Right, Jade. What were you two talking about just now? Sky asked curiously. I think I caught something about a 19-year-old buying up the Greenfield Real Estate Group's Building 7. Is that actually true? She was genuinely surprised, too. Her family had money, sure, but based on how her dad's company was doing and the current cash flow, buying out an entire office building outright in one go would still be a serious stretch. That's the thing. I was just scrolling through local news and saw it. No idea who this person is. But he's probably not from Jefferson High, at least from our school. We've never heard of any guy with that kind of money. Right, Jade nodded along beside her. It was jaw-dropping, sure, but all 3 girls, including Sky, never once made the connection to me. Yet after all, buying out an entire commercial building outright at only 19 years old, that clearly pointed to serious family money. Otherwise, how would an 18 or 19-year-old come up with that kind of cash? No idea who this mystery person was. Sky didn't give it much more thought. She filed it away as entertaining gossip and moved on. She stood in front of the fitting room mirror, pulled out her phone and snapped a few shots, deliberately angling in clothes on her legs, then sent them to me. Levi, what do you think of this dress on me? Does it look good? Seeing what she'd sent, I was genuinely at a loss. Sky, What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted me to look at the dress? How come it's all legs and no dress? After sending the message, I laughed despite myself, quietly muttering to myself, Sky, you really don't treat me like an outsider at all. Though in all my memories of her, I had never actually seen her in a dress before. Never expected it to look this good on her. And those legs of hers, slender and pale, genuinely stunning. Oops, Levi, sorry, wrong photo. Here's the right one. Yeah, the dress is nice. Right? I think so too. Obviously I'm not talking about the dress. I'm talking about my legs. She sent that with zero shame. I mean, with legs like mine, anything looks good. Am I right, Levi? After that, I spent about an hour conducting interviews, specifically with the woman from the same state as Sky named Amy Yang. Around 5 or 6 in the evening, she had just stepped out of the office building when her phone rang. The caller was her older sister, Sky's mom. Sky's mother, and the woman who'd come in for my interview, was actually Sky's aunt, going by Nini. I heard you left the Kim group, and you're developing your career in town now. Yeah, sis, I just passed the interview. Just walked out of the building. That's wonderful. As it happens, Sky is in town too. I talked to her last night. She said she's not going home for the summer. She's been staying at a classmate's place. Your brother-in-law and I are traveling abroad. The whole 2 months. Whenever you have time, keep an eye on Sky for me. If it's not convenient, just bring her over to stay with you. Save the poor kid from being a burden on her friend's family. Amy asked curiously, Sis, is Sky staying with a guy or a girl? She's not seeing someone already, is she? She'd have to be 10 times braver than she is. No, of course not. That kid doesn't have the nerve to stay at a boy's place. Sky's mom said through the phone. Amy replied, Okay sis, don't worry. Leave it to me. Now that I'm in town, I'll absolutely take good care of our precious little niece. Besides, I basically watched Sky grow up. And I was actually already planning, once the interview was done, to call her tonight and take her out for dinner. Perfect. I'll leave her in your hands then. After hanging up and leaving the building, Amy caught a cab back to her apartment. Not too far from the office, as it turned out. Commute is going to be easy. This setup is pretty convenient. Settled in the back seat, Amy pulled out her phone and called her niece. At that moment, Sky was still out, with Jade and Ren, window shopping. Girls, especially when shopping, seem to run on unlimited energy. Something every guy who'd ever tagged along with a girlfriend knew all too well. Hours of walking, and they still weren't tired. Guys were a completely different story. 10 minutes in, and they were already over it. Just pick something already. It doesn't have to be this complicated. Clothes are clothes, as long as they fit. When Amy called, Sky was in the middle of eyeing a top that looked genuinely cute. Exactly her style. She was about to head into the fitting room when her phone buzzed. Jade glanced over beside her. Sky, your phone's going off. Who's calling me? Is it Levi? She reached for it immediately. Here. Jade laughed helplessly. Sky, why are you reacting like that? It's not Mason. It's your aunt. Jade had already caught the name displayed on the screen. My aunt? Sky was a little surprised. Isn't she in the city right now? Why would she be calling at this hour? She was genuinely curious. She answered the call and immediately launched in. Hello, my favorite aunt. What made you think of calling me? It's been so long since I've been home. Do you miss me? Do you miss your precious little niece? I miss you so much. The moment the call connected, she was already grinning ear to ear. Growing up, Amy had been the one who looked after her most. Her parents had always been swamped with work, spending most of their time at the company. So, the bond between Sky and her aunt was incredibly close. It didn't feel like an aunt-niece relationship at all, more like two girlfriends. She could tell her aunt anything. Absolutely zero generational gap between them. It felt like talking to someone her own age. Sky, I'm in town. What? Sky nearly jumped. Aunt Nom. You're here? In town? Yeah, for the foreseeable future. I'll be based here. Seriously, Aunt? Weren't you working at the Kim Group? That big internet conglomerate? Did they transfer you here? No, I actually resigned. Switched companies. I had an interview this afternoon. Officially starting tomorrow. You resigned? Sky was genuinely caught off guard. She didn't know what had happened, but the fact that her aunt would be staying in town made her absolutely thrilled. That meant for the next 2 months, or really the whole summer break, she could see her aunt whenever she wanted. Aside from me, Sky would no longer be without anyone close in this city, elder-wise, with her parents abroad, her alone here for the summer. Besides me, obviously, she had Jade and Ren, but beyond that, there weren't many people she was really close to. This was great news. Her aunt was here too now. Perfect. Ain't it too? I'm staying at a friend's place this summer anyway. When we get a chance, I'll introduce you to my friend. He's really great. She emphasized it, but her aunt had no way of knowing that the friend she was talking about was actually a guy, not a girl. But Sky wasn't worried about that. Her aunt would definitely not go telling her parents. Absolutely not that type. They made plans to meet for dinner that evening. Before hanging up, she said, "See you tonight, Aunt. I'll let you go. I'll hang up first. I'm out shopping with 2 friends right now." After the call ended, Sky pulled out her phone and immediately typed out a message to me. "Levi, my aunt just called. She's in town right now. She wants to take me out for dinner tonight. Are you free tonight? Come with me. I'll introduce her to you. She's really wonderful. I think you'll love her." After sending the message, a thought hit her. If her family ever found out she was staying at a boy's house, things would get complicated fast. "Levi, just so you know, my aunt is gorgeous. She was mid-conversation with me, trying to get me to come to dinner tonight." But right at that moment, 2 notifications popped up on her phone. One had shot straight to the top of the trending searches. Online, shaking up the entire finance and investment world with explosive force. The other was a major international news event. The 2 were directly connected. On Twitter, it had rocketed straight to number 1. Hundreds of thousands, even millions, of users were flooding the comments. Due to international developments, the commodity project I had invested in had surged by nearly 200 times its original value. The name of that project. She remembered it vividly, because the last time we'd been together, at the celebration dinner at my place, she had noticed it. She had been there when I bought into that exact project. In that moment, she was completely floored. She typed frantically, message after message. "Oh my God. Levi, hurry up. Go look at the news. Look right now. Because of international events, there's a project where commodity prices spiked massively. Is that the one you bought into? Am I seeing this wrong? There's no way," she typed. "Is the platform seriously not joking about this?" Seeing her messages come through, I glanced at my phone. Sure enough, a massive trending story. It was exactly about the project I had invested in, 200 times returns. I opened the comments section. Countless people were writing things like, "Wait, what? Wasn't this thing in complete freefall? It just kept dropping. Now commodity prices are up 200 times. What is happening? Is this a dead cat bounce? Did no one read the news? International supply shortage pushed prices through the roof. Commodity scarcity hit. Anyone who bought in early made an absolute killing." Exactly. Imagine buying in at 10,000. You'd be walking away with nearly 2 million. Instant millionaire. Comment after comment from users everywhere. Especially the finance and investment crowd were absolutely eating themselves alive with regret. If I'd only known this project was going to surge 200 times in just a few days, I should have gotten in so much earlier. Meanwhile, I quietly pulled up my back-end account dashboard. The balance was already showing approximately $3 million. All I had to do now was submit the withdrawal request, and it would hit my account quickly. Not bad at all. A roughly $20,000 investment, turning directly into close to $3 million, 200 times the return. I was more than satisfied with that outcome. I quietly submitted the withdrawal request. Either way, it was a significant sum. Probably needed 1 or 2 business days to process. After submitting the withdrawal, I turned back to her messages and smiled to myself. "Sky, if I remember correctly, you made a bet with me. If this project actually went up, you'd buy me a new iPhone. Wasn't that the deal?" She got a little sheepish. "Levi, you actually remembered that? Why wouldn't I? Is that your way of trying to wriggle out of it? Do you really think I'm that kind of person? It's just one phone. A bet's a bet. I lost. I pay up." After sending the message, she added, a little pained, "But honestly, 200 times the return? Levi, you seriously hit the jackpot." Once the initial shock settled, she circled back to the original point. "Okay, Levi meaty. Back to the main topic. We can talk about that other stuff later. Right now, tonight, my aunt wants to take us both out for dinner. Are you actually coming or not?" Think about it again. And I'm just saying, my aunt is stunning. Like genuinely beautiful. You really sure you don't want to come? I thought it over. Probably better not to go. Sky's mouth ran without a filter. And her aunt was family. An adult. If she found out her niece had been staying at a boy's place this whole time, she'd definitely start asking questions. Adults always tended to read into things. Better for me to stay out of it. Who knew what her aunt's personality was like? If she happened to be fiercely protective of Sky and let her imagination run, I'd have no way to manage that situation. Sure, for the days Sky had been at my place, nothing had happened. But adults didn't always take things at face value. The overprotective guardian type. If they found out, they might just show up at the door looking for a fight. Kid, you think you can just lure my niece in like that? Though this was technically just an aunt, not her parents. So maybe it wouldn't come to that. But hard to say for sure. Besides, these days, there was no shortage of aunts who were fiercely devoted to their nieces. Running through the possible scenarios in my head, I replied directly, let's save it for another time. Besides, I'd already made plans with Enchant's manager Wendy Wu for tonight, so I probably wouldn't have time anyway. Let's do it another day. After replying to her message, I gathered my things from the office, then headed downstairs. There was a car waiting outside the building. A sedan. In the driver's seat was Wendy Wu. I climbed in and sat in the back. She turned around, visibly surprised. Sir, why did you just walk out of the Greenfield commercial real estate building? Were you here for a meeting? I heard this building was apparently bought out entirely by some young entrepreneur. Wait, as she said it, something clicked. Hold on, a thought suddenly hit her. Sir, don't tell me the person who bought this building is actually you? Wendy sat in the driver's seat, glancing back at me through the rearview mirror, her expression written in pure disbelief. She'd barely gotten the words out when, before I could respond, she immediately second-guessed herself. Probably not. Sure, I had bought out Enchant Internet Cafe, and the cash flow on that must have been significant. The revenue and cash flow of the cafe chain was genuinely impressive. It was a large operation. Multiple branches, spread across different parts of the city. Hourly rates were solid. Inside the cafe, there were additional consumer services on top. Prime downtown location. Both foot traffic and per-visit spending were high. But compared to the value of the Greenfield building, it wasn't even in the same conversation. To buy out an entire building outright, you'd need tens of millions at minimum, possibly hundreds of millions. This was not a small thing. On top of that, not 1 or 2 floors. The entire building, I answered. My expression didn't change. Completely calm, even though the system had already handed me ownership of the whole building. And on top of that, I just received the Greenfield office building as a bonus. I was still perfectly composed. As someone who had built an empire in a past life, who had once held enormous wealth, who had seen everything, coming back the second time around, I wasn't about to let a little asset like this shake me emotionally. Meanwhile, Wendy in the driver's seat was absolutely buzzing with shock, also completely floored, exactly as she'd suspected. CEO Mason Chen really was the person who had bought out the Greenfield office building, chairman of Tidal Wave Tech. She'd always sensed his background wasn't simple, but she never expected it to be at this level, buying an entire building, and still this calm about it. The more she thought about it, the more curious Wendy became. Which major conglomerate's son is this boss of mine? Could he actually be the son of the biggest financial group in town? Even a normally wealthy family wouldn't be at this level, able to pull out this much cash in one single move. This is genuinely terrifying. All of this ran through her mind on the drive to Enchant Internet Cafe. I sat in the back and spoke up calmly, keeping my tone even and unhurried. Manager Wu, what was it you needed to see me about? Something serious enough that it absolutely had to be in person? You couldn't have just said it over the phone? Wendy kept her eyes on the road. Of course, sir. Here's the situation. I asked you to come in this afternoon, so we could sit down in the cafe office and talk properly. It's because, in the next day or two, the cafe is planning to expand. As you know, Enchant Internet Cafe has been building for years. To get to where it is today, it wasn't easy. It truly didn't come without a fight. The management team has put forward a proposal to expand significantly and upgrade into a large-scale premium gaming lounge. At that point, we'd be adding a lot of new equipment and entertainment services. The earning potential going forward would increase substantially. but the expansion will cost a considerable amount. The cafe account will see a major outflow, so we didn't want to make the call ourselves. We wanted to bring you in directly, get your approval, and hear your thoughts on it. Listening to Wendy lay it all out. From behind the wheel, I felt a quiet spark of interest from the back seat. Expanding the operation was absolutely the right move. I had no objections at all. Besides, tidal wave tech would be generating steady income for me too, along with all the other ventures and assets combined. Every piece counted, let alone one single internet cafe. Monthly revenue there was essentially pocket change in the grand scheme. Thinking it through, I smiled with quiet satisfaction, then spoke directly. Upgrade to a premium gaming lounge, right? On the cost side, I'm giving you full authority. Do what needs to be done. No need to worry about the budget. Also, I want to ask about current staff compensation, from the cleaning crew all the way up to the network admins and the equipment technicians. What are their current salaries running? Wendy had assumed I was about to propose across-the-board pay cuts, trim the wage bill significantly, and redirect those savings entirely into the expansion budget. That's exactly the direction she'd expected. But what she didn't anticipate was what I said next. Actually, don't even bother telling me the number. Whatever everyone is currently making, I don't need the exact figures. Just take whatever they're currently earning, and double it, effective this month. That's the decision. If you want people to give their best, you have to make sure they're taken care of first. After saying that, I pulled out my phone and started scrolling. Looking at the market in 2016, everything in the short-form video space was still fragmented and underdeveloped. With big data technology, that had already fully matured in the years I remembered. I had complete confidence in positioning my company to ride the crest of the coming wave, to stake a claim on the short-form video industry of the future, a market that would one day be worth hundreds of billions, possibly trillions. Right now, Wendy's expression was one of complete, stunned disbelief. She almost thought she'd misheard. Sir, are you serious? The cafe is already about to spend a massive amount on expansion. By all standard business logic, wouldn't you normally cut employee wages and redirect those savings into covering the expansion costs? That way, it's essentially the staff subsidizing the company's own growth. Even if they didn't love it, they'd have to deal. If they quit, someone else would take the job. There's never a shortage of people who need work, but CEO Chen really does have a conscience. He's genuinely a good person, she thought. An employer with integrity like this, in this day and age, a business owner with a conscience like that, is genuinely rare. Wendy turned it over quietly in her mind. Not long after, they arrived at Enchant Internet Cafe. As we walked through the door, I didn't catch sight of Dylan and Zach, who were working their summer shift. The two of them were covering the second floor. After that, Wendy and I sat down in the office and talked for about an hour. Just over an hour later, Terendi gathered all the cafe staff together and announced something significant, an across-the-board pay raise. For Dylan and Zach, the summer part-timers, hearing the news about the raise, the two of them were absolutely beside themselves. Zach, did you hear that? Manager just announced raises for everyone. I can't speak for the others. See, but just for the two of us on this summer gig, our monthly take was around $400. If that doubles, that's $800 a month, right? In a city like this, not exactly the most booming place around, $800 a month as a part-time rate is genuinely solid, especially when we're just two kids fresh out of high school, doing a summer side job, not even full-time hours. $800 is more than enough. Oh my God, that's actually so much money. This new owner is seriously the best. We really did luck out. First week on the job and there's already a raise. Something this good. And even the summer part-timers are included. Exactly. If Levi finds out, the two of us are pulling in $800 a month. He is going to absolutely kick himself. He'll regret turning us down when we asked him to sign up for the summer job with us. When he hears about it, he's going to be sick with envy. I was thinking the exact same thing. Maybe we invite Levi out tonight. Drop it on him over food. Let him sit with the jealousy a little. Sounds good to me. Not a bad plan at all. But what Dylan and Zach had absolutely no idea about was that the person sitting right in front of them at that very moment was the new owner of Enchant itself. So naturally, I was curious. I genuinely wanted to know. When Dylan and Zach finally put it all together and realized I was the owner, what would their faces look like? Didn't even need to think too hard about it. Their expressions were going to be absolutely priceless. I spent the whole evening with them, grilled skewers and cold beer. A relaxed, easy, genuinely good night. Exam season had kept everything so tight and stressful, with studying grinding on day after day. It had been a while since we'd hung out like this. Just the three of us, no pressure, no agenda. Getting together like this felt genuinely great. Especially in the dead of summer, a cold beer going down smooth on a warm night. One of life's simple, truly great pleasures. At that same time, Amy Yang caught a cab and headed to where Sky was still out shopping. Honestly, those three girls were genuinely something else. From the afternoon all the way into the evening, before long, it was already around 8 at night. The night food street was filling up steadily, buzzing with life and noise. In the middle of summer, heading out for grilled skewers and cold beer on a warm night, genuinely one of the best feelings. After I arrived, I spotted Dylan and Zach already seated at a table. The two of them jumped up and waved me over. Levi, jetting, Research, and for himself. Over here, I walked over and sat down across from them. Dylan, Zach, what's going on with you two? Did you find money on the ground or something? Suddenly treating me to dinner out of nowhere. Levi, what kind of thing is that to say? Like we can only treat you if we found cash? But this time you actually guessed right. We basically did stumble into some serious money. Levi, you're not going to believe this. That internet cafe we just started working at. Enchant, right across from the city center. It changed ownership not that long ago. You heard about that, right? I sat across from them, listening to them go on, and just smiled. Yeah, I've heard. You have no idea, man. The new owner is seriously legendary. Gave every single employee an across-the-board pay raise, double their previous salary, just for these 2 summer months. We could each end up pulling in close to $1,600. We are pumped. That's exactly why we wanted to treat you to dinner tonight. Celebrate properly. And also, honestly, make you a little jealous. See if you regretted turning us down back when we asked you to sign up for the summer shift with us. But what they had no idea about was that the person sitting right across from them was the new owner of Enchant. So naturally I was curious, genuinely wanting to know. When Dylan and Zach finally figured out I was the owner, what their reactions would look like, didn't even need to guess. Their faces were going to be absolutely priceless. I stayed the whole evening. Grilled skewers, cold beers, easy conversation. Genuinely one of the more relaxed nights I'd had in a while. Exam season had been consuming everything. All that pressure and stress packed into every day. It had been so long since we'd just gotten together like this. Hanging out over food and drinks, it hit differently. Especially in the middle of summer. A cold beer going straight down on a warm night. There's genuinely nothing better. At that same time, Amy Yang was in a cab, heading to where Sky was still out shopping. Honestly, those three girls were genuinely something else. From the afternoon all the way into the evening, still going strong, almost close to midnight even. Genuinely impressive stamina. She picked up several outfits, all things she loved. Also bought me a jacket, and a pair of shoes on top of it. All in all, a very productive haul. The moment they stepped out of the mall and came outside, they spotted a tall woman standing at the entrance. It was her aunt, Amy Yang. Sky lit up immediately. Aunt, you're here! It's been so long. You just keep getting more beautiful. She laid it on thick with the sweetest voice. Amy heard it and just about melted on the spot, then gave Sky's cheek a soft little pinch. That's our Sky. Nobody talks sweeter than you. Compared to the other cousins, you're miles ahead when it comes to saying the right thing. Come on, Aunt's taking you out for something good. What are you in the mood for? Tonight's on me. Eat whatever you want. Oh, and don't forget to call that friend of yours. After staying at their place for a few days. It's only polite. Aunt would also love the chance to meet your classmate. As she said that, Amy glanced over at Jade, standing behind Sky, Hewer, and Ren, then asked with a puzzled look, Sky, the classmate you've been staying with these past few days, is it one of these two? She shook her head. Neither of them, that friend, has something going on tonight. I'll introduce you separately another time. Oh, okay, that's fine. Then let's just go eat first. Bring your two friends along too. More people, more fun. On the way to the restaurant, they walked and chatted, and something clicked. Oh right, Aunt, didn't you have a job interview for a new company this afternoon? How did it go? Sky asked with genuine curiosity. It went really well. Bringing it up put Amy in an immediately excellent mood. Sky, you have no idea. This afternoon's interview went incredibly smoothly. The new boss is very young. And more importantly, he seems like a genuinely good person. I originally thought, new company, just started up, offering a base salary of around $8,000 a month. Maybe because they're still in the early stages, they'd need to control costs, so they'd probably negotiate it down. Maybe knock it to $5,000 or $6,000. But I never expected. Not only did they not negotiate it down, they actually bumped it up another $5,000 for me, base salary, which means your aunt is walking into this company at a minimum of $13,000 a month, even higher than my base at the last company. Right then, hearing her aunt say all this with barely contained excitement, Sky felt genuinely happy for her. Seriously? This new company must have serious financial backing. No kidding. It's called Tidal Wave Tech. That's a pretty unusual name. Sky and Jade and Ren had never heard of it. But thinking about it, a newly established company they'd never heard of was completely normal. Oh, and this company's actually the one from a few days ago. That bought out the Greenfield Real Estate Groups. Building 7, her aunt added that detail. Sky and Jade and Ren exchanged looks. All three were stunned. Wait. The company that bought the commercial building from the Greenfield Group is actually the new company your aunt just joined? That's right, she shrugged. I mean, it's not that crazy. It's just that a little while ago you three had literally just been talking about it. And now it turns out the company Aunt just joined is that exact one. No wonder Aunt just said the company's boss is very young, because earlier Jade and Ren had been scrolling through the news themselves, and the article had said the new owner was only 19. Right now Jade was completely blown away. She leaned in close to Sky's ear and whispered, "Oh my God. Tidal Wave Tech. The company your aunt just joined is the exact company that bought out that entire office building. And the owner is only 19, same age as us. Could he have literally just finished his entrance exams too? That is insane. 19 years old with an entire building to his name, already starting his own company. Entrepreneurship at that age. I kind of really want to meet this person. I wonder which school he goes to around here." Jade and Ren were saying all of this. And it wasn't just the two of them. Sky was thinking the exact same thing. Especially Sky, who had absolutely no idea that the person they were talking about was me. All three of them had no clue who the owner of Tidal Wave Tech actually was, but they were completely in awe regardless. Someone so young, same age as them, yet already this accomplished. Genuinely extraordinary. Honestly, kind of audacious too. Almost without realizing it, it was already nearly 9 at night. Sky sat together with Jade, Ren, and her aunt, finishing up dinner. Everyone left the table absolutely stuffed. Sky rubbed her stomach. "I am completely full. That dinner was seriously the best. It's been so long since I've eaten this well. Such a shame Levi couldn't be here tonight. It would have been even more fun with him." Jade, Ren, don't you think? Whoa, grinned that goofy grin of hers, glancing over at Jade beside her. Before Jade and Ren could even respond, Amy was already looking up from across the table. "Levi's? Sky, is that really what you two call each other?" Amy felt genuinely out of the loop. She remembered back in her school days. Girls calling each other always sounded soft and sweet. Names that felt warm and cute. Old Chen, Old Lee, Akandi. Wasn't that just something guys called each other? You didn't really hear girls addressing each other that way, using old as a prefix. So she was genuinely surprised. Maybe I'm actually just behind the times. She sighed quietly. "Seems like your aunt really is completely out of touch with your generation. Back when I was in school, you almost never heard girls calling each other that. Maybe it's just because Sky has a bit of a tomboy streak." "Ha, just kidding. Our Sky is the most gentle and adorable one of all." She gave a small, indignant huff. "Aunt, are you teasing me?" "But actually, you're not entirely wrong. Normally with Jade and Ren, I don't go around calling them Old Wang or Old Lee's. That just sounds weird. So then why do you call that other friend Levi's?" Amy wasn't following. "Because Levi is a guy." She said it plainly, while quietly thinking to herself, could you imagine using the girly nickname style and calling him something like Masony or Mace? That would be so cringe. Anyone who overheard that would think we were a couple. Who calls their best friend something that precious? I'd want to gag. Just thinking about it makes my skin crawl. Even for a couple, that's a bit much. If she ever dated someone, she would definitely never call him that. Way too corny. Lex, but if a future boyfriend called her something like that, she wouldn't exactly be opposed. Wait, what, Sky? Amy leaned forward. Are you saying that for the past few days, you've been staying at a boy's place? Amy's voice went up noticeably. She clearly had not been expecting this. That for the past several days, Sky had been living under the same roof as a male classmate. Jade and Ren, sitting beside them, quietly exchanged a look of genuine respect. They were both thinking, Sky is actually kind of fearless. If it were either of us, staying at a guy's place for that long, if family ever asked, we'd sooner die than say it out loud. But there's Sky, just casually saying it straight. Genuinely bold. Respect. Sky nodded, then looked at Amy with wide, completely unbothered eyes. Yeah, Aunt, why are you so shocked? Levi and I, we've been best friends all 3 years of high school. We're super close. But don't worry, Auntie, I've been in my own room the whole time. It's absolutely not what you're thinking. We are purely friends, purely best friends, nothing else. Hearing her explain it that way, Amy relaxed somewhat. She was relieved it wasn't what she'd imagined. She'd been afraid Sky had gone and fallen for someone, and was already practically living together. That would have been moving at a genuinely alarming speed. But even so, thinking it over more carefully, something still didn't sit quite right. Sky, maybe for the next few days, you should come stay with me. The apartment I rented has 2 bedrooms. Even if you two are just best friends, a boy and a girl under the same roof still isn't the most appropriate situation. And on top of that, if your mom finds out, she is going to lose it. This afternoon, right after the interview, I'd barely stepped out of the building. When your mom called, she specifically asked me to keep a closer eye on you this summer. If she ever found out that I knew you were staying with a boy and didn't stop it, by the time she gets back from her trip, I'm going to get absolutely chewed out. Sky, listen to me. Move over to my place tonight. I'm there by myself. Honestly, it gets lonely. Pretty quiet most of the time. Come stay with me and keep me company. No sooner had she finished than Sky immediately and firmly shut it down. Absolutely not. Aunt, really, don't worry. There is genuinely nothing going on. Levi is not that kind of person. He would never think anything inappropriate. I can absolutely guarantee that. She trusted his character completely. On top of which, she had already made a promise to his mom that she'd stay for the summer and keep him company, because his parents ran a shop outside, and summer was their busiest season, so they were staying at the shop. But they were worried about leaving him alone. Once she'd shown up, his parents could, finally, stay at the shop without worrying. And besides, she had already made a promise. She couldn't go back on it. If word got out, what would that make her look like? Someone who doesn't keep her word? She said it with complete seriousness. Jade and Ren, sitting beside them, caught each other's eyes. Neither of them said a word, but the look they exchanged said everything. Jade leaned in and murmured under her breath, "Did you catch that? Did you hear what Sky just said? Made a promise to Mason's mom. That sounds a little too convenient. It's obvious she wants to stay with Mason." Ren nodded along quietly. Exactly. Jade, you're thinking the same as me. I had the same feeling. What promise? That's why I'm even more convinced that Sky definitely has feelings for Mason. Right, I think so too. The two of them whispered back and forth. Amy, for her part, was completely helpless. She'd spoiled Sky since she was little. Whatever Sky said, she went along with. She'd never once managed to push back. And right now was no different. She gave up and laughed. Fine. Aunt is out of options with you. If you absolutely insist on staying at your guy friend's place, then Aunt has no choice. Nothing I can do. You know what I'm like. Always have been, ever since you were little. Whatever you decide, that's how it goes. Sky grinned. I knew Aunt loved me the most. You'd never force me into anything. But there is one thing. Can I ask you to keep this a secret? Please don't tell my parents that I'm staying at a boy's place, because knowing Mom, the second she finds out, she'd fly right back. And then I'd be in serious trouble. Nobody knows Mom better than me. When it comes to her personality, she was crystal clear on it. If Mom ever found out that all this time She'd been living at a boy's house. Knowing Mom's temperament, she would absolutely flip. There was even a non-zero chance she'd drag her straight to the hospital for a checkup. That scenario wasn't entirely off the table. Thank goodness Aunt always listened to her. She'd definitely keep the secret. Amy shook her head helplessly. Why do I feel like I've just been dragged aboard a sinking ship? When this all eventually comes out and your mom finds out, I'll probably get an earful too. No way. As long as you keep the secret, Mom and Dad will never know. Yeah, let's hope so. Amy looked at her, but then added, when the time is right though, Aunt still wants to meet your guy friend. After all, he's a boy. My niece has been living at his place. As your aunt, I do need to have a few words with him. She looked a little exasperated. Aunt, next time can you please say, male friend, not guy friend? Guy friend, guy friends, Sri? People who don't know will get the wrong idea. Jade and Ren are about to misunderstand. Amy burst out laughing. My apologies, Sky. Aunt meant male friend. Male friend shortened to guy friends. Very different things. Your language teacher is probably crying somewhere. You really have the nerve to correct your aunt. Fine, then I'm not keeping your secret anymore. No. Aunt, I was wrong. Amy laughed helplessly. And just like that, the evening wrapped up, dinner was done. Amy called a cab and dropped Sky off at home. Jade and Ren lived nearby. Each headed their own way. A little while later, Amy pulled up in front of the building. Before leaving, she said one last thing. Don't forget, Sky, whenever your guy friend has a free moment, make sure to let me know. I'll take him out for a meal. Get to meet him properly. Best friend, not guy friend. Sky corrected her firmly. Amy laughed. Right. Best friend, not guy friend. Okay, Aunt's heading back. Get to bed early tonight. Sky said goodbye to her aunt, watched her get into the cab and drive away, then headed upstairs. Back in the living room, she realized I wasn't home yet. She immediately fired off a string of messages. Levi, calling Levi. You're not back yet? You went for BBQ and beers with Dylan and Zach, right? You didn't get drunk, did you? Levi, do you need me to come get you? By that point, Dylan, Zach, and I had already wrapped up. That BBQ dinner had been genuinely satisfying. What with college entrance exams taking over everything lately, studying had been grinding us down. It had been a long time since we'd just kicked back like this. A proper meal, no pressure. Especially in the middle of summer, grilled skewers and cold beer was truly one of life's great pleasures. Mostly it was just being in a good mood. Everything tasted better when you were. I was sitting in the back of the cab, reading her messages, and typed back. Sky, TS, I'm in the car, heading back now. What's up? Did you guys finish eating and head home? She replied quickly. Yeah, Aunt dropped me off. I'm home now. Let me send you a photo. See? I'm home. Levi, come back soon, okay? I'll wait for you. When you get back, game with me for a bit. We can celebrate too. Celebrate? I was curious, so I typed back asking what exactly we were celebrating. She sent back a slightly exasperated message. Levi, are you serious right now? You literally just made a fortune, and now you're playing dumb? This afternoon, didn't I message you already? I saw the whole thing. That project you bought into. It shot up 200 times. If I remember right, you originally put in around 20,000, which means, right now, you've got to be sitting on close to 3 million. Levi, you're basically a millionaire now. Don't you dare forget your best friend when you're rich. She sent that last part with a grinning emoji. I typed back, Sky, I hate to tell you this, but remember when you warned me it would tank? I actually listened to you. I pulled everything out the next day, so I didn't really make much. She went completely still. Wait, seriously? Levi, are you for real right now? You actually pulled out already? That is such a waste. That project just hit 200 times. If you hadn't pulled out, you'd be a millionaire right now. It's over. It's done. She knew, or thought she knew, that I had pulled out immediately after her warning, and now she was spiraling, not just panicking. She felt a knot of genuine guilt. She had originally been worried I'd lose everything, a full $20,000 gone. So she told me not to buy in, and now that same project had surged 200 times, which meant she had inadvertently caused me to miss out on life-changing money. She was genuinely mortified right now, wondering whether I'd come home and blame her. It's over, Levi. I was wrong. This is completely my fault. Because of me, you missed your shot. Blame me. Blame me entirely. In reality, I was only messing with her. Just trying to tease her a little. I had not expected her to take the bait so completely. Just absolutely swallowed it whole. She really was something else. Looking at her reaction just now, she'd spiraled entirely on her own, convinced herself she'd done me wrong, sitting there drowning in self-inflicted guilt, acting like she'd committed some unforgivable crime against me. I was, truly, defeated by her particular brand of obliviousness, but completely unexpectedly. That very thing triggered a system reward. Her self-generated spiral had produced a genuine emotional reaction. Reward unlocked. A completely unplanned outcome. I hadn't seen that coming at all. Right at that moment, the system chime sounded. A notification interface appeared before my eyes. Ding, system is issuing one reward. Futures market investment prediction access. Note, upon receiving this reward, the host may access futures market investment predictions. The system will analyze the highest yield projects available, those with the maximum return on investment. Looking at the reward, I smiled with quiet satisfaction. Not bad at all. The best part was that I had done essentially nothing. Just casually teased her, and she'd done the rest entirely on her own. Truly a self-inflicted spiral for the ages. Reading the system description more carefully, I was genuinely pleased with this one. Futures investing was high risk by nature. Either you made a killing or you lost everything. Sometimes lost so badly you went completely under. Even worse, walked away with absolutely nothing. 9 out of 10 projects in the futures market were traps. Almost total wipeouts across the board. But I wasn't afraid. With the system filtering for me, scanning the entire futures trading market. For the most profitable project available, I could avoid risk entirely. Any investment I made with this tool was essentially guaranteed to turn a profit. I smiled with deep satisfaction, already planning to open the futures market on my phone later and let the system analyze the highest yield project currently available, the one with the best possible return on investment. As it happened, the previous project I'd bought into had already surged 200 times. The amount coming to me was around $3 million, but of that, roughly 400,000 had other uses. So, currently available was approximately 2.6 million. No issue there though. I'd already submitted the withdrawal request. I'd just checked my phone. The estimated arrival time was tonight at the earliest, or by 6 tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Right after that, she sent another message. Levi, I'm really, truly sorry. I only said what I said because I was looking out for you. I was scared you'd lose money. How was I supposed to know? That project would surge 200 times. The price was in the red, dropping miserably. But either way, it's because of me that you missed your chance. I feel terrible about this. I genuinely feel so guilty. At home, she was in a complete spiral of remorse. After sending those messages, she sat on the couch, in total silence, feeling like she had to do something. Something to show she was sorry, some gesture to cheer me up. But the more she thought about it, the more she came up empty. Maybe cook me a late-night snack? Even though she had absolutely no idea how to cook. Growing up, she'd always been treated like a little princess. Whenever her parents weren't home, they'd always leave her money and tell her to eat out, or there was a housekeeper to cook. If she wasn't misremembering, this would be her first time ever setting foot in a kitchen. Slightly terrifying, she pulled out her phone and looked up a recipe online. Maybe fried eggs, that couldn't be too hard. All you had to do was pour in some oil, crack an egg in, and fry it. Simple enough. She decided to just go for it. More than 10 minutes passed. It was already evening, and the cab ride home hit a bit of traffic. So by the time I actually walked through the door, it had been well over 10 minutes. I'd barely arrived when I pushed open the door and stepped into the living room. Sky, I'm back. Where are you? Oh, I was walking past the food street, and I know you normally love the soup dumplings from that spot, so I grabbed 2 steamers. Hello, where'd you go? The moment I walked through the door, I caught a smell, something burning. What is that? Is the apartment on fire? But that didn't seem quite right either. I looked toward the kitchen, and there she was, half engulfed in smoke, turning around to look at me, with a completely flustered expression, her face covered in soot, looking equal parts hilarious and pitiful. Sky, what on earth are you doing? I'm sorry, Levi. Total accident. Complete accident. I kept thinking it was my fault. You missed your chance to make real money because of me. If I hadn't said anything, if you'd kept the money in the account, it would have gone up 200 times. Just thinking about it makes me feel so bad. So I thought, you were about to come home, so I'd fry you an egg. I'm genuinely sorry. I just wanted to do something nice. And then this happened. She looked mortified. Clearly, I have absolutely zero talent for cooking. She was even talking herself down now. She looked at the egg she'd just fried. The top side was passable, edible, barely, but flipped over. Completely black, alarming. One look at it, and your appetite was gone. Blacker than the bottom of a pan. Nobody could swallow that. It killed any desire to eat entirely. Nobody's getting that down. Levi, go ahead and laugh. I'll take the embarrassment. But don't worry. This is only my first attempt. With practice, someday, you'll be eating my fried eggs. I laughed helplessly. All right, it's fine, Sky. Stop trying. This isn't your thing. Don't stress about it. Look at the state of this kitchen, smoke everywhere. You're frying an egg with no ventilation on. Flame cranked all the way up. Were you trying to blow up the stove? I pulled her out of the kitchen, steered her straight to the bathroom, and told her to wash her face. You can't go around looking like that. You look like a little soot-covered kitten. After washing up, she came out looking fresh-faced and adorable again, completely transformed from 2 minutes ago. Her eyes immediately landed on the soup dumplings sitting on the table. She caught the smell and couldn't resist. Wow. Levi, did you get these for me? How did you know I loved the soup dumplings from this place? The smell alone is already incredible. Even though she'd just finished a full dinner with her aunt and the others, seeing that I'd brought something back for her was all it took. She grabbed 2 and popped them straight in her mouth. These are genuinely so good. Levi, you are the absolute best. I honestly thought you'd be mad at me. I basically made you miss a life-changing opportunity. Your chance to really make it big. And you're not even upset. You even brought me soup dumplings. Levi, you really are too good. I'm honestly a little touched right now. After I sat down, Sky, people say you're oblivious and they're not wrong. I was joking, and you just completely believed it. She froze. Wait, what? Levi, are you saying that $20,000 you put in, you never actually pulled it out? She stared at me wide-eyed. You were tricking me this whole time? So you actually do have insider information or something? Right then, she clutched her chest dramatically, even though I'd been messing with her, and made her believe I'd actually pulled out the money. The relief was immediate. As long as the outcome was good, that was all that mattered. Levi, you scared me half to death. I genuinely thought you'd listen to me, and pulled out early. Thank goodness. Levi, you have a mind of your own. You held your ground, and now look. Levi, you're officially a millionaire. Close to $3 million from this? 19 years old and pulling in that kind of money? Levi, you are genuinely incredible. I'm a little in awe of you right now, honestly. Levi, you know what? When it comes to stocks and investing, I thought I understood a little. My parents are pushing me toward finance after all. They want me working in the industry. I didn't expect my instincts to be this terrible. I actually thought that project would tank. Levi, you're on a completely different level. She suddenly had a bold idea, and looked at me with full seriousness. Levi, actually, here's a thought. When we both get to college, what if we declared the same major? With your instincts for this stuff, not studying finance would honestly be a waste. I wasn't really drawn to finance. I still wanted to go my original route, business administration. She sounded a little disappointed. Business admin? That's a shame, Levi. With your ability, finance would take you so far. But it's fine. As long as the two of us end up at the same school, that's what matters. My parents want me to apply to schools up north. Stay closer to home that way. But I still want to come here. Go to the same school as you. She patted her chest, laughed, and said, how's that for loyalty, Levi? But don't get the wrong idea. I'm not giving up on going up north for you. Mainly, it just suits me better here. Don't read into it. She emphasized that last part. But the harder she insisted, the more it gave everything away. It was pretty clear her choice of school was because of me. But to be fair, Levi, these soup dumplings you got are genuinely so good. You can't let me eat the whole thing alone, even though I can pack it away. I'm still a girl, you know. There's no way I can finish all of this. What do you take me for? A hippo? A pig? She looked at me, pouting slightly. Come on, sit down and eat with me. The way she compared herself like that nearly made me choke. She really was funny sometimes. Genuinely one of a kind. A girl this entertaining. If I ever brought her home as my wife, life would never be boring. I thought quietly to myself, Levi, I'm talking to you. Why are you just zoning out? What were you just thinking about? Oh, nothing. Come eat with me. There's way too much here for me alone. All nodded, settled onto the couch, and dug into the soup dumplings. She wasn't wrong. That shop on the food street made their soup dumplings exceptionally well. The flavor was beyond reproach. Plenty of broth, plenty of filling. Incredible taste. Never mind me. She alone was completely obsessed, absolutely losing her mind over them. After that, the rest of the evening was quiet and easy. I sat on the couch eating, while pulling out my phone to check on the futures market, letting the system run its analysis, looking for the most profitable project available, to get a read before making a move. I was planning to put in the full 2.6 million, go all in, everything currently in hand. Who knew? Maybe it would double again. With that thought running through my head, I picked up my phone, opened the futures market interface, and very quickly the system chime sounded in my ear. System analysis, pork belly futures. Investment cycle, 2 weeks. Projected return, 0.5 times principal. I scanned through the analysis list. For example, pork belly futures. If you put in 1.5 million, you'd net an additional 0.5 times your capital. In other words, 50% on top. Sure, 0.5 was already strong, and with the system running the analysis, it was a 100% guaranteed profit, completely loss-proof. But a prediction tool this valuable, used only once. I needed to look carefully, find the highest return project available. Before committing, my eyes moved through the system interface, scanning each futures project one by one. Some were returning 0.3 times, others at 0.2, and naturally, there were the losing ones too, some projecting negative 0.4. There was even one futures project flagged to double in losses, meaning putting money into those was basically a guaranteed disaster. Either you'd bleed out 40% of your capital, or lose everything. But very quickly, the system began filtering out all the losing projects, along with the lower return ones. Everything got sorted and cleared, and in the end, it selected the single optimal project for me. Iron ore futures. Investment cycle, 50 days. Projected return, 3 times the principal. The reasoning was laid out clearly. Due to a convergence of factors, iron ore prices would spike significantly in 50 days. The system recommended buying in now and selling at the peak 50 days out. Projected return, triple the initial investment. Reading the system's breakdown, I was very satisfied. Decision made. This was the one. 3 times return on principal. With roughly 2.6 million in hand, if I put in everything, in 50 days I'd be sitting on nearly 8 million, and that was just the profit on top of the original. Meaning, aside from the 2.6 million base, there would be a net profit of roughly 8 million. Total payout, close to 10.6 million. A return rate like that? I was more than satisfied. About an hour later, the withdrawal I had submitted earlier came through. The full amount transferred directly to my card. Perfect timing. Ready to go straight into iron ore futures. I opened the trading interface and put the entire 2.6 million in. With the system's analysis behind the prediction, I had complete and total confidence, not a shadow of doubt. Sitting right beside me, her eyes went wide as she watched. Levi, what did you just do? You just threw 2.6 million into futures? Oh my God, Levi, you're playing a whole different game. I mean, your last call was absolutely dead on. That project I wrote off, you bought in anyway, and it returned 200 times. But high return projects like this, the risk is just as high. Levi, I feel like, you probably shouldn't be putting all your eggs in one basket. Smart investing means spreading it out. That way, the risk is a lot more manageable. Going all in with 2.6 million. Aren't you scared something unexpected happens? She was genuinely worried, but then she reconsidered and shifted her tone. Or, Levi, do you have insider information on this? You know for sure iron ore prices are going up? She asked, genuinely curious. You are my absolute best friend after all. She looked at me, eyes wide and full of interest. When it came to her, I didn't want to hide anything. I'd been given a second life, All I wanted was to make up for the regrets of the last one, so I said it plainly. Sky, let me ask you something. Do you trust me? She paused for a few seconds, then came back to herself. Levi, what kind of question is that? How could I not trust you? Of course I do. If I can't trust you, who can I trust? Tell me. All right then, I'll be straight with you. I have insider information. 50 days from now, iron ore prices are going to spike hard. So buy at the low now. At minimum, 3 times the return. She immediately lit up. 3 times in 50 days? For real? Levi, you are on another level. You've got serious insider access. She already trusted me unconditionally to begin with. Add in her naturally guileless personality, and there was absolutely no skepticism. Not a moment of hesitation. Then, Levi Parr comes in parts of the traded eights. Can I buy in with you? I have a little money of my own. My dad set it aside for me. Kind of like a Head Start fund. Not a huge amount. About 200,000. If you're really confident about this, if the chances are solid, I'll put the whole 200,000 in. Maybe in 50 days it becomes 600,000. She let herself daydream for a moment. Levi, I promise, if I triple my money, I'll buy you dinner every single day at college. Whatever you want to eat, I'll get it. Whatever you want to wear, I'll buy it. Games, skins. Whatever League of Legends stuff you want, I don't really understand it. But I'll top it all up for you. If anyone else had said that, I might have taken it as empty talk. But coming from her, I didn't need to question it for a second, because she always followed through. All 3 years of high school, she had spent on me more than a little. Let alone once she actually had money in hand. Knowing her personality, she would absolutely spend it on me without a second thought. I laughed. All right, Sky, but just a heads up. A little over a month from now is when we start college. Once you make money, remember to treat me well. Don't let me guide you into a profit for nothing. So under my guidance, she registered a futures trading account. After that, she transferred her 200,000 from her personal card into the trading account, then bought iron ore futures with the entire amount. Now all there was to do was wait just over a month. When iron ore prices surged, the triple return would come rolling in. She was buzzing with excitement, but also a little anxious. Okay, real talk, Levi. Even though I trust you 100%, what if something goes wrong? Say this, 200,000 just disappears completely. Total loss. My parents are going to absolutely destroy me. They might literally string me up. Okay, that's a bit dramatic, but if it comes to that, Levi, I'm not asking for much. All I want is share the good, share the bad. If it goes sideways, can you take the beating with me? I laughed, looking at her completely serious expression. Those wide, guileless eyes staring back at me. I'd barely managed to hold it together. Sky, how do you do it? How do you say stuff this funny? With an absolutely straight face? I laughed helplessly. All right, deal. Ha, Levi, you are genuinely the most loyal person, worthy of being the best friend of Sky herself. But seriously though, Levi TS, tonight you went out for BBQ, with Dylan and Zach. How come you didn't invite me? I answered. It wasn't really a big thing. Just, those two are working at Enchant Internet Cafe for the summer, right? Summer job? Apparently the new owner doubled everyone's wages. The two of them were so pumped about it. They absolutely insisted on dragging me out for drinks. Oh, I see, she kept going. But Levi W., let me tell you something. My aunt, you know about her, right? Tonight, I had dinner with her. She's been based in the city, but now she's moved here. This afternoon, she actually went in for an interview at a company called Tidal Wave Tech. Not only did the interview go smoothly, but the new owner offered her a really high salary, even higher than what she was making at her last company. What kind of day was today? How is everyone getting raises? Even Levi is rolling in money. She was a little envious, muttering to herself, hoping that by following me into the futures trade, in just over a month she'd be tripling her investment. She really meant it. Even if it didn't hit 3 times, even just double would be fine. At minimum, twice the money. Hearing her say that, I immediately connected the dots. Her aunt, who had come in for an interview at my company this afternoon. Could that actually be Amy Yang? Was it possible that Amy Yang was Sky's aunt? The realization hit me with a small jolt of surprise. Genuinely didn't see that coming. Small world. The very first employee of my company, turned out to be Sky's aunt. But I didn't dwell on it. Right now, she just kept talking without pausing, continuing to fill me in. Levi's stomach insistence. You're not going to believe this. This tidal wave company, sure, it's brand new. But financially, it's seriously backed. Not only are they paying my aunt really well, the most impressive thing is the capital behind it. Before they even officially launched, they already bought out the Greenfield Group's Building 7. Apparently, the owner of this company is only 19. Same age as us. Talent everywhere these days. Levi, we've got to step up too. We can't afford to fall behind. She was eating soup dumplings, mouth completely full, while sliding a cup of chicken broth over to me, simultaneously giving herself a little motivational speech. These next 2 months of summer, I am going to finish reading several important books on finance. That was the small goal she'd set for herself. Oh right, Levi can you do me a favor? She went quiet for a rare moment, before quickly speaking again. There's something I want to ask of you. I'm not sure if you'll say yes. Go ahead. What do you need? I sat on the couch and looked at her. Tell me, Sky. What are you asking me for? She was a little embarrassed to bring it up, because what she was about to say was kind of mortifying, even with me, her best friend. But whatever, just say it. Levi, you saw it yourself just now. I turned that kitchen into a complete disaster. It's proven beyond any doubt that I genuinely have zero talent in that department. So I want to ask you, are you asking me to teach you how to cook? No, that's not it. You remember, I bought that papaya earlier? Levi, could you stew it for me? I need to eat that stuff every day for 2 months and see if there's any improvement. I heard it's really good for, the body. I want to try it, but I have no idea how to make it. You've seen the evidence. I tried to fry an egg and turn the kitchen into a smoke machine. Nearly blew up the stove. So please, Levi K., I'm counting on you. It was a small request. I had no objections. But the real issue was 2 months. Sky, honestly, for you, that's probably not going to be enough time. The bone structure is what it is. Excuse me. All you have to do is make it for me. 2 solid months of drinking it. I guarantee you'll be eating your words. Please, please. I'm begging you, Levi. She kept going. I know you're the best. There's absolutely no way you'd turn down a tiny little request like this from your best friend. I nodded in agreement. I'm fine. Wait, seriously, Levi? You actually said yes. I nodded. Yeah, she was practically floating with joy. So thrilled she nearly forgot her own name. She immediately said, You're amazing, Levi. This is what it means to have the world's best friend. Just you wait. Someday, I'll find you a girlfriend. Beautiful and gorgeous, and very well endowed. And if I can't find one, I half joked, how is that possible? My best friend is this handsome. I'll find someone no matter what. But, okay, joking aside, if I truly can't find one, then I'll just do this. I'll take one for the team. You can just... I immediately cut her off. Sky, hard pass. She immediately erupted. Levi, what is that supposed to mean? Am I really that bad? The look on your face. You're literally looking down on me. She pressed her lips together. Levi E., you are completely ungrateful. What's wrong with me being your girlfriend? Like I'm somehow not good enough for you? I think I'm perfectly fine, thank you. A girl like me, naturally beautiful, case, with a great personality on top of it, you don't find that on every corner. Levi, you genuinely don't know a good thing when you see it. She let out a small, dignified huff. But regardless, she really was one of the most well-known girls at Jefferson High. And that was a simple fact. Her looks were genuinely striking. Across the entire school, there was almost no one who could rival her. Practically impossible to find a second. But because of her personality, most guys had quietly taken themselves out of the running. On top of that, she spent every single day practically attached to me, which made the whole idea feel hopeless before it even started. So the ones who had tried chasing her eventually gave up one by one. Besides, the more beautiful a girl was, in a certain sense, the fewer people actually dared to pursue her. Because everyone assumed, with looks like hers, the odds of success were impossibly low. So most just never tried. Beautiful on the outside, but in reality, quietly lonely. Alright, fine, Levi N. Go stew that papaya for me. Please, please. You already said yes. Alright, I'll make it for you. Hee hee, Levi, you really are the best. I followed a recipe I pulled up online, went into the kitchen and stewed her a bowl of papaya. It actually smelled pretty decent. She took a taste. Not bad at all. Actually kind of good. Levi, you try some too. You eat it yourself. It's getting late. Tonight I'd had quite a few drinks with Dylan and Zach, but with decades of life experience behind me, a little alcohol like that was nothing. Nowhere near enough to get me drunk. But since coming back, I decided to build better habits, sleep early, take care of my health. All the bad habits from my past life, I was done with them. Things like smoking, drinking, staying up late. Around 11 at night, I had already gone to sleep, but just then my phone buzzed. An Instagram message from the Greenfield Group's property manager, Crystal Jung. She was out having dinner with friends right now. It had been a while since this group had gotten together, and it had taken real effort to make it happen. Originally, the plan was to eat, relax, and maybe go sing karaoke afterward. But not long into the evening, she suddenly received a notification that the group's Building 8 had also been purchased outright. And furthermore, the buyer was me. The moment she learned this, she was completely floored, almost questioning reality itself. What is happening? When did the company's office buildings become so easy to just snap up? This Mr. Chen, didn't he just buy Building 7? That was barely any time ago. And now he's gone and bought Building 8 too? You had to understand. A greenfield commercial office building was worth tens of millions per unit. Buying one was already extraordinary. And yet this Mr. Chen had just gone ahead and bought another. Absolutely unbelievable. Noticing the stunned look on her face, the woman in the business blazer sitting across from her, early 30s, composed and polished, spoke up. What is it, Crystal? Something happened? The look on your face. Victoria, she said. You won't believe this. There's this incredibly young Mr. Chen. He just bought our Building 7. You remember, right? Of course I do. What about it? I just got a notification. The group's Building 8 has also been purchased by that same Mr. Chen. What? That can't be right. 2 buildings back to back? The woman addressed as Victoria. Her expression went wide with genuine disbelief. Who exactly is this Mr. Chen? Where is he getting this kind of capital? Could he be the son of some financial conglomerate? But we haven't heard anything recently about any major financial group making a move this big in real estate. Crystal, here's what you do. Get in touch with Mr. Chen right away. Lunch tomorrow? We'll take him out. I want to meet him in person. And I have a feeling this Mr. Chen is not a simple man. Doesn't it feel like we just got lucky? Hearing her cousin say that, Crystal nodded immediately. Don't worry. I already know what to do just now. I already messaged Mr. Chen to set up a lunch tomorrow. Better to talk in person. Hard to say everything clearly over the phone. But I noticed Mr. Chen hasn't replied yet. It's pretty late now. He's probably already asleep, she continued. But it's okay. We'll wait for his reply tomorrow. Victoria, we'll both go meet him together. Of course, sounds good. Her cousin Victoria nodded in agreement. Within the Greenfield Group, Victoria also held a significant position. Sharp, capable, highly effective. She had joined the group years before Crystal, knew every corner of the business inside and out. There were still areas Crystal hadn't fully mastered, and more than once, Crystal had had to go to Victoria for guidance. Crystal, let me be honest with you. I've been with this group for years. I've helped your parents handle all kinds of deals. I've attended more business functions than I can count. Met a lot of talented, successful young entrepreneurs. More than a few of them had serious cash reserves. But someone like Mr. Chen, buying 2 commercial office buildings, back to back like this, GC that's genuinely rare. You already know, a single greenfield office building, to buy it outright. You're talking tens of millions minimum. The economy this year hasn't exactly been booming. A company sitting on that much liquid cash, that's a very short list. Crystal nodded. Exactly. Victoria, I also feel like Mr. Chen is no ordinary person. So when we meet him tomorrow, we should be respectful. Obviously, a client like this we can't afford to offend. For all we know, he could be the heir to some major financial empire. The 2 cousins whispered between themselves. The girl sitting across from them looked over curiously. Are you 2 seriously? Talking about work again? We barely get together like this. And you're still on about the company? Can't even clock out mentally? No wonder that's the biggest real estate group in the city. I hope my dad's company gets there someday. Come on, everyone raise a glass. The two cousins finished dinner with their friends, not heading home until well past midnight. The night passed quickly. By morning, in the blink of an eye, around 7 o'clock. It was summer break after all. No school meant no reason to wake up early. The past few days, I had been getting up early to work out. But everyone needed a break sometimes. Today was a rare, lazy morning. I was planning to sleep in. But before I was even fully awake, I felt something pressing down on me. It was her. Levi, wake up. Come on, breakfast. I got up so early. I went out and bought breakfast for you. Egg rolls and wonton soup, your favorites. Still hot, come eat before it gets cold. Stirred awake by her voice, I changed and dragged myself out of the bedroom, following her into the living room and dropping onto the couch. Levi, wait a sec. I'll go grab bowls. She ducked into the kitchen and came back with a few bowls, then transferred the breakfast items from the plastic bag into proper dishes because the plastic bag felt unhygienic. Putting it in bowls was just better. Levi, come try some. This egg roll stand. They really do it right. You don't believe me? Taste for yourself. And the wonton soup, I went pretty far for that. All the way to near school to get them for you. Isn't that your absolute favorite spot? She grinned at me. Well, Levi, having a best friend like me, doesn't it make you feel incredibly lucky? Between you and me, sometimes, even I think I'm pretty great. Weehee. Is that too self-obsessed, do you think? I laughed helplessly. Sky, that's actually kind of self-aware of you. At least you know. Hey, Levi, what is that supposed to mean? Not even a tiny bit of respect. You're calling me self-obsessed? She huffed. I got up early, went out of my way to buy you wonton soup, and I get called self-obsessed for it? Levi, are you serious right now? I had to drag myself out of bed at the crack of dawn. Someone who loves sleeping in as much as I do. Getting up this early to go buy you breakfast. You should feel lucky. You should be praising me. That was the script. Why aren't you following the script? She made a show of huffing indignantly, then took a bite of her egg roll. Not that it was all about me. That shop was her favorite too. All 3 years of high school, there had been days neither of us could face the cafeteria. We'd sneak off campus to grab food, or convince someone else to go get it for us. The wonton shop and the egg roll stand right outside the school gates. Genuinely incredible. Compared to anywhere else in the area, the flavor was on a completely different level. All right, I'll stop teasing. I continued. This morning, you actually did good. Worth a gold star. See? Told you. Getting up early, buying you breakfast. The least you can do is say something nice. Stop roasting me. She grinned, then bent down over her bowl and ate. Table manners, not exactly refined. The whole graceful and delicate thing, completely irrelevant when it came to her. But to be fair, Sky, you're being unusually sweet this morning. Up early, bringing food over. Come on, tell me. What do you need from me now? I'm in a good mood today. I might actually consider it. I said it straight. Levi, why do you always think that about me? She looked at me, equal parts offended and amused. She emphasized it. Think about what kind of friendship we have. 3 years of being best friends. Me getting up early to buy breakfast for my best friend. Isn't that just the most natural thing in the world? Levi, you're always suspecting me of something. The real reason I got up early and went all the way out to get food was to say thank you. She continued. Last night you walked me through the futures trade, and I keep thinking, what if it actually triples? Wow, if that happens, Sky's going to be rich. $200,000 straight into $600,000. She let herself drift into the daydream. If it really triples, that's just ridiculous. Just thinking about it makes me want to jump up and down. So I absolutely have to show my appreciation. My best friend led me to the money. If I don't do something nice in return, that would just be terrible of me. If you can't bear to be away from me, just say so. She made a point of adding, Levi too, daughter? I'm being honest with you. You know what I'm like. You of all people know I'm not the type who forgets where she came from, right? So when the money comes in, whether it's 3 times, 1 time, or 2, doesn't matter. I'm not going to complain. But if it really does triple, I'm planning to split a portion with you. After all, you're the one who led me to this. I have to give you a cut. I'll keep $150,000 for myself. The rest is yours. Her personality was nothing if not straightforward. So when she said something, she would absolutely follow through later. Never just empty words. That was simply who she was. I couldn't take that much of her money, but I didn't say anything right now. I'd wait until a month from now. Once the money was actually in hand, we'd figure it out then. Oh right, Levi, almost forgot to mention. I probably won't be home at lunch today. This morning I ran into Jade and Ren when I went out to get food, and we made plans to go study at the library together. Just made the plans on the spot. I nodded. Sure, go ahead. Don't miss me too much. She grinned at me. The fact that I answered so quickly and cleanly. She definitely had to get a line in. If you can't bear to be without me, just say the word. I can always cancel on them. Stay home with you instead. I mean, Jade and Ren. We shared a dorm for 3 years. Ate together, slept in the same room. The bond is real. But honestly, in her heart, the two of them combined still didn't add up to Levi. His place in her world was just different. So, if you really can't bear it, I can absolutely leave them hanging. Good thing Jade and Ren weren't in the room, because if they'd been there, if they'd heard that, Kie would have seriously started questioning their friendship. What kind of best friend is this? Ready to sell you out without a second thought. Sky, you're reading way too much into things, I said plainly. Go as long as you want. Honestly, when you're not here, it's finally quiet. When you're around, you never stop talking. You drive me insane. I said it on purpose, but in reality, having her around genuinely made me happy. Life was more interesting with her in it. Having a funny, beautiful girl right there beside me. It was genuinely great. If I hadn't lived through decades of life before this, any normal guy sitting next to her for just a little while, listening to her say a few things, would probably burst out laughing on the spot. But I was different. After all, I'd lived an entire life before this one. I wasn't going to lose control of my emotions. Older something small, but inside, I genuinely felt it. Being near her made everything feel more settled. After that, I checked my phone. Last night after I'd fallen asleep, Greenfield's manager, who had also been a subordinate of mine in my past life, Crystal Jiang, had sent me a message. The gist of it was, Mr. Chen, do you remember me? I'm Crystal Jiang, manager at Greenfield. We met before. Boop. And connected on Instagram. Just wanted to confirm, I received a notification that you've purchased Building 8 from our group as well. Is that correct, Mr. Chen? I was wondering if you might be available today to meet up for a bit, talk things over, have lunch together, if you're free. In the past few days, I had claimed Building 8 through the system as well. Her reaction was not surprising at all. Looking at the message she'd sent last night, I was about to reply when another message came through. Mr. Chen, did you see my message from last night? You were probably asleep by then. That's totally fine. I can call you today if that works. She followed it up quickly. I typed back fast. Then replied, sounds like you want to meet in person? That works for me. No problem. I'm free this morning. Actually, just come straight to my office. I was planning to stop by the company anyway. It was newly established and still in the early recruitment phase. There were things that needed to be handled, but carving out a bit of time to talk over lunch was completely manageable. She replied immediately. Perfect, Mr. Chen. I'll head over after breakfast. We'll meet there. See you soon. After sending the message, Crystal was currently sitting at a breakfast spot outside. Her cousin across the table looked up. You're up. So, Crystal, has Mr. Chen replied yet? Let me see what you two said. Crystal handed over her phone and explained. Mr. Chen just responded. He told us to head over to his office. Victoria, once we're done here, let's go straight over to the Tidal Wave office building, the one that used to be Building 7, ours. After Victoria read through the exchange between Crystal and me, okay, eat quickly. Soon as we're done, we head to the office. Got it, Crystal nodded. After finishing breakfast, the two of them got in the car and drove to the Greenfield Commercial Plaza. My company's office building was located right next to the plaza, in the heart of the most prime commercial district in the city, which was precisely why a single building carried such a staggering price tag, tens of millions of dollars. When the two of them arrived at the entrance of Tidal Wave's office, they found someone already walking in. It was my HR director, Amy Yang. May I ask who you're here to see? She looked at the two women and asked. Hello, I'm the manager at Greenfield. We've met before. With your CEO, Mr. Chen. We've already been in touch on Instagram. We have a meeting scheduled this morning. Amy nodded. Ah, I see. If you're here for CEO Chen, please, come on in. All three walked into the building together. Since the company had just been established, the only person in the office today was the HR director, but recruitment had already begun. The estimate for today was over 30 candidates to interview. Because I had been notably generous, the salary package offered was genuinely impressive. Money spent like it came with the wind. Naturally, the volume of applicants and the overall quality of the resumes were both excellent. It was shaping up to be a very busy day. Better not let things slip, she reminded herself. As HR director, with the company still in its earliest stage, and barely any staff yet, before I arrived, she needed to make sure the guests were properly taken care of. She led the two cousins up to my office on the upper floor, poured 2 cups of tea, then sat down and made conversation. Through Amy's account, the two of them learned that, even though it was a brand new company, the posted salaries were remarkably high. This genuinely stunned Crystal. How could a startup be paying this well? Your CEO, Mr. Chen, really is something. She was visibly taken aback, because her own family's group, Greenfield, was, by any measure, the largest real estate company in the city. Every year it generated the kind of money most people would never see in a lifetime. It was even listed in the national top 500 companies, and ranked fairly high at that. A company of that scale, when launching new ventures or investments, even in the early stages, never paid excessively high salaries up front. Cost control was always the priority. What if the new project doesn't turn a profit? If you're paying out big wages regardless, aren't you just bleeding money? Your Mr. Chen really does treat his people well. Honestly, a business owner with a conscience like that isn't easy to find, because most companies are always calculating costs, cut spending, push output. She said it politely enough, but her eyes instinctively drifted to her cousin. Between the two of them, it was practically settled. I was absolutely not a simple person. Buying 2 commercial buildings back to back had already cost a staggering amount. And now, on top of that, paying staff generously. Something about this didn't add up normally. Without question, this was the heir to some major financial empire. Because otherwise, very few business owners would burn money like this. At the same time, right after I'd finished messaging Crystal, not long after, I said to Sky, this morning, you're heading to the library with your 2 roommates, right? Yeah, why? Your tone sounds like you want to come. She looked at me and asked, that would actually be great. I'd love you to come. At the library, you could read some business management books. You'll go into college with a better foundation. Start ahead of everyone else. Let's do it another time, I said. I have something to take care of this morning. You've been so busy lately. Even though she had no idea what I was actually busy with, she was genuinely curious. But since I didn't bring it up, she didn't push. Breakfast finished, she gathered her things, said a quick goodbye, and headed out the door toward the library. And I headed out shortly after, toward the office. The two of us stepped outside together, then went our separate ways. I headed to the Greenfield Plaza, while she caught a cab. About 10 minutes later, we arrived. Near the fountain at the center of the plaza, Jade and Ren were already there, waiting. Can Sky actually be trusted? We made plans to study at the library, and she's nowhere to be seen. Zero concept of time. She didn't stand us up, did she? Ren nodded. I honestly wouldn't rule it out. It's not like it's the first time. Remember that other time? There was another incident. We had plans with Sky to go to the aquarium one weekend, and she ended up running off to play basketball with him instead. Left us standing there the entire afternoon, not even a single heads up. Don't tell me today is the same thing. Jade threw up her hands helplessly. And people say I'm wrong for thinking she has feelings for him? 3 whole years of high school. Hasn't the way she acts said everything already? Tell me I'm wrong. Ren nodded. You're not wrong. Wait. I think I see Sky. As soon as she said it, she spotted the two of us stepping out of a cab. We were walking in their direction. Sky, over here, over here. Ren waved. When Sky got close enough, she looked a little sheepish. Jade, Ren, Dren, sorry about that. Have you been waiting long? I'm really sorry. We got a little held up on the way. She turned to look at me and said, I made it here safe. Didn't you say you had a meeting? Go handle your stuff. Oh, bye. Oh, right. Come back early this afternoon. Because tonight, Actually, wait until you're home and I'll tell you. What she had actually been about to say was that today was her birthday. She wanted me to come home early, so we could celebrate together. But she reconsidered. Knowing me the way she did, I had probably forgotten today was her birthday. If that was the case, when I came home tonight and realized it was her birthday, and that I'd completely forgotten, I'd feel terrible. She thought quietly. It's fine. Go do what you need to do. We're heading to the library now. She waved, then fell into step with Jade and Ren, heading toward the library as usual. Not to take anything away from her, even though she was normally carefree and breezy, and not quite what you'd call serious. Academically, she was genuinely outstanding, and incredibly hardworking on top of it. All 3 years of high school, in my previous life, the reason I'd managed to get into a decent college at all was largely thanks to having a top student like her, right beside me, keeping me on track. Even though she hadn't finished her sentence just now, I already knew exactly what she'd been about to say. Today was her birthday. Of course I remembered. Right at that moment, the system chime rang in my ear. Ding ding, system mission issued. Today is her birthday. Host is required to prepare a thoughtful and meaningful birthday gift for her. One that moves her deeply and triggers a genuine reaction of shock and awe. Upon completion of this mission, based on the intensity of her reaction, host has a chance to receive a grade A reward, a grade B reward, or a grade C reward. Reading through the system's mission details and the accompanying descriptions, I had a clear picture of what was needed. All I had to do was prepare a gift thoughtful enough tonight to genuinely catch her off guard. Then, depending on how moved she was, the reward tier would follow accordingly. I had zero doubts. After fully understanding the mission and the corresponding rewards, I smiled quietly to myself, then turned and headed toward the company. I'd figure out the birthday gift by evening. Knowing her personality, it didn't need to be overly elaborate. Just the act of giving her something, or simply the fact that I remembered it all, was enough for her imagination to run wild on its own. So the reward? I wasn't worried about it at all. With that settled, I walked straight to the company, the Tidal Wave office building. At this hour, Crystal had almost certainly arrived. Just as the thought crossed my mind, sure enough, I saw a message from her on Instagram. CEO Chen, are you on your way to the office? My cousin and I are already here. We're up in your office now. Just come straight up when you arrive. We'll be waiting. Understood. I'm almost at the plaza. I typed back quickly, then made my way toward the building. Meanwhile, Sky and Jade and Ren were heading in the direction of the library. On the way there, as always, the pre-study ritual required a bubble tea stout first. Without something to sip on, studying just didn't feel right. Like watching a movie. You had to have something in hand to really sink into it. Today, they got lucky. The tea shop wasn't busy at all. A minute or two in line, and they were on their way. Walking toward the library, Jade noticed something. Sky's mood today was unusually bright. Her whole energy was lit up with pure happiness. Curious, Jade asked, "What's going on with you today? You look like you just found money on the sidewalk. You're practically glowing. Did something happen? Something you want to share?" What Jade suspected aligned exactly with what Ren was thinking. Could things between Sky and Mason have hit some kind of new milestone? Because otherwise, why is she this giddy? Hey, what are you two been thinking? I'm happy, yes. Obviously there's a reason. What's the reason? Tell us, share it. Fine, I'll just say it directly then. Sky, is your good mood today because of him? Obviously it's because of him. Who else would it be? Jade and Ren looked at each other. Jade turned to Ren and said, "See, we're thinking the same thing, right? Something is definitely going on between Sky and Mason." Her reaction just said everything. I called it, didn't I? So next time, nobody gets to say, I'm just a love expert with all theory and no experience. I actually understand this stuff. I won't say my instincts are 100%, but they're pretty on point. Ren hadn't even gotten a word in when Sky turned to them, visibly confused. Jade, what are you even talking about? You don't know anything. And you're already jumping to conclusions. I'm happy because of him, yes. That part is true. But it is absolutely not what you're thinking, she explained. The reason my mood is this good is because a few days ago, there was this huge trending story online. You probably saw it too. There was this project. Price had been tanking forever, practically on the verge of getting delisted, remember? But then out of nowhere, it surged 200 times in one day. Jade and Ren both vaguely recalled it. Wasn't that the story that shot straight to #1 on Twitter that day? Triggered a massive reaction everywhere? It completely exploded. Sky kept going. Right, so guess what? He bought into that project. At first, I actually told him not to buy. The price was in complete freefall. Buying in looked like guaranteed losses. But he held his ground anyway. So, a few days ago, that initial $20,000 investment shot up 200 times in value. Do you understand what that actually means? It means he walked away with close to $3 million. Wait, $3 million? That much? Jade and Ren looked at each other, both completely stunned. For most people, family finances were ordinary. Even Sky, whose family was comfortable, was already the minority. The majority came from solidly middle-class homes, so they genuinely couldn't wrap their heads around what $3 million in cash even looked like as a concept. And the most jaw-dropping part, this wasn't money handed to him by his parents. This was Mason, using his own judgment and instinct, putting in $20,000 on a single project, and walking out with $3 million. Oh my God, is this real? Sky, you're not joking right now? He actually made $3 million? Seriously? Both of them were floored, staring at her with their mouths hanging open. Sky, don't play around. That's $3 million. That is not a small number. I saw the news online too. There was an article saying that project went up 200 times, way beyond anyone's predictions. Nobody expected that commodity to get this scarce because of international developments. So the people who had bought in beforehand, naturally they became the center of attention, including one person in particular, who had gotten in well before the surge. Was that him? Both of them asked, eyes wide. What's being reported online, I can't confirm. I'm not sure if the person they're talking about is him, but one thing I know for certain, he really did make close to $3 million. I saw it with my own eyes. So, doesn't that make him pretty incredible? She grinned that goofy grin of hers. Deep down, she was absolutely glowing. Having a best friend who's a financial genius like this, I could genuinely brag about this forever. Even though her parents had been pushing her toward a finance major, she'd already read plenty of investment books on stocks and futures. She had at least some foundation. On top of that, her dad invested regularly. Sometimes he lost, but sometimes he won big. Years of watching and absorbing it all up close. She had always assumed that when it came to this world, she was at least a step ahead of her peers. She never expected the gap between her and Mason to be this wide, that he had left her so completely in the dust. But she didn't feel even a flicker of resentment about it. She just genuinely felt he was extraordinary, completely worthy of being her best friend. Now, looking at the expression on Sky's face, especially the way her eyes lit up the moment she mentioned him, that unmistakable, starry-eyed shine of someone talking about their favorite person, Jade and Ren glanced at each other. Something passed between them without a word. The kind of look that said everything, especially when she talked about him like that. That expression, wide-eyed, glowing, completely unguarded. Jade and Ren exchanged one final, knowing look, then said, Sky, I'm telling you, something is off with you. Genuinely off. Look at that expression. You look exactly like a fangirl. And you still claim you only see him as a friend? She pressed her lips together and gave them both a withering look. My best friend just made $3 million. $3 million. Being his #1 fan is completely reasonable. What's weird about that? Can you two not see how impressive he is? Jade said honestly, yeah, genuinely impressive. See? So you two are fans too now. My looks were objectively strong. If anyone were to develop feelings, it wouldn't exactly be a stretch. The only problem was, there was no real shot. Besides, in both their eyes, Sky was clearly the one with feelings for me. No question about it. Well, admire, sure, but actually like? That's a different story. Either way, we definitely look up to him. But we're not going to fight you for your man. Good girlfriends don't do that. Fight me for my man? What man? You two seriously can't say anything normal. She let out an indignant huff. All three of them bickered back and forth as they made their way toward the library. Before long, they arrived. The plan was to study all morning, find somewhere to eat at lunch, then hit the books again in the afternoon, and if there was time left over, maybe catch a movie. Take a breather, because sitting locked in a library all day, with no break, was a guaranteed way to go brain dead. Meanwhile, I had arrived at the Tidal Wave office building. I walked straight in. The company was brand new, so there weren't many people around. But There were quite a few candidates waiting to interview. Amy spotted me the moment I walked in, and immediately set aside what she was doing, pausing the interview in progress, then came over. CEO Chen, you're here. The two women from Greenfield are waiting in your office. Got it. Faye nodded. Ben glanced around the lobby. Quite a few people here for interviews today. She turned to look, then replied, yes, it's a strong turnout. Our location is excellent. Greenfield's Building 7. The working environment here is outstanding. Better than a lot of established companies, by a wide margin. And most importantly, you're incredibly generous with the people here. Very approachable. The hiring policy doesn't push excessive overtime. There's real flexibility built in, and the pay is strong. On top of that, the business scope is pretty broad. Short-form video, gaming, social media, music, and other internet verticals go naturally. The volume of applicants and the quality of the resumes are both really strong. It's a lot on your plate, I said. Not at all, CEO Chen. This is my job. Nothing about it is too much. She smiled. Besides, it's only this hectic today. Once the new hires are fully onboarded, I'll have support. It won't be this demanding. Sounds good. Keep going with the interviews, I said. I'm heading up to the office, going to meet Crystal and her cousin. Of course, CEO Chen. Go right ahead. After seeing me off, she watched me step into the elevator, then turned back to her desk and resumed the interviews. All right, I just stepped away briefly to greet our CEO. Now, continuing where we left off. While she was interviewing inside, out in the waiting area, a long line of candidates had formed. Men and women both. Graduates from top-tier universities, people back from studying abroad, or veterans of major corporations. In short, the people gathered there were whispering amongst themselves, especially a group of girls who looked like they'd come together. Hey, that guy, the interviewer just went over to greet. The one who looks like he's maybe 17 or 18. He's not actually the owner of this company, is he? Oh my God, 17 or 18 and already running a company this big? That is incredibly young. His family must be seriously loaded. Could he have literally just graduated high school this year? If that's true, that is honestly so enviable. You can just tell. Strong family behind him. A powerful father. That matters more than anything. I heard about this. Tidal Wave is seriously well-backed. Before they even officially launched, they dropped an enormous amount. Tens of millions, supposedly, to buy out the Greenfield Group's commercial building for their office. The entire floor. All of it. Word is they bought the building next door too. Wait, 2 buildings in one go? Just how much money does this company have? The candidates murmured and whispered among themselves, intensely curious about who I was. Could he actually be the heir to some major financial conglomerate? Because otherwise, how does an ordinary enterprise have cash flow like this? If I can get into a company like this, the future is going to be bright. So for the time they had left waiting, the candidates were on edge, prepping as hard as they could, everyone hoping they'd make it through and land a spot at the company. Sure, it was brand new right now, but everyone could see, with financial backing this strong, the future was going to explode. On top of that, this was the ground floor, getting in now. Once the company scaled up, the people who joined first would be the ones who built it. Who knew? They might even end up with far better benefits and compensation down the road. I stepped into the elevator and rode it quickly up to the top floor. My office was located there. I pushed the door open and walked in. The moment I entered, I saw Crystal sitting on the couch with a tall, composed woman beside her. The two of them had been in conversation. In fact, they'd been talking about me just moments before. The next second, I stepped through the door, and both of them immediately rose to their feet, greeting me. CEO Chen, you made it, I replied. Have you been waiting long? Sorry to keep you both. I had something come up this morning. Not at all, CEO Chen. We haven't been here very long. No trouble at all. The two cousins exchanged a few polite pleasantries. Then Crystal spoke up. Mr. Chen, there's no major agenda today. We mainly just wanted to come by and have a conversation. After all, beyond Building 7, you went ahead and purchased Building 8 right next door, which effectively makes you one of Greenfield's most significant clients. I also noticed that your company just launched. So we wanted to ask, is there anything our group can do to support you? If so, please don't hesitate. We're very happy to help. Greenfield's core business is real estate, a more traditional industry. But in the internet space, we have quite a few connections, especially her father. Every year at the business forums he attends, he meets a wide range of internet company founders. Every holiday season, no small number of major names in tech come by the house to pay their respects. The relationships run deep. For me personally, this wasn't particularly necessary. As someone who had lived an entire life before this one, I was carrying the memories and experience of a previous lifetime. On top of that, I had the system backing me. I didn't need to rely on connections. I had full confidence I could grow this company on my own. After some light conversation, the two cousins asked curiously, CEO Chen, we still haven't quite figured out what your company's main business is. Primarily big data technology, short-form video, gaming, social media, music, and other internet verticals. But with big data technology as the foundation. Right now, it's 2016. A lot of companies haven't fully grasped this technology yet. At the current level of development, it's still pretty early stage, so it hasn't gotten the attention it deserves. It's like e-commerce and cloud computing back in the day. Nobody took them seriously at first. But once the technology matured years later, it genuinely exploded and became something everyone recognized. Oh, CEO Chen is launching across that many verticals. Sounds like your company is very well capitalized, she noted. After that, for the next hour or two, we talked through business matters. Before we knew it, noon had arrived. At the invitation of the two cousins, I joined them at a fine restaurant nearby for lunch. Around 1 in the afternoon, it wrapped up. I headed back to the office to handle company business. After all, the company was brand new. There was still a great deal to sort through. As for the two cousins, after lunch, they got in the car and headed back to Greenfield. Driving, Victoria said, Crystal, today, part of a lead in sometimes Astropray. Having lunch with CEO Chen from Tidal Wave, after talking with him. What impression did you come away with? First impressions? Be honest. Crystal settled into the passenger seat and answered. My honest impression is that he wasn't what I expected. I figured he's young. 17 or 18. Didn't seem unreasonable to assume. He was the heir of some financial conglomerate, a second-gen entrepreneur. That type usually comes with at least some degree of arrogance and impatience in their personality and mindset, especially in business settings. That tends to show up clearly, which is also why a lot of second-gen entrepreneurs eventually flame out badly and need their parents to come clean up the mess. At the end of the day, it's a mentality problem. Too much ego. But after today's lunch conversation, Victoria, didn't you notice how remarkably grounded he was? He didn't seem like someone 17 or 18 at all. So, overall, my first impression was genuinely surprising. Not just surprising, just surprising. Her cousin chimed in with her own thoughts. I actually felt like the big data concept he laid out was remarkably forward-thinking, maybe exactly as he described. This technology, in the years ahead, will be embedded across every internet vertical, even traditional industries, like real estate, healthcare, and education. I think, Crystal, this is something worth bringing to the CEO, she asked. You mean my mother? Exactly. A client of this caliber is enormously valuable to the group. I think it would be best to strengthen the connection at the leadership level. Today, the two of us only made initial contact, but I feel strongly that we need to bring your mother into this, or we risk losing a top-tier client. You have to understand, Greenfield may be the biggest company in the city, but there's no shortage of competitors. If he ever buys more real estate or commercial office space down the line, and another company gets there first, for our group, that's a significant loss. Crystal nodded. It made sense. So the two cousins made their way back to the Greenfield building and went directly to the executive CEO's office. Sandra Zhang, Greenfield's COO, was Crystal's mother and the company's chief executive officer, a formidably capable woman, genuinely impressive in every sense. What is it, Crystal? Coming to my office at this hour. Something going on? Sandra sat behind her desk, simultaneously reviewing a partnership contract, processing documents, and responding to her daughter. Give me just a moment, Mom. There's something I need to tell you. What is it? Go ahead. Just now, my cousin and I went to meet CEO Chen from Tidal Wave. Tidal Wave? That's an unusual name for a company. She was hearing it for the first time. Not surprising. It was probably newly established. Yes, you're right, Mom. That company is brand new. But the owner, Mason Chen, is a major client of ours. I'm not sure if the sales team has briefed you yet. Buildings 7 and 8, both ours, have been purchased outright by him. What? Sandra's expression shifted with visible surprise. She looked up at the two women standing before her. If that's true, then this Mr. Chen is already a significant client. In that case, Jack, we need to cultivate the relationship properly. That kind of connection is valuable for future partnerships and the group's overall order pipeline. But what surprised her most was the owner of Tidal Wave, Mason Chen. That name was unfamiliar. She hadn't heard anything recently about any financial conglomerate in the city making moves this large in real estate. Crystal, tell me more about this CEO Chen. Since her mother had asked for details, she got straight to the point. First of all, this Mr. Chen is approximately 18 or 19 years old. She hadn't even finished the sentence before her mother's skepticism was already showing. Crystal, are you joking with me? An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur? You're serious? Why would I joke about this? Sandra clearly didn't buy it. Don't tease your mother. At that age, how is that possible? Do you even remember my birthday? She genuinely couldn't believe it. An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur? That was simply too hard to accept. Impossible at that age, even for the heir of a major conglomerate. At that stage of life, most second-generation wealthy kids were either racing cars or burning through money on parties and indulging in every luxury with other rich kids. You almost never heard of someone that young actually running a business. So she genuinely felt, was her daughter exaggerating? An 18 or 19-year-old entrepreneur. Are you absolutely sure? Are you being completely serious right now? Seeing her mother not believe her, Crystal said firmly, Mom, what's going on? You can't even trust your own daughter? You know me better than that. Am I the type to make things up? And that part was fair. Her daughter was not that kind of person. She didn't talk nonsense. But this particular claim was just too hard to believe. Mom, if you don't believe me, then believe my cousin. She's been working at the group with you for years. That was true. Her niece had been at Greenfield for many years, contributing significantly to the group, sharp, capable, and grounded, steady and level-headed by nature. If Victoria was also saying this, then it had to be true. Crystal is right. She's not wrong about this. This morning, she and I went directly over to Tidal Wave to meet with CEO Chen. We even had lunch together. After the conversation, I came away feeling that he was nothing like what you'd expect from a typical 18 or 19-year-old. The ideas he laid out around big data, genuinely outstanding and remarkably forward-thinking. I believe our group should build this relationship early. That way, it works in our favor down the road, at minimum. If he ever buys more real estate in the future, we're not handing that business to a competitor. That makes good sense. Sandra nodded, then gave her daughter an instruction. All right, Crystal, get in touch with CEO Chen for me. Ask him whether, in the next couple of days, he has time available. I'd like to invite him over to the house for dinner. Yes, Mom, I'm on it. I'll reach out right now. She nodded, pulled out her phone, and, rather than calling, sent a quick Instagram message instead. Very shortly after, I received it at the office. The message read, CEO Chen, if you're free in the next couple of days, we'd love to have you over. My mother would like to invite you for dinner. Completely up to your schedule. Anytime works. No rush at all, I replied. What it? Let me check my schedule for the next 2 days. After I replied, she showed the phone to her mother, letting her see the exchange. Mom, I've already spoken to him. Good. Nothing else then. Both of you go back to work. I'll call your father later. She nodded and said, Yes, Mom, then headed downstairs with her cousin, back to their respective offices. After all, Greenfield was a major conglomerate. Big and small matters kept everyone perpetually busy, if not for cultivating a relationship with me and closing the distance. To hold on to this major client, the two cousins would have been back at their desks long ago. They genuinely didn't have much spare time to linger in the office. After both cousins left and walked out of Sandra's office, Sandra leaned back in her chair and thought for a moment. No matter how she turned it over in her mind, she couldn't quite place who exactly this Tidal Wave CEO actually was. She had never heard of A young conglomerate heir like this, operating in this city. Could he be from another state? She picked up her phone and called her husband, who was also Greenfield's chairman, and Crystal's father. His name was Christopher Jiang. At that moment he was having lunch with a prominent internet CEO, someone he had a solid personal relationship with. They got together from time to time when schedules aligned, shared a meal, and talked business on the side. Explore whether there were areas where their industries could work together. After all, Greenfield was a real estate company, but under its umbrella were multiple divisions, and there was already significant collaboration with the internet sector. Excuse me, Richard. I need to take this for a moment. It's my wife. What is it, honey? Calling at this hour? Is something urgent happening at the company? Do you need me to come back? I'm having lunch with Richard right now. His wife's voice came through on the other end. Chris, listen carefully. This is important. Buildings 7 and 8, both belonging to the group, have been purchased outright by a new company called Tidal Wave. Purchased outright? Full payment? He was taken aback. Those two buildings combined, that's well over 100 million. The economy across every sector right now isn't exactly booming. Growth has slowed, nothing like the previous period, when everything was surging. And yet a company just bought 2 buildings at once, he asked, genuinely curious. What? Tidal Wave, that sounds new. Is it a recently founded company? According to what our daughter told us. Apparently yes, brand new. And the owner is very young, around 18 or 19. I'm thinking of inviting him over for dinner. When you're free in the next few days, please make sure you're home. He agreed. Don't worry, I'll make it happen. I'll cancel whatever evening plans I have. But honestly, 18 or 19 and already operating at this scale, do you have any idea who he is? She replied, You're asking me? I want to ask you. All right, I'll look into it. Talk later. After hanging up, the man sitting across from Christopher was one of the most powerful figures in tech. The CEO of a major internet conglomerate, a search engine titan. The head of Apex Search, a genuine legend in the business world. He spoke up now. What's going on, Chris? Your wife needs something? Nothing major. Just letting me know that 2 of our buildings have been sold. Oh really? Which ones? He asked. Not 7 and 8, I hope? Those 2 have the best locations of all. Chris, the reason I arranged today's lunch was actually to talk to you about buying those 2 buildings. How did someone else get there first? He frowned. This meal had gone nothing like he'd expected. He had come prepared. He had arranged lunch with Chris Jiang of Greenfield, specifically for this purpose. The 2 of them had known each other for years. This city wasn't quite at the level of Manhattan, but given its development trajectory, the future was going to be strong. An economic boom was only a matter of when, not if. So it made sense to get in a few years early. Secure 2 buildings here, as a base for business expansion, or as a regional branch headquarters. Among all the Greenfield buildings, if you were talking about the best locations, 7 and 8, without question. That's why today's lunch was meant to discuss with him the all-in purchase price and how much of a discount could be worked out. After all, both buildings combined was well over 100 million, even for a tech giant like Apex. That was not a small number. He hadn't expected that all his careful preparation would be rendered moot by a new company called Tidal Wave, who had swooped in first. Both buildings already sold. Today's lunch effectively wasted. He was momentarily stunned. Years of navigating the internet business world, building from the ground up, growing to the scale he had today, especially in the search sector. He was number 1 in the country. Practically no competition. Even Google at the time had been outpaced, and yet he had never once heard of any internet company by the name of Tidal Wave. He turned to Christopher. This Tidal Wave, is it a recently founded company? How have I never come across the name? Christopher shook his head. I only just heard about it today myself. Apparently the owner is very young. Just a kid, really. 18 or 19 years old. He was even more stunned. 18 or 19. Buying 2 buildings worth over 100 million in one shot? That's anything but simple. We need to look into this properly. Find out exactly who this person is. A company like this operating in this city. Who are the backers behind it? Is he a local? Or is this a financial conglomerate from another state? Hearing him pressing for answers, Christopher was also a little surprised. What do you mean, Richard? From the way you're asking, you don't know either? You've never heard of this company? I was actually going to ask you. after I got off the phone with my wife. After all, you come from the internet world. You're one of the biggest names in the domestic internet industry. Even you haven't heard of them? Christopher was genuinely puzzled. That's what makes it strange. I have absolutely no idea who Tidal Wave is, or where they came from. Either way, the owner is only 18 or 19. That can only mean one thing. He's definitely second-generation wealthy. Otherwise, at that age, having literally just finished high school, how do you come up with money like that? To found a company this large? There's clearly a conglomerate chairman for a father somewhere. Looks like in the next few days. I really should clear my schedule and find a chance to have a meal with him. That's genuinely necessary. Thinking it through, he had already made up his mind. In a few days, if I came to their home, once we met face to face, he absolutely had to have a proper conversation. Get the full picture. Because if this really was the heir to a major conglomerate, that kind of family, you had to build that relationship. Pulling out over 100 million in one shot, buying 2 buildings at once, someone like that deserved serious attention. The man sitting across from him was running his own calculations too. He'd have to ask around later, or reach out through his network, to find out more about Tidal Wave. And its owner, Mason Chen. Who exactly was this person? Because if possible, he wanted to make an offer to buy buildings 7 and 8, the ones now housing my company's headquarters. After all, those were the most prime locations in the city center, the 2 most valuable commercial buildings in the area, the future of that district. The outlook was extraordinary. Even if it wasn't used as a branch office, just leasing it out to other companies as tenants, the rental income over time could multiply many times over. The kind of asset that made money in your sleep. At that same time, I was inside the company building, up in my top floor office, staying busy. The entire afternoon passed. Before I knew it, it was already 5 or 6 in the evening. Time to call it a day. Just for today alone, Amy, my HR director, had interviewed dozens of candidates. Of those, she had selected over 10, all of strong caliber. Tomorrow, the day after, and in the days to follow, there were still many more interviews scheduled. The next several days were going to be hectic. She came by my office, knocked, and stepped in. CEO Chen, Number 9, it's end of day. Are you free tonight? If you are, shall we grab dinner? She extended the invitation herself, since the company was in its earliest phase, and still understaffed. Figured, having a meal with me made sense. After all, she needed somewhere for dinner regardless. I waved it off, and politely declined. No need, let's do it another time. I have plans tonight. I turned her down, because tonight was Sky's birthday. On top of that, I'd already accepted the system mission. I had to prepare a gift for her, something that would catch her completely off guard, trigger a genuine reaction of awe and surprise, possibly a grade A, B, or C reward on the line. So I had to take this seriously. I couldn't drop the ball at a moment like this. Oh, I see. Well, if you have plans, of course, don't let me hold you up. She smiled. I was thinking, if you were free, I'd treat you to dinner. Since I'm new here, there will be plenty of things going forward, where I'll need your guidance. In that case, I won't keep you. I'll clock out first. See you tomorrow. She gave a polite wave, smiled warmly, then walked out of my office, and out of the building. By now, it was early evening. Dinner time. She was just about to find somewhere to eat, when she stepped outside, and suddenly remembered. She had almost forgotten. Today was her niece's birthday. She'd nearly let something this important slip by. Truly a failure as an aunt. At that thought, she immediately called Sky. Sky, it's your birthday today, isn't it? Do you have anything planned tonight? Are you getting together with friends? If not, Aunt wants to treat you. Your parents aren't here with you. And in this city, I'm the only family you have close by. So tonight, Aunt is taking you somewhere nice. What do you say? Sky answered, Aunt, about that. Burse, about that. She had been about to say, she was already set for tonight. But then she hesitated. Inside, there was a small flicker of anticipation. She was curious whether I had remembered her birthday. The truth was, tonight, she had actually been planning to celebrate at home with me. The plan was, on the way back from the library, she'd stop at a nearby restaurant and pick up a few dishes, grab some drinks too, then wait for me to come home. The moment I walked through the door, surprise. She was fairly certain I hadn't remembered her birthday. Tonight she fully intended to make me feel guilty about it. She'd had it all figured out already. She didn't expect that right at this moment her aunt would call and offer to take her out for a big dinner. Oh, she stumbled, not quite sure what to say. She flat out refused. That was way too harsh on her aunt. But her aunt, seasoned as she was from years in the working world, had sharp instincts for reading people. The moment she heard Sky stumbling and hedging on the other end, she understood immediately. What is it, Sky? You already made plans with a friend tonight, didn't you? You want to go out with your friends. In that case, Aunt won't interfere. Celebrating with your classmates will probably feel more natural, more fun. Have a wonderful time. Tomorrow night, Aunt will take you out properly. Just the two of us. Somewhere really nice. Oh, and one more thing. Check your phone in a bit. Aunt is sending you a birthday gift. After hanging up, she transferred a generous amount. That's too much. It's really not necessary. What do you mean, it's nothing? Your aunt is wishing her niece a happy birthday. Doesn't she deserve at least this much? Besides, Aunt just started at a new company, one with real potential, and the owner is incredibly generous. Next month's paycheck going to be in the tens of thousands. When that comes in, Aunt is taking you somewhere truly special. And if you have time, Aunt will take you somewhere fun. Oh right, bring that classmate of yours along too. The one whose house you're staying at. You're staying at a boy's place, right? He should come too. Aunt will treat you both properly. After all, you've been staying there so long. That's a real imposition on his family. We should show a little appreciation. She replied, Okay, Aunt, Sky replied with a smile, then received the transfer. But she had absolutely no idea that the boy she was talking about was me. Right now, she didn't know that at all. Her aunt was the same. Completely in the dark. She had no idea that the company her aunt had just mentioned was mine. I was still in the office, up in the tidal wave building, wrapping up the last few things, finishing off some minor tasks, packing up, getting ready to leave. End of day. On the way back, I planned to stop and pick up a birthday gift for her. Nothing too expensive, nothing flashy. What mattered was the thought behind it. As long as she knew that I had remembered her birthday, just that alone was enough to make her happy for the whole evening. I knew her far too well. After that, I left the office, caught a cab home, and stopped along the way to pick out her gift. It took about 20 minutes. Once I had it, I headed straight back. Meanwhile, Sky was walking with her two friends, just leaving the library. They were on their way back. She asked, Can I ask you two something? Just hear me out. Do you know what today is? She figured 3 years as dorm mates, close as they were. Something as important as her birthday? They had to remember. Unlike me, who almost certainly didn't. I had never once remembered her birthday. Meanwhile, both my lunar birthday and my regular one, she had memorized both perfectly. Thinking about that, she pressed her lips together. It felt a little unfair. She really hoped that one day I'd remember her birthday. That would mean the world to her. But given the current reality, based on everything she knew about me, expecting me to remember her birthday was harder than climbing to the sky. So she had no real hope there. At least, her two friends would definitely remember. But instead, an embarrassing scene unfolded. The two of them looked at each other, then looked back at her and asked, Today, D.A., is there something important happening? Do you know what it is? The two of them thought and thought. Nothing came to them. That is genuinely unacceptable. She pressed her lips into a pout. Inside, she actually wanted to cry. She never expected that both of them had also forgotten her birthday. She was so unlucky. Does nobody remember my birthday except my aunt? This is tragic. Fine, forget it. After that, she caught a cab back near my place. She stopped at a restaurant nearby and ordered quite a few dishes, getting everything packed up to take home. Then picked up some drinks. Coke, Sprite, fruit juice. Got a little extra. Getting ready to celebrate her birthday tonight. Another year older after today. This year was a little different too, because in all the years before, birthdays had been at home. She never expected to be spending this one at my place. But honestly, this was good too. Inside, she felt warm and genuinely happy. She just didn't know when I'd be back, or what I'd been so busy with lately. Once she got the food home and packed it in, she hadn't even waited very long before I walked through the door. The moment she heard the key in the lock, she said, Before you come in, I have one question. Do you know what today is? I bet you have no idea. Am I right? I knew it. I shouldn't have hoped for anything. She had barely finished when I answered immediately. What do you mean, what today is? Are you feeling okay? It's your birthday, isn't it? Her expression froze completely. Wait, what? You actually remembered my birthday? And you got me a gift too? Right now she was genuinely stunned, mainly because she never expected me to remember her birthday. It was truly a rare occasion, so she was absolutely beside herself. So thrilled that her words started coming out, all jumbled. Be honest with me. Do you actually have feelings for me? Or do you actually like me? Have you been secretly in love with me this whole time? Before now, you never once remembered my birthday. She was genuinely baffled. 3 full years of knowing each other. 3 complete years. And every single time, it had been her who remembered my birthday. She'd always prepared a gift for me. Only I had never once remembered hers. There had even been times on the actual day when I'd conveniently disappeared, just to avoid having to buy a present. Was the world ending today? Hearing her say all that, I replied, is that you thanking me or roasting me? Because it really sounds like roasting. She let out a small laugh. No. You so rarely remember my birthday, Daedale. How could I possibly roast you for it? That's not it at all. I honestly thought for sure you wouldn't remember, because even those 2 friends of mine didn't remember. And somehow, it's the opposite. I was the one who remembered, while those 2 had completely forgotten. So she was genuinely, thoroughly caught off guard. You came home at exactly the right time. I just ran out to a restaurant, ordered a whole bunch of food, had it all packed up to bring back. And drinks, Sprite, Coke, fruit juice, got a lot of everything. Tonight we're having a real birthday dinner at home, celebrating my birthday right here. Oh, and most importantly, she rubbed her hands together, eyes bright with anticipation. Since you remembered my birthday, you definitely got me a gift, right? Let me see it. What did you get me? I can't wait. She was a little giddy, but also trying not to set her expectations too high. She figured whatever I gave her was probably something inexpensive. But honestly, just the fact that I remembered was already more than enough to make her happy. Because I was notoriously forgetful. More than once she had said, "You're this young, and you can't even remember your best friend's birthday. What's going to happen when you get old? You're already forgetting things." She looked at me with bright, eager eyes. I said, "The gift is right here," and handed her the box. After she opened it, she looked at what was inside, and instantly went completely still, because it was a handbag. And not just any handbag, designer. Probably several $100s, maybe over 1,000. Oh my God, you got me a bag? And it's expensive too? You are so good to me. Not only did you remember my birthday, you went and bought me something this beautiful. If the whole gender thing wasn't a factor, if I were a guy, I'd tackle you and kiss you right now. She said it with full enthusiasm, then immediately slung the bag over her shoulder, gave a little twirl. Look at me. Does it look good? Give me your honest reaction. Say something nice. It's my birthday after all. She said it with enormous self-satisfaction. At this age, still so wonderfully, purely young, endlessly adorable. It made even me break into a genuine laugh. I was about to give her my actual assessment, but she cut in first. Let me establish some ground rules. Today is my birthday. Good vibes only. Don't say anything negative. It'll ruin the mood. I answered. It looks great. How could a bag I picked not look good? As for everything else, well, that's less certain. She blinked at me, almost not catching it at first. Brain nearly short-circuited. But very quickly, she understood what I meant. So she shot back. Are you saying, the bag looks good, but I'm the one that's not? How could you say something like that? I think I look perfectly fine. Does your conscience not bother you at all? Her personality really was something else. Being around her, the clearest feeling I had was that every single day was genuinely fun. Even on days when the mood was off, all it took was a few sentences from her, that particular tone of voice, that regional accent of hers, and those lines that made you want to laugh and cry at the same time. All right, enough of that. Let's eat. The food's going to get cold. I bought a lot. The 2 of us are going to be absolutely stuffed. Come on. I already put everything in the kitchen. Let's get it set up and start eating, she said. After that, the 2 of us headed into the kitchen. We brought everything she'd bought out to the coffee table in the living room. We each grabbed a small chair, sat down around the coffee table, and started eating. She said, "Let me pour the drinks." I've got it. Are you sure you can handle it?" I couldn't resist teasing. With her level of strength, popping open a big bottle of Sprite, that was genuinely going to be a challenge. Who says I can't? Of course I can. She immediately took offense and threw her full strength into twisting the cap. It didn't budge. "Okay, I can't do it. You do it." She pressed her lips into a pout, looking slightly pitiful. "That is genuinely funny. I literally told you. And you still tried. Watch." I twisted it once, using barely any effort. The cap popped right off. "How are you this strong?" She pressed her lips together and huffed. "Oh, fine. Then let me at least pour for us." She filled 2 glasses, then cleared her throat twice. "Before we drank." She was preparing to make a speech. "Before we drink, I have a few things to say. Listen up. Today is my birthday. No big friend group around. Parents aren't here either. It's just you. I honestly thought you'd definitely forget. And not only did you remember, you went and got me something this expensive. You really are good. Clearly, deep down, you do care about me." Her face right now was absolutely glowing. So happy it was practically overflowing. Hee hee. "See? You do have me in your heart." She looked thoroughly smug. "Don't try to deny it." After I teased her a little, she cheerfully refilled my glass. "Yeah," then said, "Let's drink another one. Thank you for such a wonderful gift. Next time it's your birthday, I'm getting you something even more expensive. You can count on that. I keep my word. My character is solid, you know." She patted her chest as she said it. Watching that gesture, I blurted out, Sure, go ahead and talk. Just stop patting. There's nothing there." She let out a small, indignant huff. "It's my birthday today. Is it that hard to say something nice? Still needs coaxing? Look how happy you are right now." He, fair enough." She kept looking at the bag I'd bought her. The more she looked, the more she loved it. "Your taste really isn't bad. This bag, paired with what I'm wearing, it genuinely looks incredible." She was being a little self-obsessed, sure, but she genuinely felt it looked amazing. And even if the bag were less impressive, it wouldn't matter, because it was from me. Ugly or not, she wouldn't complain. "Listen to you. You're acting reluctant. You're saying the bag I bought is ugly, aren't you? Fine, then I'll give it to someone else." She immediately grabbed it tight. No. I never said the bag was ugly. Besides, once a gift is given, you can't take it back. It's genuinely beautiful. It really is. It really is. She emphasized it firmly. Watching her this happy, exactly as I'd predicted. No need for anything extravagant. Just one simple bag, and she was absolutely over the moon. A few $100s. With my current finances, that was completely effortless. No issue at all. On top of that, the company was up and running. And more importantly, Building 8 was still sitting empty. In the short term, I didn't have use for both buildings yet. The full capacity of both. So the second one, I could look into leasing it out. After all, Building 8 was right in the city center, the most prime location in the entire area, and one of the 2 buildings with the highest foot traffic. Under the Greenfield Group's portfolio, multiple companies could move in as tenants. The rental income would be substantial. Passive income, year after year, without lifting a finger. Right at that moment, the system chimed. A notification appeared. Before my eyes, there was a prompt for the reward to be credited earlier. Detected genuine emotional reaction from her. Mission complete. Due to exceptionally high intensity of reaction, host is awarded a Grade A reward. A Grade A? I hadn't expected that. Better than I'd anticipated. Out of the 3 tiers, A, B, and C, I'd honestly hoped for a B and would have been satisfied. A Grade A was beyond what I'd counted on. She really had moved herself. I could only laugh helplessly at that. Now I was genuinely curious. What exactly was this Grade A reward? I opened it to see. The system interface displayed the following. Host has received 1 unfinished building located in the western district of the city. It is a partially constructed high-rise. According to system projections, within 2 months, new policy developments will be announced in the surrounding area, including the construction of a new elementary school. This unfinished building will generate asset value in excess of $100 million. Host currently holds permanent ownership of this property, with full long-term rights. Reading the reward notification, sure enough, even though it was currently just an unfinished shell of a building. Once the surrounding area had an elementary school built nearby, this building would almost certainly generate over 100 million in asset value. With a reward like this, I was more than satisfied. Just then, she tugged at my arm. She pulled lightly, then looked at me with a confused expression. I've been calling your name for a while. What are you zoning out for? Nothing, just thinking about something for a sec. Eddie, you know what? I think today has actually been a pretty good birthday, but there's one thing that still feels missing. Nobody sang happy birthday to me. So, Sam, could you please do your best friend one little favor and sing me a song? I know you don't want to, because you can't sing. Am I right? Can't sing? If we were talking about the me from my previous life, true. But this version of me was different, completely different. In 2006, the domestic music scene was absolutely thriving, and plenty of songs that later exploded on short-form video platforms. Quite a few of them existed already. For instance, one song in particular, especially that one, the one that became a massive hit later on, with an arrangement that was genuinely addictive. I know you can't sing, but happy birthday? Surely you can manage that. Come on. Let me hear your voice. Huh, I have to record this. Wait, let me get my phone. I'm capturing this whole thing. Every second of you singing to me. She couldn't wait another moment. She bounced up with that light, quick little step of hers, and went to grab her phone. She switched to the back camera, aimed it directly at me. I'm ready. Go ahead and sing. Come on. It's my birthday today. The birthday girl is in charge. You're not going to refuse, are you? Singing happy birthday to your best friend? That's the most normal thing in the world. Every year on your birthday, I always sang for you. Are you really going to back out? When it's my turn, she even promised. I'm only recording this as a keepsake, to look back on someday. I swear I won't post it anywhere. You have nothing to worry about, I replied. Fine, but not happy birthday. What are we, elementary schoolers? Why would I sing happy birthday? She said. Okay, any song will do. Just one song. There's one that's been really popular lately. What's it called again? Let me think. Oh right, The Ordinary Road. That one's huge right now. Can you sing that? Actually, I didn't expect you to have this hidden talent. On top of that one, there's another one that's been everywhere, among the guys. It's been going around a lot. You've probably heard it. What was it called again? She thought about it hard. Finally, it came to her. Oh boy, that's the one. Can you sing that? In 2006, among high school students in the city, both of those songs were massively popular. Same with Little Apple, though years later, it became the anthem of every outdoor group exercise class. Before it was overplayed to death, it had genuinely been a massive hit. You want me to sing for you? Fine. Too bad I don't have a guitar. I'll just go a cappella. At that, her expression visibly shifted with surprise. Wait, you actually play guitar? Are you serious? Don't make things up. 3 years of knowing each other. I've heard you sing like a dying cat. How did I never know you could play? Were you hiding it this whole time? She half believed it, half didn't. Then went quiet and waited, but had already hit record, and was prepared to film, because no matter how I sounded, she'd have material to use against me. She figured I sang terribly, and was already plotting. If I ever gave her a hard time later, she'd pull this out and threaten to post it online, humiliate me publicly. Thinking that, she smiled to herself, and then, I slowly opened my mouth. The first line of the song, not to undersell it. The opening of this song was genuinely striking. That's why it had dominated the short-form video platforms for so long. And after just that first line, she was already stunned. Oh my God. Since when can you sing like this? Am I dreaming right now? Is this actually a dream? Oh my God. This is still the same tone-deaf best friend I've had this whole time? I literally can't believe this. Her reaction in that moment was completely unfiltered genuine, mainly because up until now, her impression of me had always been that I couldn't carry a tune. Every time the school hosted a New Year's gala or a talent show, even though she desperately wanted me to get up on that stage and perform something with her, I had always flatly refused. She'd always felt a quiet ache of regret about it. The thing she regretted most, all 3 years of high school, never once performing together at the New Year's show, all because I allegedly couldn't sing and was too embarrassed to get on stage. And now, the moment I opened my mouth, She nearly dropped to her knees. This good? But she didn't interrupt. She didn't want to break my focus. She wanted me to finish the whole song. And then I sang the second verse. Every word, every line, clear and present. The more she listened, the more stunned she became. She genuinely couldn't believe it. That a song this beautiful was being sung by me, truly, coming out of my mouth. Oh my God, is this real? What confused her most was, a song this good had to be famous somewhere. So why had she never heard it before? She was starting to lose the thread. She normally listened to a lot of music. How had this one never reached her ears? She made a note to herself. The moment I finished, she absolutely had to ask what the song was called, so she could put it on repeat and listen every single day. It was that good. Even though barely a minute had passed, it had already completely rewritten her image of me. How did I not know before that he had this much hidden talent? He really is her best friend. Not just good-looking, but full of gifts she never even knew about. She felt a quiet pride swelling in her chest. A little while later, the song reached its peak, the part that hit hardest, the chorus, the very section that had been clipped and used most across short-form videos, even the slowed-down version at 0.x speed. I sang each line with full emotion. In my past life, this song had played everywhere on short-form video. I'd heard it so many times it was bone deep. When paired with high school photos, a caption overlaid on top, and this as the background track, the feeling it created was something else entirely. The chorus had arrived. The lyrics were soaked in youth and a quiet, aching nostalgia. Especially for me. Having been reborn, the resonance ran even deeper. When I sang it, there was more soul behind every word. When I finished, she had gone completely still. She stopped filming. Like a devoted fan, she started clapping. Oh my God, you can actually sing. I never once realized. You were this good. Tell me the truth. Were you hiding it on purpose this whole time? If I hadn't made you sing today, when were you ever going to show anyone? How long were you planning to play modest? You don't even trust your best friend with this. She gave a small, exaggerated huff. I just smiled. Didn't say much. In my past life, I had genuinely loved this song. Listened to it more times than I could count. Beyond this one, there were several others I loved too. For instance, the following summer, there would be a wave of massive, iconic tracks, appearing one after another. One in particular would shake the entire internet. Even famous artists in the Chinese music scene would share and repost it. The play count would hit tens of billions. That song genuinely moved people in a way that was hard to describe. Compared to that one, this song was just the appetizer. In terms of lyrics, and production too. This one was excellent in its own right, built on the harmony of a foreign track, with entirely new lyrics written over it, just now gaining traction domestically. Don't tell me you wrote this yourself. I just searched the lyrics you sang, and got 0 results, she asked, genuinely puzzled. How did I never know? You had this kind of talent? That you could just compose something on the spot? That is genuinely impressive. She looked at me with pure admiration. Then she played back the video she'd just recorded. She had originally planned, once I finished singing, to ask what the song was called, but she hadn't expected that I had apparently composed it on the spot and sang it just for her. And more than that, it was actually this good. Whether it was the melody or the lyrics, everything landed with such feeling. If she were to rate it, she wanted to give it 99 out of 100, withholding 1 point just so I wouldn't get too smug about it. Right now, she was thoroughly in awe. You are genuinely incredible. Faced with the wave of compliments, I decided to be honest. No need to play the role of some mysterious genius in front of her. You've got it wrong. I didn't write this song. You didn't write it? Stop being modest. I literally searched it online. 0 results. You're still hiding things from your best friend? You have this much talent. I'd bet anything that if I posted this video online, it would blow up. In 2006, people had started using Twitter and public forums. Those were already pretty active, and when it came to short-form video, the quick video apps had built up a certain presence, user counts reaching into the millions, even tens of millions. But I wasn't in a rush. My short-form video vertical was steadily finding its footing. After all, in my past life, the competing app had years of development behind it. But, in the end, hadn't it still been crushed? by precision recommendation technology powered by big data, especially in international markets. The domination was total. So I wasn't worried about a late start. With accurate big data in hand, taking off was only a matter of time. I'm thinking of posting the video I just recorded onto the forum. What do you think? I'm asking you first. If you're okay with it, I'll post it. If not, I won't. I'll just keep it for myself, to watch whenever I want. After being reborn, I didn't put much stock in fame, things like that. They didn't matter much to me, but tonight was her birthday. I didn't want to refuse her anything, so I nodded. Go ahead, it's your call. Amazing, she said brightly, then quickly uploaded the video and posted it to the forum. As she was typing out a caption, she asked, "Has the song you wrote been given a name? What is it?" I shook my head helplessly. I told you, I didn't write it. Stop being modest. You have this kind of talent. All it needs is a moment in the spotlight. It's guaranteed to blow up. Don't downplay it. It's definitely yours. The internet has nothing on it. If not you, then who? She had a point, sort of. Hard for me to really argue against that. What was I supposed to say? I'm someone who's been reborn? She'd probably think I'd lost my mind. I didn't overthink it. I just answered her. The title of the song is Sound of the Wind. Sound of the Wind, she repeated thoughtfully. That's a beautiful name. She didn't say anything more after that. She posted the video to the forum. Then, didn't think about it further. She set her phone to the side and said to me, "Let's keep eating. Stay up a little late tonight. Play some games with me later. Aren't you playing League of Legends right now? Teach me more. Last time you told me to hide in a bush. I crouched there for half an hour. This time, no more tricking me." I laughed. Deal, deal, deal. No tricks this time. I'll actually teach you properly. She grinned, satisfied. That evening, the next 2 hours flew by. This birthday, even without her parents around, just the two of us. She felt genuinely happy, even happier than she would have been with her parents. A lot happier, honestly. Not that she'd ever let them hear that. They'd probably be hurt. But there was one thing. Something she meant from the bottom of her heart. Something she'd never actually say out loud. Being around me felt easy, natural, comfortable. Even though we were different genders, being next to me, she never felt awkward or out of place. The dinner wrapped up quickly. The food that had been spread across the table had been almost entirely finished off between the two of us. She rubbed her stomach. I ate so much tonight. What about you? Are you full? Yeah, stuffed. Then let's rest a bit. Then we clean up together. Clear the table. And then you teach me how to play. That's the plan for tonight. No objections, right? I gave a thumbs up. Teaching her to play a game, easy enough. Simple. On top of that, I had nothing going on tonight. Gaming to pass the time was perfectly fine. After being reborn, I had only one real goal, to make up for everything I regretted from my past life. So being beside her, whatever we did was good enough for me. Before long, both of us had rested enough. The full, heavy feeling had faded. Then we started cleaning up. Wiped down the table, cleared everything away. Got it all done. She sat down in front of the computer. I sat beside her and walked her through it, explaining as I went, starting from the basics. Let me go over the rules first. The fundamentals. This is the top lane. This is the mid lane. This is the bottom lane. Then I explained what jungling was, and what counter-jungling meant. She listened with full concentration. Even though she was academically sharp, quick to pick things up, strong test scores. When it came to gaming, she was slow. Couldn't make heads or tails of it. I'd explain one thing, and she'd process one thing. But I stayed patient, and kept going. It's fine. Take your time. Let's just queue up for a match first. Right now, she was completely absorbed in learning the game, so she wasn't paying any attention to her phone. Right at that moment, her private messages on the forum, along with a flood of tags and comment replies, had exploded, drawing the attention of over 50 record labels. Her forum account was being bombarded by countless users. Comments, shares, all flooding in. Oh my God, this song is incredible. Who is this guy? Gorgeous and talented. The youth of today are something else. Right, but one question. What's this song called? What's it called? Wait, didn't OP write the title in the post? The title is Sound of the Wind. But I just tried searching it. I can't find it anywhere. What's going on? You can't find it? That makes no sense. Let me try. More and more users replied, comments pouring in continuously. People went online to search for it. Sure enough, nothing came up. Even searching by lyrics. Absolutely zero results. It's true. There's literally no trace of this online. Could it be? This song was written by that guy himself. Has to be. Otherwise, why can't it be found? With how connected everything is now. Any good song or piece of content? Search it, and it shows up instantly. How is this one the only exception? It must be an original he wrote himself. Never officially released. Wow, I need more. Guys, the melody on this, isn't it just electric? And the lyrics hit just as hard. Right, especially the chorus. Gives you chills. Feels like being back in high school. Close your eyes, and the images just appear. Without realizing it, barely half an hour had passed. But her forum account, the post she'd uploaded, had already surpassed 3,000 comments, and still climbing. Another hour later, comments broke 10,000, and no small number of people had reposted the video to Twitter and to the short-form video apps. At the same time, at a record label in the city, a company called Starfield, a fairly major label, signed to a roster of many of the most popular artists, currently active on music platforms, not just traditional performers, the kind who did concerts and released albums, but internet artists too. The door to one of the offices swung open. Even though it was late, Starfield still had plenty of staff working overtime. There was a film coming out soon. A youth drama? That needed a theme song. And had commissioned Starfield to produce it. They'd already brought in multiple composers and arrangers. They'd also auditioned a few vocalists from within the company, but nothing had landed yet. So the project lead, a woman, was running out of ideas. At this rate, she didn't know when they'd ever find a song worthy of the film, something that truly fit a youth story. Right at that moment, the office door burst open. A frantic assistant rushed in. Director Yang, Director Yang, Director Yang. What is it? Why are you panting like that? Did something major happen? Calm down. How many years have you been with me? And you still haven't improved. Always this flustered. Same as ever. She gave the assistant a look of mild exasperation. The assistant replied, Director Yang, just listen to this first. Listen to what? The assistant handed over the phone. She took one look. It was from a forum. A song that had suddenly blown up tonight. Pushed to the trending posts section. Comments already surpassing 10,000. And it had only been posted a few hours ago. This much engagement already. Clearly something people were responding to strongly. With a let's just see attitude, she hit play on the first line, and was immediately stunned. What is this song called? Is this a cover or an original? The arrangement is stunning. Genuinely masterclass level. The lyrics aren't bad either, just that opening line. And she was already hooked. Her instinct kicked in immediately. She had to know who wrote this. The assistant said, Director Yang, don't say anything yet. Finish listening. I promise once you're done, you'll be floored. When I heard it, I honestly couldn't even find words. Director Yang, you tell me. I've been at this company for years now. Starfield has no shortage of singers and artists. Plenty of hit songs. But a song that hits like this, at least recently, this is the first time I felt it. Hearing her assistant rate it this highly, she felt a small spark of surprise, then kept listening. From the intro alone, it was striking, immediately memorable. And when the chorus arrived, instant goosebumps. It pulled you straight back to high school without warning. She listened to the whole thing. The only two words that came to mind, blown away. Right now her eyes were wide, almost rooted to the spot. Then she quickly said, Xiao Zhang, look this up for me right now. Who wrote this? This song is exceptional, and it fits a youth theme perfectly. Well, I feel like, for this theme song project, we finally found the right one. The assistant answered immediately. Director Yang, I already looked. Based on the lyrics, there's absolutely nothing online. It's almost certainly an original, not a cover. She was genuinely floored, because the young man in the video looked incredibly young, maybe 17 or 18 at most, possibly still in high school, or just graduated. Either way, around that age. This young, and capable of composing something, that gave her chills. Truly extraordinary. Xiao Zhang. Find out who this person is immediately. Full name, current location. The moment you have it, contact them. Our theme song project It has to be him. We have to get him to perform it. He's about to become very famous. She said it with real excitement. Whatever it costs. We make it happen. Hundreds of thousands, even 1,000,000, whatever it takes. The assistant nodded. Director Yang. I'll reach out first thing tomorrow morning. Good. After the assistant left, she played the song several more times. The more she listened, the more she loved it. And more than anything, paired with the youth film, it fit perfectly. At that thought, she immediately forwarded the song to the film's director, told him to give it a listen, see what he thought. If the director felt the same way, no matter what, she had to get that young man on board. If at all possible, she was even prepared to offer serious money to sign him to Starfield as an exclusive artist. She had complete confidence. With a voice like that and the talent evident in that song, she could absolutely make him a star. The kind that blows up across every platform. She was certain of it. She typed out a message. Director Wang, I just sent you a video. Take a listen. I think it could work as the theme song. Let me know what you think once you've heard it. Message sent. She opened the forum to check the comments. User reactions were a decent reflection of broader sentiment, at least representative of a wide audience's response to the song. In terms of public reception, sure enough, the moment she opened the forum, comments had already crossed 20,000. Just a little while ago, it had been over 10,000. Now it had jumped by several more thousand. If it kept up at this pace, by morning, breaking 40,000 was no problem. 40,000 comments on a single post. That was undeniably massive. And it wasn't just the forum. Both Twitter and the short-form video apps had people reposting it. She scrolled through the comments. All praise. Everyone asking for the song title. Some at their wits' end. I'm going crazy. A song this good, and I can't find it anywhere? What are these music platforms even doing? What is the actual name of this song? Someone please tell me. Oh my God. It gave me chills. Especially the chorus. I don't know how to explain it. There's this feeling through my back and hands. Like something cold washing through you. Like being cleansed. Out of nowhere, it hits you with nostalgia. This song is just too emotionally charged. Seeing this much praise flooding in, she had made up her mind, as long as Director Wang listened, and gave his feedback, regardless of whether he felt. The song worked as the film's theme, that young man, and this song, she was getting both. No amount of money was too much. Especially the rights. Several million, even tens of millions, she'd pay it. A little while later, Director Wang's reply came through. Message after message, rapid fire. Director Yang, is this singer signed to your company? This song fits my film perfectly. This is exactly the feeling I've been looking for. Starfield really is one of the top labels in the industry. This song is stunning. Like it was made specifically for the film. It's perfect, genuinely perfect. Director Yang, let's lock this in. My film? If we work with your company, it has to be this song. I'll be direct. He made his stance perfectly clear. If we can't get this song, then there's no collaboration. This song, this one. Seeing how resolute he was, she knew her read had been right, completely accurate. Now she just had to hope that tomorrow morning, her assistant could track me down. In the blink of an eye, it was past 11 at night. Back with Sky, I had been sitting at the computer at home, teaching her for 2 to 3 hours straight. Her hands were getting tired from playing, but the progress was clear. The fundamentals, she had a solid grasp. Her mechanics still needed work, but that was fine. Gaming was a skill after all. It could be built up over time, improved gradually, as long as you knew how to play, understood the game, that was enough. So, Levi, I'm pretty smart, right? She grinned with total self-satisfaction. I told you. I'm genuinely smart, even with gaming. Sure, I started knowing absolutely nothing, and I'm not exactly obsessed with it. But if I want to learn something, with a good teacher guiding me, I can figure it out. She let out that familiar goofy laugh, already thinking quietly ahead. Next time, I headed to the internet cafe with Dylan and Zach. She wouldn't have to sit there looking completely lost anymore. She could actually hold her own and play with us. She was confident. With her intelligence, with her IQ, after enough practice, she wouldn't dare claim she'd top me. That was genuinely out of the question. But outplaying Dylan and Zach? Absolutely no problem. She said it with full conviction. Yeah, you sure? Levi, you don't believe me? She gave a small, indignant huff. Just wait and see. From now on, I'm grinding 2 hours every single night. Sooner or later, you will look at me completely differently. She pushed back from the chair and stood up, stretching her arms overhead. Honestly, gaming is exhausting. Way more tiring than studying, but also really fun. Especially once you actually understand what you're doing. No wonder this game has such a massive following. There's definitely a reason. She yawned, glanced at the clock on the wall. Past 11 already. Almost midnight. It got so late, feels like we'd barely played. Time really flies. She was starting to feel drowsy, yawned again. If you're sleepy, go to bed. If you want to keep playing tomorrow, I'll play with you. Once your skills are solid enough, we'll go to the cafe. Can't have you going out there and embarrassing yourself. She nodded. I'm going to go wash my face first. She said it while picking up her phone, getting ready to head to the bathroom for her nightly routine. The moment she turned on the screen, she saw it. The forum app was firing off notifications non-stop. All kinds of comments, messages, tags, and mentions, all maxed out at 99 plus. No, it was 999 plus. Oh my god, Levi, get over here. You're going viral. She had been about to go wash her face and then go to sleep. It was already very late, past 11, nearly midnight. But right at that moment, she looked at her phone and found her forum inbox sitting at 999 unread, every kind of comment and tag flooding in. She froze, barely able to process what was happening. Normally, she'd post on the forum every once in a while, but she had maybe 3 followers total. How had this exploded into this? Then something lit up in her head. She suddenly remembered, tonight, she had posted something new. The video she had recorded, of me singing. Could it be? The video had actually gone viral? With that thought, she immediately opened her inbox and her private messages. Sure enough, exactly what she suspected. Her post had crossed 30,000 comments. Oh my god, Levi, come here. Hurry, hurry. She was talking in a rush, clearly in shock. She had been on the internet for years. Ever since it became widely available, she had been online. But she was a girl, not particularly into gaming. In 2006, girls who gamed were a minority. The most they'd play was something light like a dancing game. Most girls didn't game much. They were online mostly to chat, write blogs, and listen to music. She had been online for years. She was a regular on the forum, but her follower count was almost nothing. Just a handful of people. Any post she'd ever put up. 15 or so comments at most. 1 or 2 on a quiet one. She had never in her life seen anything like this. 30,000 comments, Levi. I've been online for years. Almost 7 years. I've never seen anything like this. One post with over 30,000 comments. That's insane. Do you understand? You're trending on the forum right now. She said it with barely contained excitement. I opened the forum, and my post is pinned at the very top of the page. Do you know what that means? Levi, you're about to be famous. Remember a few years back? There was someone named Jay Liang who blew up, had his big moment, came right out of the forum scene too. If you actually go viral, you absolutely have to thank me. If I hadn't thought to record you and post it to the forum, you wouldn't be blowing up like this. I know it sounds a little self-congratulatory, but I still have to say it. Levi, you owe me. She grinned that wide, goofy grin of hers. As my best friend, watching me blow up online like this, she was genuinely thrilled, even though it had nothing to do with her. Whether I went viral or not didn't affect her at all, but she was overjoyed on my behalf. That was just who she was. I looked at it all, my expression not changing much, mainly because I had lived through decades of life already. A little online buzz like this wasn't going to make me smug, not even close. It was just a small ripple, nothing major. Not exactly the same as being a household name, or a top-tier recording artist, but if I ever wanted to carve out a real place in the music world, as someone reborn with the knowledge I carried, it would be effortless. Right now, it was 2016. Sure, plenty of iconic songs had already been written, but in the years to come, there would be so many more massive hits. Surpassing the classics outright? Hard to promise. But at minimum, these songs could represent the aesthetic and sensibility of an entire generation in this internet age, and the self-media era coming next. Understanding what young people wanted was the real winning strategy. That was the trend. I gave her a mild, amused look. Why are you more worked up than I am? You're acting like you're the one who went viral. Huh. I'm honestly even happier than if it were me. She said it completely seriously. Levi, think about it. You went viral on my actual birthday. Do you know what that means? Levi, do you understand? She laughed and said, guess. I already knew exactly what she was about to say. But I didn't give it away. Can't figure it out? Fine, I'll tell you. You going viral on my birthday proves that I am your lucky star, which means you need to treat me well going forward. That way, who knows, you might just keep rising. More and more famous. She grinned from ear to ear. Faced with her completely circular logic, I could only shake my head and laugh. This clever little fish, no matter how the argument went, she always managed to spin it, until somehow I was the one thanking her. Obviously, she said, looking smug. Laughing, that satisfied little laugh of hers. She had been sleepy just a moment ago, was about to go wash her face and go to sleep. But with things unfolding like this, there was no way she could sleep now. The drowsiness had completely vanished. She had to keep watching what was happening online. She dropped onto the couch, phone in hand. Scrolling through all the latest updates. Levi, come look. Come look. It's not just the forum anymore. Twitter and the short-form video apps. People have been reposting it there too. And it's only been a few hours. On the short-form video app alone, it's already over 200,000 likes. That's already seriously trending. And the thing is, it's only been a few hours. If it keeps going for a day or two, it could easily hit 1 million likes. She said it with genuine awe. I thought it might get a little buzz on the forum. I never expected it to blow up across the whole internet. That's my best friend right there. Absolutely incredible. Gold always finds a way to shine. One video, and it explodes everywhere. That's crazy. Genuinely crazy. But quietly, in her heart, she was thinking, you can sing this beautifully. You have this much talent. And you said nothing for 3 years of high school? You even hid it from your own best friend. Not exactly loyal. She pressed her lips together, muttering it softly under her breath. Right after that, the video kept spreading wider. It got big enough that even my parents heard about it. Even my mom and dad, people who didn't spend much time online, somehow found out. All the friends and relatives around them were sharing it and talking about it. Hard not to know at that point. It had gotten far too hot online. Not just one platform. Twitter and the short-form video apps. Both were running hot. So my phone rang. My mom's voice came through, buzzing with excitement. Baby, your aunt just sent me the video. How did I never know until now? That my own son had this kind of gift? This is really something. That's my boy. My mom said it with pure, glowing pride. Because every mother wanted to watch her child soar. Mine was no different. She had watched her son go viral online, then pulled up the video herself. The song was genuinely extraordinary. And, crucially, nobody online could find the title. Couldn't find the lyrics anywhere either. Which could only mean one thing. Her son had written it himself. Unbelievably talented. And so, she said, sweetheart, I haven't even asked you yet. Which school you're thinking of applying to? What major do you want? Originally, I wanted you to study architecture. But seeing all of this, if you want to study music, Mom is behind you. 100%. As for this, Mom used to be stubborn about it. Always thinking music, performing arts. After graduation, it's hard to find stable work, unstable income, all of that. But Mom doesn't think that anymore. Because Mom gets to see her own son, just casually singing a song, and blowing up the whole internet like this. Who knows how far this could go? Hearing her on the other end, pouring out her excitement in one long stream, I didn't quite know how to respond. Because in my past life, at 19, I had just finished high school. Back then, there had been so many things that kept her up at night with worry. It wasn't until I had truly made something of myself that I was finally able to give something back to her. But by that point, both my parents had already grown old. Thinking back on it now, that was one of the deepest regrets I carried. From that life, a wound that had never fully healed. In this life, he had barely achieved something small. One song going viral across the internet, and my mom was happy from the very bottom of her heart. Not ordinary happy. Right as I had no idea what to say, Sky jumped in from beside me. She spoke before her brain could catch up. And more than that, she didn't feel the slightest bit awkward about it. For her, the word awkward might as well not exist in her vocabulary. Auntie, you know what? The whole thing with Levi going viral? It's actually kind of a funny coincidence. Today happens to be my birthday. Levi is my best friend. I thought I'd mess with him. We've been best friends for 3 years, and I know him inside and out. He can't sing. Like, genuinely can't carry a tune. So, I deliberately made him sing Happy Birthday for me. I wanted to record it as blackmail material, save it for his birthday, and play it back for him. Just thinking about it made me laugh. She continued. But Auntie, I genuinely didn't see this coming. Turns out Levi had just been playing humble this whole time, going on about how he can't sing, how he knows nothing about music. All nonsense. He sings beautifully enough to blow up the internet, and he wrote the song himself. Seriously incredible. He posted online and it goes viral instantly. Hearing Sky recount the entire story from start to finish, my mom immediately understood everything. But regardless, no matter the reason behind it, watching her son go viral online, a post with over 30,000 comments, almost all of them praise, barely a criticism in sight, that spoke for itself. The public genuinely recognized the song I had written. The level of recognition was remarkable. If this kept up, the sky was the limit. My mom, right now, was buzzing with excitement inside, because just moments before, she had already received who knows how many phone calls. Every relative and friend checking in. Either way, Sky, you deserve credit for tonight too. Tomorrow the shop should be quieter. Tomorrow evening I'll come home and cook you both something proper myself. 1. To celebrate Mason. After all, it's good news. Good news deserves a celebration, don't you think? And 2. To thank Sky. Sweetheart. She heard that and went a little still. Thank her? That's right. Didn't you just say it yourself? If it weren't for your birthday today, this might never have happened. No, Auntie. With or without me, Levi can sing like this. He would have gone viral sooner or later. I was just joking earlier. I didn't think you'd take it seriously. She was joking, but she genuinely didn't believe that me going viral had anything to do with her. Alright, that's enough for now. It's already late, almost midnight. You two should get some rest. Tomorrow evening I'll come home and cook something nice. We'll celebrate properly. Yes, Auntie. Sky said goodbye sweetly and hung up. The moment she ended the call, her own phone buzzed with messages from Jade and Ren. Both of them had written, Sky, what's going on? We were scrolling through the short-form video app, and we saw Mason's video. He was in the same class as us, 12A5. Remember every year how you'd beg Mason to get up on stage and perform something at the talent show? And he'd always turn you down, saying he couldn't sing? And this is what he calls can't sing? The two of them were asking in disbelief. Never mind technique. Never mind his voice. Just the melody and the lyrics alone aren't something an ordinary person writes. Let alone the fact that Mason is only 17 or 18. Genuinely impressive. Right? I think my Levi is pretty incredible too. Hearing the two of them complimenting me and being my best friend, she felt a warmth inside that was hard to explain. Meanwhile, at Enchant Internet Cafe, Dylan was sitting at his computer and saw the trending post pushed to the top. He froze completely. Zach, get over here. Stop playing. Something huge just dropped. It was already very late, nearly midnight. There weren't many customers left in the cafe, just a handful of night owls still grinding. So the evening shift was pretty quiet. Dylan and Zach, working their summer part-time shift here. The two of them were each at a machine, planning to play a game to kill time. They'd been here all evening. If they just sat at the counter, staring blankly as time crawled by, that was pure misery. So, a little while ago, Dylan and Zach had finished a match. Dylan had been sitting so long, his back ached and his shoulders were stiff, so he decided to take a break. He went to the bathroom, came back, and had been planning to browse for a movie to watch, kill some time, relax a little. But the moment he opened the search engine, he saw a trending keyword, sitting right at the very top. He clicked to check it out, and saw that it was me. He froze. Was he seeing things? The guy in the video, that was genuinely me. Is this real? And so he called out to Zach, buzzing with excitement. Stop playing. Get over here. Something huge is going on. Zach was sitting at his machine nearby, had just queued up a ranked match, and was focused on the screen. Whatever it is, it can wait until this game is over. He kept playing. Dylan stood up, reached over, and grabbed him. Are you seriously going to keep playing right now? Come here and look. Levi is going viral. Zach looked up, confused. What? Hearing it had something to do with me. He was immediately curious. He opened the forum, found the post Sky had uploaded. The video right there. He watched it for a few minutes, and both of them went completely still, especially Zach. He straight up yelled. Is the guy in that video actually Levi? For real? 3 years of high school. How did I not know Levi could sing like this? And you, Dylan? He shook his head. How would I know? If I knew, would I be this shocked right now? Think about it. But I just tried searching for the song, and it's nowhere online. Can't find it anywhere. Zach found that strange. The melody is this good. The lyrics are this solid. Something like this should be a hit already. It's not some obscure folk song nobody listens to. There's no way. You can't find it online, unless Levi wrote it himself. Never officially released it, so it can't be found. Is that even possible? Dylan nodded. That's exactly what I think. And honestly, very likely. Alright. Stop guessing. Just call Levi and ask. Zach checked the time. Already almost midnight. Levi's probably asleep. Maybe message him tomorrow. Send him a text for now. See if he replies. Whoa. The two of them sent me a few messages and waited for a response. In the meantime, both of them kept scrolling, reading through the forum comments and checking Twitter and the short-form app. The response to my song was almost entirely praise. Hard to find a single negative comment. I honestly can't believe it. Levi wrote this? This is on another level. That's Levi for you. Insanely talented. The future is going to be even wilder. Being Levi's friend, I'm not going to lie to you. I feel genuinely proud right now. If Levi blows up even bigger later on, even becomes a real recording artist, I can go around saying, Levi is my guy. That's my best friend. He said it just like that. Back in the living room, Sky was still scrolling through everything, reading updates and replies, while also responding to Jade and Ren's messages. Meanwhile, I had also received Dylan and Zach's messages. I replied quickly. Casual, completely unbothered. Today was her birthday. She made me sing a song for her. So I sang. She posted it to the forum. Didn't expect it to blow up. That's the whole story. Nothing more to it. Hearing me respond like it was nothing, both of them were genuinely in awe. They replied with full admiration. You're seriously so calm. Going viral like this. And you're acting like nothing happened. If it were me, blowing up like that, I'd have my nose so high in the air. That's exactly why we're not on his level. Look at Levi. Viral and still humble. Dylan, take notes. Dylan heard that and bristled a little. Why are you making it sound like it's just me? What about you? You really think you're any better than Levi? I'm not either. After that, I went back and forth with the two of them, messaging for another 10+ minutes. By now, it was past midnight. Going to wash up would probably push it to 1 in the morning. But that was fine. I was reborn. My energy felt completely full. After all, I was only 19, the prime of life. Not 30 or 40. No issue at all. Sky, though, she was genuinely sleepy. She let out a yawn, eyes getting watery, truly fighting off sleep. Levi, I can't hold on. I'm about to fall face first. If anything else exciting happens, it can wait until morning. I'm going to go wash my face. It was a rare thing for her lately, staying up this late. Tomorrow morning would probably be rough for her. She'd likely sleep in. After washing up, she headed to the bedroom. Then I went to wash up too, and headed to my parents' room to sleep. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, morning came. Around 7 o'clock, I got up and went out to grab breakfast. Sky, sure enough, was still in bed, sleeping in. She had stayed up way too late last night. About 20 minutes later, she drowsily opened her eyes, let out a yawn, got dressed, and came out of her room. She was about to call out for me to wake up. Levi, get up. Today is officially your first day of going viral. You're still sleeping in? She called out for a while, but nobody answered. Levi, I'm coming in. A major company wants to buy the rights for a huge price. She pushed open my bedroom door and found the room completely empty. That's strange. Where did he go this early? Did he go work out? His stamina really is something else. Stayed up that late last night, and still up early this morning. Must have gone for a run. Genuinely envious, if only she had energy like him, she thought to herself. Right at that moment, my phone, still sitting in the room, suddenly rang. It startled her. She barely had time to react. Oh my God, scared me half to death. My ringtone was way too loud. But to be fair, what was Levi doing? Going out to exercise without taking his phone, leaving it behind. Must have forgotten it. She picked up my phone and looked at the screen. She thought it was an alarm going off, but it was actually a call. The number displayed was from the city, a local cell number. She was curious. What's going on? Why is someone calling from the city? Could it be that a college there had already reached out to Levi, wanting me to enroll, which would make sense. Exam results are about to be announced. That's what she figured. So she answered on my behalf. Since I wasn't home, she was alone. She figured she'd better pick up, just in case it was something important. After the call connected, she spoke softly. Hello, hi there. Hi there. On the other end, a woman's voice, early 30s, very professional and polite. Is this Mason Chen's phone? Yes, this is his. May I ask who's calling? He asked. The woman answered. I'm the assistant to Director Yang at Starfield Records in the city. The situation is, no! We've taken notice of Sound of the Winds, as performed by Mason Chen, which is currently going viral online. Whether it's the forum, Twitter, or the short-form video apps, it's trending significantly across all platforms. We also feel that, whether in terms of songwriting or the emotional delivery of the performance, Mason sings with a feeling, like a 40-year-old man looking back on his youth. Even though he's only 19 right now, to express the feeling of someone in their 40s, that's genuinely impressive. So Starfield has taken notice. We believe Mason has enormous development potential and very high commercial value. Moreover, this song fits perfectly with the theme song requirements for a film we're currently partnering on, so we'd like to discuss with Mason the possibility of acquiring the rights to the song. Would it be possible to meet and talk in person? We're based in the city. If we drive over, it takes 3 to 5 hours at most to reach your area. Not far at all. Hearing the other person. Introduce herself as Starfield Records, assistant to Director Yang, and lay it all out in one go. Sky went completely still. She barely caught up in time. Oh my God, Levi is this good? He only went viral last night. And today, a major label from the city is already calling, offering serious money for the rights? Oh my God, is Levi about to reach the peak of his life? Could he actually be on his way to becoming a star? She was starting to buzz with excitement. If her best friend could collaborate with Starfield, that would be absolutely incredible. Because even though she didn't play games much, she had been online for years, listening to music constantly, chatting and scrolling, so she knew very well just how powerful Starfield was. A few years back, around 2012, during the era of underground alternative music, many of the artists under their label had dominated the rankings on every music platform. In recent years, their artists had kept putting out new material, still not fading into irrelevance. New albums still trending everywhere. Sure, not quite at the level of the all-time legends, but still holding the pulse of young listeners. Streaming numbers through the roof. If I could work with that company, then Sound of the Wind would absolutely blow up completely. But since I had gone out to exercise and wasn't back yet, she couldn't make any decisions on my behalf, whether to collaborate or not. That was still my call to make. So she replied, I'm so sorry. I'm a friend of his. He went out for a workout and isn't back yet. He left his phone at home. Once he gets back, I'll pass along the message and have him call you back. Would that arrangement work? On the other end, the assistant replied, Of course, no problem. Please do pass this along. That Starfield is very sincere about this. We're prepared to pay a strong price for the rights. Even if he doesn't want to sell them outright, we'd at minimum like to purchase a usage license. The price is negotiable. We'll absolutely make it an offer Mason is happy with. I'll say that much for now. We look forward to hearing from him. After the call ended, about 10 minutes later, I came through the door. I'd been out working out in the morning and grabbed breakfast on the way back. Since it was a weekday, people were heading off to work. Plenty of early risers picking up food. The breakfast stand was fairly busy. I'd queued up for a bit and came back with scallion crepes and soy milk. The moment I walked in, she lit up immediately. Levi, 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 get over here. I have great news for you. I guarantee you'll be excited when you hear it. I looked at her. What's gotten into you this early? Nothing's gotten into me. I genuinely have good news. You weren't home just now, so you didn't hear. Your phone rang and I picked it up for you. Guess who called? You'll never guess. It was a record label from the city. I know this company. So many singers and artists have been launched by them. Levi, do you realize what this means? Their director Yang has personally noticed your song. They want to offer a serious price for the rights. No way. Absolutely no way, she said, practically vibrating with excitement. Her expression, her hands were waving around, like she was the one receiving the money, mainly because she thought of me as family. So, watching me go viral, and now a major label proactively reaching out, saying they wanted to buy the rights to my song, she was absolutely thrilled. Levi, you're about to make it big. You have to understand. Sure, I don't know much about gaming. I'll admit that freely. But all those years online haven't been for nothing. I listen to music online all the time. I know exactly how powerful Starfield is. Right now on the charts, in the trending hot section, the top 10, there are always Starfield artists in the mix. That company is seriously on a different level. They've also developed a ton of the hottest artists out there right now. I'm serious. She looked at my face, completely composed from start to finish, and said with genuine surprise, "How are you this calm?" If it were me, I would have already exploded. One song going viral across the whole internet, from a guy who just graduated high school. At 17 or 18 years old, that's incredibly rare, incredibly hard to pull off. So many artists sing for decades. Spending 20 years in obscurity is completely normal. And you do it with one song. Who knows? They might pay a few million, even tens of millions. For the rights, that's just insane. Levi, I'm starting to genuinely worship you. She grinned that goofy grin of hers. Watching her this worked up, I didn't know whether to laugh or shake my head. That was just who she was, watching me make money. Seeing me do better and better. She was more excited than if she'd earned it herself. Endearingly oblivious. But what could you expect? In 2006, she was still so wonderfully young. Right at that moment, the system chimed in my head. Ding. Sky has triggered a genuine reaction of awe and excitement. Host is awarded one guaranteed draw. Proceed? I said, draw. Honestly, I was a little caught off guard myself. I hadn't expected going viral online, to catch the attention of a major label, and for that to send her into this kind of excitement, which conveniently triggered yet another draw. Not complaining, she was genuinely so good to me. And in that moment, I felt it. For this wonderfully oblivious girl, in this life, I absolutely had to make it up to her. Whatever it took, I owed her, had to give her. 98 full days of happiness. People say the bigger your heart, the longer your maternity leave. Obviously just a joke. Ding, draw successful. Host has received the following reward. Full arrangement rights to Sound of the Wind. The system has purchased them at a premium price and transferred full ownership to the host. The system reward for me turned out to be the arrangement rights to Sound of the Wind. I was genuinely a little surprised, because it was currently 2016. I had been reborn and come back, singing this song years ahead of its time. In terms of lyrics, no copyright issue, but the existing arrangement for Sound of the Wind had originally been composed by a foreign artist. The original track had a different name and had been released 2 or 3 years prior. But thankfully, through this system reward, I had now obtained the arrangement rights outright. So there was no issue at all anymore. After this, I could officially release the song, put out a proper full version. Once released, it would undoubtedly be a massive success, even bigger than the buzz it was generating now. After all, right now, what existed was just a bare a cappella version, and it had already gotten this hot. With a full, polished arrangement added, there was no telling how far it could go. Just then she said, "Levi, what are you zoning out for? I'm talking to you seriously right now. You're literally going viral everywhere. Red, and you feel nothing? Not even a little excited? I'm your best friend, and I'm pumped on your behalf." She said it completely earnestly. But halfway through the sentence, her stomach let out a loud growl. She was hungry. She'd stayed up so late the night before. No late-night snack either. And this morning she hadn't eaten anything yet. Of course she was hungry. Levi, talk and eat at the same time. Let me see. What did you bring back? Oh, that looks really good. Smells amazing. The two of us washed our hands and sat down for breakfast together. She said, "This spot is genuinely good, pretty solid. Very good smell, but honestly, compared to what you cook, it still falls just a tiny bit short." She really did have a gift for saying the right thing. I said, "Already with the flattery this early?" She laughed. "Obviously. Levi, now that you're going viral like this, once you become a top artist someday, your song's playing everywhere. When that day comes, don't forget that you have a best friend named me." I laughed. "Of course. You my best friend. How could I ever forget? You're not getting away in this life. You're mine." The atmosphere in that moment just made those words slip right out. She froze. Almost didn't catch it. That wide-eyed, adorably clueless expression. Genuinely the cutest thing. "Levi, that doesn't sound right. I always thought you saw me as just a friend." What's going on? She was genuinely thrown off by those words, a little flustered. Her face had gone slightly pink. But the very next second, "Oh," I said, "what I meant was, in this life, you'll always be my best friend." "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing." She let out a small, embarrassed laugh. Feeling a little sheepish, so it had just been a misunderstanding. She pressed her lips together, quietly blaming Jade in her head. That girl, it was all her fault. Always going on about how I liked her, putting all these thoughts in her head, and just now, she'd embarrassed herself right in front of me. Mortifying. A second ago, she had actually thought. I was about to confess. For one brief moment, she had even felt a small flutter of anticipation. No way. Where did that thought even come from? Could Jade actually be right? She didn't like other people getting close to me. Was that not just a best friend possessiveness thing? It couldn't be jealousy. But what if it was exactly like Jade said? What if it wasn't just possessiveness? She frightened herself with her own thoughts. But generally speaking, if one day I actually became her boyfriend, that scenario was hard to picture. But based on 3 years as best friends, her honest assessment was that I was genuinely a good person. Sure, I teased her sometimes, but she still thought I was great. She was eating breakfast, not quite sure what she was thinking, just her imagination running off on its own. She didn't even know what she was picturing. And then she suddenly laughed out loud. Actually laughed out loud. So embarrassing. She was a little impressed with herself, honestly. I sat across from her, bewildered, watching her burst into laughter for no apparent reason. I asked, "What are you thinking about?" She shook her head. "Nothing." Right now she was a little flustered. Heart beating faster than usual. Something's wrong. Could Jade actually be right? Does she actually like me? It had to be an illusion. Yes, definitely just an illusion. It must be because Jade had been saying so much about it lately. That's why she was imagining things. She quickly adjusted herself and changed the subject, refused to let herself keep thinking about it. "Levi, honestly, what do you think about that label from the city? Are you going to agree to the collaboration? If you are, you need to call them back. I already promised. If you're interested in working with them, then call them. They're in the city, driving to us from there. A few hours max. If they miss lunch, they'll make it by the afternoon." She finished saying that. I thought about it. Selling the rights outright. No. I didn't need the money right now anyway. But selling usage rights. That was fine. After all, anyone who used it would have to pay a fee. Money practically walking up to the door. No reason to turn it away. On top of that, using this song as a film theme song would only push it higher. Nothing to lose either way. I answered. Working with their company is fine. Grab my phone and call them back. Tell them I've agreed. Have them arrange to come to us. I don't have time to go to the city. They can come here. I said my piece. She nodded rapidly. Got it. Very willing to be of service to her best friend. She was happy about it. She picked up my phone and opened the recent calls. Found the most recent one. And called back. It rang for a short moment, before the other end picked up. "Hello, is this Mason's friend? This is the assistant from the record label. I called earlier this morning." A girl answered. I asked her to pass along a message about our company's interest in collaborating. "I was wondering what you've decided." On the other end, Director Yang's assistant was fairly tense right now. Not sure whether I'd agreed. The company had already made up its mind. Whatever price I named, as long as the cash flow was there, they'd meet it. The song was this hot right now. The commercial value was obviously enormous. If their company didn't lock this down, another label would swoop in and take it. Competition between labels was ruthless. hearing the voice on the other end, and the words just spoken. She replied, my Levi has already agreed. He's on board with working with your company. If it's convenient, come directly to us. But the full rights to the song will not be sold. Only a one-time usage license. Pricing can be discussed in person. Hearing that, the assistant on the other end was absolutely thrilled. She hadn't been expecting to get the full permanent rights anyway. Anyone with any long-term thinking wouldn't sell those outright. But securing a one-time usage license, that was already excellent. At minimum, it wouldn't affect the film theme song project. Wonderful, wonderful. May I ask how you'd like to be addressed? Are you Mason's girlfriend? Could I get your phone number so we can stay in touch? We'll head down and drive over to you right away. Once we arrive, I'll call you. Does that arrangement work? After all, Mason is blowing up right now. He's probably pretty busy, or he might be in the middle of creating something. Might not be convenient for him to answer directly. Getting asked for her number was no problem. She went ahead and read out her number to the other person. But that line just now, it made her a little flustered. Can it just be a friend? Why does everyone immediately assume girlfriend? She had her phone on speaker. The volume was loud enough that I heard every word clearly. Incredibly awkward. Normally, she wouldn't have given it a second thought. But just now, with what I had said, it had sent her thoughts spinning. She'd already been a little unsettled, and now this on top of it, she felt genuinely off. In her head, the thoughts were still swirling around. She gave her head a small shake, then said, "All right, that's all for now. When you arrive, just call me. We'll coordinate from there. We'll be in touch." The other person replied, "Perfect. We'll be in contact," then hung up. She set the phone down to the side, sat back across from me, and bent over her breakfast. She felt a little awkward, and honestly couldn't make sense of it. Why was she thinking like that? Could Jade actually be right? Was it possible she actually liked Levi? As she was turning this over in her mind, I called her name. She startled. "Levi, were you calling me? Were you talking to me just now?" I laughed helplessly. "There are only two of us here. If not you, am I supposed to be talking to the walls?" "Sky, something's off with you. Why is your face so red?" I had noticed. Her face was flushed. I smiled on purpose and teased her a little. "I'm not. My face is not red." She obviously wasn't going to admit it. Stubbornly oblivious as always. A person could drop dead and she'd still hold her ground. Face that red, and still refusing to acknowledge it, she lifted both hands and covered her face. Then said, "Levi, why are you staring? Stop looking at me. It's mortifying." "Don't look anymore." Seeing that reaction, I looked at her 2 more times on purpose, genuinely and endearingly oblivious. Okay, I'll stop." I laughed helplessly and stopped messing with her. After breakfast was done, she proactively went to wash the dishes, cleaned up. Mainly, she just wanted to avoid eye contact. If I kept seeing her face like this, she'd die of embarrassment. But clearly there was nothing to it. So why was she blushing? Could she actually like Levi? Surely she wasn't misreading herself. She hadn't felt anything herself. And she'd never had any thought toward Levi beyond friendship. That made no sense. While she was busy washing dishes in the kitchen, she tilted her head up at the ceiling and let her thoughts drift. She finished tidying up quickly. Then she picked up her phone and opened the group chat of 3. Herself, Jade, and Ren, and sent a message. "Jade, Ren, Drad. Are you 2 there? If you are, come out. I need to tell you something." Usman's talk. Something even I can barely believe. Where is everyone? Get out here. Help me figure something out. At a moment this crucial. Where are you 2? I'm giving you 30 seconds to respond. Starting now. 1, 2, 3. Before she even got to 4, messages from Jade and Ren were already popping up in the chat. Here, Sky, what happened? This early in the morning. I was literally in the middle of eating breakfast. I saw the group chat blowing up and set my bowl down to check my phone. My parents just yelled at me for it, said I was on my phone while eating. And then they went and brought up my grades. Now, I feel terrible. This college entrance exam already didn't go well. Once the scores come out, if my scores are bad, my parents are definitely going to come at me from both directions. When that happens, Sky, Ren, please remember to collect my remains. Ren also replied in the group. Sky, don't mind Jade. She's never serious. What did you actually want to tell us? Right. Skyja, you seem urgent about it. Could it be? You have some massive announcement? Tell us, tell us. I'm dying of curiosity. She typed it out. Let me ask you two something. I have this friend. This friend is very close to someone of the opposite gender. 3 years of high school, great relationship. The kind of purely platonic best friend dynamic. Sky, who are you trying to fool? Don't think we can't tell. Who is this friend you're talking about? Isn't it obviously you? Exactly. What friend? It's clearly you. And the opposite gender friends is Mason, isn't it? Sky, just say it. Stop hiding. You're still trying to cover things up with us? Just say it straight. No roundabout stuff. That is so unlike you. Right. Sky, you're normally not like this. Just say whatever's on your mind. What's going on today? Is the sun rising in the west? You're being all vague and making things up. Something is definitely going on here. Believe it or don't. Either way, I believe it. Following Jade's instincts. Something is absolutely happening. Talk, Sky. What on earth happened? How come you can't even finish a sentence today? Never seen you like this before. Just tell us, and we'll help you figure it out. Did something happen between you and Mason? Did you two already go all the way? Did something happen? Faced with Jade's complete and utter lack of a filter, she was at a complete loss. Jade, please, can your mind go somewhere clean for once? Why does it always go in that direction? What kind of person do you think I am? Or, what kind of person do you think my Levi is? Levi is not like that. Say what you want about me, but don't say that about Levi. Oh, already defending him. Ren, did you catch that? She just said, my Levi. I literally got goosebumps. Ren was naturally more measured, at least compared to Jade. Much more level-headed, but even she was curious now. Could Jade actually be right? You and Mason, did something really happen? She replied. Ren, what are you saying? Don't let Jade throw you off. It's not what you two think. Here's what happened. This morning, Levi and I were having breakfast, and then she gave them a rough rundown of what had just happened. Sent it quickly. Help me figure this out, you two. Just now when I looked at Levi, why did my heart start beating faster? And my face went a little red, like my face was burning. Could Jade actually be right? Do I actually like Levi? That can't be. I genuinely can't believe I had that feeling. Jade replied without missing a beat. Can't believe what? I called this a long time ago. I've been saying forever that you like Mason, and you kept denying it. Never mind the distant past. Do you remember back in senior year, there was a girl from the class next door who wrote Mason a love letter? You remember that, right? Ren, you remember too? I remember. Sky actually cried about it. If you truly thought of Mason as just a friend, why would you cry over someone writing him a love letter? That was clearly jealousy. I said it back then, and you turned around and yelled at me for it. Are you telling me you've forgotten? Hearing Jade say that, she immediately remembered. That did seem to have happened. If what you two are saying is true, does that mean I actually like Levi? It's not just in my head? She typed 2 lines, and then sent them into the group chat. She asked again, are you sure you two aren't wrong? Does what I feel for Levi count as liking him? It absolutely counts. How could it not count as liking someone? Sky, you tell me what else would count. The friendship has clearly shifted, so what do I do now? She was getting a little anxious, mainly because this was the first time she'd ever liked someone. She had 0 experience with this. Like Jade had just said, back in senior year, around the first semester, there really had been a girl from the neighboring class. Who had written me a love letter confessing her feelings. Honestly, sure, that girl was pretty, but I wasn't exactly lacking either. My looks among the guys at school were genuinely standout. Calling me the class heartthrob or school's most wanted, not an overstatement. So plenty of girls secretly having a thing for me was completely normal. After all, a good-looking guy. Was there a girl alive who wouldn't be drawn to that? Let alone in a high school environment. The way a handsome guy affected the social atmosphere didn't need much explaining. So naturally, the number of people who liked me was not small. But this was high school, and there were rules against dating early. So the ones who actually dared to confess were few. The person Jade had just mentioned, the girl from the neighboring class, was one of them. At the time, all Sky had felt was, if I actually accepted her confession and got together with that girl, would that mean she and I wouldn't hang out anymore? Back then, her relationship with me was incredibly close. They were together every single day. Every day was genuinely fun. She loved that kind of life. And she loved that friendship between them. She didn't want anyone to come between it. And she especially didn't want it to fall apart. At the time, she'd really thought I was going to say yes. And that made her genuinely sad. She had gone back to the dorm and cried. Jade and Ren had been there to comfort her. And then she heard directly from my mouth. I had turned the girl down. The moment she heard that news, the joy that flooded through her was indescribable. Genuinely, deeply happy. So this is what it feels like to like someone. How strange. She genuinely didn't quite understand it. After all, she was still young, still foggy on these things. So Jade, Ren, what do you think I should do? Do? What do you mean, what do you do? What else is there to do? Sky, if you like him, just confess already. Throw everything to the wind. Go for it first. Once the rice is cooked, things will naturally fall into place. Jade typed it out in the group chat, then laid out a brilliantly terrible plan. That Ren immediately shot down. Jade, are you even reliable? What kind of suggestion is that? Sky, don't listen to Jade. Listen to me. Here's what I think. If you like him, in the short term, it's best not to confess right away. Because a lot of the time, especially with a relationship like yours and his, you're extremely close. If you confess, and he says yes, that's obviously the best possible outcome. But have you thought about, what if the confession fails? Then even staying friends might be awkward. Things would get really uncomfortable between you two. So what should I do? She was getting a little impatient. Ren replied, while a direct confession isn't ideal, you can drop hints. Drop hints? How? Ren, you're the best. Help me figure this out. Teach me what to do. How do I drop hints? Ren thought for a moment. Start small. Over the next month or two, take advantage of this summer break. Be a little nicer to him than before. A little more attentive. Let him feel that your attitude toward him has shifted. Start from there. Can you do that? She replied, of course I can. Being good to Levi, what's hard about that? That's nothing. She typed quickly, continuing the conversation with Ren, reading intently as the other person laid out the strategy, eyes glued to the phone screen. She was grinning that oblivious grin of hers. A small flutter of anticipation and happiness bloomed inside. Right now, I was standing in front of her, looking at her. I'd already called Sky 2 or 3 times. This oblivious girl, completely absorbed in whatever she was doing. I called again. Sky. She finally snapped out of it. What is it, Levi? I was just texting Jade and Ren. Got completely absorbed. What were you saying just now? Sorry, I didn't catch it. I laughed helplessly, looked at her and said, Sky, I'm going to shower. We have that meeting with the label people from the city, remember? They'll be here in a few hours. So I'm going to wash up and get myself together a little. After all, it's a well-known company in the industry. She nodded. Sure. Levi, go shower? But why are you specifically telling me? It's not like I'm going to shower with you. Or, do you want to shower together? The moment that second line came out of her mouth, she felt instantly awkward. What did I just say? Has my brain completely crashed? She was ready to disappear on the spot. Why on earth did I just say that? I genuinely cannot believe myself. Levi, you don't think I'm that kind of girl, do you? The kind of shameless girl who wants to shower with you. Please, I still want to maintain a decent image in your eyes. Oh heavens above. Please don't let Levi read anything into that. She was silently screaming inside. The truth was, lines like that, she had said plenty of them before without a second thought, but back then, she genuinely meant nothing by them. It was only now that she'd realized she liked me, that she suddenly felt the embarrassment catch up to her. This was exactly what people meant by friendship turning into something else. As for me, I was already used to it. Used to her saying things without thinking first. I just laughed helplessly and walked straight into the bathroom. Washed up, washed my hair. Then I'd change into something else afterward. Shouldn't take long. The people from Starfield Records in the city would be driving here. I was planned to bring her along. Even though it was a business meeting, I still wanted her there with me. Mainly because, after being reborn, even with the business to build, I still wanted to be around her as much as possible. Besides, knowing her the way I did, even if I said nothing, she would demand to come anyway. She'd insist on tagging along no matter what. While I was in the shower, she smacked her own forehead, then typed into the group chat. Jade, Ren, I just humiliated myself so badly. Levi said he was going to shower. Just letting me know. Guess what I said back? I asked him why he was telling me. Like I could shower with him. And then I actually asked him, did he want to shower together? I am done. Over. I wanted to dig a hole and never come out. The embarrassment nearly killed me. All I wanted to do was disappear into the floor and never come back up. Levi isn't going to think I'm some shameless girl, is he? He's not going to kick me out of the apartment, is he? Reading her messages. Jade and Ren, at home, stared at their phones and burst out laughing. Sky, you are genuinely hilarious. Sky, I give up trying to understand you. We told you to drop subtle hints. Not like that. Ren was somewhere between laughing and crying. Even sent a crying laughing emoji. You are truly one of a kind, Sky. I feel like in Levi's eyes, that shameless image of you is now permanently burned in. Haha, I'm dying laughing. Sky, you are so funny. What were you even thinking when that came out? I think, Sky, you are absolutely shameless. You've probably been eyeing my body for a while now, haven't you? She sent a pitiful face emoji. That is so unfair. I never thought that. You two have such dirty minds. I am perfectly proper. A decent, upstanding person, okay? Jade replied. Right, very decent. Already wanting to shower with someone. And still calling yourself decent? Is there anyone left on Earth who isn't? I'd say, Sky, you are the definition of shameless, she said indignantly. Jade, what is wrong with you? How dare you call me shameless? She sat on the couch, messaging back and forth with Jade and Ren. Without realizing it, half an hour passed. Right at that moment, I had finished showering and stepped out. Not talking to you guys anymore. Play. Levi just got out of the shower. Already making your move? Sky, you are really something. Jade sent a scheming grin emoji. Get lost, you awful Jade. She fired back one last reply. Then looked up at me stepping out of the bathroom. She greeted me cheerfully. Levi, done with your shower? Wow. Levi fresh out of the shower. Hair still wet. You look really good. She couldn't quite explain it herself. She had always thought I was fairly good looking. But not like this. Not feeling it this strongly. Was this what it felt like to like someone? How strange. Noticing that expression on her face, I said, Sky, what kind of expression is that? What kind of look is that? Sitting in my own house and looking at me like that. Is that appropriate? What? Look like what? Levi, do you even know how to talk? A simple, pure, adorable girl like me. And you describe the way I'm looking at you as hungry? She pressed her lips together. But honestly, Levi, you really are good looking. She said it, then tapped my shoulder. Sky, something's off with you today. What's wrong with me? I'm the same as always. She got a little nervous. Could I have figured something out? I smiled quietly to myself and replied, nothing. I just noticed your mouth is extra sweet today. Hee, obviously. My mouth is naturally sweet. Would you like to taste it? The moment that came out, she immediately covered her mouth. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Levi, I didn't mean that. That completely slipped out. Totally slipped down. Don't read anything into it. I genuinely didn't mean it that way. She said it with a very serious face. This oblivious girl was truly terrible at lying. I gave her a look, having already seen right through her. Levi won. Those people from the record label in the city. When they come to us, are you going outside to handle the meeting? She realized the awkwardness of a moment ago and quickly changed the subject. I didn't expose it, just answered directly. Of course. Obviously, I have to meet them outside. What? Am I supposed to invite them to the apartment? She stumbled over her words. Well then, Levi, could you maybe, she said, fumbling. She finally managed to get it out. Take me with you? Would that be okay? She really wanted to come along, but she wasn't sure if I actually wanted to bring her. After all, it was a serious business discussion. Roughly speaking, if this song of mine had its usage rights licensed to them, given how viral it had gone online, the licensing fee could easily reach a few million. A deal that big? Bringing her along might not be appropriate. She figured I probably wouldn't take her. That's what she assumed quietly. But she still held on to a small flicker of hope. Maybe I'd actually say yes. Though internally, she wasn't confident at all. What she didn't expect was that my next response was, What do you mean, Sky? From the way you said that, it sounds like you don't want to come with me. She froze. Wait, Levi, Pyrance, #1 god. Does that mean you're taking me? That's amazing. I knew Levi was the best. You wouldn't leave me home alone, would you? Okay, then wait for me. I'm going to go wash my face and brush my teeth, change my outfit, and put on a little makeup. After all, these are people from a real label. Entertainment industry people. There might even be journalists, photographers, cameras. If I end up on film, I need to look nice. Can't embarrass you. Right, Levi? She grinned that goofy grin, and then happily bounced off to the bathroom to wash up and get ready, then do her makeup. The last time she'd gone to the grocery store alone, she'd picked up a lot of daily essentials. Among them, a few beauty products. All 3 years of high school, the school didn't allow makeup. But now that she'd graduated, plenty of girls wanted to try it. That feeling after putting makeup on, definitely a glow-up from before. She had picked up a few things, but heavy makeup definitely wouldn't suit her. Light, natural makeup would look better. More like her, she thought quietly. And besides, now that she liked me, of course she wanted to look her best in front of me. Wasn't there a saying, girls dress up for the ones they love? She spent half an hour in the bathroom, washed up, changed into a new outfit, and did her makeup, then pushed open the bathroom door and stepped out. She was wearing something genuinely pretty, a white short-sleeve top, and a short skirt. Her legs were noticeably long, and perfectly slender. No wonder Jade had once said, "Sky, whoever ends up as your boyfriend someday is going to be one lucky person." Jade wasn't wrong. She really was beautiful. And those legs were genuinely something. On top of that, lately, she'd been eating quite a bit of nutritious food, and it showed. One of the great delusions of the male mind. She liked me. She walked up in front of me and grinned. "Levi, look at my outfit. What do you think? Does it look good? Look at these legs, this slender and pale. Levi, can you tell? I've been eating so much papaya lately, and it's actually starting to work. Isn't it at least a tiny bit bigger than before?" That was just her personality. Completely upfront about everything. Brutally honest. The kind of girl who said exactly what she thought, nothing hidden, nothing held back. Whatever was on her mind came straight out. That was actually one of the things I loved most about her. Right after that, she said again, "Levi, stop looking at your phone. Look at me. Am I really less interesting than your phone? Come on, say something. Please, Levi, just compliment me, come on." Looking at what she was wearing. Honestly, yes, it looked good. But Sky, are you planning to go out with those legs showing like that? Some guys had a certain double standard. That kind of thinking. My girlfriend's legs. No one else gets to see them. The more covered up, the better. But other guys' girlfriends' legs, the more the better. The less they wear, the more welcome. Same sentence. Completely opposite meaning. And on that note, you had to admire the depth and range of human nature. She nodded. Right. Wait, what? Levi, you don't think this outfit looks good? It looks pretty good. It's just... I was staring at her legs. I was about to say something, when she immediately caught on. Levi W. I get it. You don't need to explain. I've been your opposite gender best friend for 3 years. I know exactly what you're trying to say. All it takes is one look, and I know. I know you too well, Levi. You clearly think my legs look this good, and you don't want me going out like this and letting other guys stare at them, am I right? Oh, Levi, just say it. I'll go change. She grinned smugly. Hee hee. Levi, you still won't admit it? You definitely like me, because if you didn't, what would it matter to you if I showed my legs? You're clearly jealous, and you still won't own up to it. I sat on the couch, listening to her go on and on. You're reading too much into it. I just asked casually. I gave a small laugh, and went back to looking at my phone. She let out a small huff, then muttered to herself, Levi, you definitely like me. Just wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you admit it. She knew my personality far too well. What kind of person I was. The type who would rather drop dead than cave. In that moment, she suddenly felt Jade actually was a love expert after all. She had been completely right. At first, Sky hadn't believed a word of it. How could I possibly like her? But just now, watching my reaction, she was now convinced I definitely liked her. Absolutely convinced. Because otherwise, her wearing a short skirt out in public, why would I react like that? Would anyone honestly care what their best friend was wearing? Of course not. She grinned to herself. Quietly smug. See, I knew it. 3 years of best friends with Levi. How could you have zero feelings for me? Zero feelings, that made no sense. Turns out I'm still pretty charming after all. She looked at me and said, Levi, wait a moment. I'm going to change my bottoms. Jeans okay? Those are long, won't show my legs. Even though you've already drooled over them. It's fine. That time I got caught in the rain at the station. I already washed them. Too bad it wasn't Levi who washed them himself. A bit of a shame. Wait for me. With that, she turned and headed back to the bedroom. Changed into the jeans. Those jeans, the ones she had worn on the bus ride back after graduation day. While changing in the room, she pulled out her phone, buzzing with excitement. Couldn't wait. She had to share this with Jade and Ren. Jade, Ren, get out here. Good news to share. Especially Jade, get here now. Reply to me fast. Jade replied immediately. What is it, Sky? Why are you looking for me? Good news to share. What kind? Did you just go ahead and confess? How did it go? Did it work? I'm telling you, Sky, don't listen to Ren. You should have listened to me. Just go for it. Cook the rice first, ask questions later. Best case, just have a baby with him. Didn't you say you want to be best friends with Mason forever? Well, have a baby, and that's guaranteed. You'll be best friends for life. Just the kind where you eat together, sleep together, and do everything together. The absolute best kind of best friends. Jade is truly without a shred of decency. You've gone too far. Jade, are you actually a girl? I'm questioning your gender right now. How can you be this inappropriate? She typed back to Jade. Jade, I love you to death. You were right. Levi does like me. I have proof. Let me tell you what just happened. She typed it all out excitedly. Levi said he would bring me along. To meet the people from the record label. To talk business. His song, the one that's going viral online, because it's blowing up everywhere. A label from the city noticed it. They're literally driving all the way here. Just to talk to Levi. I'm guessing they want to license that song of his. The rights fee alone has to be at least a few million. And then Levi said he'd bring me along. Anyway, I just got out of the shower. Changed into an outfit. Specifically that short skirt we bought at the mall last time. But guess what? When Levi saw it, what do you think his reaction was? She typed fast, then described Levi's expression in the moment. How it seemed like he didn't want me going out in a short skirt like that. Don't you think that's weird? If Levi has absolutely no feelings for me, why would he even notice? Tell me, am I right? Jade, Ren, does what I said make sense? What do you two think? After sending the last message, she went quiet and waited for Jade and Ren's replies, wondering what the two of them would think after reading it. What they'd say. I am going to make him my boyfriend. Before either of them even responded, she heard my voice from outside. Sky, are you done? We're about to head out. Done, coming right now. Levi, wait a second. She called back 2 words, then quickly finished changing, then stepped out of the bedroom and walked into the living room. She looked at me and gave a little spin on the spot. Well, Levi, not bad, right? Wearing jeans now. No more pale legs showing like with the skirt. Should be fine now, right? Okay, let's go. But wait, my phone hasn't buzzed yet. The people from the label, Mosses, they probably haven't arrived in our city yet. Aren't we leaving too early? She asked curiously. I answered, taking you out for coffee. Or maybe a movie. Kill some time. Staying home is boring. She nodded rapidly with excitement. Yes, perfect. Levi, you're seriously the best. Let's go then. Let's get out of here. Not long after, the two of us headed downstairs together and walked out to the entrance of the complex, flagged down a cab toward the plaza. I and Sky settled into the back seat. I said, Sky, check your phone. See if any good movies are showing right now. I'll take you to the cinema. We can do coffee another time. At the theater they have Coke, popcorn, all of that. When we go in, I'll get you a bunch. Hearing me say that, her mind started turning. Levi's been acting differently lately. He's been so good to me. Before, he was always teasing me. But ever since the entrance exams ended, why has he gotten nicer and nicer? This doesn't feel like how you treat a girl who's just a friend. This is clearly how a boyfriend treats his girlfriend. Levi, and you still say you don't like me. She muttered quietly to herself. Sure. Let me look then. See what's playing right now. She browsed through it, and finally settled on one. How about this one, Levi? I feel like you'd like it. Which one? Warcraft. She said it with wide-eyed sincerity. I was a little surprised. Sky, do you actually like that kind of movie? Not really. She shook her head, and then said blankly, I was thinking of you, Levi. I figured you'd enjoy watching it. Whatever you want to watch, we'll watch that. I'm fine with anything. As long as I'm with Levi, anything works. What I mean is, Shoup. As long as I'm with my best friend, I'm good with anything. I'd sit through a cartoon for little kids and not complain. She said it with a cheerful little grin. I pulled out my phone and looked up. What was hot at the box office right now, among the summer releases, one stood out in particular. The title was Big Fish and Begonia. Sky, I think this one fits you. Which one? She leaned in curiously. But look, Big Fish and Begonia. My name is Sky. Little fish, and this movie is called Big Fish? What's that supposed to mean? Did they name it after me? Shouldn't they be paying royalties to Sky? She burst out laughing. I tried so hard not to laugh. Barely managed to hold it in. Oh, she was just genuinely too much. Talked in the funniest way imaginable. A genuine treasure of a person. Sky, so are you watching it or not? Of course I'm watching it. She nodded enthusiastically. A few minutes later, the two of us were still in the cab. It pulled up to the commercial plaza area. Near the Greenfield Plaza, there was a large cinema. The Greenfield Cinema. Greenfield real estate was genuinely enormous, but many years later, that entire company would be acquired by me. In my past life that had already happened, and coming back with the system made it even less of a question. A few minutes later, we stepped out of the cab. The two of us walked straight into the cinema, bought the tickets. Then she grabbed my hand and said, Levi, I want that big popcorn bucket. Okay, I'll get it for you. And a large Coke. Okay, I'll get that too. Is there anything else you want? Let me think. I also want a Sprite. I'll get all of it for you. Watching me agree so immediately. One thing after another without hesitation. She looked at me in genuine surprise. Wow, Levi. I feel like you get better and better to me every day. I'm honestly touched. Levi, you're this good to me. If I ever look for a boyfriend someday, if he's not someone exactly like you, I genuinely won't be satisfied. She said it in a playfully oblivious way, but was actually speaking from the heart, especially looking back on all 3 years of high school. I had teased her constantly, but that was just what best friends did. Teasing each other was completely normal, part of the dynamic. But she felt that ever since the entrance exams ended, especially more recently, I had genuinely been treating her incredibly well. Like, just now, whatever she wanted to eat, I'd immediately get it for her. Levi, I love you so much. Of course, she was perfectly relaxed about it in conversation, but the cinema was full of people. Men, women, staff, everywhere. If she'd said that out loud, it definitely would have been embarrassing. People might have thought something was wrong with her. This tiny little girl looks so cute, but something seems a bit off upstairs. So she only screamed it inside. Levi, sooner or later, I am going to make you my boyfriend, and then I'm going to kiss you until you can't breathe. That's what you get for being this good to me. She was lost in her own imagination, slightly zoned out at that point, completely not hearing what I had just said. Sky, I'm talking to you. She snapped back, blinked at me. Sorry, Levi. I just drifted off. Didn't catch what you said. Say it again. I laughed helplessly. What I had been about to ask her was whether she wanted the Sprite in large or small. Since she'd already ordered a large Coke, I wasn't sure that tiny stomach of hers could handle all of it, plus the big bucket of popcorn on top. Could she even finish all of that? But it didn't really matter. I had been given a second life. I was absolutely going to spoil Sky, make up for the regrets of the life before. So I laughed helplessly and told the staff, extra large Sprite. She finally heard that. Extra large? Levi, I know you're good to me, but you can't actually let me die of fullness. Does this count as an indirect kiss? She blinked and kept going. Levi, Tiss, are you treating me like a pig? How am I supposed to finish all of this? I confirmed with the staff, extra large. The staff nodded, said of course, and before long, 1 giant bucket of popcorn, 1 large Coke, and 1 extra large Sprite were ready. Come on, Sky, let's head in. Our screening starts soon. Only a few minutes left. She looked at me. Levi, you only got stuff for me. Aren't you eating anything? Why'd you only get one portion of popcorn? I had lived through decades of life. There wasn't a snack in the world I hadn't tried. Popcorn and Coke. I'd long since grown tired of them. Mainly, I was here to be with her. To watch her eat happily. For me, that was more than enough. Popcorn and the rest, barely worth mentioning. Even though this body of mine was 17 or 18, my way of thinking had long since outgrown that age. I was no longer a kid on the inside. I'm not eating. This is all for you. Come on, check the time. Less than 2 minutes before it starts. Okay, sure. She nodded. It's fine. One bucket of popcorn is already a lot. It's pretty full, too. We can share it. Plus, there's still a large Coke. And an extra large Sprite. That should be plenty. They stepped into the screening room. Waited a minute, and the film began. Big Fish and Begonia. It had made quite an impact in 2016, too. Especially the second chapter, years later, paired with its signature soundtrack. On the short-form video platforms, it truly exploded. The box office numbers climbed at a staggering rate. Pure, clean money pouring in. I had plans to get into that space eventually. Start my own film production company. I had so many scripts in my head already. Films that had come out in the past few years. And absolutely dominated the box office. Now that I'd been reborn, I could release them early. Tens of billions, even hundreds of billions, in revenue. Wouldn't that all just flow straight into my pocket? But those things, I could delegate to people below me. I only needed to oversee the big picture. The rest of my time, beyond enjoying college life, was for being with Sky. The film started and time passed. She watched with total focus. Watching and eating popcorn at the same time. Not bad. A sip of her drink, a piece of popcorn, then back to the film. Genuinely not bad. Levi, eat some too. Don't make me eat alone. I said, sure. A little while later, I got a bit thirsty. So I picked up the Sprite and took a few sips. She was still absorbed in the film. An hour or two passed, and the film finally ended. The audience filed out of the screening room one by one. She stretched her arms overhead, then reached for the Sprite beside her and took a sip. But the moment she drank, she noticed the Sprite was significantly lower than before. She blinked. Levi, did you drink from this Sprite? Yeah, why? Levi, you drank from it. Her expression was full of surprise. Then she muttered quietly to herself, does this count as an indirect kiss? Right at that moment, while her head was completely consumed with the idea of an indirect kiss, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number was calling, showing as from the city. She immediately understood. The caller had to be someone from Starfield Records. They'd probably already arrived, so she picked up. On the other end, sure enough, it was Director Yang's female assistant. Is this Sky? I'm the one who contacted you earlier. Director Yang's assistant at Starfield. Director Yang and I have arrived. We're currently in the commercial plaza area, in a private room on the second floor of a cafe. Are you and Mason together right now? Whenever you're free, come on over. We can meet and talk. About the song usage rights collaboration. She nodded. Of course. No problem. Levi and I are together. The two of us are out watching a movie right now at the cinema in the plaza. But that's fine. The film just ended. We'll head over right now. Sorry for making you wait. The assistant replied immediately. No problem at all. Please come on over. Director Yang and I will be waiting here. See you in a bit. She nodded, said okay, and hung up. Then turned to me. Levi W6, let's head over to the cafe across the way. The Starfield people are here. They're waiting in a private room. Got it. I nodded, then stood up and walked out of the cinema with her. On the way to the cafe, she laughed that goofy laugh. Levi, have you noticed? It kind of feels like I've become your manager. Your song is this hot online. Sure, I didn't do the big things, but I did contribute a little something. Don't you think, Levi? After all, the video of you singing that song spread out from my forum account before it blew up. And just now, the record label people reached out through me too. They were probably afraid to bother you directly. But doesn't that kind of make it feel like I'm basically your manager? She grinned. Before I could say anything, she kept right on going. So, Levi, a manager like me who doesn't charge a single cent, you should appreciate that. When you're famous one day, don't forget me. By then, you absolutely have to pay me back. You hear me, Levi? She laughed and said, let's go, let's go. She walked ahead. I walked behind her. Watching her from behind, I smiled quietly to myself. After all, going viral online these past few days genuinely had something to do with her. She had played a real part. And exactly as she had just said, I absolutely owed her a proper thank you. It was just a matter of how I'd have to think carefully about that. For instance, rewarding her with a maternity leave. That actually didn't sound too bad. Levi, what are you doing? Speed up, they're waiting for us. She glanced back at me and caught the way I was looking at her. Levi, why were you just staring at me? You think I look pretty, don't you? Hey, if you think I'm pretty, just say so. Don't be shy about admitting it. Everything about you is great. Except you're way too full of yourself. I genuinely had to hand it to her. Anytime something didn't go her way, she'd just declare herself beautiful and make me agree. For a moment, I didn't even know what to say. Couldn't figure out how to respond. She laughed. Haha, Levi, your reaction says it all. You know I'm pretty. You just won't say it. I get it, I get it. She patted her own chest, looking like she had me completely figured out. Everything about you is good. Genuinely, everything is good. There's just one thing, a little bit of. Let me think about how to put it. What's the right word to describe you? She walked and thought at the same time. What she wanted to say was that I was a little arrogant, that deep down I clearly thought she was pretty, but refused to admit it. Arrogant felt right. But that word was more commonly used for girls. When applied to a guy, was there a better word? She was still thinking about it, when she got so lost in thought, that she walked straight into a tree. This stretch near the commercial plaza had trees planted along both sides of the path, decorative greenery for the area. She hit it right in the head. Ow! She clutched her head. She rubbed her forehead. That hurt. That actually hurt. Watching her clumsy little moment, I genuinely didn't know whether to laugh or feel bad. What on earth was she thinking? Walking straight into a tree. Are you okay, Sky? Does it hurt? Let me rub it. I stepped in front of her, raised my hand, and placed it gently on the spot on her forehead where she'd hit. Rubbed it softly, then leaned down and blew on it gently. She froze for a moment. Any other girl, in a moment like this, would probably have gone red and felt her heart race, or gotten very flustered. But her personality was too delightfully oblivious, with that naturally funny way of speaking, and that personality of hers. So she said, Levi bye? Am I seeing things? Am I imagining this? You're actually rubbing it for me? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Levi, pinch me. Bring me back to reality. I can't believe this. E4. If I bumped my head, you'd definitely just laugh at me. Lately, Levi, you've been getting nicer and nicer. I'm actually a little touched. Right at that moment, the electronic system chime rang in my ear. Ding ding. Sky has triggered a genuine reaction of awe. This action qualifies. Host has received a reward. 100% performance mastery of the 2007 song, Suffering. In the summer of 2017, a song called Suffering had swept the entire internet. Even though years had passed, looking back at that summer of 2017, I still remembered clearly how that song had stunned everyone when it dropped. Horror ports, and now I had been given 100% performance mastery of it, meaning, however I sang, it would be explosive. With a reward like this, I was very satisfied. Then I stopped overthinking and kept rubbing her forehead. She laughed that goofy laugh and said, having a friend like you, I'm so lucky. I replied, good that you know. She let out a small huff, then tapped my shoulder. Levi, you really have no shame. Can't you be humble for even 1 second? As the best friend of Sky, you should learn from my qualities. For example, elegance, beauty, and above all, humility. Take notes from me. Saying something like that. She herself probably almost couldn't hold back the laughter. She was pretty, genuinely pretty. But elegant? That was debatable. And humble? Absolutely not worth discussing. If she was humble, then there was no such thing as arrogance in this world. But to be fair, I really had been good to her, even after bumping into a tree, forehead a little sore. But with me rubbing it and blowing on it, she felt noticeably better. Okay, Levi Yiffy, I'm fine now. I'm not that fragile. Let's go. The cafe we're meeting them at is just up ahead. We're almost there. The two of us walked into the cafe and headed upstairs to the private room we'd arranged. When the door opened, 2 women were already seated. One was dressed in a sharp blazer. That was Director Yang, the one mentioned on the phone. Director Yang held a key position at Starfield. She oversaw the release of many artists' songs and related operations. The other woman beside her had a more ordinary presence. She was, most likely, the assistant who had spoken with Sky on the phone. Sure enough, the other party spoke up first. "Hello, you two? May I ask, are you Mason Chen and Sky?" "Welcome, hello. I'm the one who called earlier, and this is our director Yang. Allow me to make a proper introduction. Let me formally introduce everyone. Director Yang is one of the top figures at our record label. She's regarded as one of the very best in the industry, having developed and launched countless singers and artists. Every year she produces several standout hit songs, and last year she produced a song that won the Golden Melody Award for Song of the Year. She is enormously respected throughout the industry." The assistant gave a brief introduction. Director Yang, though deeply established in the industry, an undeniably impressive figure of considerable stature. Exactly as the assistant had just described, she had developed many singers and artists, and produced a great many celebrated songs. But compared to me, at only 17 or 18, having already written a song like this, her accomplishments, in that light, honestly didn't bear much mention. This song, Sound of the Wind. Director Yang had played it over and over again the night before. The more she listened, the more deeply she felt the lyrics had been written with extraordinary craft. As for the melody of the song, it was currently 2016. The short-form video industry had not yet entered its explosive era, so the speed at which information spread online was still nowhere near as fast as it would become in later years. The vast majority of people, when it came to the melody of Sound of the Wind, didn't have a particularly clear picture of its origins. The truth was, the melody of this song was the theme from a foreign film called Midnight Diner, released back in 2014. The domestic version had simply borrowed the arrangement and composition from the foreign original, and written new English lyrics over it. Director Yang had already looked into this thoroughly. In other words, the melody of this song, had not been composed by Mason himself, but even so, the lyrics had been written with exceptional brilliance. A student this young, capable of writing lyrics this powerful, even if his arrangement skills were only average, he was still a musical prodigy. And so, Director Yang spoke up. Sky, sitting quietly beside them, listened with her full attention, intensely curious, wondering just how much this collaboration between Mason and the other party could actually bring in. Could it reach the millions? If it really did hit that mark, then Levi was genuinely on another level. She was dying to find out. That was what Sky was quietly turning over in her mind. And at that moment, Director Yang opened the conversation. "Mason, and Sky, please, have a seat. Here's the situation. Earlier over the phone, I explained everything to Sky already. So I trust you both understand why we're here." "Exactly. We drove all this way specifically to speak with you. The purpose of this visit is to discuss using this song as the theme for our upcoming film. For the licensing fee, we're prepared to offer $2 million. We've done our research. While Mason, the lyrics you wrote are genuinely excellent. The melody itself is borrowed from a foreign track," Director Yang continued. "Right now, this song is going massively viral online. The lyrics are very well written, but for the majority of listeners, the melody is ultimately what matters most. No matter how strong the lyrics are, if the melody itself is too ordinary, it would never spread at this scale. Initially, we assumed that the melody of this song had been composed entirely by you. We were originally prepared to offer $4 million for the rights, but since the melody is a borrowed arrangement from a foreign source, and you only wrote the original lyrics over it, taking everything into account, we've decided to offer $2 million, because the remaining $2 million would need to be allocated to cover payment to whoever holds the rights to the original arrangement. We hope Mason can understand our position." Sky sat right there listening to every word. "Actually, my apologies. I forgot to mention something." I casually touched the bridge of my nose, then looked at Director Yang and said, "The arrangement and melody of this song, yes, it does originate from a foreign source, but the rights to that original track, they're currently in my hands. In other words, if your company wants to use this song, the arrangement rights fee can be paid directly to me." What? Both Director Yang and her assistant stared at me in stunned disbelief, their expressions completely frozen. "Mason, are you serious?" I pulled out my phone and opened a document, proof that the rights belonged to me. Everything had been handled seamlessly by the system. At that thought, I couldn't help but marvel at just how powerful it was. It had laid everything out cleanly and completely. But to be safe, Director Yang still made a phone call to verify. Less than 15 minutes later, a contact from overseas called back and confirmed with certainty it was true. The rights to this song had indeed been acquired by a person named Mason Chen, purchased outright. If your company wants to use it for the film and incorporate the arrangement, that's no longer anything to do with us. Just negotiate directly with Mason. After receiving that confirmation, Director Yang was completely stunned. All of it was real, and it was extraordinary. She had originally assumed, while Mason was riding this wave of viral fame, and was nothing more than a kid fresh out of high school, surely without much money to his name, maybe she could offer a signing fee and lock him into the label. But Mason had the resources to purchase the arrangement rights outright. The prospect of signing him seemed increasingly unlikely. That was Director Yang's quiet conclusion. Meanwhile, Sky beside her had just taken a sip of coffee and was equally floored. Levi was genuinely incredible. Just moments ago, they had pointed out that the melody of his song was borrowed from a foreign arrangement, not composed by him. And a second later, he had cleanly resolved the entire issue, confirming that the rights to this song already belonged to him. That was just who Levi was, on an entirely different level. Sky had only ever heard Mason sing this song a cappella. Even bare like that, the melody came through, but compared to hearing it with a full arrangement, the experience would be worlds apart. The difference would be staggering. Sky started to feel a pull of anticipation. She wondered if this song of his were made into an official single and released properly. What kind of impact would it create? Sky was already planning what she'd say to him later. Levi, if this song of yours gets an official release, I want to be the very first person to hear it. Is that okay? She was certain he would say yes. That was what she planned to say later. And of course he would agree. That was what Sky quietly told herself. Right after that, Director Yang, seated across from them, after making an effort to compose herself from the shock, spoke up. Well, in that case, this is great news. It saves us the trouble of tracking down the foreign rights holders. 4 million for the rights, Mason. Would that work for you? 5 million. Director Yang's expression stalled. She had fully expected that someone as young as Mason, hearing a number like 4 million, would be genuinely moved, so delighted he wouldn't know what to do with himself. She hadn't expected him to counter with a higher number. She finally gritted her teeth. Fine, 5 million it is. After all, the song was exploding online. The film was about to be released, and the director had specifically insisted on this song as the theme, or there would be no collaboration. There was no other option. As for me, receiving 5 million for the rights was a genuinely strong deal, pure profit. Director Yang had the partnership contract drawn up. After signatures and seals were applied, everything confirmed with no issues. She said, so from here, we'd ask Mason to complete the official single for this song. When our film is released, on one hand, it will serve as the promotional track, and on the other, it will function as the film's official theme song. No problem, I said. Perfect. She immediately notified the finance department to initiate the transfer. Very quickly, $5 million arrived in my bank account. After that, the other party raised something with me. Mason, would you be interested in coming to develop with our company? Starfield Records. Our resources and power are formidable, and our promotional and media capabilities are among the very best in the industry. With Mason's musical talent, if you came on board as one of our artists, we can guarantee you'll be a household name within 6 months. And on top of that, our company will absolutely offer a signing fee that satisfies you. I hadn't even responded yet, when Sky, sitting right beside me, was already buzzing inside. Oh my God, a major label like this actually wants to sign Levi? That's insane. He's about to blow up everywhere. Sky let out a quiet gasp. But I barely hesitated. I turned them down directly, told them I wasn't interested, and go into their company for anything. Signed artist, contracted performer. After being reborn, what I wanted most was to be beside Sky. Everything else, none of it mattered that much to me. As long as I had enough to fill my days, that was sufficient. I didn't need to pour endless time and energy into it. I had no desire to repeat the path of my previous life. On top of that, I had my own company. There was fundamentally no reason to sign with someone else's label. Thank you for the kind offer, but I'll pass. I had my own plans. After being turned down, Director Yang simply gave a quiet smile. Understood. If that's how it is, we won't press. They talked a little longer after that. Director Yang and her assistant mentioned that it was time for them to head back. After all, a major label like Starfield had no shortage of matters, large and small, waiting to be handled. They couldn't stay too long. After they left, Sky sat beside me. Levi stopping? Levi, too. I'm genuinely curious. Why did you turn them down? Getting signed by a major label like that? That's an incredibly rare opportunity, Sky asked with real curiosity. Sky, do you really want to know? I asked. She had just let her eagerness show a little too plainly. Sky looked at me and nodded. Obviously, of course I do. I absolutely want to know. Levi, tell me. I'm genuinely so curious. What on earth made you turn that down? Give me one reason. What was it? Who was it for? Sky asked in all seriousness. I answered directly, and it was the truth. Who else would it be for? Isn't it obviously because of you? Levi, because of me? She went completely still. Almost didn't catch it in time, then pointed at herself with one finger. That wide-eyed, clueless expression spreading across her face, stunned and shaken all at once. That can't be right, Levi Lee to you? You're joking, aren't you? How could it be because of me? I never stopped you from signing with a label. Especially now that you're going this viral. This is exactly when you should be signing, I replied. But if I signed, every single day would be consumed with releasing albums, touring everywhere, putting on concerts, taking whatever endorsements the label pushed on me, becoming the face of this brand or that product. Sky looked confused. So? Isn't that actually amazing? Being a top-tier artist, going viral everywhere, making a fortune in the process. But that would mean no time left to spend with you. And in that moment, Sky finally understood. Everything Levi had just said, turning down the record label's offer, was mainly because he couldn't bear to leave her behind. So you couldn't stand the thought of me not being by your side. Levi, your feelings are showing. You like me, and you still won't admit it. I've never once heard of anyone, in this day and age, who would willingly give up an opportunity that big, just to stay beside their best friend, walking away from their own career without a second thought. Levi, if you still claim you don't like me, even a random dog on the street would shake its head at that. The moment Sky said that out loud, I nearly burst out laughing. Sky, the way you talk is really something. What do you mean, a dog on the street would shake its head? I didn't know whether to laugh or shake my head myself. Sky was genuinely adorable, but some of the things she said, they really did leave you not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sky laughed that goofy laugh of hers. Oh, come on, don't get hung up on the details. I was just trying to emphasize a point. Levi, you do care about me. Don't deny it anymore. A little while later, the two of us stepped out of the cafe. There was still an hour or two before evening. Nothing pressing to do. So Sky said, Levi, where should we eat tonight? Oh, wait, Sky suddenly remembered. Your mom said she'd be home cooking. To celebrate for you. That's amazing. Tonight I finally get to taste your mom's cooking. I wonder if she's a good cook. If she is, I'm definitely going to ask her to teach me. Levi, if I learn, I'll cook for you. Sky said it with that endearingly clueless expression of hers. I replied, sure. You cook for me. Mm-hmm, Sky nodded, but then added up front. But Levi, if it doesn't taste good, don't complain. I won't complain. The more you make, the better you'll get. Exactly. Sky nodded in agreement. After that, over the next hour or two, the two of us headed to Enchant Internet Cafe to play games. The last time, at home, I had spent an entire evening teaching her League of Legends. Her skills had come along quite a bit since then. She'd cleared the beginner stage, more or less, not skilled by any stretch. But at least she knew how to play. Dylan and Zach came over and said, Levi, you're genuinely something. That song of yours, we've had it on repeat. The more we listen, the better it gets. We're completely hooked. We honestly never saw it coming, that you had this kind of musical talent. Genuinely impressive. Being your friends, we can hold our heads high. Dylan and Zach laughed as they said it, then brought over a pile of snacks and drinks, and set them in front of me and Sky's computers. They had paid for all of it out of their own pockets, bought it themselves, and brought it over. What Dylan and Zach didn't know, of course, was that this cafe was actually mine. As the owner, spending here was essentially free. But the two of them had absolutely no idea. They added while they were at it, Levi, there's something we want to mention. The exam results are coming out in a few days, right? After the scores drop. We all made plans to go out and celebrate together, but that day, we might not be able to make it. The two of them explained, because, in a few days, Enchant Internet Cafe was throwing an internal staff gathering. Apparently manager Wendy had mentioned that she wanted the new owner to come meet the team. There'd be a dinner for it. And it wasn't just this branch. From across the city, staff and managers from other locations would be coming too. It was expected to be a pretty big turnout. Zach and I, Duns, even though we're only summer part-timers, we still have to be there. So when that day comes, after the college entrance scores are out, the celebration we planned, we'll probably have to push it back a day or two. Dylan and Zach said it apologetically. I laughed, then looked at them. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Go take care of your thing. All right? Then Levi and Sky keep playing. We're heading back to work. Dylan and Zach returned to the front desk and got back to the business of logging in customers. Summer break. Enchant's business was only getting stronger. More and more people coming in every day. As for the event, Dylan and Zach had just mentioned the staff gathering. I already knew about it. Wendy had called to ask my opinion and only sent the announcement out after that. Without my go-ahead, she naturally wouldn't have made that decision on her own. Right at that moment, the system issued a mission. Ding ding, in 2 to 3 days. When the host attends the gathering at Enchant Internet Cafe, one of the host's properties. During the event, bring Sky along. Cause her to experience a genuine reaction of shock and awe. Upon completion of this mission, host will receive 1 grade, a guaranteed draw. Reading the mission requirements, I smiled quietly to myself. Ooh, easy. All I had to do was bring Sky along. Even without the mission, I had already planned to take her when the time came. But honestly, I was also a little curious. I wondered, when Dylan and Zach found out I was their boss and realized they had been working for me this whole time, what kind of reaction would those two have? And Sky, too. That was something I was very curious about. What her face would look like in that moment. They played at the cafe for about 2 hours. Before long, it was past 7 in the evening. My phone rang. It was my mom calling. Her voice came through on the other end. Sweetheart, are you and Sky still out? When are you two coming home? Bring Sky back early. Mom's cooking something good for you both tonight. And passed the phone to Sky. Mom wants to say a few words to her future daughter-in-law. My mom, Linda, to this day, still refused to believe that Mason and Sky were just ordinary friends. She was absolutely convinced there was more to it than that. After Sky took the phone, she immediately heard Linda on the other end say, My daughter-in-law. Oh, wait, I mean Sky, is that you? Right? That was hardly subtle. Linda had opened her mouth and called Sky daughter-in-law before she could stop herself. She immediately corrected it. Oh, Sky, you're with Mason right now, aren't you? Come home soon. Auntie is cooking something special for you two tonight. Uncle and I already bought everything. We're in the kitchen right now. Come back soon, you two. Auntie also wanted to ask you, is there anything you especially like to eat? Or anything you can't have? After Linda finished saying all of that, in the blink of an eye, Sky's face turned completely red, right to the tips of her ears, mainly because my phone had been on speaker. In other words, that daughter-in-law slip had been heard clearly by me. No wonder her face had gone that shade. She just wanted the ground to swallow her whole. Too embarrassing. My mom had called her daughter-in-law, on speaker no less. I had heard every single word. Genuinely mortifying. Sky had absolutely no idea how to face me right now. Her face was so hot, it felt like it might catch fire. Like, for someone as naturally oblivious as Sky, to go this red, that was genuinely a rare sight. Watching her flush like that, I kept my expression completely neutral on the outside. But internally, I was absolutely dying to laugh. Sky like this was painfully adorable. I genuinely wanted to pinch her cheek. Right after, Sky spoke into the phone to Linda. Yes, Auntie, I understand. Levi and I will be back right away. Good. Come home soon, you two. After hanging up, Linda turned back to the kitchen. My dad was busy washing vegetables and prepping everything. He looked up and said, Honey, just now, what did you call our son's female friend? Didn't he already tell us? The two of them are just friends. Why did you open with daughter-in-law? Hearing that, my mom shot him a look. Honey, I need you to use that brain of yours. Anyone with eyes can see it. Mason and Sky, those two are absolutely more than just friends. How can you not sense anything at all? My dad, he was as straight as an arrow kind of man, but warm-hearted through and through, and with both me and my mom, he was genuinely wonderful. What am I supposed to sense? Back when we were dating, JPS, you hinted so many times, and I never picked up on a single one. Bringing up that old story, my mom shot him another look. My dad laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. That was so long ago. Why are you still bringing it up? Besides, haven't I improved a lot over the years? My mom replied, "Oh, please. Thank goodness our son inherited my emotional intelligence and quick thinking. All in all, in that department, our son is far ahead of you." Yes. My dad nodded agreeably. So, back in the call, did the two of them say what they want to eat? Tell me, and I'll get it ready. We already know what our own son likes. Do I even need to ask him? As for Sky, we can ask when she gets here. Let's start with the seafood. Both of them will definitely love that. My dad replied, "Works for me. No problem." My parents were busy in the kitchen together. Meanwhile, Sky, after finishing the call with Linda, handed the phone back to me and touched her own face. Still warm. Right now, Sky was a little on edge, quietly thinking to herself, "Levi, he didn't notice anything off about me, did he? My face is this hot. He didn't catch anything, did he?" Right at that moment, I said, "Sky, did you catch what my mom just called you?" "I heard. Auntie misunderstood our relationship." "Ugh, so embarrassing," I said with a helpless laugh. "Then why is your face so red?" Sky didn't know what to say. It wasn't like she could tell me that she had feelings for me. Would that be too direct? I'm a little... "Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't matter. Levi, let's just head home. Don't keep your parents waiting. That would be really rude. You might not mind, but I need to make a good impression on your parents." Sky muttered quietly to herself. What if someday Levi and I actually got together? Then his parents would essentially become my in-laws, wouldn't they? If that's the case, I need to start now, building a good impression with my future in-laws. Sky absolutely did not want his parents to dislike her. That was something she would never allow. Right then, I teased her a little. "Sky, good impression or not, I can't speak to that. But one thing I can say is, you've already made a very strong impression on my parents, especially my mom. And my dad, same goes." Sky looked a little flustered. She widened her eyes at me, then asked, "Levi, what do you mean by that?" "I'm not sure I quite understand." Sky shook her head, that clueless, open expression on her face, genuinely not following. "So, Levi Day, can you explain that a little? What exactly did you mean just now? What's this about? Me, supposedly, having already made such a strong impression on your parents? What kind of impression? Good or bad?" Sky asked, blinking at me with that wide, oblivious look. As I usually did, I raised my right arm and draped it over Sky's shoulder. The casual, easy way best friends do. "Sky, think about it. Last time, I brought you along to the family dinner my parents threw to celebrate my exam results." Before I even finished the sentence, Sky immediately remembered how spectacularly she had embarrassed herself that evening. "Oh, Levi, please don't bring that up. Just thinking about it makes me want to die. I was almost over it. And now you've gone and reminded me. When we get home later, I won't be able to look your parents in the eye." Sky pressed her hand to her forehead, quietly in awe of herself. That evening, she still couldn't figure out what had come over her. Of all the things to say, "Levi, do you and your dad share a last name?" Just recalling the scene made Sky want to disappear into the ground. Absolutely mortifying. And the worst part, when I had introduced my mom to her, she had blurted out the word mom, even though it came out as a question. What she had actually meant to say was something like, "Your mom has such wonderful presence." But in the heat of the moment, what came out was just, "Mom," and everything she meant to say after that got stuck in her throat and never came out. It had felt exactly like she was introducing herself as a daughter-in-law on the spot. Genuinely the most embarrassing thing. "Levi, promise me you'll never bring that up again. I'm dying of embarrassment just thinking about it." "What are you embarrassed about in front of me?" Sky was still cringing, shuffling ahead of me with that flustered little waddle of hers, adorable beyond words. I burst out laughing. All right, Sky. I won't say another word about it. It's really not that big of a deal. We're best friends. Since when do you get embarrassed in front of me? Sky replied, Of course not. You're my best friend in the world. In front of you. No matter how embarrassing something is. I wouldn't feel awkward about it. But I want to make a good impression on your parents. After what happened last time, I'm mortified. Sky was determined to do something, to redeem herself in their eyes. Actually, Levi won. Let's stop by the mall on the way home. What for? To buy your parents a gift. Come on, let's go. Help me pick something out. I don't know what your parents like. You know them best. Help me choose a few things. I shook my head helplessly. Sky, you really don't have to. My parents don't care about that kind of thing. No, I absolutely have to get something for your parents. Sky was firm about it. And quietly in her head, if someday, Levi and I actually ended up together, then what I do today, in front of his parents, could earn me serious bonus points. What do people call that? Playing the long game, right? Sky felt very clever about herself. She was playing a very big game of chess. I laughed helplessly. Fine. If you're that set on it, I'll come with you. Just pick something. It doesn't need to be elaborate. My parents are easygoing. They genuinely don't fuss over things like this. Sky had money in her wallet. On top of that, for her birthday, her aunt had given her a generous amount. Buying gifts for his parents. Well within reach. Before long, the two of us arrived at a shopping mall. Once inside, she first picked out a suit for my dad. Around $300 to $400. Then for my mom, Linda, also found a dress that was genuinely lovely. It suited my mom perfectly. For a woman at that stage of life, it would bring out her presence beautifully. Please wrap these two up for me. Thank you. Sky pulled out her phone and scanned the QR code to pay. Total came to just over $500. My dad's suit had been a bit more expensive. After all, it was a name brand. The price reflected that. As for the dress for my mom, slightly less than the suit. Perfectly normal. After all, dresses and suits are generally in different price brackets. Sky, Skid. You spent so much getting gifts for my parents. Doesn't it hurt to spend that? After walking out of the mall, I asked. Sky shook her head. Not at all. What's there to feel bad about? Levi, you're my best friend. Didn't you say it yourself last time? We're best friends. Process. Your mom is my mom. My mom is your mom. Between best friends, nothing is yours or mine, right? If that's the case, buying my own mom an outfit, isn't that completely natural? Sky grinned that goofy grin. I just hope these two things are something your parents actually like. I'm a little excited to see their reaction. Levi, let's get home fast. I really want to see how your parents look wearing these. Whether they fit, whether they look good. I replied, sure. A little while later, the two of us caught a cab and headed home. About 10 minutes later, we finally pulled up to the front door, pushed it open, and walked into the living room. My mom, Linda, was busy in the kitchen with my dad, Mason Sr. Honey, is that our son and our daughter-in-law? Wait, is that Sky coming home? Well, it must be. I heard the door. Go check. Linda and Mason Sr. stepped out from the kitchen. The next second they saw I had just walked in from outside into the living room. With Sky beside me, the two of us were, each carrying a shopping bag. It looked like we'd been out shopping, but Linda didn't think much of it, and certainly didn't expect that inside those bags was a gift meant for her. Sky, you two are finally home. Especially you, Sky. Auntie still doesn't know what you like to eat. Tell me quickly, is there anything you love? Whatever you want, Auntie and Uncle will make it for you. Don't worry about the ingredients. On the way home, Uncle and I stopped at the grocery store. We came back with a full haul. Lobster, crab, all kinds of seafood. We got everything. Tonight, we are absolutely doing this right. A proper celebration. After all, seeing the song I had written makes such an enormous impact online. As a mother, Linda felt genuinely proud. A day like this absolutely deserved a celebration. And on the other hand, she also wanted to take good care of Sky. In the days since Sky had been staying with us, because of the demands of the shop, my parents hadn't had a chance to cook the two of us a proper home-cooked meal. They had felt a little guilty about it. This was the perfect opportunity to make it up. And this wasn't just how Linda felt. Mason Sr. thought the same. So, regardless of whether the shop had customers today or not, they had closed it early and come home to cook a feast for the two of us. Thank you, Auntie. I eat everything. I'm really not picky. Sky smiled and said it warmly. In front of her future mother-in-law? Of course she was on her best behavior, though in truth she was always pretty well-mannered anyway. Her personality was just naturally carefree, but in front of my parents, especially after what happened that one evening, she had reined herself in considerably. Not picky? That's wonderful. These days, kids have it so good, but at your age, being picky is extremely common. Won't eat this, won't touch that. I never expected Sky to be this easy. Auntie likes you more and more. Come sit with me on the couch for a moment. Let Auntie get a good look at you. Linda smiled with genuine warmth. The more she looked at Sky, the wider her smile grew. She took Sky's hand and guided her to sit on the couch. She was just about to start talking, when Sky said, "Oh right, Auntie, the gift I'm holding is for you. And the one Levi has, that's for Uncle. Please accept them. Levi and I went to the mall especially to pick these out. For you both. We hope you like them." Is that okay to say? Hearing Sky say that, Linda froze on the spot. She barely caught up in time. Gifts, for us. Linda had assumed. The bags I and Sky were carrying were things we had bought for ourselves, our own clothes, our own things. She never expected it to be for her. Linda hadn't even looked inside yet. She was already saying, "Oh no, no, no. Auntie can't accept gifts from you. This isn't right. It's not appropriate. Sky, take it back. Or return it to the store." "Auntie really cannot accept this," Sky said with full sincerity. "Auntie, please just take it. Levi and I spent a long time picking these out. If you don't accept them, I'll think it's because what I bought wasn't expensive enough, that you're not satisfied with it." Linda immediately replied, "That's not it at all. How could Auntie ever think that?" All right. Auntie will take it. Thank you so much, Sky." Then she called out to my dad, "Honey, come out here. Sky got you a gift too." "What? There's something for me too?" Mason Sr. was genuinely touched. When he saw it was a suit, the style was exactly what he liked. Linda pulled out the dress from her bag. Sky immediately asked, "So, Auntie, do you like the dress?" "I love it. I absolutely love it," Linda said. "Sky, Auntie adores you. From now on, this house is your house. Come whenever you want. Stay as long as you like." Sky smiled and nodded. "Please try them on, Auntie and Uncle. See if they fit." Linda and Mason Sr. went into the bedroom to try them on. A perfect fit. Both of them looked absolutely wonderful in their new outfits. Afterward, they changed back out, ready to return to the kitchen. The kitchen was full of oil and steam. You couldn't cook in brand new clothes. So, they changed out, watching my parents, clearly delighted by the gifts she had chosen. Sky grinned that goofy grin of hers. "Levi, how did I do? Just now in front of your parents. I wasn't bad, right? Look at them. They absolutely loved the gifts. Amazing. Which means Uncle and Auntie's impression of me just got a lot better. Not bad at all." Sky settled onto the couch, looking thoroughly pleased with herself. That expression and those little gestures, adorably clueless as always. I was helpless in the face of it, thinking quietly to myself, my parents had already had an excellent impression of Sky from the very beginning. All of Sky's worrying had been completely unnecessary. About 20 minutes later, my parents in the kitchen were nearly finished with everything. Before long, the lobster and the large crab, freshly cooked, along with a spread of other dishes, came out one plate at a time and covered the dining table completely. My mom looked at me and said, "Sweetheart, see those glasses and cups over there? Wash them and pour everyone some drinks. We're almost ready to eat. I'll do it, let me." Before I could even respond, Sky had already volunteered herself. Without another word, she picked up the glasses from the table and went to wash them, thoroughly and carefully, completely serious about it. In her mind, obviously, in front of her future mother-in-law, she had to perform well, show her future mother-in-law just how capable she was. That was the calculation running quietly in her head. After washing the glasses, she started working on the bottle cap. The problem was, she wasn't strong enough and couldn't get it open. "Levi, help me. I can't get it open." I laughed, "Sure," and helped her pop it open. After that, she poured everyone's drinks. Not long after, the final dish came out of the kitchen and landed on the table. My parents sat down too, ready to eat. My dad spoke up. "Honey, everyone's in such good spirits today. Can I have just one drink? I'm a grown man." Drinking soda at the table just doesn't look right. No, my mom Linda said firmly. You're getting older, drink less. Your health comes first. All right. My dad nodded and agreed without another word. It had to be said. The bond between my parents was genuinely something special. Mutual respect. Genuine warmth. The two of them rarely ever argued. All right, let's all raise our glasses first. On one hand, in 2 days, the college entrance scores will be out. Here's to hoping in advance. May both of you get exactly the scores you're aiming for. Bottoms up. After everyone finished their glasses, my mom poured another round and said, "This second glass is to celebrate our son going viral online. Your dad and I both listened to the song, even though the two of us don't really follow what's trending with young people. The melody, the lyrics, it's not something we'd claim to fully understand. After all, we're not exactly music experts. All Mom can say is, standing purely as a listener, it was genuinely beautiful. Isn't that right, honey?" My dad nodded. Absolutely. That's my son. Incredible. Just last night alone, Dad's phone was blowing up from colleagues calling nonstop. Everyone calling to ask how things were going. Son, you know what? In all the decades your dad has lived, I've never once been treated like that. Your old man was genuinely moved. Last night, you could say it was Dad's finest hour. Watching my parents' reaction, Sky, sitting right beside me, was smiling too. Then she leaned close and whispered, "Levi, do you see this? Your parents are already this happy on your behalf. It's almost hard to imagine, if they find out in a bit, that you worked with Starfield Records and made $5 million from the rights deal. I wonder what their faces are going to look like. Should I be the one to tell them?" Sky looked at me. Go ahead. She was naturally the kind of person who lit up a room. Letting her be the one to break this news to my parents was the perfect call. Amazing. Sky cleared her throat twice, then said, Auntie, can I have your attention for a moment? I have some extremely important news to share. I can guarantee that once you hear it, you are going to be absolutely stunned." "What is it? What news?" My parents looked at her with curious expressions. "You made that much money and you're not treating us to dinner?" Sky continued, Auntie Barty Boar, Auntie Barty Daxes. You two don't even know yet. Do you know where Levi and I went this afternoon?" My mom asked blankly. "Didn't you two go out shopping?" "Of course not." Sky kept going. "This afternoon, Levi and I went to meet a pretty major record label from the city called Starfield. There's someone there named Director Yang. You two might not know the name, but in the company, he holds a very high position, has produced a lot of massive hit songs, developed and launched many singers and artists, a seriously powerful figure in the industry. And yet, this person drove all the way here themselves to meet with Levi, to work out the rights to use that song. Everything was finalized today. Auntie, can you guess how much Levi made this afternoon?" Sky looked absolutely bursting with pride. "Let me just say, Levi made a lot, a whole lot, and I guarantee you won't believe it when I say it." Hearing her set it up like that, my parents were even more curious. 100,000? 100,000? Come on, that song is this viral online. How could it only be worth 100,000? Not to mention, music companies in this city are fiercely competitive. One offers 100,000, another counters with 200. They'd be forced into a bidding war just to lock it down. Otherwise, it goes to a competitor. And if that song blows up everywhere, the gains would be enormous. Their stock price would keep climbing, might even ripple out, and affect their rival's stock price, pushing it down. That's entirely possible. Capital always chases profit. Whichever company looks stronger and more promising, investors buy more of their stock. And if they feel a company's trajectory is heading downward, they'd likely dump shares fast. So, how much was it? This time, my parents couldn't guess. Sky held up both hands, 10 fingers. 500,000? She shook her head. 5 million, right? That's exactly right. 5 million. My parents' reaction at that moment had gone far beyond what the word stunned could describe. Sky, are you serious? You're not pulling our leg, are you? I'm completely serious. If you don't believe me, ask Levi. 5 million, for real. I pulled out my phone and showed my parents the account balance. Sure enough, $5 million on the screen, and the transaction history, showing a transfer from Starfield Records, with a complete and detailed record. After seeing it, Linda and Mason Sr. were absolutely speechless. Oh my goodness, incredible. My son truly has a future ahead of him. Just graduated high school, wrote one song almost on a whim, and walked away with 5 million. If this is what it's like now, how much further is this going to go? Watching their son achieve something like this, as his parents, the joy they felt was deep and genuine. That dinner stretched on for over an hour. After it ended, we moved to the couch in the living room and talked about what school I planned to apply to. Once the scores came in and what major I was thinking about, around 11 in the evening, with the announcement time drawing close, my parents got ready to head back to the shop, not wanting to stick around and be a third wheel. I had to say, my mom had a real gift for reading a room. Before they left, I transferred $1 million to each of them. The remaining $3 million I planned to put toward a few things that would generate more. The song, Sound of the Wind, would soon need to be turned into an official single and properly released. That obviously required production costs, as well as promotional expenses. $3 million should be more than enough, my parents said. Sweetheart, why are you transferring us this much? Keep it. You earn this yourself. It has nothing to do with us. Besides, you're going into music. There are bound to be so many things you'll need money for. We have our own income. Not only that, we're still young. How could we take your money already? They said it, but I was firm, so they didn't push further. All right then, sweetheart. Mom and Dad will hold on to this $2 million for you. One day, we'll put it toward a place of your own. For when you marry Sky, my mom nearly let it slip. But I didn't say anything more about it. After all, the $2 million was already in their hands. How they chose to use it was their decision. But as my career grew, as the money piling up in my hands multiplied, I would give my parents more and more. Let them enjoy a comfortable life as early as possible. Consider it making up for my past life, when I had only achieved success past 40, by which time my parents were already old. They hadn't had many years to enjoy it, before they had to leave. After my parents left, Sky said, Levi, I ate so much tonight. I have to be honest. Your mom's cooking is absolutely incredible. That feast was genuinely on another level. Compared to my parents, the difference is massive. What I mean is, my parents cannot cook. They really cannot. Sky said, Levi, whoever ends up as your wife someday is going to be the luckiest person alive. What makes you say that? Levi, think about it. You cook so well, and even your parents cook this amazingly. Whoever marries you, wouldn't she be the happiest woman in the world? I laughed and replied, I suppose that's fair. Right at that moment, Sky went a little dazed. A few scenes had already started playing out in her imagination, and, as she pictured them, she couldn't hold back that silly, wide-eyed grin of hers. Sky, what are you doing? What are you grinning at like that? Just thinking about something. She shook her head. It's nothing. I was just spacing out. Thinking about what? I was thinking. Oh, right, she said. What I was thinking just now was, Levi made so much money today. 5 whole million. Has he thought about treating his absolute best friend? That's me, obviously. To a proper meal? You want to eat more? Weren't you just stuffed? She wagged her finger. No, no, no. That's completely different. Tonight was your parents treating us. Levi, tomorrow, take me out for a real feast. Will you? Come on, Levi, you're the best. Please. The truth was, food wasn't really the point. She just wanted to spend more time with me. Watching that pleading expression on her face, I was just about to answer, when the system chime rang in my head. Faced with Sky's request, the host had already been planning to say yes, but right at this moment, the system issues a mission. Ding ding. Agree to Sky's request. Tomorrow, take Sky to a top-rated restaurant in the city. Treat her to a lavish meal that fully satisfies her. Cause her to experience a genuine reaction of shock and awe. Upon completion of this mission, host will receive a grade A reward. Do you accept this mission? Faced with the system's prompt, I smiled quietly inside. I accepted the mission without hesitation. What was there even to consider? All it was, taking Sky out for a nice meal. Nothing to it. And on top of that, a grade A reward. So I accepted immediately. Right then, Sky blinked at me and asked curiously, what's wrong? Levi, what are you thinking about? Is taking me out for a nice meal really that hard? Watching me not respond immediately, she patted her own chest and said, forget it. If you're worried about spending money, I won't make you do it. Tomorrow, I'll treat you instead. Whatever you want. Who said that, Sky? In your eyes, am I really that stingy? No, of course not. She shook her head. Levi, not stingy, just not overly generous either. She muttered that last part in her head. Tonight, I'll give you the evening to think it over carefully. Tomorrow, which restaurant do you want to go to? He asked. You said, take me to a 5-star hotel? What are you planning to do there? We're best friends, you know. You're not suggesting what I think you are? I laughed helplessly, gave her forehead a light tap with my finger. Sky, what exactly is going through your head? I'm just taking you out to eat. Oh, right. She caught herself. I knew that. Levi isn't that kind of person. How could he take his best friend to a hotel like that? So it's settled then. Tomorrow at noon, we're going for a proper feast. She glanced at the time. Still not too late. Levi, can you teach me to play for 1 more hour? Will you? Sure, I agreed. Right after that, the two of us played for another hour. Somehow, without noticing when, it was nearly midnight. She started yawning. A little sleepy. Levi, that's enough for today. Play with me again tomorrow. It's getting late. Need to go wash up and sleep. Have to get up early tomorrow. She'd already worked it all out in her head. Tomorrow at noon, I would take her to a 5-star hotel for a proper feast. So, to balance it out, shouldn't she prepare breakfast for me in return? She had made up her mind. Tomorrow morning, she'd wake up early, call my mom, and ask her to guide her through a video call, walk her through making breakfast, so she could cook for me herself. Let me taste it. Her cooking skills were genuinely not great. She could barely cook at all. But that was fine. With my mom as the instructor, it probably wouldn't be too terrible. That was what she told herself. She washed up and went back to her room, lying in bed, getting ready to sleep. She saw Jade and Ren messaging in the group chat. She typed back a few replies. The weather looks pretty nice tomorrow. Want to hang out together? No. She turned it down. No? Already saying no that fast? We thought Sky would definitely say yes. Didn't expect you to turn us down. And so decisively. What's going on? Do you have plans tomorrow? You could study at the library another day. There's still 2 months of summer break. Plenty of time to study. Ren had just finished sending her message when Jade jumped in and called her out. Ren, you are so slow sometimes. Can't you read between the lines? Jade followed it up. Based on my experience and instincts, I'm calling it. Do you actually think Sky is saying no? Because she wants to study? With my razor-sharp intuition, let me break it down. Here's what I think. She's definitely made plans with Mason, going somewhere tomorrow. That's why she turned us down. Ren typed back. Come on, Sky isn't like that. She would never ditch her friends for a guy. I don't believe it. No way. Jade, you always think the worst. After saying that, Ren immediately called out to Sky. Sky, say something. Jade just said in the group that you must have plans with Mason, and that's why you turned us down. But I don't believe it. You're definitely not the type to ditch your friends for a guy, right? Jade calls herself your best friend, and she doesn't know you at all. Our Sky. How could she possibly be like that? Impossible, right? Sky? Sky. Read through those messages, and felt a little sheepish, but she typed quickly anyway, and fired back one completely devastating reply. Sorry, Ren. I do have plans with Levi tomorrow. We're going out for a proper feast. He made a lot of money today, so he's treating me. Laladi. So, tomorrow, no matter what you two have going on, unless one of you is literally missing a limb, I am not coming. Oh, and even if you are missing a limb, you're going to have to wait until after I finish eating with Levi, before I come deal with it. She sent it like a complete joke. Reading Sky's message, Ren was instantly speechless, while Jade frantically typed in the group, spamming a string of reaction emojis. Haha. Dying laughing. Ren, did you see that? And you said I don't know our Sky. I know her perfectly. Called it, didn't I? Tomorrow Sky definitely has plans with her Levi. If not, with how naturally sociable Sky is, why on earth would she turn down an invitation? She's obviously got a date with him. You really never stop to think, do you? Ren sent back a crying emoji. Sky, you broke my heart. Haha, nothing I can do about it. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, morning came. She had nearly let it slip again. The following morning, just past 6, Sky woke up. She was normally a hardcore sleeper, the kind who wouldn't get out of bed until the sun was blazing. But today was different. Today was an important day. Levi had made a lot of money, and today he was taking her out for a proper meal, probably around noon. So, in return, shouldn't she cook him breakfast herself this morning? A small gesture of appreciation. So, Sky, feeling a little nervous about it, called my mom on video. The call connected almost immediately. What is it, Sky? Calling Auntie this early, is something wrong? Mason isn't giving you a hard time, is he? Not that I'd be surprised. That's my son for you. Looks like my dream of becoming a grandmother is almost within reach. Oh wait, I mean, Sky. If Mason ever gives you trouble, just tell Auntie. Auntie will back you up. My mom, Linda, had nearly said what was truly on her mind, and startled even herself. After all, Sky was still a young girl. Saying something like that really wasn't appropriate. Sky replied quickly, No, Auntie. Don't misunderstand. Levi treats me really well. And today at noon, he's taking me out for a feast. He's treating me to something nice. So I was thinking, this morning I'd cook, and make breakfast for him myself. We've been buying breakfast out every day. Honestly, a little tired of it. So I called, Auntie, hoping you could walk me through it directly. Would that be okay? Are you free right now? If you're busy, just go take care of things. I can always look it up online. Before Sky even finished, Linda was already saying, Not busy at all. Auntie has plenty of time. The shop doesn't open for a while. Thank you, Auntie. Let's get started. Linda guided her over the video call. About an hour later, breakfast was done. 2 or 3 stir-fried dishes. Just simple home cooking. Tomato and egg, and wood ear mushroom with pork. Though it didn't come together on the first try. There were 1 or 2 failed attempts. A fair amount of ingredients wasted. But that was fine. That was just how it went for beginners. As long as she learned from it, the same mistake wouldn't happen again. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and tasted a few bites. The flavor was actually not bad. Auntie, thank you for teaching me. I'm going to wake Levi up for breakfast. All right, my mom replied. Go eat, you two. Auntie will hang up first. But Sky, Auntie will say it again. If Mason ever gives you a hard time, just tell Auntie. Yes, Auntie, don't worry. Levi won't give me a hard time. He treats me really well. Sky said it with that oblivious sincerity of hers, and even specifically added the word lately. Hearing her say that, my mom was now almost completely certain that whatever was between me and Sky was absolutely not simple. After finishing the call with my mom, Sky walked straight to my bedroom and called out to wake me up. Levi, get up, get up. Breakfast is ready. I threw off the covers after being woken. I hadn't put on a shirt. I had showered the night before sleeping. And seeing the top half of me bare, her face went completely red. She immediately covered her eyes. Levi, why don't you have clothes on? Are you trying to be scandalous? Levi, how dare you pull something like this on your best friend? You are unbelievable. Watching her like that, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sky, you walked into my room without knocking in the morning, and now you're blaming me for not wearing a shirt? I sleep at night. Why would I wear clothes? She nodded. That's fair. My bad, my bad, my bad. Both hands still covering her face. She peeked through a tiny gap between her fingers and stole a glance at my bare torso. Levi, you actually have a really nice body. I said. Sky, Stumper, I think you're the scandalous one here. I am not. She bolted out of the room. Levi, get dressed. Come eat breakfast. I spent a whole hour on this. Hurry up, hurry up. It's going to get cold. After getting dressed, I walked out. On the dining table were 2 dishes and a steaming hot bowl of millet porridge. It looked genuinely appetizing. After washing my hands, I sat down at the table and looked at the food. I asked with genuine surprise, Sky, you made this? She patted her own chest proudly. I did. So, Levi? Pretty impressive, right? Say something nice. Come on, compliment me. That little expression on Sky's face, adorably clueless as ever. I almost couldn't hold back the laughter. I picked up the chopsticks and tried a bite. Surprisingly, the flavor was actually quite decent. So, Levi, is it good? Especially this wood ear mushroom with pork. What do you think? Tell me, tell me, tell me. She blinked those bright, earnest eyes at me, looking completely serious, waiting intently for my verdict. I chewed slowly, savoring it carefully, then said, Sky, this is actually not nothing. Last time you got near a kitchen, you almost blew up my entire stove, but today, this is actually edible. Progress. Real progress. After hearing a few words of praise from me, She was so happy she practically floated off the chair. Haha, obviously. I can improve too, you know. That was then. This is now. Two completely different things. You can't compare them. But Levi, you have good taste. Proves your standards aren't bad either. Not bad at all. Worthy of being Sky's best friend. Her mood right now was absolutely soaring. After hearing my compliment, her emotions shot straight up. Ding ding. Host has praised Sky's cooking, causing her to be genuinely surprised and delighted, triggering a genuine reaction of awe. Host has received Lucky Aura, guaranteed scratch card win. Explanation: while the host holds this aura, any scratch card purchased is guaranteed to win. Maximum 2 uses. After both uses, the aura expires. The system explained it clearly. I was quite satisfied with this reward. Today I would be taking Sky out, treating her to a feast. Before heading to the restaurant, especially in the morning, I could consider taking her to buy a couple of scratch cards. Fun for her and a little extra cash on top. Based on everything I knew about her, the moment she won something big, her personality would absolutely explode with excitement. And that way, I'd be getting another shock and awe reward on top. Double the reward. You got millions and you're still eyeing a few scratch cards? After breakfast, Sky and I cleaned up a little and got ready to head out. Levi, it's still a few hours before noon. We're leaving this early? What are we going to do out there? Just walk around? I replied, taking you somewhere. Where? She blinked curiously. You'll see when we get there. All right, let's go. She followed me out of the complex, caught a cab, and headed to a busy commercial street. We stopped in front of a stall. It was a scratch card stand. Levi, why did you bring me here? You're not actually buying scratch cards, are you? Oh my God. You have so much money now. With a few millions sitting in the bank, the interest alone is enough to live on. And you're still going after a few dollars from scratch cards? Not to mention, these scratch cards. The win rate is terrible. No, not just terrible. It's basically non-existent, she added. I didn't say much, just turned to the vendor. 1 card, please. Sure thing, the vendor nodded. He pulled out a stack of scratch cards and let me pick. I chose one from the pile, more or less at random. Since I had the lucky aura, any card I picked would be a winner. Obviously, this was a small operation. The top prize wasn't enormous. And with a business like this, maybe 2 or 3 winning cards out of every 100. The rest were all thanks for playing. The vendor wasn't stupid. He'd go broke otherwise. Right after that, I paid for the card and stood beside Sky holding it. She said, Levi, Doc, I feel like that one isn't going to be good. Maybe try the one next to it? Hearing her say that, I just smiled, said nothing, and scratched it. The card revealed, first prize. Around $500. Oh my God, Levi, you are the luckiest person alive. You just bought one and hit first prize. How is that even possible? That's insane. That's Levi for you. The people standing nearby looked on with a little envy. They had just bought several cards themselves and hadn't won a single thing. Completely unlucky. And then here, the very first card I bought landed first prize. $500. What a deal. After that, everyone's eyes shifted. The vendor's expression wasn't exactly thrilled. But with so many people watching, he couldn't say anything. He congratulated me instead. Congratulations. First prize. Then, pained expression and all. He counted out $500 and handed it over. A few of the people nearby immediately started buying more cards too. Sky stood watching from the side, visibly impressed. Levi, you're so lucky. Now I want to try one too. I said, go ahead. Sky, buy one. But I'm not sure I'll win. My luck is definitely not as good as yours. I said in reply. Don't worry, I'll stand right here and help you pick. She nodded. Okay. In that case, no problem. One more card, please. After paying, Sky said, Levi. Quick, tell me which one to pick. Should I take this one? Or the one beside it? Or that slightly crinkled one in the back? I pointed directly to the one at the very front of the display. The most visible card in the whole pile. Levi, are you sure? You want me to take that one? It's sitting right out in the open like that. How could that one possibly be a winner? Not just her. Even the people standing around them, chimed in. A few middle-aged men saying, yeah, kid, pay duh. The vendor isn't stupid. Why would he put a winning card right out front where everyone can see it? It's definitely hidden somewhere in the back. I wouldn't bet on that one. Exactly. Anyone can figure that out. Ellie. That one is obviously a dud. Couldn't be more obvious. The well-meaning uncles warned her, but I still told her to take that one. Okay? If Levi says so, then I'll listen to you. Excuse me, I'll take this one. She pointed at the card. The vendor flashed a barely concealed smile. That card was definitely not a winner. There was no way he'd put a winning card right out front, basically just waiting for someone to grab it. But when they scratched it, second prize, $300, the crowd immediately erupted in stunned exclamations. All those middle-aged men, who had just been talking her out of it, were now standing there with their mouths hanging open. Oh my God! This kid's instincts are unreal. Absolutely unreal. 2 cards in a row, both winners. 1 first prize. 1 second prize. At this rate, the third prize probably hasn't been found yet either. That's got to be another 150. Kid, I'll give you $50. Just tell me where the third prize is. 50? That's it? Why would he tell you for that? Kid, I'll go 80. I'll do 100. In the face of all the flattery and stunned reactions, I remained completely composed, while Sky stood there with her mouth wide open. Levi, you are on another level. Just now I figured you'd just gotten lucky with the first prize, but then you went and picked second prize too. You are genuinely incredible. And not just her. The whole crowd around them was reacting with non-stop astonishment, completely speechless. But the vendor's expression was getting darker by the second. This kid is here to destroy my business. Out of every 100 cards, only 3 are winners. And this kid buys twice, and hits both times. You'd think he had X-ray vision, or some kind of supernatural luck. Completely unbelievable. With the vendor's face looking the way it did, the crowd started buzzing louder. With this many people watching, he didn't dare stiff anyone. He finally handed Sky $300. In that moment, she absolutely lit up. Levi, how are you this good? I genuinely worship you. Tell me, what's your secret? Even though her family had plenty of money, $300 wasn't a big deal to her in itself, not a significant sum. But the thing was, spending barely a few dollars on a scratch card and walking away with $300, that was a completely different feeling. Levi, you're not like those people in movies, are you? With some kind of X-ray vision? If you are, I need to be careful around you. You can't see what color underwear I'm wearing, can you? She said it while wrapping both arms around herself, playing up a big dramatic defensive pose. I laughed helplessly. This oblivious girl, her imagination ran entirely too wild. I had only 2 uses of the lucky aura. Both were now spent. Time to leave. Besides, the crowd around them was thick. Who knew what she might blurt out next? She'd find a way to embarrass herself. Sky, let's go. I'm a little thirsty. Let's grab a bubble tea over there. Sure. She nodded and walked alongside me, the 2 of us, headed toward the tea shop up ahead. The uncles behind them were still calling out. Kid, please, just tell us. Just tell us. Where's the third prize? I'll give you 120. Come on. I'll do 130. We're bidding against each other now. I just waved my hand, said nothing more, and walked her away. Meanwhile, those uncles kept buying card after card, scratching and scratching. Every single one said, thanks for playing. The more they thought about it, the more frustrated they got. How did that kid win on every single card he scratched? Let them. Over 10 cards bought. Not a single win. They were all human beings. How could the difference be this massive? Decades of life. And still getting outclassed by a 17 or 18-year-old kid. Better instincts, better luck. What was even happening? The more they thought, the more irritated they felt. Right after that, the 2 of us arrived at the tea shop up ahead. We got in line. She stood there looking at the $300 cash in her hand. She was still bubbling with excitement. Levi, you know what? I've bought scratch cards before, and I've never won once. I had no idea you were this good. Every single pick is a winner. That's just insane. If we ever come back here again, I bet that vendor will ban you from buying. At the rate you're going, he'll go broke. She couldn't hold back the laughter. I don't know if you noticed, but that vendor's expression back there, it was honestly the funniest thing. His face went completely dark on the spot. The contrast was too much. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. She wrapped both arms around her belly. and crouched down right there on the spot. Ding ding. Sky has triggered a genuine reaction of awe. Current action effectiveness, high. Host has received the following reward. Double shopping fortune boost. Double shopping fortune boost, active for 24 hours. Regarding this system reward, I was genuinely a little surprised, so I asked the system to explain the rules of this reward. The system began describing the double shopping fortune boost within 24 hours. Any purchase that falls within the scope of shopping will receive a doubled fortune boost. After hearing the system's explanation, I immediately understood, meaning over the next 24 hours, whatever I bought, I would receive a doubled fortune boost, not just getting the item itself, but receiving an additional doubled reward on top. Pure profit, no losses. And on top of that, I had a bold idea. I could take her out to buy a few things. That way, I'd receive the doubled fortune boost, while also triggering another one of her shock and awe reactions. Rewards piling up nonstop. This was perfect. She reached out her right hand and waved it in front of my face. Levi, what's wrong? Why are you spacing out? What are you thinking about so hard? I replied. Nothing, just zoned out for a second. Come on, let me treat you to bubble tea. She asked with a half-skeptical look. For real? Levi, you're absolutely sure you're treating me? Back when we finished the college entrance exams, you also said you'd treat me to bubble tea. But somehow, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure I was the one who paid. And you even tricked me. You said we had to do this thing called a friendly best friend greeting first. I actually asked Jade about it afterward. She said you were just taking advantage of me. Apparently, there's no such thing as a best friend greeting. Never heard of it. She looked at me. Levi, tell me the truth. Were you deliberately taking advantage of me that day? I just smiled, but didn't answer. Fine, if that's how it is. She'd buy me a few extra cups today. To make up for it, she nodded. Deal. Member. But the bubble tea is one thing. You still owe me an explanation later. Were you taking advantage of me that day, or not? After waiting in line for a bit, it was finally our turn. This was also the perfect chance to test whether the double fortune boost was actually working. I ordered 5 bubble teas, all premium options. The kind that cost over $5 each. Total came to about $30. She stood beside me looking stunned, visibly caught off guard. Levi, am I seeing this right? Before, when I asked you to treat me, even a $10 cup felt like a stretch. What's going on today? Did the sun rise in the west? Suddenly treating me to the expensive ones. And buying this many? 5 cups, like $30. Oh my God. Levi de place as Levi. I knew it. Once you made money, you wouldn't forget your best friend. She grinned that goofy grin of hers. Sure, 5 cups was a bit much. She probably couldn't finish them all, but that was fine. She could drink them slowly. They had the whole day. They left the tea shop. She walked and sipped the bubble tea I had bought her in hand. Her steps had a little bounce to them. Levi, I've been thinking. Let me see if I can put it into words. She thought for a moment, then looked at me. I think, you've been acting different lately. Really different. I smiled and asked her back. Different in what way? I can't quite put my finger on it. But something feels off. How come you're suddenly this good to me? Say it, Levi. What are you after? Don't make me misread the situation and think you like me. Hearing that, I said deliberately, I never expected you to think of me that way. We're best friends. I'm good to you. And now you think I have ulterior motives? What motives could I possibly have? She immediately backpedaled. Levi, you misunderstood. My bad. My bad. My bad. It's just that you've been suddenly this kind. The contrast is too jarring. Wouldn't know. You'd almost think you liked me. She took a sip of her bubble tea, said it with a teasing little edge, then asked, So where are we going now? It's still early. Not even 10 yet. The feast isn't for a while. I'm not that hungry yet, I replied. Taking you to the mall across the street. The mall? For what? She immediately caught on. I know what you're doing, Levi. You want me to spend all my money, don't you? You're going to tell me to buy you clothes. I knew Levi wasn't this generous for no reason. She pressed her lips together. Fine, no problem. After all, that $300. You basically helped me win. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made that much. Let's go, into the mall. Levi, whatever you like, just pick it. I'm paying, and don't worry about keeping it under 300. Even if it goes over, she said, patting her chest grandly. I'm covering it. I've got money. To be honest, she was genuinely generous with me. She never hesitated to spend on me. So in that case, taking her shopping in a bit was nothing at all. And on top of that, double fortune boost. Maybe she'd trigger another shock and awe reaction. Either way, pure gain. Let's go. We reached the mall entrance. The two of us walked in. But instead of heading to the men's section, I went straight to the women's section. 3rd floor. The moment we arrived at the women's section, she stared at me in confusion. You brought me here. But didn't you say I was buying clothes for you? Why are we in the women's section? Levi, I honestly had no idea. You had a thing for wearing women's clothes. It's surprising, sure? But if that's what you like, buying women's clothes is fine. Hearing her run with that imagination of hers, launching into that whole thing, I genuinely didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your imagination is seriously something else. Who's wearing women's clothes? She asked curiously. Then why did you bring me here? Wasn't I supposed to be buying things for you? Or, do you have a girlfriend now? She started spiraling into her own assumptions. No way, Levi W.S. Ching. She immediately got anxious. If you have a girlfriend, you have to tell me. My money is only for spending on you. If you're in a relationship, I am not buying clothes for your girlfriend. You understand, Levi? Sky's money is not for just anyone to spend. What are you laughing at? I'm being completely serious. Her reaction made me burst out laughing. Your imagination has gone way too far. Girlfriend? What girlfriend? Where would I get a girlfriend from? She blinked wide eyes at me. You're not seeing anyone? Then why did you bring me to the women's section? I shook my head helplessly. Is there any other possibility that I brought you to the women's section? To buy things for you? She froze. Really? You want to buy stuff for me? Oh my God. For real? Don't mess with me. She was absolutely buzzing with excitement. You have never bought me clothes before. I can't believe this. Hearing her say that, I raised an eyebrow. Don't be so ungrateful. I've never bought you anything. Does your conscience not bother you saying that? Last time you got soaked in the rain. Who went out and bought you a whole new outfit? That slipped your mind fast. Cost me a few $100s too. Oh, right, I almost forgot. That outfit last time. You bought that for me. But then she immediately zeroed in on something. Lizzie, what did you just say? That outfit cost a few $100s. That's interesting. Because someone once told me it was just a cheap market find. Barely anything. Just admit it. That outfit was a few $100s. Not a cheap $10 thing. Levi, if you're being good to me, just say so. Why is it so hard to admit? Are you afraid I'll misread it and think you like me? I think you're overthinking it. I would never misread that as you liking me. Then a second later she said, because clearly you're already in love with me. Good thing I wasn't drinking bubble tea at that moment. Because if I had been, that line of hers would have absolutely made me spit it out laughing. The mouthful of tea would have gone everywhere, maybe even gone down the wrong pipe. What are you laughing at? And you still won't admit it. Levi, honestly, how would you describe yourself? The stubbornest part of you is that mouth. Hearing that, I shook my head. You're reading too much into things. She blinked at me. Is there something even more stubborn than your mouth? You'll find out eventually. What does that mean? Just say it. Don't be so mysterious. She kept pressing. After that, I walked her through the women's section to pick out clothes. This was a large mall, and this was the women's floor. There was no shortage of options for girls. Dresses of every kind. Short tops, shorts. Plenty of styles. She had a petite frame. So many of the pieces suited her well. This one looks pretty good, Levi. What do you think of this? I think it'd look great on me. Should I try it on? Hold my bubble tea while I go try it. But don't drink from the one I already sipped. Because if you do, that counts as an indirect kiss. The moment she said that, I looked at her calmly, then took a deliberate sip right in front of her. So, are you planning to date someone in college? As for the indirect kiss, I genuinely didn't give it a second thought. After being reborn, was I really going to keep treating her the same way I had in my previous life? Like she was nothing more than a friend? That was a joke. Never mind a sip of her bubble tea. There were bolder things I intended to do down the road. This was nothing. She went a little red. Levi, I just told you I already drank from that. And you still drank from it? No shame at all? Fine. Next time you drink from yours, I'm drinking from yours too. I had expected her to say something else, but instead she immediately turned it around on me. Fine. Next time, I'll drink from yours. It's decided. She raised an eyebrow, with that small, smug little expression. You can drink from it, but don't finish it. That flavor, I only bought 1 cup. Leave some for me. She went into the fitting room. Levi, come look. How does this look on me? Is it pretty? Can you see that your best friend actually has looks? Can you tell I'm actually quite pretty? Levi, I'm not bragging. Your best friend's looks are genuinely top tier. Look at my figure. Look at these legs, slender and fair. When we get to college, and I'm sure a lot of guys are gonna like me. So, Levi, you'd better pay attention. I asked deliberately. Pay attention to what? Are you seriously pretending you don't understand? She shot back. Keep pretending. Nobody would believe you don't get it. She let out a small huff. But Levi, your looks are up there too? When we get to college, Wong, there will definitely be plenty of girls who like you too. Let me ask you honestly. Are you planning to date someone in college? You're going to get a girlfriend, aren't you? She was genuinely curious. I looked at her with a lazy, unhurried expression, and replied, probably, maybe. Dating in college is pretty normal, isn't it? Not like high school where it was forbidden. She muttered to herself. Then, when we're in college, I need to keep an eye on him. Can't let some other girl swoop in and take him. Levi belongs to me. Mine, mine, mine. Oh, I went off topic. Back to the serious question. Do you think this outfit looks good? If it does, I'm getting this one. I like it too. I looked at her and said, take this off. What? You changed your mind? Didn't you say you'd buy me something nice? And you're backing out this fast? I knew it. You tricked me again. And I believed you again. I said it plainly. What I mean is, take this off. Take this off. And then pick 2 more. What? Wait, what? What? You're not joking? You're buying me multiple outfits? 1 is already plenty. I'm not a greedy person. I laughed. If you feel bad about it, 1 is fine too. No, no, no. I don't feel bad. You said it yourself. Then I'm picking 2 more. You're never this generous. So she went ahead and picked out a few more pieces. Dresses, short tops, long pants, all of it. Even though she rarely wore makeup, her bare face was already genuinely beautiful. I still picked out a few cosmetics for her. Nothing cheap, but that was fine. Since I still had the double fortune boost active, there was no way I'd lose on this. When we got to the register, the total came to just over $2,300. Oh my God, that much? Even she was a little taken aback. Levi, just a casual shopping trip, and you're spending this much. Even though I had made a few million yesterday, that was my money. It had nothing to do with her. She didn't want me spending this much on her. Let me pay. Pars. She was a girl of means after all. She still had a few thousand on her, though most of it had already gone to me, to invest and grow. Right now she didn't have much left on hand. But her dad had set her up with a supplemental card. When she ran low, she could use her dad's card. She pulled out the supplemental card, ready to swipe. I pulled out my phone and scanned the QR code, and paid the $2,300 directly. Immediately after, I received a system notification. Ding ding, host has just taken her out shopping. Total spent, $2,300. Double fortune boost activated. Total deposited into account, $4,600. Successfully transferred to host's bank account. I checked the balance. Sure enough, $4,600 had come in. Currently, I still had around $300,000 in the account. $1 million had gone to my parents. Over $1 million before that had gone into investments. In 40 to 50 days, the returns would come in. When they did, it would be substantial. These few thousand weren't enormous, but every bit counted. And besides, the 24-hour boost still had over 23 hours left. Plenty more to be made. Right at that moment, the system chimed again. Sky has triggered a genuine reaction of awe. Host has received master-level emotional vocal technique. With this reward, I was deeply satisfied. Master-level vocal technique wasn't something money could buy. The greatest singers and vocal legends in the industry had spent over 20 years in grueling practice to get there. But through the system, I had received the equivalent of 20 years of someone else's hard-earned mastery. It was impossible not to acknowledge just how powerful this system was. I smiled quietly, satisfied. After that, I walked her out of the mall. Back outside, breathing in the open air. She took a sip of her bubble tea, mood sweet and light, practically overflowing with happiness. Levi, I've noticed you've been getting better and better to me lately. Before, forget about buying me clothes. You'd even trick me into paying for my own meals. But recently, especially just now, you were genuinely incredible. Keep this up and I might actually start liking you. Oh, Levi, we're just best friends. She said it half joking, half genuine. But don't overthink it either. I was just saying. Hard to imagine. 3 years as opposite gender best friends. If things actually developed in a romantic direction, I wonder what that would even look like. Can't even think about it. Can't even go there. I checked the time. Almost 11 now. Levi, I'm starving. It's almost 11. Didn't you say you were taking me to a feast? Let's go. I want that feast. I nodded. Let's go then. I said I was taking you, and I'm keeping that promise. When we get there, order whatever you want. Oh my God. Levi, you really are the best. I flagged down a cab to the 5-star hotel. The two of us walked in. The front desk staff immediately came over to greet us. Hello, are you two students here? To book a room? The receptionist asked outright. After all, looking at how young we were. A couple of freshly graduated high schoolers. Checking in was not uncommon. But Sky's face turned completely red. No. Miss, you've misunderstood. We're not here to book a room. We're here for lunch. Oh, my apologies. Of course, the dining area is right this way. Please let me show you. Allow me to take you over. But in the back of her mind, the receptionist was thinking, this girl is probably just shy. These two are obviously a couple. Sky was so embarrassed she wanted to sink into the floor. She walked beside me, off, and whispered, Levi, next time you take me out, can we not come to a hotel like this? So mortifying. The woman thought we were here to get a room. Next time, just find a normal restaurant. No more hotels like this. I looked at her flustered expression, helplessly amused. A girl with a personality like hers, naturally easygoing and completely unfiltered. This was genuinely the first time I had ever seen her this flustered. But I had to admit, the way she looked when she was embarrassed was actually incredibly cute. Adorably clueless. All right. Next time, I'll take you to a regular restaurant. No more hotel restaurants, okay? She gave a quick thumbs up. Very soon after, a staff member led us up to a private room on an upper floor. Then we started ordering. I handed her the menu. Whatever you want, order it. Full control is yours. She nodded. Perfect. I'm ordering a lot, just so you know. Is your wallet going to be okay? If you're short, don't worry. I still have money. Even though it's a 5-star hotel, the bill is definitely going to be steep. But it's fine. If you don't have enough, I can put it on my dad's card. Her poor dad, he really was going to suffer. Very quickly she finished ordering, then said to the server, That's everything. That's all for us. There are only 2 of us. If we order too much, we won't be able to finish it. Of course. Please give us just a moment. I'll have it arranged right away. After the server left the room, to go prepare the order, she looked around the private dining room, walked over to the window, looked down, and said, Levi, you have to admit, the location and atmosphere here really aren't bad. Standing here looking down, it feels like the whole city looks small. And our city, it's just an ordinary mid-sized place. I wonder what it'll be like when we get to the big city. I've never actually been there. It's the biggest city in the country, the one with the highest GDP too. The level of energy and development compared to somewhere like ours. I'm sure the difference is staggering. She had already started looking forward to it. Looking forward to college life. Levi, after summer break ends, once we're in college, whether we share a major or not, whether we're in the same class or not, after every class, wait for me. You can come find me at my classroom. Either way, let's keep it exactly like high school. It has to be just like those 3 years, eating together every day. Whatever we do, doing it together. Deal? She asked with that earnest, oblivious look. I replied, Sure, but here's the thing. With your grades, you could get into an Ivy League school, no problem. Are you really sure you want to follow me to the city? No regrets? No regrets. Absolutely none. The universities in the city are great too. Sure, maybe not quite Ivy League, but that's fine. The school doesn't matter as much. As long as you study hard once you're there, the future is still bright. She said it with complete sincerity. Besides, I want to major in finance. The city is the biggest financial hub in the country. Studying finance there, It might not even fall short of the Ivy League. And most importantly, you're going there. I'm absolutely going with you. We're best friends. Wherever you go, I go. Levi, doesn't that make sense? I laughed and replied, it makes complete sense. She's right. Hee hee, I'm pretty great, aren't I? Don't you think I'm a pretty good friend? For you, Levi, I'm even giving up the top 2 schools in the country. Once we're in college, you have to treat me even better. You hear me? Eat with me every single day. Share everything with me. If you want to play games, even if I don't know how, I'll learn. But once we're in college, don't go making new friends. And forget about me. You hear me, Levi? If you do, I'll be really upset. Really upset. She said it with her lips pressed together, looking utterly pitiful. Watching her, I felt a genuine tenderness. I pulled her into a hug, right hand gently rubbing the back of her head. Relax, I won't. Never. She barely caught up in time. Levi, what are you doing? You just randomly hugged me. You're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Her naturally oblivious, clueless personality yanked me straight back from the moment, back to reality. I didn't know whether to laugh or shake my head. Who's taking advantage of you? Best friends can't even hug now? Are we that distant? It's not that, but you hugged me really tight. Can't you feel something pressing? I thought about it. She wasn't wrong. Hee hee, now you know. She patted her own chest, saying it with full confidence. This proves that after more than a week of eating all that papaya, how should I put it? It's actually working, isn't it? There's still over a month of summer break left. If I keep eating every day, by then I'll be big enough to scare you. She laughed that smug laugh of hers. But honestly, it really is working. This isn't me showing off. I noticed it too. Compared to right after the entrance exams, the difference was noticeable, and you still claim you don't like me. She continued. Oh, right, Levi, I almost forgot to ask you. Last time after the exams finished, on the way back, didn't you trick me? You told me to press my chest against your back and hold on. Tell me honestly, was that deliberate? Were you taking advantage of me? She asked in complete seriousness. Levi, stop pretending. You were definitely doing it on purpose. Am I wrong? Because I asked Jade about it, and Jade said, Levi, bye? You were clearly taking advantage of me. Because Jade said, the way guys show friendship is by joking around like brothers. Not like that, unless you swing that way. Levi, you don't swing that way, do you? Hurry up and say something. I hadn't expected her to have a strategist as sharp as Jade in her corner, who had basically exposed exactly what I'd been thinking. I kept playing it off. I can't believe you'd think that of me. I think of you as my best friend, and you're accusing me of taking advantage of you? How could I? Stop listening to Jade talk nonsense. I wasn't, and I wouldn't, take advantage of you. It was just a hug between best friends. Anyone who thinks that counts as taking advantage is insulting the purity of our friendship. Don't you think? She replied with that oblivious sincerity of hers. When you put it that way, it does make sense, but something still feels off. Stop overthinking. Nothing is off. Really? She looked at me. Right at that moment, the server arrived carrying everything they'd ordered. Dish after dish came in and was set on the table. Here you go. Everything is here. Enjoy your meal. If you'd like anything else, just let us know. We'll take care of it right away. Also, here is your room key. Please keep it safe. The server picked up a key card and handed it to me, even though downstairs, Sky had made it perfectly clear. They were here for lunch, not to book a room. The server had still assumed the girl was just being shy. After all, coming to a hotel with a boyfriend, she was a girl. Hard to just say it outright. The attentive staff member had proactively gone ahead and prepared a room, then handed me the key. I hadn't expected this either, but that was fine. Since it had already been prepared, it was also a way to spend a bit more, which meant more double fortune boost, not a loss. So I accepted it. Thank you. The server nodded. I'll leave you two to your meal. After the server left, Sky's eyes went wide. That stunned expression. Levi, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you say you were taking me out for a meal? A nice lunch? Why is there a room key now? Levi, what are you planning? I consider you my best friend, and you tricked me into coming here? Or, do you actually like me? She said it with genuine shock. I replied with full seriousness. Sky, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Why do you always assume the worst about me? Then explained the room key. It's actually because of you. I held back the laughter inside, then kept it going. Because of you. She blinked at me blankly. How does this have anything to do with me? How does it not? Downstairs. Downstairs. When they asked if we were here to check in, your reaction made them think you were just too embarrassed to admit it. So they went ahead and prepared the room. But if at that point you had told them that we were just friends, would they have still prepared a room for us? She listened very carefully. Levi, when you put it that way, it does kind of make sense. It's my fault, my fault, my fault. Back then I only denied that we weren't there to check in, but I forgot to explain what our relationship actually was. So they assumed I was just too shy to admit it, and went ahead and prepared the room for us anyway. She had been thoroughly confused by me, and had walked straight into the trap. So what do we do now? Levi, should we go return the room? I replied. It's already been prepared. Can't return it. But after lunch, we can go up and play some games for a while. After all, this is a 5-star hotel. The room is probably going to be pretty nice. Plus, it's the middle of summer, the hottest time of year, and the room has AC. Sitting in there with the cool air would be really comfortable. Way better than being outside sweating through everything. Doesn't that sound good? She nodded obliviously. That does make sense. But, Levi, don't get any ideas. What kind of person does she think I am? Am I that type of person? She thought it over properly. If I were that type, with her having lived at my place this long, I would have made a move long ago. But she was still perfectly fine. Cho? Levi, I trust your character. In that case, forget it. I'm starting on this feast. Oh my God, everything looks so good. She stopped overthinking, looked at the table spread with beautiful, appetizing dishes, fragrant and absolutely tempting, and started eating. Watching her eat with that adorable expression, I couldn't resist taking a few photos. After all, nothing else was going on. Might as well post them to my story. Levi, what are you doing? Are you taking pictures of me? Don't take them. My eating face is embarrassing. If these photos get out, I'll never live it down. My beautiful image will be completely destroyed. Then she added, if you absolutely have to destroy it, at least add a filter for me. I had just taken a sip of water, and nearly choked on it. She never did anything by the expected playbook. You truly couldn't predict what she'd say next. I thought to myself, I'd take a few pictures, and post them to my story. It didn't take long for Dylan and Zach to see them. Damn, Levi, you're really something. You took her to a hotel. What's going on? And you had us convinced you two were just friends. Who takes their friends to check into a hotel? Levi, I respect you. You finally made your move. Guess I need to watch my back around Zach from now on. In case he makes a move on me, get out of here. You're a guy, what would I make a move for? You think we're like Levi and her, some mixed-gender best friend situation? Levi, Timor, you didn't actually do anything to her, did you? Even your best friend isn't off limits. What kind of person are you? Reading the messages those two were sending, I typed back a reply. Dylan, Zach, what kind of person do you two think I am? Would I really make a move on my best friend? What's between us is completely innocent, not what your dirty minds are imagining. We just came here for lunch. Stop reading into things. They replied, Levi, you're being way too humble. You take your girl best friend to a hotel, and it's just lunch? You definitely got a room, right? No need to explain. We get it. But Levi, you're genuinely impressive. If I had a girl best friend, I don't think I'd be able to hold back either. See? Men and women can never really just be friends. Wah, says who? What about that girl in the class next door? Aren't they perfectly platonic? Zach, are you blind? That girl next door is not exactly a catch. Hard to be anything but platonic. You try making a move. There's nothing wrong with it. Lights off and everyone's the same. Damn, Zach, you're a genius. Watching those two, messaging in their group chat, complete nonsense the whole way through. I laughed helplessly to myself. After being reborn, I'd felt so much, and finally understood why adults always said, youth is such a gift. How true that was. I felt it clearly now. Sky blinked at me from across the table, then looked at me with curious suspicion. Levi, what's going on? What are you smiling about? Who are you texting that's making you this happy? You're not texting some girl, are you? Hearing her say that? I explained. No. What are you thinking? I'm texting Dylan and Zach. Oh, right, she said. In a day or two, I might have to go to a dinner. Come with me when I do. She nodded, and said with that oblivious cheerfulness, Sure, sure. No problem at all, Levi. Other things I might not be good at, but eating, that's my specialty. Even if you didn't invite me, I'd follow you anyway. Of course, I'm absolutely bringing you. Gretlet. Levi, stop playing on your phone. Eat more. We're at the age where our bodies are still developing. If we don't eat enough, Prost, how are we supposed to grow properly? As she talked, she kept piling food onto my plate without stopping, still talking the whole time. But you know, Levi D. Honestly, I still think barbecue is a little better. Another evening, we should go get barbecue. I'll make sure to order a ton of grilled garlic chives. I guarantee those things are good for you. I'm not joking. Eating that stuff is genuinely beneficial. You'll see later. I heard it from Jade, and from novels too. I don't know exactly how it helps, but whatever it is, eating it can't hurt. I genuinely questioned whether she even knew what eating those things was supposed to help with, or if she'd just heard from Jade that it was good for guys, without having any idea in what way. Years later, whenever this memory came up, she'd always shake her head and say, Wasn't that basically me walking into my own trap? After finishing lunch, about half an hour passed. They had gotten through most of the food. She rubbed her stomach. Levi W.M. Porrance. I'm full. This 5-star kitchen really is something. You get what you pay for. That's genuinely true. She grinned and said, I'm full. I'm going to check my phone and rest a little. Levi, eat more. You barely ate anything just now. She reminded me, then looked down at her own phone. She discovered that her group chat with Jade and Ren had completely blown up. What is going on? Why are Jade and Ren acting like this? Spamming the group like crazy. She opened the group messages, saw that both Jade and Ren were going off. What up? Saying, Sky, 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 what is happening with you? I just saw Mason posted to his story. You two are at a 5-star hotel in the west part of the city. What are you two doing there? Why did you end up at a hotel? Oh my god. Has your relationship progressed that fast? The speed of development is way too quick. Moving at lightning speed, that's wild. I honestly thought, with the kind of best friend dynamic you two have, getting to that level would take longer than for normal people. Never expected it to move this fast. Already at the hotel stage? That's incredible. See? Men and women truly cannot just be friends. I'm sad now. Jade deliberately sent a scheming grin emoji. Sky, you and Mason already did that, didn't you? Seeing that message from Jade, Sky's expression went completely blank. Did what? What is that? That, you know, that. That specific that. Sky replied with a look of utter confusion. Jade, can you please speak to me in normal human language? Sure, but oh goodness, how am I even supposed to say this? Seeing what Jade typed next in the group, Sky's face turned completely red. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Jade, you are absolutely disgusting. Stop reading those romance novels. They've warped your entire brain. You can be warped all you want, just don't drag me down with you. Levi is not that kind of person. The two of us are purely best friends. At least, for now, we still are. We still are. She added that last part almost without thinking. Watching her type away in the group, face flushed that deep shade of red. I looked at her from across the table. Sky, what are you doing over there? Why is your face so red? Is my face red? No, it's not. She shook her head and refused to admit it. But her face was clearly crimson. She kept typing in the group. It's all your fault, Jade. Next time you say things like that, I'm blocking you. Don't, Sky. What did I even say? After I'd eaten about 70% full, I wiped my mouth with a napkin and said, Let's go, Sky. Head up to the room, play some games. Cool off with the AC. Sure, let's go. But Levi, you're absolutely sure, right? You won't suddenly get any bad ideas about me, will you? I asked in return. Sky, are you seriously guarding against your own best friend? Haha, of course not. I fully trust your character. She patted her own chest. Just testing you. Seeing what your reaction would be. A little while later, the two of us walked up to the door of the room, tapped the keycard, the door opened. His boyfriend is actually my boss? After the door opened, the two of us walked in. For me, completely casual. After all, I'd lived through decades of life. This wasn't my first time at a hotel like this. Nothing to be nervous about. In my previous life, doing business, I'd flown overseas regularly. Staying in hotels across different cities was routine. But for Sky, from the time she was born until now, she had never once stayed in a hotel. So she was a little tense. After stepping into the hotel room, she looked around with wide, curious eyes. That expression of total fascination. Levi, so this is what a hotel room looks like. The AC in here is genuinely amazing. It's summer right now, especially at this time of day. The sun outside could cook a person alive. Someone naturally beautiful like me, especially with such fair, smooth skin. Getting tanned by the sun, that would be such a waste. Don't you think so, Levi? She complimented herself shamelessly, then kept going. So, Levi, what should we do? To kill the next hour or two? How about play a game with me? There's one that's really popular lately. I'm not sure if you'd like it. I personally love it. Absolutely love it. But for you, it might feel a little childish. I asked. Which game? Agar.io. You know, like that snake game? The kind where bigger cells eat smaller ones. Smaller ones eat even tinier ones. But we're playing as teammates, not against each other. You can't eat me. I laughed. Sure, no problem. But I haven't downloaded it yet. Give me a second. Yeah, no rush. Levi, download it. There should be Wi-Fi in here. I connected to the hotel's Wi-Fi and downloaded the game. In 2016, if you asked what the hottest mobile games were, it was probably something like Run or Temple Run, Beatmaster, Agar.io, and Honor of Kings starting to emerge. At that point, Honor of Kings had just started gaining traction, but in terms of battle royale shooters, that genre hadn't exploded yet. Of course, that was also a direction my company, especially the gaming division, would be pushing hard in the near future. How's it going, Levi? Finished downloading? I'm creating a room. I'll send you an invite, she said, then quickly set up the room. I finished registering on my end and accepted her invite, joining her in the same game room. Then the game filled in other players. The match started quickly. Agar.io in 2016 was genuinely massive. You could say it had taken over everything. The moment the game began, she was sitting on the hotel bed. Didn't feel quite comfortable enough, so she kicked off her shoes, then flopped onto her stomach and got fully absorbed. Levi, stick with me. It's your first time playing. You probably won't know what you're doing. I'll guide you. Not to brag, Levi. Sure, I'm not great at League, but this game, I'm a pro. The moment she said that, a massive player came gunning straight for her. Locked on. Oh no, I'm about to get eaten. She panicked and started fleeing. Right when she thought it was over, a much larger cell swallowed the attacker whole. Oh my god, that scared me to death just now. I thought I was done for. Wait, Levi, was that you who ate him? Her face was full of astonishment. She looked at my phone screen. Levi, this is your first time playing, right? How are you already this good? The game barely started. And you're already that big? You're unreal, Levi. I honestly thought that finally there was a game where I was better than you. That I could actually be the one guiding you. Never expected you to be this good. That's my best friend. Genuinely impressive. She was both amazed and caught completely off guard. After that, over the next nearly 2 hours, the two of us played game after game. By the end, our hands were genuinely tired. After 2 hours, it was around 3 in the afternoon. Levi, my phone is almost dead. I think I've had enough. Should we call it? Levi, what do you think? Or should we squeeze in one more match? She looked at me and asked. She didn't have strong feelings either way. It really depended on me. I checked the time. Around 3 in the afternoon now. Not really anything pressing. One more round was fine. Sure, one more to close out. Then the last match ran its course. Her phone was down to just over 20%. Almost dead. After exiting the game, the two of us got ready to leave the hotel. Levi, wait for me a second. I put my shoes on. She got her shoes on too. Then followed me out of the hotel room. At the same time, Amy Yang was still at the Tidal Wave Network office, the HR director of my company, and also Sky's aunt. She had just finished a demanding stretch of work. Right now, she was making herself a cup of tea. And while drinking it, she casually checked her phone and happened to see a post I had just uploaded to my story. It showed a photo of a girl. The location tagged in the post was a hotel in the western part of the city. At first, Amy didn't pay it much attention. After all, her boss was me, only 17 or 18, young, but had already graduated high school. Dating wasn't unusual, but the thing that stopped her cold was, in my post, the girl in the photo was her niece, Sky. What? Amy's expression shifted with visible shock. Her boss, me, was a classmate of Sky's. What a coincidence. And they were at a hotel together? Could Sky be in a relationship? And her boyfriend happens to be her own boss? Amy immediately made the connection. During this stretch of time, Sky was staying at some male classmate's place. Could that male classmate actually be me? In that moment, Amy felt like the amount of information hitting her was too much, so she immediately sent Sky a message. Sky, lately, aren't you staying at a male classmate's place? Auntie never asked before. But what's his name? Amy typed and sent it. Sky's phone was nearly dead, so she wasn't paying close attention to it. But if she had known that the company where her aunt worked had been founded by me, her expression would have been absolutely priceless. Tidal Wave Network is actually his company? The whole afternoon, the two of us spent time out. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 7 in the evening. She said, Levi, it's 7 already. My stomach's getting hungry again. Let's go eat. You treated me to that feast at lunch. Tonight, I'm treating you. My phone buzzed with an Instagram message. It was from Crystal Zhang of the Greenfield Real Estate Group, inviting me over to her house tonight. Her parents wanted to meet me and talk. I'd already agreed to this before. So I replied to Sky, I actually have plans tonight. She said, oh, like that, huh? Then I'll just head home by myself. She pressed her lips together. She had been hoping the two of them could find somewhere to eat together tonight. Looks like that wasn't happening. I laughed. Sky, Stai? Why that expression? I do have plans tonight, but you can come with me. Her expression immediately shifted. The slight droop of disappointment from a second ago vanished instantly. Really, Levi? You want to bring me along? But is that okay? You have plans with someone else. If I tag along, how does that look? Maybe I should just go home. Come back early tonight. Without another word, I reached over and grabbed her hand, pulling her along. Come on, you're coming with me. We're going together. When we get there, what awkward about it? Let's go. Watching me, grabbing her hand like that with such ease and confidence, she said admiringly, Levi, you're so bold. You're very manly. I felt my heart skip a beat just now. I laughed, then flagged down a cab, using the address Crystal Zhang had sent, and headed straight there. Crystal Zhang lived in a villa complex. Beautiful surroundings, and very upscale. Only someone with real money could live there. She sat in the cab and asked me curiously, Levi, who are we meeting tonight? Is it okay if I ask? Of course you can ask. Tonight, I have plans with Crystal Zhang from Greenfield Real Estate. Greenfield Real Estate, that name sounds familiar. Like I've heard it somewhere before. Just can't quite remember where. She thought about it. I think a few days ago, Jade mentioned this company. Just can't remember the details. My memory is really bad. Oh wait, I remember now. She recalled it and said, Greenfield Real Estate, isn't that the company at the commercial plaza in our city? She asked with wide, stunned eyes. Watching her expression, I smiled and replied, that's right, you're correct. The very same real estate company at the commercial plaza. I thought so, she continued, talking about that company. A few days ago I think Jade mentioned that a new company called Tidal Wave Network had purchased an entire commercial building from them. It made the news at the time. Apparently the owner of that company is around our age, so that's why I still had some impression of Greenfield. I just couldn't immediately remember. When you mentioned it just now, Levi, it took a second to click, but what made her even more curious was, a major real estate company like that, why would they be inviting someone to their home? She looked at me with wide, curious eyes, but I didn't explain, just brought her along to Crystal Zhang's house. When they arrived, a middle-aged man came out to meet them. That was Crystal Zhang's father, a major figure in the city's real estate world. Crystal said, CEO Chen, you made it. Please come in. And at the same time she noticed Sky walking in beside me. She gave her a brief once-over, and inwardly assumed this girl must be my girlfriend. So, naturally, her attitude towards Sky was very warm. The two of us were invited to sit in the living room. Crystal's father said, Mason, is it all right if I call you that? Here's the thing. We invited you over tonight because, I heard from Crystal and her cousin that you're the owner of Tidal Wave Network, correct? young entrepreneurs like yourself. That deserves real recognition. And more importantly, I hear you also purchased from our company 2 commercial buildings. That's impressive, Mason. If you don't mind, we'd love to be on good terms. Going forward, in your entrepreneurial journey, if there's anything we can help with, please don't hesitate. From the way Crystal's father spoke, you could tell he was trying to get on my good side. After all, for a young person who might have a financial conglomerate backing him, he wasn't naive. He had spent years in the real estate world of this city. Without a certain sharpness and ability to read situations, he wouldn't have lasted. A 17 or 18-year-old buying 2 commercial buildings back to back, without a financial conglomerate behind him. That simply wasn't possible. So, one way or another, building a good relationship with me was the smart play. I hadn't said anything yet, when Sky, sitting right beside me, froze completely. Her face was full of pure disbelief. Wait, what? What? Levi is the owner of Tidal Wave Network? So that company? He started it? She stared at me with her mouth hanging open. She had heard about this company. Last time Jade had mentioned it, said that a company called Tidal Wave Network had purchased 2 commercial buildings from Greenfield, one after another. Just those 2 buildings alone must have cost an enormous amount of cash. Where did Levi get that much money? And then suddenly she realized something else. Something that hit even harder. Not long before, her aunt had just started working at Tidal Wave Network as the head of the HR department. Aunt had even shared with her before, saying the new owner was wonderful, still very young, but remarkably calm and steady in personality, and the company was very well capitalized. Enormous potential for growth. But back then she genuinely hadn't expected. That company had been founded by me. Completely unbelievable. So all throughout the evening at Crystal Zhang's house, she sat there full of astonishment. Before long, it was past 10 at night. Was Sky? It's getting late. We should head back. Sure, she nodded, and followed me out of Crystal Zhang's house. On the way home, she said in amazement, Levi, to you, Tidal Wave Network is really your company? Which means you're my aunt's boss. My aunt is working for you right now? Am I just too frail to handle this? Faced with her shock, I laughed and replied, you could say that. Wow, 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 wow. Levi, you're incredible. For real, for real, for real. Levi, I'm not just flattering you right now. I'm being completely serious. I never in a million years expected that this company would belong to my best friend, that it would be Levi's company. Before, when I was out with Jade, I heard her and Ren talking about it. Everyone was speculating, discussing who the young owner of that company might be. Whether they were the same year as us, from our school or the one next door. We talked about it for ages, and this whole time it was Levi. That's just wild. I bet if Jade and Ren find out, they'll be absolutely floored. On the way home, she couldn't wait to share this with Jade and Ren. She was genuinely curious what kind of reaction those two would have. She had already started to look forward to it. Shortly after that, the 2 of us took a cab back home. It was past 10, so it was about time to sleep. So we washed up, and each headed to our own rooms. Today had been a full, eventful day. She was genuinely happy. Back in her room, she plugged in her phone to charge. Only then did she see the message her aunt had sent, asking her which male classmate she was staying with, and what his name was. Seeing her aunt's message, she burst out laughing. Why is Auntie asking that? Could she already know? So she replied, Auntie, guess. Sky, stop being coy. Just tell Auntie directly. Which male classmate's place are you staying at? Is his name Mason? Auntie, you really are sharp. Right now, Amy Yang was completely stunned. So stunned, she didn't know what to say. She never expected that her own boss was her niece's boyfriend. Did you go to a hotel with CEO Chen today? She quickly explained. Auntie, don't misunderstand. Please don't overthink it. It's not what you're thinking. Levi and I did go to the hotel, but we only went there for lunch. For real. The food at that hotel was incredible. Next time there's a chance, let me take you, Auntie. You'll see. It really was that good. After explaining, she jumped into the group chat with Jade and Ren and talked for over an hour. It was nearly midnight before she fell asleep. Meanwhile, on my end, I also had some explaining to do with my mom. She wanted to know why I had taken Sky to a hotel today. The reason was, earlier I had posted to my story and forgot to block my mom from seeing it, so she saw it. And now she was wound up like she'd been injected with pure adrenaline, practically overflowing with excitement. "You're so capable, sweetheart. You already took Sky to a hotel? That fast? Impressive. That's my son. You move quickly. Not bad at all, making your mom proud. But from what Mom can see, Sky has a wonderful personality, and she's quite pure-hearted. You have to take responsibility for her. You hear me? You treat your future daughter-in-law well." Watching my mom get that worked up, I genuinely didn't know what to say if I explained that I had taken her to the hotel purely for lunch and gaming. My mom probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Easier to just let it go. So I simply replied, "Yes, Mom, I understand. I'll treat her well." "Good, that's how it should be. Get some rest. Mom won't bother you anymore." Wednesday, May. That should be the day the college entrance scores come out. Looking forward to it. I set my phone down and got ready to sleep. It was midnight by then. If Wednesday was score day, Sky and I would have to go to school, check the results, and fill out our college applications. The night passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wednesday morning arrived. Around 5 or 6 in the morning, I was up as usual. Early morning workout. When you're young, take care of your body. So when you're old, you don't fall apart as easily. You carry a healthier weight into old age. Young people don't understand and don't prioritize it. It's only when you've gotten older that you truly get it. But by then, it's already too late. After being reborn, I paid particular attention to taking care of my body. Before 5:30, I was already up, changed into comfortable workout clothes, got ready for a morning session, exercised the body, breathe in the early morning air. But then, I thought about whether to bring her along. So, I walked over to her door and knocked. "Sky, I'm heading out for a morning workout. Do you want to come with me?" She was still half asleep, heard my voice outside, and cracked her eyes open, then let out a groggy hum. "What is it, Levi? This early? Are you calling me up for breakfast already?" I pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. I noticed she was wearing the most adorable Hello Kitty pajamas. Her sleeping position was hilariously awkward. "Sky, I'm heading out for a morning run. Are you coming? If you're not, I'll just go alone." Hearing that, she immediately said, No. Levi sigh, the sigh. "Don't leave me home alone." "I'm coming. Wait for me to change. I'm going with you." I replied, "Okay then, hurry up. I'll wait outside." "Got it." She nodded, then changed into comfortable clothes, laced up her shoes, and came out of her room. "Levi, I'm changed. Aren't we going to work out? Let's go." Onward. The two of us headed downstairs and made our way to a nearby park for a morning run. About half an hour in, she was completely exhausted. Not only was she panting heavily, she was absolutely drenched in sweat. "Levi, hold on. Let me rest a second. I'm so tired, so tired." She found somewhere to sit down, took a sip of water, then looked at me, not red in the face, not winded, not even breaking a sweat. "Levi, how are you completely fine while I'm this wrecked? Is it because I'm small and have a weak constitution, or is there some other reason? Levi, tell me honestly, do you think I have kidney problems?" I had just taken a sip of water and nearly choked when she said that. "Sky, are you serious right now?" I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What does that even have to do with anything? Simply put, she didn't exercise enough on a regular basis. Running half an hour out of nowhere would tire anyone out. Never mind. A normal person who doesn't train regularly, who could run half an hour without feeling it. But I was different. The system had already enhanced my physique earlier, so running half an hour was nothing for me. Normal people couldn't compare, she said with that clueless sincerity. "So why are you totally fine? While I'm this exhausted, the gap between us is huge. We only ran half an hour, and I feel like I'm about to die. My body is so weak. Levi, you don't hate me for it, do you?" Chapter 83. She said it herself. Can't take it back. Hearing her say that, I could only laugh helplessly. "Sky, your imagination really runs wild." I shook my head with a helpless smile. She blinked at me, then looked at me with suspicion. "Levi, what are you laughing at? You're not actually disgusted with me, are you?" "It's not my fault I'm weak. My parents just made me too small. But as your best friend, Levi, you're not allowed to dislike me." She emphasized it firmly. "If even you dislike me, then I've truly failed. Even my best friend judging me." I laughed and replied, "Relax, Sky. How could I possibly dislike you? Besides, stable forcing. You're just not used to exercising. That doesn't necessarily mean weak constitution. If you keep coming out with me regularly, after some time, your fitness will definitely improve a lot. Oh, right. Wasn't it you who said at the start of summer break that you'd keep working out with me every day? She bit her lip and laughed. Haha, that was me. It's just been kind of busy lately. Plus, sometimes in the mornings I don't want to get up. It slipped. From tomorrow. Up at 5 every morning for a workout. Levi, remember to wake me up. I'm scared I won't be able to get up on my own. You know how I am. My self-discipline is basically non-existent. She rested for a bit, had recovered somewhat. I've rested enough. Let's keep going. I checked the time. Not quite 7 yet. Still about 20-odd minutes left. 20 more minutes. Then we eat breakfast. Today breakfast is on me. Morning already. She cheered herself on, then put on a brave, slightly pained expression and pushed through another 20 minutes. By the end, she was completely destroyed and dropped right down onto the ground. Levi, pull me up. I can't stand anymore. So tired. Today's total physical activity is more than any other day in my entire life combined. I laughed. Sky, you're already complaining after this little? Looks like you really need to step up the training. Otherwise, when college military orientation week rolls around, won't you collapse from exhaustion? Back in high school orientation, you happened to be sick that week and got to skip it entirely. Lucky you. That saved you from a rough time. At least, that was a legitimate excuse. In college, you probably can't fake being sick anymore. She nodded. You're right, Levi. Don't worry. This time I'm absolutely going to stick with it. Just wait and see. Before summer break ends, I will get my fitness up. And if I can grow a little taller in the process, even better. She grinned that goofy grin. It was around 7 by now. Time for breakfast. Levi, what do you feel like eating? What about that street stall up ahead? It's been a while since we've had street food. Let's go. Come on. She pulled me along, and they found a spot to sit down, ordered some food, even if it was just tofu pudding and small steamed buns, because they had burned through so much energy exercising. Everything tasted delicious right now. She wasn't even thinking about whether it was good or not. Getting full was all that mattered. But to be honest, this breakfast place really isn't bad, of course. Compared to the spot near school, still a little short, and compared to your cooking, it's not even close. She opened her mouth and immediately started complimenting me. What a naturally flattering little person. I laughed. Sky, are you flattering me right now? I'm not flattering anyone. I'm being serious. Levi, look at me. This sincere, unwavering expression. Does this look like flattery? I'm genuinely evaluating your cooking skills here. And you're calling that flattery? She pressed her lips together. I mean every word, Levi WC. If you cooked for me every single day, I'd stop eating out. Entirely. For real, completely serious. Hearing her say that, I laughed and replied, all right. When we get to college, I'll cook for you every day. Really? You said it. No taking it back. Cook for me every single day in college. If you don't, you're a little puppy. I laughed with amusement. Fine. If I don't, I'm a little puppy. She laughed that oblivious laugh and went back to eating breakfast. Ate until she was full, even let out a small burp. Oh right, Levi, I almost forgot the main thing. Today is the day our college entrance scores come out. Right? In that case, after we eat tea, do we have to go to school? I haven't checked the class group notification yet. Let me look. She pulled out her phone. In the high school class group, the class rep had already posted an announcement, saying this morning at 10, everyone needed to come to school to fill out their college applications. At noon, the whole class would eat together. As for checking the scores, the time hadn't come yet. The system wasn't accessible yet, probably because so many students were trying to check scores at the same time. The website had crashed. Levi, I just checked the class group. 10 o'clock at school, confirmed. Not sure how well I did this time, whether I performed up to my usual level or not. She muttered quietly, but it doesn't really matter. The entrance exam is just a number. After all, as long as I hit the cutoff for the university in the city, that's enough. Whether I scored high enough for an Ivy League school or not, doesn't matter, since I'm not going there anyway. Levi, we already talked about it. We're applying to the same city university together. Once we enroll, you're not allowed to make new friends and forget your best friend. You hear me? I replied. Relax, Sky. All right, it's settled. Happy about it. Levi, eat faster. I still need to go home and shower after this. We're going to school today. I don't want to show up looking gross, especially after sweating through that workout. I finished breakfast in just a few minutes. She was quick. She paid before I could. Lucky I was fast. Otherwise, you would have beaten me to it. She laughed. But honestly, Levi, you really are something. What do you mean? I looked at her, puzzled. Chapter 84. He's already in love, isn't he? What is it? She said. Levi, think about it yourself. Before, every single time we went out to eat, you'd always trick me into paying. Didn't you? But lately, every time, you're the one grabbing the check. Even just now, I said right from the start that this morning was my treat, and you still tried to swoop in. Levi, you've really changed. It's honestly throwing me off a little. She said it, and then burst out laughing. But I really like it, Levi Chiro. This version of you. This feeling is really, really good. She grinned that wide, oblivious grin. I replied, good that you know. From now on, I'll only treat you better and better. Oh, really? Oh, come on. Levi, and you still say you don't like me? Is admitting you like me really that hard? She started going into full self-appreciation mode again. But honestly, when she said it like that, that smug, satisfied expression was genuinely adorable. And more importantly, Sky seemed to know she was adorable. On the way back home, her phone rang. It was her parents calling. Levi, wait for me a second. I need to take this. It's my mom, she said, then answered. The call connected, and her mom's voice came through. Hello? Mom? What's up? Why are you calling out of the blue? Sky, today is the day your college scores come out. You know that, right? Of course I know. A day this important. How could I forget? Good. Once you get your score, remember to let Mom know. Also, Mom is coming back to the city sometime soon. Probably next month. Only a little over 10 days from now. She was a little surprised. Mom and Dad are coming back already? Didn't you say you'd be abroad for 2 months? Why are you coming back a whole month early? She asked curiously. It's because we thought, leaving you alone at a classmate's place for an entire 2-month summer break. That didn't feel quite right. Your dad and I went off on our second honeymoon and left you spending the whole holiday at a classmate's house. Not ideal. So we decided to come home early next month. That way you don't impose on them too long. Hearing her mom say that, she really wanted to add, Mom, I actually don't want to come home. Obviously she didn't say that. And Sky, based on everything Mom knows about your grades, as long as you didn't have a major slip-up this time, either Ivy League school should be no problem. If it weren't for not wanting you too far away, we would have sent you to study abroad. But knowing you've never been away from home that long, and knowing you don't love the idea of going overseas, we dropped the plan. Between the 2 top schools, pick one. Mom's personal opinion is still leaning toward the one closer to home. Your dad thinks the other one is better. It's up to you. Either school is fine, being the well-behaved, obedient girl she was. She had never openly pushed back against her parents' opinions. But when it came to this college decision, she had already made up her mind. She was going to follow me to the city university, so neither of the 2 top schools was her choice. But out loud, she gave a vague answer. Yes, Mom, understood. Good girl. Mom will be home next month. All right, Mom's hanging up. It's a different time zone where we are. Right now, it's the middle of the night. After talking to you, we need to sleep. About to drop from exhaustion. Mainly because Mom didn't want to call during your daytime and disturb your rest. So I waited until the middle of the night here to call you. She replied, Got it. I understand, Mom. Don't worry about me. You and Dad just enjoy yourselves. If you're not back next month, it's also fine. It's fine, really. Her mom froze. I point out, almost didn't catch it in time. It's fine if we don't come back? What does that mean? She quickly backpedaled. Oh, I misspoke. Sorry, Mom. What I meant is, even if you and Dad are still overseas next month, it's okay. I'm really comfortable here at my friend's place. Every day we go out, eat, have fun. It's really good. And honestly, I'm not imposing at all. His mom really likes me too. For real, I'm not bragging. Okay, Mom, you were saying something? Don't you need to sleep? I won't keep you. Good night. After hanging up, overseas, Her mom, at that moment, was lying in a hotel room with her dad. The call had just ended. Her mom felt something was off. "Honey, do you think our daughter seems a little strange?" "Strange how?" "Normally, and if we even mentioned coming back early, Sky would be over the moon. So excited she could barely contain herself. After all, with how busy we are year-round, whether it's summer or winter, the time we actually spend with her is limited. If Sky knew, we could come home early and spend the summer with her. She'd be thrilled beyond belief. But just now, I got the feeling that she didn't seem particularly bothered. Am I overthinking it?" Her mom kept turning it over in her mind. Something felt off, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Her dad replied, "Stop overthinking it. You're reading too much into nothing. Sky is a simple kid. What could possibly be wrong? Unless she's in a relationship?" Her mom speculated. "Outside of that possibility, I honestly can't think of another explanation. Truly, besides a boyfriend, who else could make our daughter, who we've treasured her whole life, react so indifferently to hearing we're coming home early? Normal friends definitely couldn't do that. But wait, if Sky had a boyfriend, wouldn't Amy have told us?" "That's true. Her aunt is right there in the city." "Yes, that's a fair point. Looks like I really was overthinking it. Go to sleep. It's past 3 in the morning." Her parents didn't dwell on it further. Meanwhile, back here, Sky had just hung up, and I immediately asked, "Sky, what was that about?" "Was that your parents calling?" She replied, "Yeah, that was just now," was my mom. "Nothing major. She was just reminding me which school to apply to, saying I should choose between one of the 2 top schools. But, Levi, don't worry. I'm absolutely following you to the city university." Chapter 85. Next month, come home with me, she continued. Even though the city university is definitely not as prestigious as the top 2. But that's fine. Whatever school Levi goes to, I'm going to the same school. City university. I'm set on it. Even though my mom is telling me to apply to one of the top schools, and I've always been a pretty obedient kid, always done what my parents said, but a little rebellion every now and then feels kind of exciting. She grinned after saying that, then added one more thing. "Levi too. There's also something I want to tell you. It's about my parents. Just now on the phone, my mom said, they're coming back to the city early next month. They had originally planned to stay abroad for 2 full months, but because I'm staying at someone else's place, plus the whole summer break thing, they didn't want my summer holiday to just pass by feeling bland and uneventful. So they decided to come back a month early, spend the rest of summer at home with me, probably early next month. When my parents come back, Levi, I might have to go home, but I don't want to." She looked at me. "Levi, I won. Being with you is genuinely so much fun, especially these past week or so. The feeling has just been really special. Every day we eat together, go out together, play games together. I love this kind of life. And now being asked to suddenly go back home and live with my parents, I'm a little reluctant to leave. Levi, what do you think I should do?" Hearing her say that, I didn't know whether to laugh or shake my head. But, thank goodness her parents weren't standing right there. Because if they were, and they heard their daughters say something like this, they would definitely be heartbroken. A truly unique definition of a filial daughter. "Levi, don't just laugh. Tell me what to do. What if my mom absolutely insists I come home? I'm a little reluctant to leave you. Or, you could come with me to the city. Levi, would you think about it? If I'm remembering correctly, we've been friends for all 3 years of high school. 3 whole years. And you've never been to my place, right? So why not take this chance to come visit?" She grinned that goofy grin. "And I've actually been wanting to use this opportunity to introduce you to my parents. Because Levi, the Bulja, I've already met your parents, so you have to meet mine too. That's only fair." I thought about it for a moment. "Sure, no problem. When the time comes, I'll go home with you." She nodded, already feeling a small flutter of anticipation, genuinely hoping next month would come faster. Not long after, the 2 of us headed home together. Once we were back, she said, "Levi, I'm going to go wash up first." "Go ahead," I replied. She went into the bathroom to shower, then changed into fresh clothes. After all, they had to be at school at 10. Of course she had to look presentable. Besides, after all that running this morning, she was drenched in sweat. Not showering wasn't an option. Right after that, while she was in the shower, I got in touch with a few people, getting ready to head to the recording studio this morning to record the official version of Sound of the Wind, then release it properly. About 10+ minutes, and everything was arranged. It worked out perfectly. On the way to Jefferson High, after getting it all sorted, they could head to school at 10. Neither side would be delayed. Half an hour passed. She came out of the bathroom freshly showered. Levi, I'm done. Go ahead. I went in to wash up too, changed into clean clothes. Levi, honestly, those outfits you picked out for me, they really are gorgeous. Way better than anything I'd bought myself. I have to say, your taste is something else. Genuinely impressive. Way higher than I expected. Before, I kind of thought your taste was average, because in the past, pariens, whenever you rated my looks, you were always off. So I used to doubt your eye. But looking at the outfits you picked, combined with how you've been complimenting me lately, it proves your aesthetic sense is improving. Not bad. Not bad at all. Genuinely not bad. She grinned. Saying all of that was basically just a roundabout way of complimenting herself. For a moment, she had me completely at a loss for words. All right, Sky, let's head out. We're making a quick stop first. Where are we going? She asked with that clueless look. To record a song, the one that went viral a few days ago. Getting the official version made. She nodded. Sure. I've never been to a recording studio before. This'll be eye-opening. But honestly, Levi, your song is really incredible. Just the a cappella version was already this good. Add instrumentation and turn it into a proper single. Wouldn't that just blow everyone away? I feel like the moment your song drops officially, it's guaranteed to go viral everywhere. For real, I mean it. Levi, trust my instincts. My instincts have always been spot on. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. I'm telling you, I won't be wrong. And if this song doesn't blow up, let me think. Right, I'll swallow this cup whole. She believed in me like that. Honestly, having someone believe in you unconditionally like that, the feeling was genuinely something. Sky was exactly that kind of person. Unconditional faith in me. A little while later, we caught a cab and arrived. I went inside the recording booth to lay down the track. She waited outside. Because the studio had a glass window, she could see clearly. Wid, singing inside the booth with total focus and presence. Completely absorbed, shut everything else out. She muttered quietly. Levi, when you sing seriously, you look so good. My heart actually skipped a little. I wonder what the official version is going to be like. I absolutely have to be the first person to hear it. Not long after, I stepped out of the recording booth, then used editing software to mix and master it. This song, in my past life, I had listened to it so many times I could recite every note. So naturally, recreating it didn't take much effort. About 8 hours total, and a complete, polished version was finished. Levi, are you done? Play it for me right now. Hurry. I can't wait. She said it bursting with excitement. Chapter 86. Don't say anything careless at home either. And by the way, you already promised me that I'd be the first one to hear it. You have to keep that promise. Play it for me now. Let me see if it's as good as I imagined. And I also want to know, is it very different from what I pictured? She said it with barely contained eagerness. Right after, I hit play on the song and let her listen. Just the intro alone immediately pulled her in, and especially when I sang the very first line. That was on a whole other level. She felt every hair on her arms. Stand up. This song is incredible. Levi, you're unreal. You sing so beautifully. Dozens of times better than the Bear version. No, that's not right. Not dozens, hundreds of times better. She exaggerated with full enthusiasm. It had to be said. Having a best friend like her, as an audience, was genuinely wonderful. Especially the expression on her face when she said it. It was something truly special. It stirred something inside me. A feeling I couldn't quite name. The way it felt when your girlfriend told you that you were incredible. That sense of warmth washing through you. Nothing compared to it. 3 or 4 minutes passed. The full song had played through. I asked, Sky, what do you think? How did it feel listening to it? Incredible. Only 4 words to describe it. She said it with full sincerity. Levi, I honestly feel like, the moment this drops, it's going viral everywhere. Do you believe me? Believe it or not, starting prizes and assets. I do. I checked the time. Not early anymore. Alright. registered an artist account on a music platform, and uploaded the song for release. By then it was nearly 10. Sky, let's head to school. Almost 10. Everyone's probably there already. Don't want to be late. She nodded. Sure, Levi, let's go. After that, the two of us headed straight to Jefferson High. From the studio to the school wasn't far. They arrived quickly, walking through the school gates, breathing in the familiar air of the campus. She took a deep breath, then said quietly, Levi, do you feel it? Coming back to school after graduation? The feeling is completely different. So different from when we were actually here, right? Absolutely. Especially for me. The feeling was even more pronounced. Back in high school, I hadn't seen anything particularly great about this place. I had even been eager to leave. But as you got older, you slowly came to realize the most beautiful years had been right here. The place I had once seen as a cage, trapping me inside, became something I looked back on with deep nostalgia. But by then, there was no going back. And now, I had been given a second life, getting to experience it all over again. So, exactly as she said, the feeling really was completely different. Very quickly, the two of us arrived at what had been classroom 12A5. By now, classmates had been arriving one by one, guys and girls alike. It had been a stretch of time since the exams ended, a while since everyone had seen each other. So, coming back to school, there was plenty of catching up to do. As Sky and I stepped into the classroom, we spotted Dylan and Zach in the guys' corner, and Jade and Ren on the girls' side. Jade and Ren waved and called out, Sky, 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 over here, over here. We're right here. Come over, she said to me. Levi Cart. I'm heading over to Jade first. They're calling me. Go ahead. And Dylan and Zach were calling out to me too. Levi, over here. So I walked over to them. Jade and Ren asked her, Sky, why are you so late? We got here before 9. We were waiting forever and you were nowhere. Come on, be honest. Being this late, to buy D over A. Were you at home with Levi? Doing something you shouldn't be? Jade, same as ever. The moment she opened her mouth, her mind went straight to the gutter. But that was just who she was. She loved to tease without limits. 3 years sharing a dorm together. Sky knew Jade's personality inside and out, so she immediately said, Jade, what are you even saying? Say another word and I'll smack you right here in front of everyone. Jade laughed that scheming laugh. Ooh, already threatening me? All talk, no action. Sky, yesterday, didn't someone just go to a hotel with someone? Sky, don't even try to tell me. You and Levi only went there for lunch. No room, no nothing. I don't buy that. Say it out loud and see who believes it. A guy and a girl walk into a hotel together. And they just ate and got no room? Ren, am I right? Ren nodded too. Right, Sky? What actually happened yesterday? You didn't already give it to Levi, did you? She blinked in genuine confusion. Give what? Give what? Stop pretending. If it's given, it's given. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're not going to go around telling everyone. If you won't trust other people, at least trust us. Jade, Ren, what on earth are you two talking about? What did I give? She asked with that wide, baffled expression. Genuinely, had no idea what they were saying. Jade said to Ren, look at that expression. She definitely hasn't given it yet. Phew, that scared me. I thought she'd already done it. Isn't that moving a little fast? But knowing Sky's head, if she actually did, she'd probably do it fast too. Right. Can't rule it out. The way I see it, by junior year of college, she'll definitely have given it to Levi. Jade, you think junior year? Junior year? Please. Based on what I know about Sky, I'd say freshman year. No, not just freshman year. I'm guessing, the first day of school. That's possible too. Listening to the two of them keep going on about giving. The more she heard, the more confused she got. What are you two actually saying? What do you want me to give? Nothing. Sky, if you don't understand, don't worry about it. Grown-up stuff, not for kids. Tell me, I want to know. The less you say, the more curious I get. She was mid-sentence when she caught the look on Jade's face and immediately said, Stop. Jade, don't say it. Shut it. Everything you're about to say is written all over your face. I can already tell it's nothing good. I don't want to know what giving means anymore. Chapter 87, College Application, City University. Hearing the two of them tease her, she was also running out of things to say, especially Jade, who joked without any sense of occasion. There were so many classmates around right now. What if someone overheard? That would just be embarrassing. Jade, Ren, you two stop reading into things. Yesterday was not what you're imagining. Levi and I were completely innocent. Not nearly as scandalous as you're making it. Jade teased. Innocent? After going to a hotel, and you're telling me you were innocent? Right, Ren? Ren shrugged, then looked at Sky. Sky. Don't mind Jade. You know what she's like. Still the same as always. Just loves to joke around. Sky knew, of course. She hadn't been overly bothered, but still, she had to say something. Also, that wretched website is genuinely infuriating. We've been waiting forever, and it still won't load. Can't even check the college scores. I'm so stressed. What if I bombed it? If I go home, won't my parents come at me from both sides? If my mom sees my score, and it's terrible, she'd string me up. Jade had already started to panic. A little while later, the score-checking system finally came back online. Everyone started looking up their scores one by one. I didn't even need to check. I already knew. In 2006, when I graduated, my score hadn't been that high. Definitely not top tier, but not bad either. At minimum, enough to meet the cutoff for the city university. As for her, her score was extremely high. She was a top student after all. In this year's exam, she had placed in the top 5 across the entire city. Sky, your score this year is off the charts. Either of the top 2 schools, you'd get in with room to spare. Both schools are yours to choose from. Sky, have you thought it through? Which one are you going to apply to? Right. Sky, you're not seriously going to the city university, are you? I'm not saying it's not good, but the absolute best schools in the country are up north. The city is great too. It's the top financial hub, but the schools there definitely don't compare to the top 2. You really want to go there? Before she could even respond, she had already written all 3 choices. Every single one, the city university, since she wasn't going anywhere else. If that was the case, writing the same school 3 times was fine. After filling out her application, she let out a long breath of relief. She walked over to where I was. Levi, I just finished my application. All 3 choices are the city university. What about you? Are you done? What was your score? Did you make the cutoff for the city university? My side is all set. I'm just waiting to go there with you. Please don't tell me you didn't make the cutoff, Levi. If that's the case, I'll literally cry. In the months before the exam, I wasn't even studying for myself. I was coaching you the whole time. If your result isn't good, I'll be so disappointed. She said it, then couldn't wait and looked at my score herself. Not only had I made the cutoff, I had cleared it by quite a margin. Not bad at all. Levi, your score is solid. I told you, you're actually really smart. You just never liked to study. Tutor you casually for a few months, and your exam performance was guaranteed to improve. Was I right? She laughed that triumphant laugh. I said, listen to your best friend. You can't go wrong. Now we're set. When school starts, we head to the city and enroll together. I'm already looking forward to college life. What about you? She grinned. I obviously felt the same. College. Especially the dorm roommates. They had left me with so many memories I could never forget. One of them had been a particularly unusual guy. After graduation, unable to find a job he was happy with, he had signed up to go fight in a war overseas. Just thinking about it, I still found it hard to believe. So no matter what, the first thing I had to do when I got back to college was change his path. Gaming was fine, but under no circumstances should he take it to the real-life version. After that, I also finished filling out my 3 choices. Same as her, all the city university. Done, Levi Num. Our applications are in. Now we just wait for school to start. But before that, what I'm really hoping for is for early next month to come faster. I asked, early next month? Why? She gave me a look, then said, Levi, how is your memory this bad? You already promised me. Early next month. When my parents come back home, you're coming with me. No taking it back. That's non-negotiable. Levi, you have to keep your word. Don't you dare bail on me. I laughed. Sky, so that's what you meant. I didn't know what you were referring to. But relax. Early next month, I'll definitely come with you. She thought quietly to herself. When I went home with her, She absolutely had to make her parents like me. After all, I was good-looking. My personality was easygoing. My character was solid. I treated her wonderfully. And talented on top of everything. A song that went viral across the internet. Sharp in business too. The company I started was doing really well. Even her aunt was working there. She was confident her parents would be very impressed with me. She was an only child, though her uncle and aunt had one son, her cousin around 7 this year. A pretty mischievous kid, and besides him, no other young children in the family. But she was convinced someone as outstanding as me, whether it was her parents, her aunt and uncle, or even her little cousin, they would all like me without question. Anyone who dared have a problem with me was basically making things difficult for her. That was what she thought to herself. Right at that moment, I said to her, early next month, "I'll come with you, that's fine. But the question is, where do I sleep? If your parents are home, would they really let us share a room? That's genuinely a different thing for parents of a son versus parents of a daughter. Take my mom, Dollar. She'd love nothing more than for me and you to share a room. But if it's your parents, it's a completely different situation. There's a big difference between someone coming to pick your cabbage and you going to pick someone else's." Chapter 88. Wait, 200 million plays already? Hearing me say that, she immediately replied, "Levi, relax. Our house is huge. There are several rooms. More than enough space for you. You're coming home with your best friend? There's no way I'd make you sleep outside. Of course not. Don't even think that. Even though this is the first time I'm bringing a guy home. Once we're there, knowing my parents' personalities, they're definitely going to ask all sorts of questions. But that's fine. After all, we're best friends, not what they're imagining. We're innocent. A clear conscience has nothing to hide. Right, Levi? Oh wait. No? I said that wrong. It's, a clear conscience fears no accusation. My tongue slipped. That little mouth of hers just never stopped. Wherever she was, the atmosphere around her was always warm and alive. Her personality was genuinely one of a kind. Every guy in the class, not one of them didn't envy me for having a best friend like her. Truly enviable. And more importantly, Sky was also one of the most beautiful girls at Jefferson High, compared to the awkward mixed-gender friendships in the neighboring classes. Not even in the same league. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of class 12A5 stood at the front of the room and spoke to the whole class. "Everyone, dais, everyone. Could I have your attention for a moment? Today is the last day you'll return to school. At noon today, I'm taking you all to the restaurant across the street for one final lunch together. From this point on, the times we get to see each other will probably get fewer and fewer. I hope that when you're in college, or when you've gone on to achieve things in your careers, you'll come back and visit the school. Stop by and chat with me. Let me know how you're all doing." Ms. Lee, our homeroom teacher, Part C, was a soft-spoken woman who wore glasses, a gentle voice, and a personality that was anything but harsh. So throughout all 3 years of high school, our class was probably the most rowdy in the whole grade. Classroom discipline, almost certainly rock bottom. After all, she wasn't that much older than us. So she was easy to talk to. The atmosphere in class was never too tense or rigid. Nothing like the other classes, where students scattered at the sight of their teacher like mice fleeing a cat, which honestly wasn't necessarily ideal. Sure, our class may not have had the best discipline, but our final exam results were still pretty solid. The teacher continued. "Scores have been checked. Applications have been filled out. All done, I assume? I'm giving you all another half hour. Talk with each other. We live the memories from this classroom. Take photos if you want. Anyone who wants a photo with me, come on over. Today, there's no teacher-student distinction. We're all just friends. In half an hour, I'll take you all across to the restaurant. We eat and we celebrate. On me." The whole class, guys and girls alike, immediately erupted in cheers, some shouting, some yelling. Watching that scene, I, someone who had lived an entire life already, felt something deep stir inside. Youth really was something precious. Right then, Sky grabbed my hand. Levi, let's go over and get a photo with Ms. Lee, for the memories. What do you think? 3 years of high school. Ms. Lee's personality was so warm. She treated all of us really well. Let's get a few photos to remember it by. I had no objection. Let's go then. She pulled me along. and walked up in front of the homeroom teacher. "Ms. Lee, could you take a photo with me and Levi?" Ms. Lee smiled warmly. "Of course," I just said. "Anyone who wants a photo is welcome. Today, no teacher-student distinction. We're all just friends. And looking at all of you today, everyone got into the school they were aiming for. I feel like all 3 years of hard work were worth it. Wishing all of you a bright future. I hope that in this new environment, you all study hard and go on to have great careers and opportunities ahead." Speaking of futures, Ms. Lee looked at me. "Mason, you're really something. I've been paying attention. That song you sang went massively viral online. I even got phone calls recently, asking me whether that student blowing up online was one of mine. Genuinely impressive. Mason, all 3 years of high school, whether it was the school show or the New Year's gala, I never once saw you take the stage. And yet, this is how well you can sing? Did you write the lyrics yourself? Compose it all yourself? Truly talented. Worthy of being my student. Haha, having a student this outstanding makes me proud too." I hadn't even gotten a word in when she cut in immediately. "That's right, Ms. Lee W. Levi is so talented. That day happened to be my birthday. I just wanted him to sing for me. I was planning to record it as blackmail material, because I thought he couldn't carry a tune. But the moment he opened his mouth, I was completely floored. And then, it just blew up everywhere. And on top of that, this morning, before we came to school, to Kia's, I went with Levi to the recording studio. The official single, Pour Sue Dax, is already out on all the music platforms. Everyone can go listen. It's really, really incredible." She was like a devoted little fan, enthusiastically telling Ms. Lee and their classmates about the song I had released. "The official single is out already? Let me see." Ms. Lee picked up her phone, opened a music app, and searched for the song title. The other guys and girls also pulled out their phones, opened their music apps. Some didn't even need to type the name. The moment they tapped the search bar, the trending chart loaded. At the very top, Sound of the Wind. Right beside it, a bright red HOT tag. They tapped to check. Plays had already surpassed 2 million, counting from when I had officially uploaded it. Barely an hour had passed, and already over 2 million plays. Oh my God. "Levi, check this out. This just dropped an hour ago, and it's already over 2 million plays." She said it with total excitement. "I told you, Levi, the official version is this incredible. If this doesn't blow up, the universe itself would be unjust." Chapter 89. Remember to make sure he looks handsome in the photo. Right now she was absolutely buzzing. I could feel it. She was genuinely, purely happy for me. In this world, outside of your parents, not everyone actually wants you to keep doing better. But clearly, or Dilkabounce was one of those rare people who genuinely wanted me to. Especially when she saw the song I had posted. Receiving this much attention and this many plays, she was even more excited than I was. Even more worked up than me. "Wow. Levi. Levi, you're incredible. Being your best friend, I am so proud. Early next month, when I take you back home with me, I'm definitely showing my parents this. Will my mom and dad see your song? Is this massive online? They are going to be beyond impressed. This is perfect. Now, I'm not worried about them not liking you." She kept going. "Levi W. I'll be straight with you. My dad has always listened to me. Whatever I say, whatever I ask for, as long as I open my mouth, my dad always says yes. So, on my dad's side, there's absolutely nothing to worry about." She kept talking. "The one I need to work on is my mom. My mom has higher standards, but with everything you've got going for you, Levi WS, I honestly think my mom will like you too. Not worried about dad not liking you. As long as it's someone I approve of, dad will definitely have no objections. Wouldn't dare have any. But with mom, I can't make that same guarantee. After all, Levi, you know, my mom has a pretty strong personality. Northeast women really do run a little hot-tempered, and honestly kind of fierce. The kind even the men can't really handle." Says who? Right then, I pushed back. "Sky, aren't you the exception to that?" "Well, what can I say? I'm small. I want to be fierce, but I can't pull it off." She said it with complete candor. Besides, I grew up getting managed by my mom. And honestly, I've never really had strong opinions of my own. Anyway, I'm getting off track. What I mean is, my mom really values talented people. And you, Look at how talented you are. My mom will definitely like you. Perfect, perfect. As long as my mom likes you, we're golden. She smiled with deep satisfaction. I asked, half joking, half genuine. Sky, I'm actually a little curious. Why do you care so much? That your parents think highly of me? That they approve of me so strongly? Obviously. Because you're my best friend. Of course I want my parents. Like you. Obviously. She said it, and didn't even believe it herself, but her mouth said it anyway, obliviously. That part's not important. What matters is your song is blowing up. Just went up. Only an hour in, and already over 2 million plays. After 24 hours. Won't it be heading toward 5 or 6 million? Could even break 10 million. If that happens, Levi, you're absolutely on another level. Not just her. Dylan and Zach standing nearby, along with her 2 dorm mates, Jade and Ren, were all completely stunned. Even Ms. Lee, the homeroom teacher. Everyone listened, and had to admit she was right. The official single was genuinely far better than the a cappella version, the kind you could listen to on repeat, no matter how many times, never getting tired. Right after, she grabbed Ms. Lee's phone. Let's take some photos. Get a bunch for the memories. Ms. Lee smiled. Sure. Of course, no problem. She handed her phone to Jade and Ren. Jade, Ren, Jod, Ren, Powai, and help me out. Take some photos of me, Levi, and Ms. Lee. Get plenty of them. Find a good angle. Don't make me look bad. And absolutely don't make my Levi look bad either. If you do, I'll settle scores with you two. Got it? Hearing her say that, Jade and Ren laughed helplessly. Sky, we know you're into looks over friendship, but it doesn't have to be this extreme. Truly shameless. Jade pressed her lips together, slightly exasperated. Sky, relax. There's no way we'd make your Levi look bad. 1, because my photography skills are not something to underestimate. Jefferson High's #1 photographer. That title wasn't handed out for nothing. What title? I've never heard of that. You made that up, didn't you? Doesn't matter. The point is, I take excellent photos. Okay, fine. And secondly, taking 10 steps back, Beige, your Levi is this good looking. Even if I wanted to make him look bad, I'm not sure I could manage it. Jade was telling the truth, not flattering me. It was simply a fact. My looks had always been objectively strong, comfortably in the top tier. And on top of that, the system had further enhanced my appearance, improved my complexion and overall presence, so there was nothing left to discuss. Looking good was simply a given. Hearing that, Sky grinned. Right, Jade, I've known you this long. Your mouth rarely says anything nice. But that line just now, I completely agree with. You finally said something decent. My Levi really is good looking. That much is undeniably true, Jade said. Sky, could you save me a little face? What do you mean? Can't a dog grow ivory tusks? I was just joking with you before. There's no need to take it so seriously. Did you really have to come for me? Right in front of your Levi? Leave me a shred of dignity. I could feel it clearly. The bond between Sky and Jade. And Ren was genuinely something special. Even when they bickered, that was just how they showed how close they were. Very quickly, Jade had finished taking the photos. About 7 or 8 shots. Angles and everything, pretty decent. Sky, checked the photos. Did I make your Levi look bad? She took her phone back and opened the gallery. If you dared make my Levi look bad, that's not going to fly. She scrolled through. Okay, not bad. Jade, well done. You really captured Levi looking handsome. Wait, but why did you take me looking like this? Jade, what is this? I asked you to capture Levi looking good. I didn't ask you to make me look like this. I look completely clueless. Was that on purpose? Jade threw up her hands. Can't blame me for this one, Sky. You told me to make Levi look better. So? That's why you made me look clueless? Asked Sky. You never said I had to make you look good. I can't split my focus 2 ways. Jade, you key. She looked through the photos, at her own expression in them. Jade had genuinely captured her looking clueless. The expression in the photos, unmistakably oblivious. I glanced over and nearly couldn't hold back the laugh. It's been a while since I last tricked you. These actually came out great. Seeing me laugh, she immediately said, Levi, what are you laughing at? Jade's photography has issues. I look so much better in real life. And in the photos, I don't even look like myself. What is this expression? I have no idea how my face made that. I'm honestly impressed with myself. I laughed and said, "Not at all, Sky. I think this one is really fun. Keep it as a memory. Looking back on it later, it'll feel really special. Trust me, I'm not tricking you. This photo is genuinely good. And Sky, you're so pretty. You look good no matter how you're captured. Where's the clueless?" She blinked at me, thrown off. Really? This isn't an unflattering photo of me? How is it that when it comes from Levi's mouth, it turns into a compliment? Before, whenever I took selfies myself, the ones I thought turned out pretty well, you'd always say they weren't right. Now Jade takes me looking like this, and you say it's good? Your aesthetic sense, I genuinely cannot figure you out. Are you just comforting me? Or do you actually think it looks good? I'm being honest. Those shots just now, they're genuinely adorable. She was inherently the funny type, bright like sunshine. Those carefully posed, pretty selfies actually suited her less. But these photos just now, clueless and unguarded, those fit her so much better. If Levi thinks they're good, then keep them. But hearing you say that, I'm starting to think maybe they're actually not bad. Hearing her say that, Jade stood across from her, baffled. Sky, do you really have to prioritize looks over friendship this hard? Just now you were complaining I made you look clueless. Now Mason says it looks good, and you immediately flip. This is next level choosing a guy over your girls. Sky, I've officially given up. But thinking about it, made sense. After all, she was just a girlfriend to Sky. Compared to the current best friend, who might become a boyfriend in the future, of course she couldn't compete. Right after that, the other guys and girls from class also lined up to take photos with Ms. Lee. And finally, the whole class took one big group photo together. Quickly, over half an hour had passed. In the blink of an eye, it was past 11. Ms. Lee said, "All right, everyone, it's noon. I'm sure everyone's hungry. We're pretty much done here. I don't think there's anything left. Let's go, come on. Teacher is taking you all for a proper meal. Let's eat well." Very quickly, the students of Class 12A5 at Jefferson High followed Ms. Lee out through the school gates and crossed to the restaurant opposite. Nothing too fancy. Just an ordinary restaurant, a few hundred per table. After all, Ms. Lee wasn't wealthy. She was an ordinary teacher, to spend her own money, treating the whole class to a meal. That alone was deeply admirable. Not every teacher was like Ms. Lee. That easygoing, approachable with students. They walked into the restaurant, found a large private dining room. 3 or 4 tables fit inside. 40 or 50 students, plenty of room. Originally, the guys at one table, girls at another. But she said, "Levi, Levi, Levi. I'm sitting at the same table as you, right next to you, okay?" I had no objection, so she sat right beside me. Jade and Ren sat at the girls' table, watching her scurry straight over and sit next to me. The two of them glanced at each other, then laughed helplessly. Sky right now, Tober, is supposedly just best friends with Mason, and she's already this clingy. If they actually fall for each other, what then? Mason is going to suffer down the line. Sky being this clingy, can he even handle it? But what Jade and Ren didn't know, I was someone who had been reborn, and I genuinely loved that clingy quality of hers. Compared to girls who were cold or aloof, this kind of girl, naturally carefree and unguarded, lively and open. Sure, a little tomboyish at times, but like a warm little sun and incredibly endearing. A girl like this was truly one of a kind. I genuinely, deeply liked her. And throughout all of this summer break, I really felt that I liked her more and more every day. Every day being beside her, even doing the smallest things, even just the ordinary routines of daily life. It was all genuinely good. Having her by my side, that feeling was something I couldn't replace. Levi, why are you staring at me like that? I know I'm pretty, but with so many classmates around, staring at me like that, I'm going to get embarrassed. She covered both cheeks with her hands, playing up a very theatrical shyness. You embarrassed, Sky? I don't see a single trace of it, I said with a helpless laugh, then ruffled her hair. Couldn't quite explain it. I had a particular fondness for doing that. A little while later, the orders were placed and dishes started coming out. The staff brought the food up. Since the tables were quite large, for the petite girls, reaching across for food was not always easy. Short arms couldn't reach the far end. Sometimes they had to stand up to grab things. Levi, I want that lobster over there. Can you grab one for me? I can't reach. Not sure if it's because my arms are just too short. Genuinely a sad situation. Can't blame me for it. Why did my parents have to make me so small? I honestly envy it. Your perfectly proportioned figure. If I were as tall as you, that would be wonderful. That way. Standing next to you would also look more matched. Oh, no. I said that wrong. What I just said sounded like a couples thing. We're best friends. That doesn't apply. What I meant was, if I were as tall as you, that would just be great. She kept talking in that non-stop stream. Lobster, right? I picked up my chopsticks and grabbed one. Thanks, Levi. She was just about to reach out her hand when she saw me place the lobster onto my own plate. Levi, what are you doing? Weren't you grabbing it for me? I said nothing. Quietly started peeling the shell for her, then handed it over. She froze. Almost didn't catch it in time. Wait, Levi, you peeled the lobster for me? Am I seeing this right? You're this good to me? Chapter 91. I'm scared you'll get drunk and forcibly kiss me. She hadn't caught up in time. Completely unexpected. That lobster just now. I had peeled it for her. Originally, because she couldn't reach. She'd asked me to grab one for her, and I had grabbed it onto my own plate. Had assumed I was teasing her on purpose. She hadn't expected she was overthinking it. I told you. Levi, you really are good to me. How could you be doing it on purpose? Just showing off your long arms. Grabbing the lobster for yourself. While I sit here watching with envy. I knew it. Levi, you have a good heart. First lobster you grab, and you peel it for me. I need to taste it right now. She said it, and immediately took a bite. So good. Even though I've always loved eating lobster on my own. I feel like lobster. I peel myself. Versus lobster. Levi peels for me. Are worlds apart. Feeling real. Like heaven and earth. Not exaggerating at all. Levi, why are you looking at me like that? I want to be clear. I'm not flattering you. She kept emphasizing it. I sat right beside her, listening to her go on. Couldn't hold back a laugh, and quietly thought to myself, it's fine, Sky. Flattery or not, doesn't bother me. Well, I quite enjoyed hearing her compliment me. That little mouth of hers, oblivious and endless. Personality genuinely too adorable. He. Levi TL. That lobster just now was so good. Grab me another one. I'm not full yet. Sure, I'll peel you a few more. I peeled a few more for her, and placed them in her bowl, along with a few other dishes. Chicken wings, duck leg, a beef. Basically anything she liked. I added a bit of everything. Her bowl and plate were already piling up like a mountain. She looked at it wide-eyed, genuinely bewildered. Levi, I know you're being good to me, but you piled on this much. How am I supposed to finish it? After all, today's lunch is Ms. Lee's treat, and if nothing else unexpected happens. This is probably the last class gathering. I was actually planning to eat lightly today, because I still need to watch my figure. I can't eat too much. What if I put on weight over the 2-month summer break? I still want to show up at the start of school, looking really good. But now you've piled on this much. Eating it all feels impossible. Not eating it also feels impossible. Okay. 1 extra day of eating doesn't make you fat. 1 day of eating less doesn't make you thin. Just eat first and figure it out later. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Sat right beside me. Ate and kept up a steady stream of small gestures. With that subtly smug expression, said happily, Levi Turns out I made the right call. Not sitting at the girls' table. Sitting next to you was the smart choice. I'm this small. And the table is this big. No way I could reach across. Standing up to grab food would look terrible. Jade and Ren are a little taller than me. But when they're eating, they're definitely not going to look out for me. Only Levi, you're the real one. You actually grabbed food for me. Hee, truly my best friend. Way more reliable than Jade and Ren. She grinned that goofy grin, and right at that moment, moved by her words, I unexpectedly received a system reward. Ding ding, she has triggered a genuine reaction of awe. Host's action of serving her food has moved her. Reaction of awe confirmed is valid. Host has received the following system reward. Complete game design blueprint. The 2020 breakout mobile adventure game, Genshin Impact. Looking at the reward in front of me, my eyes lit up. It had to be said, a game was different from a song. A song you could listen to 10 odd times. And between the melody and the lyrics, you had it memorized. Recreating it was easy. But producing a game, that was nowhere near as simple. It wasn't just a matter of having played it before. That didn't mean you could perfectly replicate it. What mattered was having a complete design blueprint from start to finish, including all the code and original character art. And the blueprint the system had just rewarded me included the entire design of this game, a fully complete blueprint. As for this game releasing in 2020, in that year, domestically, it hadn't actually made a massive splash. Sure, it had been quite popular, but mainly, it had exploded internationally. For so long, it had always been foreign games coming in, sweeping the domestic market, emptying the wallets of local players. Finally, a domestic game had gone out overseas and harvested an international player base. Truly, a shining moment for domestic gaming. Now with this complete blueprint in hand, countless dollars were waving at me, and right then, she sat beside me. Noticing I had zoned out, and picked up her chopsticks, placed a piece of duck from her bowl into mine. Levi, eat more too. What are you zoning out for? Have more food. You piled so much onto my plate. I can't eat it all alone. Let's eat together. I snapped back, smiled and said, sure, and quietly made up my mind. Going forward, I could refine this game blueprint and hand it to the gaming division to handle. I just needed to be the hands-off boss. No need to manage it personally. These 2 months of summer break, I didn't want to spend too much time on company matters. In my past life, I had already poured far too much into my career. And, yes, eventually I became enormously wealthy, a titan of industry. But life hadn't been remotely enjoyable. Coming back to my youth, all I wanted was to be beside her, enjoy what it meant to be young. She tugged my sleeve. Levi, ask them if they have yogurt. I suddenly want something to drink. I said, Sky, this is a dinner banquet. Who drinks yogurt? There's wine, you know. You're from up north. Attending a banquet without drinking? She shook her head, then said very seriously, No. I find wine genuinely awful. Yogurt suits me better. Yogurt paired with food. Drink it straight. Especially strawberry yogurt. Absolutely incredible. Hee. Everyone says you are what you drink. And I feel like I need to drink more milk. Regular milk works too. As long as it's milk, it counts. Hearing her say, you are what you drink, I almost burst out laughing. Sure, I'll get it for you. I stood up, grabbed a bottle of yogurt, and poured it into a cup for her. Levi, don't drink too much wine. I'm scared you'll get drunk and lose all judgment. Then push me against the wall and forcibly kiss me. Chapter 92. Why are you so guarded against me? Hearing her say that, I was full of question marks. Then asked back, what do you mean? Aren't we best friends? Aren't we the best of best friends? She nodded. Of course. We're the best of best friends. So what is it, Levi? Why are you bringing that up? We're already the best of friends, and you're constantly on guard around me. What kind of person do you think I am? Am I the type to get drunk and forcibly kiss my female best friend? Sky, what are you thinking? She laughed. Ha. Levi, why are you so serious? I was just joking. Besides, I trust. Knowing your personality and your character the way I do, if you were drunk, you absolutely would not forcibly kiss me. Because you're this tall and I'm this small. If you tried to forcibly kiss me, it'd be kind of hard. You'd probably miss and kiss the wall, which means you'd end up forcibly kissing the wall. I was genuinely defeated by her. You really couldn't underestimate a girl from the Northeast. The way she talked just naturally came with comedic timing. Every sentence was a punchline. It kept nearly making me burst out laughing, especially the expression on her face when she said it. Absolutely hilarious. A genuine little ray of sunshine. Honestly, finding a girlfriend like her would be genuinely extraordinary. So entertaining. So full of warmth. Loving a girl like that? No going around in circles. No resentment over this thing. No complaints about that thing. Spending every day cheering you on. That was real. Far better than the kind of girl who was with you. But angry today over one reason, and angry tomorrow over another, constantly needing to be coaxed and appeased. Accusing you of not loving her if you didn't. Sulking and throwing fits, radiating negativity everywhere she went. She was the complete opposite. So I genuinely felt I loved her personality so much. Levi, why that expression? What is that look? You're not actually planning to get drunk and forcibly kiss me, are you? I'm telling you, Levi, You absolutely cannot do anything bad. Definitely cannot do anything bad. Absolutely cannot do anything bad. 10,000% cannot do anything bad. Cannot do bad things. Bad things. Bad things. Bad things. Listening to her rattle on like that, I genuinely couldn't hold it together. I had just taken a sip of wine and nearly choked. She burst out laughing. Ha ha! Levi, what happened? Did you choke? Let me pat your back. Is that better? I waved her off. Looks like from now on, whenever I was drinking something, I could not let her talk. Or when she was mid-sentence, I absolutely could not drink, because otherwise, you'd never know what she was going to say next. You also never knew which line was suddenly going to hit your funny bone and make you choke on the spot. Jade and Ren, sitting at the girls' table, had been watching over at me and her the whole time. Jade, I don't know why, but just now, suddenly, watching Mason and Sky sitting next to each other, it just made me want to laugh. Like this feeling I can't quite explain. Do you get what I mean? Like watching one of those entertainment shows, when you see a male star and a female star interacting and talking with each other. That kind of feeling. It's 2016. The whole CP culture concept hasn't really gone mainstream yet, but that was exactly the feeling Ren had right now. I get it. Ren, don't say more. Just now, watching Mason peel the lobster for Sky, I already couldn't hold back the urge to laugh. And honestly, kind of envious. 3 whole years of high school, why couldn't I find a male best friend like Mason? Truly a shame. I envy Sky so much. Having a best friend this good looking. Way too enviable. Mason isn't just good looking. He's talented on top of it. And before that, didn't you hear what Sky said? Jade looked at Ren curiously. What did Sky say? That company that bought out Greenfield Real Estate. The 2 commercial buildings. You remember, right? I remember. What was that company called again? Let me think. Oh right, I remember now. It was called Tidal Wave Network. I heard the new owner was around our age. About 18 or 19. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Ren looked confused. Jade, you don't know? Sky said it in the group chat before. Mason is the owner of Tidal Wave Network. Wait, what? Jade's face was full of pure shock. No way, Ren. Take ours. Are you joking? Tidal Wave Network. The owner of that company is Mason? Is this real? You're not messing with me? That company owner is that loaded? And that young? Anyone can tell he must be from a wealthy family. But Mason's background seems like it's not much different from ours. Just an ordinary family. How could he have come up with that much money to found a company that big? Why couldn't he? Ren replied. Think about it. Mason has that level of musical talent. One song, and he goes viral everywhere. Plus, he made a few million from it. Who knows how many songs he'd written before, quietly making money behind the scenes. These days, is there any industry where money comes faster than entertainment? Hearing Ren say that, Jade still didn't feel fully convinced. But she couldn't find a counter-argument. It did seem like the only explanation, though it still felt unbelievable. 3 years of high school. Honestly never expected Mason to be this impressive. Okay, let's stop talking. The more we say, the more envious of Sky I get, having someone who's good-looking, tall, and talented all in one as her best friend. I'm dying of envy. As for the reactions of Jade and Ren at the girls' table, Sky was completely oblivious. She sat beside me and talked non-stop, laughing and chatting the whole time. At that moment, Ms. Lee at the table next to them stood up, raised her glass. All right, everyone, we rarely get to gather like this. Let's all raise our glasses. Wishing all of you smooth sailing in your studies, and a wonderful summer break. After Ms. Lee finished speaking, the guys and girls all raised their glasses. Most of the girls drank soda. Nearly all the guys drank wine. After all, they had graduated. They were adults now. All the girls had soft drinks. Only she had yogurt. Oh right, Levi, I almost forgot to ask, how's your tolerance? It's okay. Why do you ask? Just wondering. Early next month, aren't I bringing you home? My dad has a really strong tolerance. He'll definitely want to drink with you. I'm scared my dad will drink you under the table. So, I'm giving you a heads up, to mentally prepare. She grinned that goofy grin and said,